1/Truth by Logic. Mais que diable suis je even faire dans cette galère? A part of me was tempted to speak aloud this thought, as I tend to generally express my thoughts on my own, but such move would have made me noticed, and the last thing I currently need was to attract unwanted attention, especially as my clothes, even covered as best as I can with clothes I have found in the first weeks of my stay, made some people raising their eyebrows. A part of me regret I didn't reincarnate in someone of the place, while the main part is grateful of still being me, as I doubt my own mind and soul would have exactly remained the same if it a reincarnation, not to mention the conflicting debate about the nature vs nurture dilemma in such situations. I sighed, wondering again how I found myself displaced from home into a world that once used to be tales. I still wondered about it. A part of me wondered if it wasn't a very active dream, another of my thought fantasies when I took a rest or slept, as I had imagined so kind of scenario for years for fun. But the details and the fact I discovered places I didn't read or watched denied these possibilities and made me thinking of a dubious trick or prank from the old gods, the seven, the red god, the storm god, the drowned god, the harpy, the three-eyed raven, the three-eyed crow, the great other, god, the fate or of the whole universe. I couldn't help but thinking it was the case, as I was kind of the least choice of finding myself in such universe, both for the cultural clash and for the fact my personality and values would make look like a Greenlander, a summer boy or a honorable fool. Unless it was their nasty way of tempting me to the worst kind of deeds. A part of me, however, thanked not to be in a universe of the likes of berserkers for the worst at a whole, or finding myself on Skull Island, especially the version depicted by Peter Jackson, as even my knowledge of this place as depicted in the movie wouldn't have protected me from the nasty creatures there that wouldn't hesitate to transform me in their midday meal. I shook my head to these dark and conflicting thoughts. They still plagued since I had found myself in this whole new world, even though I didn't think it offered me a fantastic point of view, except the fact to experience what I had read and watched. But regardless of these thoughts and questions, I didn't and wouldn't let them plague me or myself being crushed by the place. While the start had been a bit complicated, especially because the extent of my knowledge of customs in the Seven Kingdoms was restricted by what I had read and watched from A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones and any fanfiction and crossovers, not to mention some wiki infos, I had managed to stay as low as possible and to fit for the short while I was among the people in the Riverlands. But now, I was among this crowd of courtiers and servants, both from Lord Derry, King Robert Baratheon, Queen Cersei Lannister and Lord Eddard Stark, while the king was tackling the matter of the incident between Arya and Joffrey that occurred on the Ruby Ford. A part of me wondered why I took the risk to witness it, but curiosity and a certain desire some would call a child's dream brought me here. While some of the courtiers and servants looked at me strangely or with some condescending, they were focused on this kangaroo trial. My first thought was just to remain in the shadows and witness the scene, knowing well that intervening could bring unexpected consequences and challenges. But the moment I saw Eddard Stark in the hall, everything that was depicted in the book and the first season seemed to unfold in one common reality. Experiencing the reality of what were before words and pictures destabilized me, but also frustrated me, as I knew how it would end. The more I heard, the more I was tempted to intervene, as I was feeling being like the Kingsguard prisoner of their stringent oaths when the Mad King raped his wife or executed Rickard and Brandon Stark. How could I let things unfold while I could try to do the right thing? My cautious self was warning me not to do it for my sake and to avoid creating unknowns, but my selfless self was cringing and burning to intervene to defend Arya. My rational self reminds me that I regarded Arya with bias, as she was among my favorite characters, but also acknowledged the unfairness and the dubious situation, having overanalyzed it in the time. As I heard and saw Renly Baratheon leaving while guffawing on the name of Joffrey's sword, my resolve was almost asserted, but my cautious self was still fighting this desire, as I knew that once I crossed this line, I would likely become the new public enemy of Cersei and of her son, just because of my situation, which would be regarded as insulting by the overproud and short-sighted lioness. However, when Sansa presented her testimony, resulting in Arya attacking her, it was for me too much. Even if Arya didn't get punished, Lady would be executed for something she didn't do, and I thought my skills could be of use for at least derail in a better way the plans of Joffrey and of his mother. While dangerous, I did not care. No child and no animal should suffer the whims of dangerous and pathetic people because they found themselves in a position to abuse power. I, on the contrary, am a 30-years-old man with no ties, no loyalties, and could therefore offer myself for the greater good. My Christian heart would appeal to this idea, even if my very cautious side still protested against my decision. While Sansa was staring blankly at Arya, having not heard her father's concerned question, I took a breath and said in a strong voice among the crowd, "If I may, Your Grace and my Lord Hand, I think we can guess the truth from what Prince Joffrey and Arya Stark told." As I spoke up in the crowded hall, all eyes turned towards me. The assembled figures of power and influence looked upon the unfamiliar face of a dark-haired man with slightly tanned skin. Their gazes shifted, assessing my appearance, a peculiar mix of 21st-century clothes and Westerosi small folk attire. I stood there, clad in jeans, a simple shirt, and a weathered pullover, representing a juxtaposition of two worlds. Eddard Stark's eyes narrowed as he took in my peculiar outfit, clearly discerning the stark contrast between my attire and that of the noble court. He seemed intrigued, recognizing the uniqueness of my appearance. Arya Stark, standing nearby, glanced at me with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, her fiery spirit fueled by her anger towards her sister, Sansa. Sansa, on the other hand, regarded me with uncertainty, her gaze reflecting a mix of curiosity and a tinge of fear, unsure of the potential impact my words could have on her own circumstances. Joffrey Baratheon, eager to assert himself, sneered disdainfully as his eyes fell upon me. His privileged upbringing and disdain for those outside the noble circle were evident in his haughty demeanor. Cersei Lannister, never one to shy away from expressing her arrogance, examined me with a skeptical gaze, her eyes conveying both suspicion and a touch of annoyance. She had been thwarted in her attempts to seek retribution against Arya, and my presence was an unwelcome disruption to her plans. King Robert Baratheon, sitting upon Lord Derry's seat, displayed a mix of curiosity and disinterest. Known for his bluntness and preference for drink, he leaned forward, intrigued by my intervention. I took a moment to compose myself, aware of the tension in the air and the significance of my words. With confidence and respect, I prepared to address their concerns, offering an impartial perspective on the matter at hand. Cersei Lannister, displaying her usual arrogance, was the first to break the silence. "And who, may I ask, are you? You have no place interrupting the crown." Robert cut off Cersei. "Hold your tongue, woman. Let him speak." While mainly sober, his voice carried a slight slur, evidence of his recent indulgence. I took a moment to compose myself before responding to Cersei's question, addressing both the king and the queen. "Your Grace, my Lord Hand, I apologize for my interruption. I am Mark, a traveler from a distant land. I have no allegiance to any house or kingdom, which allows me to offer an impartial perspective on this matter." My answer intrigued Robert as he leaned forward, before asking me with curiosity and skepticism, "Impartial, you say? How can you find the truth amidst these conflicting accounts?" I took a breath, a bit nervous but determined, even though my cautious side is crying to me to give up. Looking straight at the king, I said, "Your Grace, allow me to make an observation before tackling the truth directly." Robert raised an eyebrow before nodding. While still looking at him, I sent a glance in the direction of the Starks. "Your Grace, Lady Sansa's testimony, while important, cannot be considered impartial. As Joffrey's betrothed and Arya's sister, her loyalty and concerns for both parties may cloud her judgment. If she supports Joffrey's version, she risks condemning her own sister. Conversely, if she supports Arya's side, her betrothal may be jeopardized." Sansa's evasive answer was an attempt to navigate between these conflicting loyalties. Eddard Stark showed surprise at my insight while sending a glance to his daughter. "You make an astute observation. One that I hadn't considered." Sansa, her demeanor conflicted, looked at me with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty, uncertain how to interpret my words and the potential impact on her own circumstances. A part of her felt insulted by the fact I dismissed her word, and yet a part of her was relieved by the fact I didn't judge her and seemed to understand her quandary. No matter how unbearable her sister was, she couldn't let her to be punished, but she couldn't tell the truth as it would anger her prince and she would lose the chance to become queen. Arya, her eyes shining with a glimmer of hope, seemed cautiously optimistic about my involvement as my words and my demeanor abetted her anger and distress. Robert, now very intrigued by my perspective, leaned forward. "Continue, Mark. Tell us how you propose to uncover the truth," he said with a slight slur. Cersei's skepticism betrayed her as she interjected, "Why should we trust the words of a stranger? What makes you think you can discern the truth in this matter?" Joffrey, taking the opportunity to challenge me and to belittle as he was looking down my strange appearance, added with a sneer, "Yes, how can you possibly say which version is true?" As the question hung in the air, the hall remained silent, awaiting my response. Sir Raymond Derry, or as I like to call him, Lord Derry, was looking at me with attention, seemingly intrigued. While trying not to be overwhelmed by the gazes on me, I merely looked at Joffrey as if he was of little importance before saying to the king and the crowd, "The truth can be guessed through observing and analyzing details. In comparing the tales of your son and of your Lord Hand's daughter, one who pays attention to their details, their similarities, their discrepancies, and their meaning can decipher many things." Taking on a posture reminiscent of Hercule Poirot, I began my analysis, addressing the assembled characters. If we carefully examine the two tales that have been told, we can discern important details. Joffrey claims that Arya and her friend attacked him with clubs and set her dire wolf on him. Arya's version, on the other hand, states that Joffrey injured her friend Mycah with his sword, leading her to defend him with a stick. In the ensuing altercation, Joffrey struck at her with his sword, Nymeria intervened and bit Joffrey's wrist, and finally, Arya threw the sword into the river. I continued, pointing out the contradictions and implications within each account. If Joffrey's tale were true, we would expect to see evidence of bruising from Arya and her friend's clubs. Additionally, if a dire wolf were to attack someone, the injuries would likely be severe, as the animal would not restrain its strikes. However, we have seen no evidence of such injuries on Joffrey, otherwise he would have been uglier than his sworn shield. My words made Cersei gritting her teeth at the perceived slight to her son while Joffrey angrily sneered at me. Ignoring the queen and the prince's reactions, I added, furthermore, Joffrey's inability to defend himself with a steel sword against Arya and Micah's sticks suggests either an ambush or his own arrogance and foolishness. Eddard's expression showed a mix of contemplation and concern as he listened to my deductions. I looked at the crowd and saw how curious and invested they were. Lord Derry kept a guarded face, but his eyes seemed to shine in amusement, probably cheering to the fact I was destroying the prince's claims like a knight whacking on his opponent with a hammer and thus taking a peg down on the crown since he despised Robert and his allies because of his Targaryen sympathies. I then said while making a gesture of the hand, now consider the nature of the alleged attack. Only a moron, a dangerous man, a mad one, a desperate one, or one with a vendetta against the Lannisters or King Robert would dare to harm the prince without provocation while knowing the dire consequences. However, Arya has no such motivations. If she truly wanted to harm Joffrey, she would not have allowed him to live, as his survival could mean denouncing her and inviting royal wrath upon her. Sansa's eyes flickered with a mix of relief and anxiety as she listened to my words, understanding the implications they carried. A part of her was however outraged by how I was belittling her prince, even if I was defending her sister. A part of her was blaming Arya, thinking that if she hadn't intervened, they wouldn't be in this strange situation. Unaware of her thoughts and demeanor, I pursued my explanation. Furthermore, we must consider Nymaria's involvement. Dire wolves are pack animals known to fiercely protect their own. If Nymaria saw Arya in danger, she would instinctively react to defend her. The fact that Nymaria harmed Joffrey in a restrained manner aligns more with Arya's account of Joffrey's bullying behavior and his near strike with the sword. Arya, with a hopeful yet guarded expression, nodded slightly in agreement with my words, happy and amazed by how I was defending her and destroying Joffrey's lies. I turned my eyes back to the king, expressing a solemn glance as I said, in conclusion, Arya's tale implies that she struck the prince with a stick and that Nymaria defended her, resulting in Joffrey's injury. While her actions cannot be condoned, we must also acknowledge that Joffrey's actions, almost killing the daughter of a Lord Warden in the hand of the king, carry grave implications. Such acts echo the tragedies endured by House Stark at the hands of the previous dynasty. A heavy and uncomfortable silence settled in the hall as my words reminded many of the fate of Lord Stark's kins. As the room fell silent, all eyes turned towards Eddard, waiting for his reaction and response. Arya noticed the change in atmosphere and was curious of it while thinking how her father refused to speak of grandfather Ricard, of Uncle Brandon and Aunt Lina. The young Stark also remembered how frightened she felt when Joffrey attempted to cut her down. Eddard Stark's expression betrayed a canvas of contemplation and concern as my words had touched upon sensitive matters, stirring memories and traumas from the time of Robert's rebellion. He felt the weight of the implications I had presented, highlighting the potential gravity of Joffrey's actions. The parallel I drew between Joffrey's actions and the past horrors struck a chord, making his face contorted in anger and concern, a reaction worsened by his weariness and exhaustion of the previous days. A part of him was horrified to the idea he could have lost his dear daughter and he was tempted to break off the betrothal of Sansa. His mind reminded him that it was a very difficult thing to do with a king without slighting him. While Robert was his friend, the changes in him nourished in the Northerner Lord disappointment and disdain. Robert's face hardened with a mix of anger and concern, his memories of the past resurfacing. A part of him was furiously appalled by how I seemingly suggested his son was like the Targaryen and yet deep inside, he knew his son was a little shit that only followed his whims and his mother. He sent a dangerous glance at his son, as if warning him of what would occur to him if my words were true. Joffrey nervously squirmed under his father's gaze while Cersei's eyes narrowed to my comparison, inwardly cursing me for making the Starks the victims and her son the reincarnation of the Mad King as she didn't miss the subtle jab I made to her son. While I felt the change in atmosphere, I tried not to let it affect me in any manner. Taking a breath, I ended my explanations. Additionally, it is worth noting that Joffrey's distorted tale may stem from wounded pride, preventing him from admitting his own humiliation and wrongdoing. As the weight of my conclusion settled in the room, a brief moment of contemplative silence enveloped the assembled figures. Eddard Stark's gaze fixated on me, his mind undoubtedly flooded with memories and considerations. The implications I had drawn regarding Joffrey's distorted tale and his wounded pride lingered in the air, stirring thoughts of the prince's character and motives and making questioning once more if he shouldn't call off Sansa's betrothal. Sansa, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, struggled to reconcile the image of the perfect queen and prince she had once held dear with my words. Denial was strong within her as she couldn't accept the idea her prince was flawed and the fact that a strange commoner was making these claims turned her insides in. A part of her bitterly thought that it was no wonder that Arya was defended by a commoner of all people. Her naivety and dreams still clung to her, a shield against the harsh realities of the world and the true nature of the incident between her betrothed and her sister. However, my words had planted a seed of doubt in her mind, tugging at the corners of her perception. Arya, ever perceptive and fiercely protective of her own truth, contemplated my conclusion with a guarded yet hopeful expression. My interpretation of Joffrey's motives resonated with her, aligning with what she had seen and experienced of his cruel behavior. She held on to the glimmer of hope that my words might help shed light and proved she told the truth. A part of her was worried of the risks I was taking, but she couldn't help to be proud that a stranger, a commoner, was defending her, area underfoot, area horseface. Outside of father and John, no many would have done that. Meanwhile, the room buzzed with unspoken thoughts and uncertain glances. Each person present considered the veracity of my analysis and the implications it carried for the fragile balance of power and loyalty within the realm. Whispers of doubt mingled with fragments of hope as the gravity of the situation sank in. Among the crowd, Lord Derry was observing the scene with attention, his mind reveling in how I was tearing apart the Golden Prince and the Lion's Pride. It was in this charged atmosphere that Cersei, her frustration and defensiveness palpable, interjected, having heard enough of me. This is preposterous. How can we trust the words of a stranger? There is no evidence to support these claims. Joffrey, his face twisted in anger, added his own retort, determined to shut me out and to put me in my place. Who is this commoner to question my word? I demand satisfaction. The room fell silent, awaiting my response to the challenge and the skepticism and how I would handle the prince and the queen's reactions. As I addressed Cersei, my eyes cold and my smile filled with a hint of malice, her confidence wavered momentarily. On the contrary, Your Grace, there is a simple albeit controversial way to prove the truth of the matter. I then turned my attention to Robert, presenting a solution that would avoid public humiliation. I propose that impartial men from your household, such as Sir Barristan, from your Lord Hand's household, such as Jory Castle, and the maester serving Lord Derry, examine your son's body in a separate room. They can carefully inspect every scar, wound, and bruise he should have according to his own tale. I paused for a moment, allowing the weight of my words to settle in. This examination must be conducted swiftly to prevent any manipulation or deceit. We must remain vigilant, as there are those who would go to great lengths to preserve their version of events. However, this private examination would allow us to ascertain the truth between your son's version and Arya's account, without subjecting him to public humiliation. I am no monster, nor do I wish to see him reduced to the status of a slave awaiting sale or a whore displayed for new clients. The room filled with a mix of contemplation and tension as the people around me pondered my proposition, while some were outraged by the audacity or the way I presented it. Eddard, displaying a mix of concern because of the proposition and cautious hope as it might definitely solve the matter, spoke up. It is a risky approach, but it may provide the clarity we seek. We must ensure the integrity of the examination, but it would spare Joffrey from further embarrassment. Sansa, her face a blend of anxiety and anticipation, looked toward her father, silently pleading for a resolution that would bring justice and protect her sister, even though the idea that her prince would be under scrutiny put her ill at ease. She looked at me, wondering why I would put the prince in such a position. Arya, her eyes fixed on me, seemed both anxious and grateful for the possibility of vindication, while a part of her was gleeful to the idea I had presented, amused but also disgusted by the perspective of Joffrey being forced to disrobe himself to show his body and the lack of wounds. Robert, his expression contemplative, thought upon the idea before addressing the room. It is an unconventional proposal, but one that may yield the truth. His eyes stopped on Eddard Stark. You are right, Ned. It may provide the clarity we need to solve this matter. The king addressed once again the room. We shall proceed with the examination, ensuring the presence of trustworthy individuals. The integrity of the process must be maintained. Cersei, her dissatisfaction evident at the audacity of my idea, protested. This is outrageous. You would subject my son to such scrutiny. It is an insult. Joffrey, his face a mixture of anger and fear, attempted to regain control. I won't stand for this. I am the prince, and I won't be treated like a common criminal. Robert's voice boomed through the hall, silencing the protests. Enough. This decision is mine to make, and I have made it. We will conduct the examination to uncover the truth, and no more words shall be wasted on this matter. The king called out Lord Derry, Sir Derry. Bring your maester here. While keeping straight his face, Lord Derry bowed to the king before turning to a servant and tasking him to bring his maester. As the servant moved by, Robert looked his friend. Ned, is your man dutiful to observe the examination? Eddard nodded with a determined and firm expression while sending a look at Jory. He is Robert. As this stranger said, he would observe dutifully and honorably the examination if you command him to do so. Robert nodded a bit absent-mindedly before turning his eyes on Jory. You'll accompany Sir Barristan and the maester once he is there. Jory bowed to the king. I'll do what you command, your grace. Robert goofed a lackluster laugh and waved away his hand. In the awaiting time, the tension in the room remained palpable, as the fate of Joffrey's reputation and Arya's innocence hung in the balance. I sensed Joffrey and Cersei burning eyes on me, and I can imagine their thoughts, something of the likes of how dare he forcing my son to be displayed like a whore. I should demand his tongue. While I tried to sound nonchalant and solemn, a part of me felt dread and worry as I was aware that my intervention likely earned the queen and the prince's enmity. Inwardly, I said, Alia Jacta est. Finally, the maester arrived. I moved backwards to allow him to present himself to the king. You summoned me, your grace. Robert nodded in a gruff, I want you to examine my son in a room. Sir Baristan and Sir Jory will accompany you. The maester looked a bit flummoxed by the command and sensed the threatening look of the queen while Joffrey was looking at the man with a sneer. After a short silence, the maester bowed, I'll do by your command, your grace. Robert grunted before turning to his son, Joffrey, go with them. Joffrey seemed ready to protest, but stepped back under the narrowed and threatening eyes of his father. The prince was then led in another room by Sir Baristan Selmy, Sir Jory Castle, and the maester. The awaiting time was tense and uncertain as everyone was wondering the result of the examination. Many looked at me, wondering if my claims will be proved true or false. Arya fidgeted impatiently, both hopeful and apprehensive and stealing glances at me, hoping that my proposition would prove her true. As Joffrey, accompanied by Sir Baristan Selmy, Sir Jory Castle and the maester finally returned from the examination room, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Joffrey's face was red with a mixture of anger, humiliation, and festering resentment, his eyes narrowing in burning anger on me. A part of me felt the heat of his rage, but I stood my ground, aware that all was a show to display power, authority, and determination. My cautious self regretted that I jumped forward danger and political fields as I disliked it in spite of my love to understand the world. While the prince returned on his seat, the crowd shifted uneasily, awaiting the results. The maester stepped forward, addressing King Robert and the gathered audience. Your Grace, lords, ladies, and esteemed guests, the examination has been completed. I can attest that the findings align more closely with Lady Arya's account of the incident. No wounds consistent with Prince Joffrey's version were observed, with the exception of the scar on his sword wrist, which corresponds to Lady Arya's tale. The room erupted in murmurs, gasps, and exchanged glances. The revelation seemed to carry significant weight, challenging Joffrey's credibility and implicating him in a web of lies. Lord Derry kept his expression guarded, but his eyes shone in delight and satisfaction in seeing the stag and lion prince taking a peg down thanks to a daring and interesting stranger. Robert, his face a mixture of surprise and disappointment, turned his gaze towards me. His voice was heavy and slurred as he said, You were right. Your perspective has shed light on this matter. I must admit, I didn't expect this turn of events. Eddard, a mix of relief and concern etched on his face as he heard the news, spoke up. It seems the truth has come to light. My daughter has been vindicated. I thank you for your intervention, stranger. You have aided us in seeking justice. Sansa, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, looked between her sister, Joffrey, and me. Her expression betrayed a mixture of relief, conflicted loyalty, and confusion. While relieved to see that her sister won't be punished by the crown, she was torn apart as her prince was humiliated and branded as a liar. She couldn't fathom the thought. She looked in my direction, wondering why I was doing this. Arya, unable to contain her fiery temperament, approached me with a wide grin. You did it. Thank you. I knew I wasn't lying. You're not like the others. Jaime, standing near Cersei, clenched his jaw and exchanged a tense glance with his sister. His loyalty seemed torn, and he remained silent, observing the unfolding events even if a part of him was amused and entertained by my intervention and the way I played with words. The crowd buzzed with whispers and murmurs, some expressing surprise, while others offered praise for uncovering the truth. Cersei, her face a mask of displeasure and disappointment, turned her gaze toward me. You have proven yourself an unexpected thorn in our side, stranger. Be careful, for you meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Joffrey, unable to contain his exploding rage any longer, directed his fury towards me. You. This is your doing, you insolent fool. How dare you interfere and tarnish my honor? I'll make you pay for this, he shouted while pointing an accusatory finger in my direction. Robert, his voice thundering through the hall, stepped forward to address his enraged son. Enough, Joffrey. The truth has been revealed, and your anger won't change that. You will learn from this, as we all must. Justice has prevailed, and we shall not allow our pride to cloud our judgment any longer. The room fell into a heavy silence, the weight of the revelations and the consequences they carried hanging in the air, leaving everyone to contemplate the consequences of Mark's intervention. While wincing a bit to Robert's booming voice as it had been sudden, I ignored Cersei and Joffrey to turn towards Arya, a smile forming on my face. I am glad to have been helpful, I answered her sincerely. Arya's eyes gleamed with gratitude, and Eddard Stark nodded appreciatively as he approached me. Indeed, your assistance has been invaluable. We owe you a great debt. Turning my gaze to Lord Stark, I nodded, silently acknowledging his gratitude and the significance of the moment. Finally, I shifted my attention to the king, feeling a mix of wariness due to his booming reaction and respect for his position. I bowed before him, maintaining a respectful tone. Your Grace, I hope my help and advice have been fruitful in helping you solve this matter. I apologize if it has caused any trouble for you, as few people would love to see their children involved in such wrongdoings, let alone have them corrected in public. Robert regarded me, his expression a blend of weariness and gratitude and a bit surprised and impressed by my words. You've done what needed to be done, and I appreciate that. It's a heavy burden, but justice cannot be ignored. Your intervention has shown me the importance of confronting the truth, no matter how difficult. Cersei's gaze remained fixed on me, her eyes cold and calculating. Joffrey, subdued by his father's reaction, glared at me with simmering anger. The crowd continued to react to my interactions with the king, expressing a mix of curiosity, awe, and speculation. Whispers and murmurs filled the air, as onlookers tried to make sense of the unfolding events and the stranger who had turned the tide of the proceedings. My stance, my appearance, my way of speaking, everything aroused curiosity, interest, awe, and concern. Feeling that the matter of the incident between Joffrey and Arya had been resolved, and needing a moment to collect himself, Robert decided to leave, announcing his departure. I need a drink after all this. I leave the rest of the proceedings to you, Eddard. Hearing that, Cersei sneered, her discontent evident upon hearing Robert's decision to leave and seek solace in drinking and whoring. Of course, run to your vices, Robert. Leave the mess behind. Our son has been humiliated, and that dire wolf that attacked him still roams freely. Justice is far from served. Robert shut her out, his patience worn thin by the revelation of Joffrey's lies and his attempt to harm Arya. You've had your say, Cersei. You wanted the girl punished and a stranger corrected our son. I won't tolerate lies and deception, especially when our own son is at fault. Joffrey is lucky that the beast didn't savage him, as it surely would have if his tale held any truth. Cersei's face contorted with anger, and Joffrey's expression mirrored her disappointment and frustration. They exchanged a quick, resentful look before Robert stormed out of the hall. I watched Robert's departure, noting Cersei and Joffrey's lingering glare directed at me. Raising an eyebrow in response to their reactions, I remained calm and composed. Their expressions hardened as they locked eyes with me, their resentment and fury palpable. I felt their burning fury and increasing bitterness and resentment against me. With one final disdainful and cold glance, Cersei and Joffrey turned and followed in the wake of the departing king, storming out of the hall. Sir Jaime followed them, but stopped a short moment to send me a complex look, full of his arrogance and yet of something akin of a conflicted mind and curiosity. He finally left the hall and a part of me wondered if he won't join Cersei to discuss me or to help her finding some relief. A part of felt strong disgust, but the other felt sorry for the Lannister Kingsguard. The crowd, engrossed in the spectacle, had yet to notice the subtle exchange between Cersei, Joffrey, and me. Their attention remained focused on the departing figures and the lingering tension in the room. As the scrutiny of the onlookers followed my every move, I decided I made my due and that I needed to take my leave. I made my way towards the exit of the hall. As I moved, I felt that their reactions and expressions varied, some showing gratitude, others curiosity, and a few even suspicion. The room remained abuzz with whispered conversations, dissecting the events that had just unfolded, and contemplating the stranger who had become an unexpected catalyst in the realm's affairs, even though they were uncertain if it was just a spark or something more. One here is the rewrite of the one-shot Truth by Logic to develop in a longer tale. The same logic that was behind Truth by Logic is here, i.e. the use of ChatGPT to help me to build the draft of the tale. However, I also rewrote some details and parts in an attempt to shape the text in addition to my method of request to obtain a result that would very close of what I could have imagined in my mind. 2. The POV would be of the SI ISOT in Westeros, mainly because of his way of thinking and because I generally prefer to develop the characters and their interactions and personalities, not to mention their actions and decisions as they are the fuel of stories. However, it is also a bit omniscient, a result from my requests to ChatGPT, so do not be surprised of seeing depictions of characters' thoughts the MC is not supposed to know, or at least, not being able to guess. 3. Concerning the regularity of publication, I am still thinking between a week or a fortnight. There are already 3 other parts as ready for publications, but because I am someone who likes to plan further and to be well prepared, not to mention to be able to adapt, rectify, and shape the texts before publication. 4. I'll try, both in my requests and in my own additions, to be as close as I can to the canonical characters, at the least for the starting point, because I know alternate events tend to affect characters in a different manner. 5. Do not be surprised of the MC's personality and behavior. Mainly inspired from myself, it is also the fantasized version of some of his qualities, not to mention the qualities people who loves to insert themselves tend to have, even though it won't be a Gary Stu, or at least, I try not to fall in this trope with all the issues they imply, mainly because beyond his skills and knowledges, he is a everyday people with no magical powers and aware of his limitations. And when in incoming parts, there are situations I feel can allow it, some of the flaws will be shown. 6. However, I am someone who considers that in the world, there is always a counterpart / alter ego / consequence, to another. In short, in every quality, there is ground for potential flaw as there is ground for potential quality in a flaw. The skills of the MC may be qualities, but they can also be flaws because of the context. I'll try to explore it, especially as while it is an inspiration from me, I tend to be as merciful to my characters in the stories I imagined as would be GRRM, even though I tend to have an approach of a less brutal and cynical approach on the matter. 7. Consider this fanfic as a semi-alternate canonical universe as while the setting is canonical, though a mix of both the series and books, the interpretations by ChatGPT and my own interpretations on certain matters might affect it, even though I'll attempt to be as close of the context as I can, making my own additions for everything ChatGPT can't do, notably concerning reflecting flaws, weaknesses and depiction of violence, mainly from canonical characters, as the MC is not only a 21st century man, but also one that deeply dislikes violence, even though he is aware there are situations it can't be avoided. 8. I hope all these notes are not too much. I am someone who try to be as clear as crystal in how I speak and think of matters as any phrase, any word can be interpreted through a certain lens and context. 9. Good reading. 2/Help and reward. I made my way towards the exit of the hall, still feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny. However, it lessened as I left the place and was moving towards the courtyard, preparing myself to truly leave, even though I was uncertain where to go. My cautious self was blaming me, harassing me for acting like the young boy I was while imagining myself as the hero of stories I made. But as I was about to join the courtyard, I heard footsteps behind me. A part of me wondered who it could be, and another prepared for the worst, my defensive and cautious mind imagining any possibility. Mark. Wait. Arya's voice calling me out caused me to stop in my tracks. As I turned around, I saw arriving in a rush. A part of me was delighted to interact further with her, but I was also intrigued by her sudden presence. I also saw Jory Castle arriving afterwards, probably chasing after Arya. Yes, Arya. Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be with your father? I asked her with curiosity, kindness, and concern. Jory reached us, slightly out of breath, and looked at me with a mix of surprise and gratitude. Mark, isn't it? As I nodded, the captain of Lord Stark's guards said, I apologize for Arya. She rushed after you when you left the hall. Lord Stark asked me to find her. He added with a respectful voice, I must say, it took courage to stand up to the prince and the queen like you did. I nodded, acknowledging Jory's words while keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. You do not have to apologize, sire. You do your duty, and after what happened, I can understand why your lord wouldn't allow his daughter on her own. Jory nodded, appreciating my understanding. Seeing Arya and him here reminded myself that some hours ago, he found Arya and helped her to chase away Nymeria for her sake. A part of me couldn't help but think of George's Lucas's words, it's like poetry, it rhymes for the current situation, the two of them together not in the woods but nearby the courtyard of Derry Castle, and instead of chasing away a dire wolf, one chasing someone while the other rushing after to keep an eye on her. Before Jory might say to Arya to come back, I turned my eyes back to her and asked, why were you following me? Arya's eyes sparkled with determination as she spoke, grateful I was curious and determined to listen to her. While cautious and wary, Jory observed us. I couldn't let you leave without knowing if you're safe, Arya said, her voice filled with gratitude and an unwavering sense of justice while her eyes sparkled. You defended me when others wouldn't, and you risked your own safety for me. Her words resonated with me, reminding me of the true essence of honor and loyalty. Interacting with her and Jory filled me with a mixture of delight and reassurance. I considered Arya's words, recognizing the genuine concern in her young voice. Uncertainty clouded my mind, aware of the dangers that awaited me in this treacherous world. I looked at Arya, then turned to Jory, sensing his eager and curious eyes. I inwardly felt touched by their expressions and by Arya's concern for me. A part of me reminded me that she was making friends with people of the small folk with ease, and as I could be considered as one in spite of my foreign roots, I could understand her curiosity, especially with the help I gave her through my intervention. Arya, I thank you both for your concern, I began, my voice filled with gratitude and sincerity. And to tell you the truth, I do not know where to go, except that I must leave before the queen or her son find a way to strike back at me. And while I am glad for your concern, aligning yourselves with me, a foreign commoner, might not be wise or well received. Jory's expression shifted, first displaying concern and understanding as he recalled the events in the hall, and then through a flicker of determination mingling with admiration and trust. Arya's expression shifted, first in concern and understanding as she remembered what she just experienced back in the hall, and then through a flicker of determination mingling with a touch of admiration and something else that I couldn't quite decipher. I don't care, she finally declared, her voice resolute. You're different from the others. I can see it. And father, he'll understand. He always protects those who deserve it. You deserve it, Mark. You defended me and stood up for what's right. You can stay with us. The North remembers. Jory seemed a bit stunned by the little girl's declaration, and looked at me, first slightly hesitant before his gaze turned steady and filled with the weight of responsibility. Arya speaks true. You've shown honor and bravery. Lord Stark will make the right decision. Arya's unwavering faith in her father's sense of justice and her own ability to perceive character touched me deeply. It was a testament to her own resilience and intelligence, traits that would shape her destiny. I was also amused and touched by the fact she would use the famous northerner phrase to make her point clear. I was more surprised in Jory's words, as I would expect him to be more wary of me as I was a stranger in this place. A little side of me thought upon it and considered that he might regard me with respect and trust with how I intervened, the fact I took a risk in facing the royal, or the fact I named him as a trustworthy person to handle something like attending the examination of the body of the prince. Regardless of the reason, I was also touched by such trust, even if another part of me was thinking on the fact that if it was a fiction, I would be regarded as nearly a Gary Stu without magical powers but with meta-knowledge. As I contemplated her words, the image of Arya, a fierce and independent spirit, battling her own battles in the face of adversity, appeared in my mind from the memories of the TV series and of any depictions I read on her. It was a character I had come to admire from the pages of the books and the screen of the television series, and interacting with her in the flesh before all the events that shaped her was peculiar and very overwhelming. I also thought of Jory's fate and shivered a bit as I thought that he would die in the clash against Jaime Lannister's men at the entrance of Shataz's brothel. Chasing away this infamous thought, I reflected upon Arya's proposal. While Jory seemed to support it in spite of his possible vigilance, a part of me still hesitated to answer, knowing the intricate dynamics of the Game of Thrones and the dangers that came with aligning oneself too closely with any noble house, especially the Starks. But Arya's offer, laced with trust and hope, tugged at my heart. And a part of me saw the advantage of the proposition, especially as it came from Arya and not me, and the fact that Jory could vouch for me and seemed to be supportive of Arya's idea. As cynical as it sounded, I was aware that no matter my deed this evening, Lord Stark might be wary of accepting my request for protection if it came from me so soon after having intervened in the hall. I tried to ignore this pragmatic thought as I felt tainted by the idea I somehow manipulated Arya, even though it wasn't my intent. But I couldn't reject her offer, mainly because I knew that it would be against who I was. Turning my back after a good deed while I might be of help would be akin of a coward, and more importantly of someone that couldn't face his responsibilities. My cautious part is torn apart inside, screaming that it would be folly to further pursue a move that any self-insert would do for rightful or easy motives, while acknowledging that my survival will be greater with someone with influence and authority like Eddard Stark, not to mention that his family would one of the very rares I would easily trust, as they were depicted as nice people in the context of Westeros. And as a bonus, compared to some others' houses that could be nice enough, they wouldn't immediately regard my skills, tools, and knowledge as something to gain for their own purposes. And I share a lot of values with the current Starks, making it more easier to make a decision. If it had been the Lannisters who made the proposition, I would choose the path of a poor lonesome traveler far away from his home rather than being a pawn for their short-sighted, cruel and pride-blinded agendas. After a moment of consideration, I made up my mind, guided by both the desire to aid Arya's family in facing the impending storms and my fondness for her character. Not to mention, Jory's presence and his support played a significant role in my decision, as I knew he would vouch for what had been said here. I knew that despite the cultural clash and gap, I would easily fit among them. I looked at Arya with resolute eyes and a smile. "All right, Arya. I accept your offer. I will stay and ask for your father's protection." Arya's face lit up with a radiant smile, relief evident in her eyes. "Thank you. I knew you would. Come, let's go back to the hall. Father needs to know." I looked at Jory, who just nodded, probably more concerned to Arya's safety at this moment. We turned back to make our way to the hall once again, with Arya leading the way by my side while Jory is watching our backs. As we moved towards the hall, a faint sound caught my attention from outside, a horse approaching. My heart skipped a beat, and my thoughts immediately turned to Sandor Clegane and the possibility of him returning with Micah's body. Inwardly, I offered a silent gratitude that Jory and Arya hadn't stopped me in the courtyard, as they would have witnessed the grim scene. Arya, driven by her fierce loyalty, would likely have rushed forward in anger, seeking to avenge her friend. And such situation would have possibly resulted in tragedy, not to mention that would have cancelled all the good deeds I had just achieved. And considering Westeros's tendency for bad luck at the wrong time, I felt glad it didn't occur, or that I wouldn't see the cut down and crushed body of the boy, as I disliked such thing. My analytical part was saying to me that I couldn't escape long witnessing such gruesome things, no matter how deep my dislike of violence ran in me. I wasn't, however, like Sho Renly, who was depicted as someone that would faint to the view of blood. Pushing aside these dark thoughts, I focused on the present. Arya, Jory, and I continued our path. As we entered the room, we noticed that many courtiers and servants had already left. Some passed before us, casting curious glances and whispering among themselves. I caught glimpses of different reactions, ranging from awe and puzzlement to raised eyebrows. The unconventional situation of a commoner standing beside a highborn girl seemed to stir intrigue and speculation. I couldn't help but find it amusing, although my cautious side also worried about the breach of protocol, particularly considering Arya's fiery and non-conventional spirit. The whispers and glances from the onlookers also served as a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. But with Arya's determination and support and a sense of purpose filling my heart, I felt ready to face whatever awaited me. Arya searched for her father among the crowd and finally spotted him in discussion with Sir Baristan. Curiosity stirred within me, eager to know the subject of their conversation. However, I resisted the temptation to eavesdrop, reminding myself of the importance of maintaining proper etiquette and avoiding any behavior that could undermine the trust I sought to build with Lord Stark, despite my good deeds for his daughter. As Arya and I approached, Sir Baristan and Lord Stark interrupted their discussion, their surprise evident as they noticed my return. Lord Stark's gaze then shifted to Arya, a mix of gratitude and curiosity evident in his questioning look. He wondered what his daughter had done, particularly considering her sudden rush after me. "Arya, what have you done?" Lord Stark's voice carried a gentle yet firm tone, betraying both his relief at finding her safe and his curiosity about her actions. Arya's eyes met her father's, reflecting a mixture of determination and uncertainty. She took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts before speaking. "I wanted to be sure Mark would be all right." Lord Stark's concern and understanding flickered across his face as he glanced at me, grateful and curious. "I appreciate your concern for this man. But why has he returned?" "Father, I suggested to Mark that he ask for your help. He has nowhere else to go, and he helped me in a time of need. We owe him our gratitude," Arya answered, her voice filled with genuine concern and determination. Eddard contemplated his daughter's words, recognizing her compassion and her desire to repay the debt of gratitude. At that moment, Jory Castle approached, having caught up with Arya. "My lord, I apologize for Arya's hasty departure. I was chasing after her as she rushed after Mark," Jory explained, his voice filled with concern for Arya's safety. Lord Stark's gaze shifted to Jory, his eyes displaying a mixture of gratitude and authority. "Thank you, Jory." Lord Stark's gaze returned to me, his curiosity deepening. "Tell me, Mark, why did you return? What do you seek?" I met Lord Stark's gaze with sincerity and respect. "Lord Stark, as your daughter said, she suggested to seek your protection as I have nowhere else to go. I aided Arya because it was the right thing to do, and now I find myself in need of assistance." Lord Stark turned to Jory, seeking confirmation of Arya's words and my intentions. Jory nodded, his voice steady as he spoke. "Lord Stark, I can confirm Arya's words. Mark sought your protection through her advice. And after what we have saw tonight, I think his actions speak well of his character." Lord Stark nodded in agreement before his gaze shifted between Jory and me, weighing our words and assessing the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and nodded. "Very well. Mark, you shall have my protection, but remember that it comes with responsibilities and expectations." I bowed respectfully, grateful for Lord Stark's acceptance. "Thank you, Lord Stark. I understand the weight of your expectations, and I am prepared to fulfill them to the best of my abilities." As our conversation unfolded, Sir Baristan sensed the personal nature of our discussion and took his leave, saluting Lord Stark, his daughter and Sir Jory. "If you don't mind, my lord, I shall take my leave." Lord Stark nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, Sir Baristan." Before departing, Sir Baristan paused for a moment to commend me for my words and actions during the examination. "Well done, stranger. Your words carried weight, and justice was served. May you continue to be a beacon of truth." I bowed once again, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Baristan. I shall strive to uphold truth and justice." After Sir Baristan's departure, I turned to Arya with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Arya, for your suggestion and kindness. I am honored to have your support." Arya's face lit up with a mixture of gratitude and excitement, her admiration for justice and bravery shining through. "I'm glad I could help, Mark. We'll stick together, and I promise to watch your back, just like you watched mine." Eddard observed our interaction with a fatherly gaze, his admiration for his daughter evident. "Arya has a good heart, and I trust her judgment," he said, his voice carrying a hint of pride that changed his classical solemn face. His eyes however told me of a warning, probably warning me of not breaking Arya's trust she gave to me. I silently nodded, even though I knew that I would deeply dislike breaking such a trust even by accident, not only because of my fondness for her character back when her world was just a fictional tale, but because it was the way I was. Eddard sent a glance around him before continuing, "We shall ensure your safety and provide you with a place to stay within our guest rooms. We will continue this conversation there, away from prying ears." I nodded in understanding, acknowledging the need for discretion in our discussions. "Of course, my lord. Lead the way, and I shall follow." Jory, standing nearby, listened attentively to Lord Stark's words. As we prepared to move, Jory approached me with a nod of acknowledgement. "I will ensure the safety of Lady Arya and accompany you both to the guest rooms, my lord." Lord Stark acknowledged Jory's commitment with a nod of approval. "Thank you, Jory. Your presence will provide an extra layer of protection." As we walked together through the corridors of Derry Castle, Jory positioned himself behind us, keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. I appreciated his presence, knowing that he was an experienced and loyal member of Lord Stark's household. I also readied myself as I knew the incoming discussion with Lord Stark could be very important to truly earn his trust and to determine what would be my path from now. A part of me felt thankful by the lucky coincidences and Arya's fiery spirit to allow it to happen, but I knew that I wouldn't rely on chance, otherwise I could call myself Targaryen for relying too much on something that could be deprived from me at any time. 1_ The first step of the setting up of my MC's path after his bold entrance. Or like a certain fictional character would say, the game is on. 2_ Like the previous chapter, a mix resulted from the draft generated by ChatGPT, and any additional request to make it the more developed and complex possible in regards of its restraints, to make it easy to develop the canonical characters' reactions and dialogues and my own additions and rewrite to give the text a more narrative, consistent and personal feeling, not to mention that I wrote when immediately came in mind on a certain subject and the draft helped me to easily blend in regard of the characters' reactions. 3_ Contrary to the previous chapter, I allowed space among the different parts of the chapter to allow the text to breathe and for make it easier and more comfortable to read. 4_ The pretext that truly created the path of the rest of the fanfiction, at least the first chapters, rely on how I consider and understand Arya's character, especially as she has not been tainted by the traumatic events that she would experience in the future. 5_ As mentioned in the previous chapter, my MC is inspired by me, my fictional self, and thus, most of his words and actions are things I might have done, even though I take into account that between imagining something and experiencing it, there is a huge difference and gap as the emotional and physical impacts are not truly present when we imagine a situation in the comfort of our homes. 6_ Initially, it was only Arya that followed me in my initial request. However, as perfectionist as I was and very attentive to context, I knew it wouldn't do, even with Arya's personality. I added Jory because A. He was present during Arya's trial, B. He was the one who found her in the woods, and C. It solves certain possible issues that would have needed to be tackled in the next chapters, especially with the bomb that would be depicted in the next chapter, and D. With what just happened, it would have been very irresponsible. 7_ For those who are wondering what Lord Stark and Sir Barristan were discussing, well, they were discussing of what just happened and on who I was, since they weren't expecting me to come back as I left the hall as soon as the royal family took their leave. 8_ It may be not obvious, but beyond the meta references to Westeros from my MC, there are other references and Easter eggs to other stories I love, of any genre and any land and time. Those Easter eggs are written by me and not part of the initial draft, unless it was part of the initial request. 9_ Good reading. 3/Trust in surprises. Eddard, Arya, Jory, and I joined the guest rooms that Lord Darry assigned to the Starks. While Arya was sent to bed to allow her to rest after her 4 days in the woods, in spite of her desire to attend the discussion, her father and I joined the room where he was resting, while Jory was tasked to prevent our discussion to be overheard. As Eddard and I settled within the room, there was a brief moment of silence, allowing us to gather our thoughts before diving into the discussion that lay ahead. It was during this moment that I noticed the weariness in Eddard Stark's eyes, a reminder of the 4 long days he had spent searching for Arya and then dealing with the trial against her until my intervention. Concerned for his well-being, I couldn't help but ask, "My lord, are you all right? You seem to have been through a great deal." Eddard took a deep breath before responding, his voice tinged with a hint of exhaustion. "Thank you for your concern, Mark. These past days have been trying, but the safety and well-being of my daughter were of utmost importance. I will endure." I nodded in understanding, acknowledging his determination and resilience. Eddard, however, seemed to have a deeper reason for bringing me here. While he acknowledged my intervention on behalf of his daughter and understood my desire for protection from the Lannisters, he needed more information. He looked at me with solemn eyes as he spoke up. "Before we make any decisions about to ensure you protection, I need to know more about you. Your actions in the hall are commendable, and Arya wouldn't have asked you to seek my help if she didn't trust you. But I know nothing of your background or your motivations." I listened attentively, ready to answer any questions he may have. "What do you want to know, my lord?" "I am an open book," I asked. Eddard's gaze lingered for a moment before he finally spoke, his voice firm and measured. "Tell me, where do you hail from? What land and people do you call home?" I took a deep breath, thinking upon my answer. A part of me was yearning to tell the truth, but I knew it would shape Eddard's perception of me, no matter how grateful he felt to my intervention. But I knew I couldn't completely avoid his question, as it would mean I hid something from him, and the idea to hide something from the man put me ill at ease, as it gave me the impression to be like Cersei, Varys, or Baelish. I couldn't lower myself to their level, not for something that would allow Eddard to know what kind of man I was. The idea to lie to him, as would many self-inserts like the one from the Prophet from Maine, was something foreign to me. Not that I couldn't say half-truth or say white lies or little lies, but I wasn't pretentious to believe I could play something I couldn't grasp enough because of the limits of my knowledge, not to mention as good as playing I might be. Doing such tricks to Lord Stark was something I didn't want, especially not for Arya's sake. I finally decided to reveal a bit without going in details and saw how Eddard would consider my answer. I came from a place far away, beyond any known lands. I arrived there 2 or 3 weeks ago like a shipwreck survivor with no clues where I was. I was lucky to encounter peasants that informed me I was near Derry Castle, even if my appearance puzzled them and they even consider me as a merchant or a lord. I didn't dismiss the first but dismissed the second. They accepted to host me for some days and I helped them. They gave me some clothes to allow me to fit more in the Riverlands. When they heard the king was coming again to Derry Castle, I decided to join the place. As I was a helping hand that didn't ask for reward, one of the servant allowed me to join the castle as I offered my help to relieve them in the handling of the royal household. And this evening, I found myself among the crowd that witnessed this kangaroo trial against your daughter. And you know the rest. Eddard's brow furrowed as he considered my explanation, his demeanor shifting from skepticism to a cautious contemplation. Your words seem plausible, especially with the lack of respect in the decorum when you spoke of the prince. However, I cannot simply dismiss the possibility that there is more to your story than meets the eye. Your arrival and knowledge raise questions that demand answers. I looked at him with curiosity and apprehension. My knowledge. The northerner lord looked straight at me with serious and vigilant eyes. You claim to be a foreigner with no ties with the 7 kingdoms. And yet, you seem to possess knowledge and information that should be beyond your reach if it was the case. You knew Sir Baristan Selmy could be trusted, you recognized Jory Castle, and you even knew the name of the boy who accompanied Arya on the Ruby Ford, as well as her dire wolf. A part of me inwardly applauded Lord Stark for his attention, but another dreaded, wondering if Cersei or another among the people seeing the trial noticed the same thing. Unaware of my thoughts, Lord Stark asked me with seriousness and curiosity, how is it that you have this knowledge? I tensed a bit, aware of the delicate situation I was in, especially as I sensed a glimpse of threat in the Lord's voice. I hesitated a bit to his question, a part of me once again tempted to dodge his question or to give him an easy answer that would use the truth in a shroud of lies. But I didn't want that, no matter how dangerous and foolishness my choice would be. I couldn't play games as we were not in Winterfell, and even if it was the case, I wouldn't want that. I decided to face my responsibilities while preparing myself to prove my words to the northerner lord. I took a deep breath, knowing that my revelation could potentially shatter his perception of reality. Lord Stark, please bear with me as what I am about to tell you might be difficult to comprehend. But I swear on my honor, my life, and before the gods that what I am about to tell is the truth, only but the truth. The reason why I didn't tell exactly where I come is because it is a place that doesn't exist here. It is a place beyond the reality of your world which is called Earth. I do not know how or why I found myself in Westeros. And concerning my knowledge, it came from stories of my world that depict Westeros and Essos, notably current events and potential ones that may unfold in the next 3 to 5 years. I watched Eddard's expression shift, a mixture of curiosity, intrigue, doubt, and disbelief crossing his face. It was clear that he struggled to accept my claims about coming from another world and possessing knowledge of events yet to occur. Something I couldn't blame him for, as it would be as ludicrous if not even more so than what the deserter, Garrod, or Will, told him about the White Walkers before he executed him. He was also conflicted, wondering what my game or intent was, especially as I had helped his daughter beforehand, or the fact I swore my words to be the truth on my honor and life. He seemed torn between dismissing my claims as the delusions of a troubled mind or delving deeper to uncover the truth behind my words, as he couldn't imagine a madman helping his daughter. His voice held a cautious edge as he questioned my motives and intentions and to consider if I was sincere or deceitful and mad. You expect me to believe that you come from some unknown land that doesn't exist here or to possess knowledge of events yet to occur? He questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty and caution. How can I trust such claims? What do you hope to gain from all this? Your words bear weight, but it is difficult for me to reconcile them with the reality I know. Lord Stark's skepticism was evident, his sense of duty and responsibility conflicting with the fantastical nature of my revelations. I could see his mind racing, considering the implications and potential consequences of believing me. It was clear that he was considering the implications of my revelation, not only for himself but for his family and the realm, should they were revealed true. I understood his skepticism, and I knew that it would take more than mere words to earn his trust. I resisted to gulp or to fidget under his blank and grave expression, knowing that I will need all my skills in words, in knowledge, and in handling people to prove what were currently considered as mad claims. I raised my hands in an appeasing manner, urging Eddard to hear me out. Please, my lord, I implored, my voice steady yet earnest. Hear me out. While my words alone may not be enough to convince you, I assure you that I have ways to prove these fantastic and unbelievable claims. And if what I have said doesn't sway your judgment, then I am prepared to take my leave and seek refuge in the Night's Watch, both to ensure my own safety against the wrath of the Queen and the Prince and to make amends for any potential misleading I may have done to you and your family. Eddard's mind churned with conflicting thoughts as he considered my plea. While he recognized the sincerity and weight behind my offer to prove my claims or seek refuge in the Night's Watch, he couldn't justify sending someone who had defended his daughter to the wall without clear evidence of wrongdoing. His sense of justice, coupled with his paternal instincts, compelled him to protect me from such a fate. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice reflecting a mixture of caution and determination. Very well, Mark. I appreciate your willingness to prove the truth of your claims, but I cannot allow you to take the black if you failed to do so. I respect your willingness to face your responsibilities, but you have committed no crimes, and my daughter would not accept that I send the man who defended her to the wall, especially as she convinced you to ask for my help. And you seem to be like a green boy who had never handled the colds of winter. You wouldn't survive there. He paused briefly, his gaze fixed on me. Instead, I urge you to demonstrate the substantiation of your extraordinary knowledge. Show me the evidence you claim to possess. If what you say holds true, it will not only alleviate any doubts I may have but also provide an opportunity for us to understand the nature of your situation and potentially find a way to ensure your safety. I nodded, understanding his perspective and appreciating his protective nature. With a momentary pause to gather my thoughts, I prepared to demonstrate the extent of my knowledge. I reached beneath the small folk clothes I had been wearing, removing them to reveal my 21st century attire underneath. The sight of the unfamiliar garments elicited a mix of surprise and curiosity from Eddard. Do you think an SI or any person from the known world would wear such clothes? I remarked, sensing his curiosity. I was wearing them back in my world when I hesitated for a moment, realizing the implications of what I was about to say. When I was rewatching the first season of Game of Thrones. Eddard's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as he took in the revelation. The significance of my attire and the mention of Game of Thrones sparked a flicker of recognition within him, even though he wondered what I mean by rewatching the Game of Thrones. The pieces of the puzzle started to align, and he began to comprehend the fantastical nature of my claims. You speak of another world, and these clothes, they do not belong to Westeros, he stated, his voice tinged with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. I nodded, confirming his observation. That is correct, my lord. I come from a world different from your own, a place called Earth. It is a world that exists beyond the boundaries of Westeros and Essos, a world where stories on your world like Game of Thrones are known and watched. Eddard's mind raced, grappling with the enormity of the situation. The realization that I might truly come from another realm, that my knowledge extended beyond the known lands, started to take hold. The skepticism that once clouded his thoughts gave way to a more open-minded consideration of my claims. Eddard's mind grappled with the implications of my revelation and the proofs I had presented. While the sight of my unfamiliar attire and the mention of Game of Thrones sparked a flicker of intrigue, he remained cautious and reserved in his response. Mark, your claims and the proofs you've presented are indeed extraordinary, Eddard began, his voice measured and thoughtful. The revelation of your attire from a different land and the mention of this, Game of Thrones, certainly provide some intriguing evidence. However, you must be aware that it may not be enough as your extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. I nodded in understanding. I know. That's why I will give you 3 others clues. One tied to me and my world and the 2 others to my knowledge. Eddard's eyes grew more curious and intrigued on me, wondering how I'd managed to prove my claims. I take a breath before saying, Quan derive la nej etk servienant le vensteliver, le lu solitaire mert, mais la mutservit. Eddard's brow furrowed in confusion, clearly taken aback by the foreign words. What is this? I have never heard such a language before, he admitted, his curiosity piqued. I smiled gently, aiming to provide clarification and intrigue. It is French, my mother tongue. And what I just said is the translation of a phrase you would say to your children, when snow falls and the winds of winter come, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Eddard's eyes widened with surprise and recognition. The familiarity of the phrase resonated with him, triggering memories and associations. It was a phrase he himself had spoken to his children, a deeply meaningful sentiment within his family. He felt a start of acknowledging my claims, even though he was still struggling a bit because of his practical mind and caution. Anything else? He asked with caution and intrigue. Thinking a bit on how to prove my knowledge and truly earning his trust, I then decided to reveal something that only someone with intimate knowledge of Eddard's past could possibly know, even if I was a bit wary as I kind of felt like a stalker or a voyeur once I revealed these 2 facts. Let me tell you 2 things, my lord, that you have experienced and that I couldn't have known in detail unless it was true. Eddard leaned forward, his gaze unwavering, a mix of curiosity and cautious anticipation filling his eyes. He silently urged me to continue. I took a breath before beginning, confident in my revelations and yet aware of the potential impact they would have on the Northerner Lord. Several weeks ago, before you learned of the death of the previous hand, Lord Jonaran, and the arrival of your friend the king, you executed a deserter from the Night's Watch who told you he had seen the White Walkers. The execution was witnessed by your sons Robb, Bran, Jon Snow, but also Theon Greyjoy, Jory, and Roderick Castle. It was Bran's first execution. After the execution, you spoke with Bran, explaining why you had to carry out the sentence yourself with the fact that the man who passes the judgment must use the sword. Later, you stumbled upon the corpse of a female direwolf killed by a stag's antler and discovered her cubs. Theon was about to kill them, but John convinced you to spare them, saying that the direwolves represented your house, with one for each of your children. You relented and accepted, and as you were leaving, John found the runt of the litter. The direwolves were named Grey Wind, Ghost, Lady, Nymeria, and Shaggy Dog, while Bran's direwolf remains unnamed. As I spoke, Eddard's face underwent a remarkable transformation. Shock, disbelief, and a surge of raw emotion swept across his features. It was evident that he had not expected me to recount a recent event in such vivid detail, especially considering I hadn't been present, and the fact that I knew the names of many of his children and their dire wolves. However, I pressed on, revealing one more piece of information that would leave no doubt about the authenticity of my knowledge, even though I tried to be careful in how I phrased it, unsure of the fact our discussion would completely go unnoticed. I also know the final words your late sister, Lyanna Stark, whispered to you in the Tower of Joy. Promise me, Ned. You promised her to watch over her newborn son. A son who is now riding to Castle Black on the Wall to join the Night's Watch. Eddard's face went ashen, his eyes widening with a mixture of astonishment, profound sadness, and deep fear. The weight of my words, revealing such a closely guarded secret, bore down on him. His mind raced, grappling with the implications of my knowledge and the breach of trust it suggested. For a fleeting moment, Eddard's gaze drifted away, lost in the depths of his memories. His thoughts were filled with Lyanna's face, the promise he had made to her, and the countless years he had spent protecting John, knowing the truth but veiling it from the world. The conflicting emotions of love, duty, and the burden of this secret swirled within him, threatening to consume him. For a short moment, I almost thought that he would unleash on me to protect this secret, but I chased away this thought because while Eddard could strongly react when it concerned his family, he was not like Robert Baratheon. But I awaited his reaction, aware that my answers completely affected the Northerner Lord on how he might perceive the world and on a personal level. Eddard's voice quivered, betraying the turmoil within. How? How could you know this? How could you possess such intimate knowledge that only a handful of people hold? Are you toying with me? Is this some cruel jest? I looked at Eddard with sympathy, fully comprehending the weight of the information I had just revealed to Eddard. His cautious and wary demeanor was to be expected, considering the unbelievable nature of my claims. I felt a pang of guilt for causing such turmoil. Taking a moment to collect my thoughts, I nodded earnestly and responded to his questions. I apologize for putting you in such state, Lord Stark. I can understand your disbelief. If the situation were reversed, I would likely react in the same way. But please know that if I were an imposter or someone trying to abuse your trust, I would have chosen a more believable story. I would have claimed to possess greensight or of being a red priest like Thuras of Myr. However, that wouldn't have been me, and since you have noticed the details that came from my knowledge, I'd rather be sincere and honest with you, especially for the sake of your daughter and for the sake of the request I've made to ask your protection. Eddard's expression shifted, displaying a mix of confusion and curiosity as he contemplated my words. It was evident that he was attempting to reconcile the information I presented with his own understanding of the world. He also seemed to grasp the meaning of my words and the intent behind them. Sensing his curiosity and his desire to understand my motives, I continued speaking in calm and measured tone while feeling a strong apprehension. To be honest, Lord Stark, I didn't expect to reveal this truth to you or anyone. The knowledge I possess is both restricted and fragmented. It is limited to the perspectives of key individuals in your world, such as Tyrion Lannister, Daenerys Targaryen, and yourself. Furthermore, it is important for you not to take my word for face value, as it could influence your decisions and the actions of those around you. I am aware of the dangers of attracting attention and the risks involved in altering the course of events. Eddard listened intently, his eyes fixed on me as I spoke. He seemed to absorb my words, contemplating their implications and the potential consequences they carried. After a brief silence, he finally responded, his voice cautious yet tinged with curiosity. Then, why did you choose to reveal this information to me? And why should I trust you? I answered him in an assertive yet impassioned voice, expressing my motivations and reasoning. There are 3 reasons, Lord Stark. First, as I said, you noticed the details and I couldn't dismiss your findings without destroying any goodwill I might have created with you. Second, when I witnessed the confrontation between Arya and the prince before the king, it played out exactly as I had read and watched in the stories. I couldn't stand idly by and let injustice occur when I had the ability to make a difference, no matter how small it will be. I relied on my analytical mind and understanding of how Joffrey and your daughter presented their sides of the story to intervene. And I did so knowing the risks involved, aware that I had more to lose than to gain. Eddard's expression softened slightly, his brows furrowing as he pondered my words. It was evident that my acknowledgement of his astute observations had caught his attention, stirring a glimmer of curiosity within him. His guarded demeanor began to crack, replaced by a growing willingness to consider the possibility of my claims being genuine. My second reason fortified his demeanor as he was processing the implications of my intervention, understanding the potential impact it could have had on the events that followed. I continued, addressing his second question. As for why you should trust me, Lord Stark, I want to assure you that I am not an impostor or a schemer. I am someone who values sincerity and strives to do the right thing. While I possess this peculiar knowledge, it is not the sole skill I have, and I do not neglect my skills or the responsibilities that come with them. I am not here to take advantage of the situation, but rather to offer assistance where I can. I am deeply invested in the well-being of your family, as they hold a special place in the stories I know. I want to help you through my strengths, my heart, my values, and my analytical mind. Revealing this truth to you is part of my commitment to honesty and transparency, despite the risks it entails. Pausing for a moment, I concluded, however, I understand if you find it difficult to trust me after such revelations. I apologize for putting you in this position, but I wanted to be open and show you the extent of my skills, despite the peculiarity of my situation. Eddard's reaction was a mix of contemplation and emotion. He took a moment to let my words sink in, carefully considering them. It was clear that he was grappling with a multitude of thoughts and feelings. Finally, he responded with a measured tone, "These are extraordinary claims, and I must admit that it is difficult for me to fully comprehend and accept them. However, I am not one to dismiss possibilities outright, especially when presented with such detailed knowledge. I appreciate your honesty and willingness to explain your motives. For now, I will reserve judgment and continue to observe. But know this, if I find any reason to doubt your intentions or the authenticity of your information, I will not hesitate to act." "I understand, Lord Stark. Your vigilance is commendable, and I respect your decision. I only ask that you keep an open mind and consider the information I've shared as we navigate the challenges that lie ahead. If you have any further questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to voice them. I am here to assist in any way I can, as long as it aligns with the values and goals you hold dear." The weight of the conversation hung heavily in the air, as silence enveloped the room. Eddard Stark's gaze remained fixed upon me, his eyes searching for answers amidst the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. I could sense the weight of his exhaustion, the weariness etched upon his face after days of searching for his missing daughter. My own mind raced, trying to comprehend the enormity of the situation and the risks involved in revealing such knowledge. Minutes stretched into eternity as the silence persisted, punctuated only by the distant crackle of the hearth's dying embers. Each passing moment allowed the gravity of the revelations to sink deeper, binding our fates together in a tapestry of uncertainty and intrigue. The room seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the next words to break the stillness. I watched Eddard's face closely, observing the play of emotions that flickered across his features. His brow furrowed with deep contemplation, lines etched on his forehead betraying the weight of responsibility he carried as Lord of Winterfell. I could see the conflict within him, torn between skepticism and the undeniable evidence that had been presented. As the silence stretched on, I respected the need for reflection. It was a crucial moment, one that demanded patience and understanding. We both needed time to process the implications of my claims, to reconcile the extraordinary with the familiar, and to determine the best course of action. The minutes turned into an hour, the silence unbroken save for the faint sounds of distant footsteps echoing through the corridors of Winterfell. I resisted the urge to break the stillness, recognizing the importance of allowing Eddard the space he needed. The weight of the world bore down upon him, and I understood the magnitude of the decision he was about to make. Finally, as the silence began to give way to a subtle shift in energy, Eddard's eyes met mine once more. In his gaze, I detected a glimmer of determination, a resolve taking root amidst the lingering doubt. The silence had served its purpose, allowing the seeds of trust and understanding to germinate in the fertile soil of contemplation. Breaking the silence, Eddard spoke with a measured yet resolute tone, his voice carrying the weight of responsibility. "Your words and actions have shown a depth of knowledge and insight that I cannot ignore. Though I still struggle to comprehend the full extent of what you claim, I cannot dismiss the evidence before me. I will consider your request for protection, and I shall take steps to ensure your safety." A sigh of relief escaped my lips, knowing that the first hurdle had been cleared. The silence had played its part, allowing Eddard to process the revelations and arrive at a decision that would shape the path ahead. Though uncertainty still lingered, a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the shadows, born from the understanding that our destinies were now intertwined. As the silence dissipated, the room seemed to come alive once more, infused with a renewed sense of purpose. The discussion would continue, with plans being laid and alliances formed, as we navigated the treacherous waters of Westeros together. The ensuing silence had served as a crucible, forging a bond that would be tested in the fires of truth and consequence. I take a breath before saying, "What is your decision concerning my situation, now that you know a bit more about me, my peculiar knowledge and my motives?" Eddard took a moment to consider my question, his expression reflecting the weight of the decision before him. It was evident that he was carefully weighing the implications of my situation and the options available. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "Your situation is a delicate one, and the knowledge you possess is both intriguing and unsettling. While I am cautious about accepting everything you claim, I cannot ignore the detailed insights you have shared. Your motives seem genuine, especially as you have helped my daughter without asking for a reward, and I appreciate your transparency. Considering the potential dangers you face from the Lannisters, I believe Winterfell could provide you with the safety you seek. I nodded in understanding as Eddard mentioned Winterfell. It was the logical choice, considering its remote location and the protection it offered from the Lannisters. A part of me shivered as I dislike extreme climates either too cold or too hot, but I couldn't reject such proposition for comfort. That's what I thought as well, Lord Stark, I responded, my voice grateful. Winterfell's distance from King's Landing and its formidable defenses make it an ideal haven. Your protection and that of your household would provide me with a sanctuary, shielding me from the retribution of the Lannisters. I am grateful for your willingness to consider this option. Eddard listened attentively, his gaze fixed upon me. I could see that he was interested in hearing my reasoning for the alternatives. Taking a breath, I continued, even though my cautious self was immediately screaming against the idea I was about to present, considering it as more suicidal as my intervention this evening. However, I would like to share another perspective that crossed my mind. It revolves around the events in King's Landing and the challenges you will face there. As the stories unfold, the decisions you make and the situation in the capital hold significant weight and have far-reaching consequences. My knowledge of these events could be of great help to you, allowing you to navigate the complexities of the Red Keep more effectively and avoid some of the mistakes your future self made. Eddard's brow furrowed slightly, indicating his consideration of this proposition. I pressed on, explaining further. In addition, my presence in King's Landing would allow me to serve as a companion to your household, sharing stories and songs from my homeland. I could provide solace and entertainment during these trying times. However, I am aware that being in such close proximity to Cersei and Joffrey would increase the risk to my safety, given their vengeful nature. Their resentment toward me for intervening this evening would undoubtedly remain. Pausing for a moment, I concluded, ultimately, the choice is yours, Lord Stark. Whether it is Winterfell or accompanying you to King's Landing, I will respect and abide by your decision. My primary concern is finding safety and assisting you and your family in any way I can. Eddard's gaze lingered on me as he absorbed my words, his mind seemingly working through the possibilities. The weight of the decision was not lost on him, especially considering the limited time available to make a choice. I awaited his response, ready to accept whatever path he deemed best for my safety and the greater good, even though a tiny part was hoping to be able to help him and to give him a chance of survival. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, his voice carrying a mix of concern and determination. With what you presented, I can imagine the value of your knowledge and the potential assistance you could provide in navigating the challenges that lie ahead in King's Landing. Your offer to be a companion and a source of solace for my family is also appreciated. However, I cannot ignore the risks involved in bringing you to the heart of the capital, where the Lannisters hold significant power and where your safety would be compromised. He paused briefly, his gaze meeting mine before continuing, moreover, you asked for my protection and your safety is of utmost importance. Winterfell offers the best chance for protection from the Lannisters. Your presence there, while it may require some adjustments to ensure your safety, would not only shield you but also provide an opportunity for you to share your knowledge with my son Robb, who may greatly benefit from your insights. I nodded, acknowledging the validity of his concerns and the importance of my safety. Eddard's decision aligned with my initial expectations, yet I couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment and of disarray. Nonetheless, I remained committed to respecting his judgment and accepting the path he deemed best. I understand your reasoning, Lord Stark, I replied, my voice tinged with a hint of resignation. You prioritize my safety, and Winterfell truly seems like the most secure option. I will abide by your decision and make the necessary adjustments to ensure a smooth integration within your household. Eddard's expression softened as he regarded me, his voice carrying a touch of gratitude. I appreciate your understanding and willingness to accept this choice. Your safety and the well-being of my family are of paramount importance. We will take all necessary measures to protect you once we arrive at Winterfell. Before finalizing the decision, Eddard posed one final question, his voice filled with curiosity. May I ask why you would be ready to sacrifice your own safety and put the needs of others before your own? I met his gaze, a mixture of determination and selflessness in my eyes, as I replied, my safety would have been a priority before the moment I revealed my knowledge to you. However, I have no ties in this place and I am someone with few expectations. I know your role in this realm and the significance of your actions, especially in the weeks to come. While I would prefer to live and thrive, I understand that my death, as regrettable as it would be, would not have the same impact as would yours. The preservation of your life and the well-being of your family carry far-reaching consequences for the realm. Eddard absorbed my response, his expression a mix of gratitude and a touch of sadness. He recognized the depth of my sacrifice and the weight of my words. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke, his voice firm and resolute. Your selflessness is commendable, and I am grateful for your willingness to put the greater good above your own safety. Nevertheless, I can't in good conscience put your life in danger when you came to ask for protection. We will make the necessary arrangements for your journey to Winterfell, ensuring that you are protected and able to share your knowledge with my son. I trust that your presence will be a valuable asset to our cause." I nodded, understanding his decision. While a part of me was torn apart as I felt I would allow Lord Stark to face his fate, I was glad he considered my well-being before the gains he would have with my presence. However, I couldn't in good conscience leaving him to Winterfell while he will join King's Landing. I couldn't imagine leaving in complete dark while whatever information and knowledge I could give him might save his life and prevent his daughter's fates. "I will do my best to help your son, my lord. But please allow me to give as much as I can to help you to prepare yourself for King's Landing and to give to your daughters and you the best chances to face the events to come. In that way, while I'll be in Winterfell in helping your son and those who advised him, you'll some tools that could help you and your daughters," I said with determination and apprehension. 1. The big potential controversy from this chapter in regards of how Eddard might have reacted in such a situation. I tried to make a compromise between his practical and cautious mind and the fact my MC defended area in the hall of Derry Castle and in the same time develop how the MC would try to handle the matter in regards of both who he is and how he would use his knowledge and skills. 2. I know that many of the lone SI that didn't reincarnate in one of the canonical characters tend to pretend to be prophets, to come from one of the unknown places of Planetos to hide the unbelievable fact of their origins. And initially, my MC didn't intend to tell this unbelievable or to outlie, just to withhold informations that would be regarded as unbelievable or madmen's tales. 3. Originally, in the initial draft that was created by ChatGPT, Eddard directly commented on the fact I told names that I wouldn't have known if I was truly without ties without the Seven Kingdoms. But I found it was so abrupt that it needed a soft introduction in the discussion that could allow this comment from the Northerner Lord and to develop the initial intent of the MC on his origins and knowledge. 4. While it has been made in the same manner as the 2 previous chapters, the core of my character's answers and thoughts are mainly what I have thought on the matter if I was in such a situation. Just for thoughts, if it has been the Lannisters, they wouldn't have this luxury because A, they would dismiss such claims or B, they would imprison me or C, they would be tempted to exploit it to further their agendas if they believe it. And since I don't share their values and have a certain opinion of their methods in GOT and ASOIAF, that would be explored in later chapters, no spoilers, except those who have read my comments on other works, I would have said nothing or claimed to have heard hearsays. 5. The clothes proof has been added in an additional chat. It wasn't part of the first draft but I thought that in the matters of proving unbelievable claims, 21st century clothes would be a good argument. 6. I decided to use 2 clues, one obvious and the other uncertain, you can guess which one is uncertain, as proofs of knowledge of some facts on Westeros that no many people would know. I was tempted to add a third, but I consider it would have been too much in the tale of this chapter. 7. As I took inspiration of myself for the MC, I increase a bit some of his features, for example, the need to be well understood and the long explanations or the very cautious hand on how to handle certain matters. 8. You may have a guess of how the MC intends to use his knowledge with the advantages and flaws that come along. Something that will be explored first in the next chapter that will be an immediate sequel to this one. 9. Have, hopefully, a good reading. 4. Advises in need. Lord Stark regarded me with a measured gaze, thinking upon my words. As he answered me, his voice tinged with a blend of caution and curiosity. If I were to trust in your knowledge and the advice you offer, Mark, I must know that you will use this information wisely and cautiously. It holds the power to influence great events and shape the fate of those around us. Can I rely on you to wield this knowledge responsibly? I met his gaze with solemnity, understanding the weight of his request. Lord Stark, I give you my word that I will exercise utmost caution in utilizing this peculiar knowledge that I possess. My intention is to share the extent of this knowledge with you, and perhaps with your son Robb once I reach Winterfell. I aim to provide counsel and insights based on my home knowledge, supplemented by whatever information I can gather from the libraries of Winterfell. I swear to keep the truth behind my origins and knowledge confidential, sharing it only with you and your trusted family. Eddard Stark fell silent, his eyes shifting as he weighed my words against the circumstances we found ourselves in. The enormity of the situation and the potential consequences of my revelations played out in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a determined tone. Very well, Mark. I shall trust in your word and the wisdom you claim to possess. Your counsel, confined to our family, may prove invaluable as we navigate the challenges that lie ahead. With that, Lord Stark signaled his willingness to accept my offer and acknowledged the potential benefits that could come from my unusual insights. He recognized the value of my knowledge, even as he remained cautious and mindful of the responsibilities that came with it. My first advice is that you send back Lady to Winterfell, I stated firmly, my gaze fixed on Eddard. Lady's presence in King's Landing puts her at risk. Sending her back to Winterfell would ensure her safety and preserve the bond between Sansa and her dire wolf. Eddard's expression hardened at the mention of Lady and was curious and concerned. As I noticed his expression, I asked him, would you like to know what would have happened this evening if I wasn't there? The northerner hesitated, pondering his answer while he was weighing the pros and cons of hearing something that didn't happen in the end. He finally nodded, his expression being guarded and wary. I took a breath before answering. If I hadn't been in the hall this evening, Arya wouldn't have been punished for the incident on the Ruby Ford. Your friend, Robert, would have regarded it as a children's quarrel, only asking you to correct her as he would have corrected Joffrey. However, Cersei wouldn't have relented. She would have demanded at least the dire wolf be punished. But since Arya sent Nymeria away, Cersei would have asked for Lady's life instead. Eddard's features tightened at the mention of Cersei's relentless pursuit of punishment. Knowing the reputation of the Lannisters, he had an inkling of the lengths she would go to get what she wanted. Both Arya and Sansa would have been distressed, I continued, my voice steady. And you would have tried to plead with your friend, but he wouldn't have cared. He would have said you could replace Lady with a dog. I paused, allowing the weight of my words to sink in. Eddard remained silent, his eyes fixed on me, waiting for the rest of the story. I could however sense his distress and perhaps the internal conflict on how I depicted Robert, between the desire to deny the possibility while also aware of how his friend had become since the last time they saw each other. To avoid Lady being butchered by one of the Lannisters' men, likely ill in pain, you would have made the heart-wrenching decision to kill Lady yourself. It would have been an act of mercy, sparing her from a cruel fate. You would have asked Jory to send her body back to Winterfell, ensuring that she received a proper burial. Eddard's expression turned pained, his grief for Lady evident and feeling the weight of the decision he could have made tonight in other circumstances. As a result, I continued, it would have worsened the rift between your daughters. Sansa would have been deeply distressed by the death of her dire wolf, blaming Arya for the incident on the Ruby Ford. She would have also, perhaps unfairly, blamed you both for Lady's death and perceived favoritism towards Arya. With her mother absent, Sansa would have fallen easily under the influence of the Queen, who would have played the role of a surrogate mother. Eddard's features contorted with a mixture of anguish and realization. He could see the chain of events that would have unfolded, the tragedy that would have befallen his family. And because of her distress and vulnerability, she would have been more susceptible to the Queen's manipulations, which would have played a part in what happened to you in King's Landing, I concluded softly. Eddard took a deep breath, absorbing the full extent of my intervention and the potential consequences that had been averted. He understood that the Lannisters would stop at nothing to secure their power, even resorting to underhanded tactics. After a moment of silence, Eddard spoke, his voice filled with determination. Lady shall be sent back to Winterfell. I will ensure her safety and that of my daughters. Your advice is appreciated, and I trust your judgment in these matters. I hope so, Lord Stark, I said softly and uncertainly, acknowledging the weight of the situation. I'm trying to give you a chance, but I am aware that I am still a stranger to you, no matter my words, intents, and deeds tonight. And in one evening, I can't give you all the skills you'll need to face King's Landing and the incoming events. Eddard nodded, understanding the limitations of our interaction and the gravity of the decisions he must make. Well, since we have decided on where I'll go, I guess I'll accompany Lady to Winterfell then, I commented, acknowledging the plan we had already agreed upon. Eddard again nodded to my comment, acknowledging our previous agreement to send me to Winterfell for my safety. He then spoke, his voice filled with curiosity, concern, and wariness. Do you have any other advice, given your knowledge of future events? I thought upon his question. I knew I would give him other advices. But there was so much to tell in such restricted time and I knew I couldn't deliver it in blind rush. I quickly pondered on how to tackle it, reminded myself how I thought upon it during the time I was living with the peasants or working in the castle. A part of me felt hurt and torn apart, but I knew there wasn't much possibility to tackle it in the current circumstances. I finally nodded in response but decided to clarify further. Yes, my lord. However, before going into specifics, I'd like to warn you. What I'm about to tell you is a synthesis of information I feel are necessary for you. There are information I'd love to tell you, but because they are dangerous and more importantly because I don't want you to just rely on my word, I won't reveal you them. These informations are to this world and incoming events what your promise to your late sister is to your family. I hope you won't resent these choices. Eddard listened attentively to my words, his expression a mix of curiosity and understanding. The mention of a comparison to his promise to his late sister caught his attention, emphasizing the weight and significance of the information I withheld. He seemed to struggle a bit to consider the possibility for me to withhold information from him, but finally acknowledged my point. I understand, he replied, his voice measured. Just as I hold my promise to Lyanna close to my heart, I recognize the importance of certain information being preserved and protected. And as you said, we don't have much time before you depart to Winterfell. I nodded, relieved while feeling a bit guilty. Thank you, my lord. I know it is no easy decision to take or to accept. I then take a breath to chase away the guilt inside me before going on my advices. The first thing you need to know is that you are going into a place you have no true knowledge or network. The current situation in King's Landing is fragile, with political intrigues and power struggles at play. As Hand of the King, you'll need to navigate these treacherous waters carefully. Keep a watchful eye on those around you, as not everyone has the best interests of your family or the realm at heart. I took a moment to gather my thoughts before continuing. While it is a redundant advice, be mindful of the influence that the Lannisters hold over King Robert. Queen Cersei is cunning and ambitious, and she will use any means to advance her family's position. Her cousin Lancel is for example the king's squire. More than ever before, you have to trust in your instincts and the advice of those you know to be loyal. Eddard listened intently to my words, his expression growing increasingly serious as he absorbed the gravity of the situation he would soon find himself in. His eyes narrowed, and he furrowed his brow, clearly deep in thought. I could see the weight of the responsibility settling upon his shoulders, his mind racing with the implications of the information I had shared. While he absorbed my words, I proceeded to delve deeper into the risks he faced, particularly concerning his isolationist position and lack of knowledge about King's Landing. Not only you do need to be cautious of those within the city, but your own situation is highly risky, I warned. Your isolationist stance has left you blind to the evolving circumstances in King's Landing. This makes you vulnerable to exploitation, as your adversaries can predict your moves and exploit your weaknesses. Your household serves as a reflection of your position and the limited resources and information you possess. As the Hand of the King, the second most powerful position in the Seven Kingdoms, you have the ability to influence the political balance at court. However, with a household of less than 100 men, your strength appears weak compared to the Lannisters, who boast between 200 and 400 men in the Red Keep. This precarious situation puts you, your daughters, and your household at risk, as events in the future will demonstrate. As I mentioned the risks of his isolationist position and the vulnerability it presented, Eddard's gaze hardened. He understood the dangers of being ignorant to the evolving circumstances in King's Landing and the potential for his adversaries to exploit his predictable moves. I could sense his frustration at the limitations he faced with his small household and the realization that he needed to strengthen his position if he wanted to protect his family and navigate the treacherous political landscape. I continued, highlighting the dangers lurking within King's Landing and the lack of trust that should be placed in anyone. While the Lannisters pose a significant threat due to their presence and your suspicions regarding Jon Arryn's death, it is crucial to understand that trust is a rare commodity in King's Landing, I cautioned. Everyone has their own agendas and plans, especially the Queen, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, and the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish. They have their vast networks of spies, carefully observing the actions of all. The Queen can also rely on Grand Maester Pycelle, who is a Lannister loyalist within the Red Keep for decades. As the Hand of the King, your every move will be closely watched. In the stories, your future self investigates Jon Arryn's death, unwittingly attracting the attention of the major players in King's Landing. This places you, your daughters, and your household in grave danger. When your future self uncovers the truth, your subsequent decisions on the matter propel the key players to act, leading to the death of your friend under the guise of a hunting accident, your arrest, the massacre of your household, Sansa becoming a hostage, Arya fleeing King's Landing, and Jane Poole being sent to a brothel. As I highlighted the lack of trust and the presence of hidden agendas within King's Landing, Eddard's jaw tightened, a mixture of concern and determination evident in his eyes. The mention of his future self's investigation into Jon Arryn's death seemed to strike a chord, as he contemplated the dangerous path that lay ahead and the consequences it seemed to have provoked for his loved ones. The fate of his daughters and the mention of Jane Poole being sent to a brothel elicited a mix of anger, fear, horror, and protectiveness in his expression. It was clear that the well-being of his family weighed heavily on his mind. A part of me wondered if he would ask me about Jon Arryn's actions before his death, but with what I told him, I doubted it would be his main priority, especially since I knew people tended to focus on the start and the end of any speech and text. I knew I wouldn't dodge the question if he asked, but I couldn't exactly be straightforward, as it would deeply affect his demeanor and actions, and not necessarily for the best, as it would attract unwanted attention, and knowing how Cersei tended to react, it could result in the imprisonment of Eddard, his 2 daughters, or even Catelyn if she found herself in the crossfire. I shivered at the thought and felt even more conflicting on the issue of how delivering enough relevant information that would help the Northerner Lord without putting him on a path that would more likely end in his canonical fate or worse. After a moment of silence, Eddard finally looked at me with a mix of concern and desperation. "Is there no one I can trust there?" he asked, his voice tinged with worry. "Unfortunately, no," I replied solemnly. "As I said, Varys and Peter Baelish pursue their own agendas, and they would exploit your sense of duty and of honor to further their plans. Pycelle is loyal first to the Lannisters and will report to the Queen every of your moves and actions, especially if they present an issue to her power and influence." I took a breath. "The only one that could have been your strongest ally, Stannis, has gone to Dragonstone and won't come back. He is wary of the Lannisters, but is also bitter towards his brother and you. The first because of his decision to make you his hand, and the second because he resents the fact you are better regarded by Robert than his own brothers, even if Stannis respects your sense of duty. But his absence means you are solely on your own in King's Landing, especially concerning the matter of Jon Arryn's death, as he was the one that could have told you what your former foster father did before his death." You may attempt to exchange with him, but you will need discretion and caution because of those that will spy on you. As I delivered the harsh reality of Eddard's situation in King's Landing, his expression turned even more grave. The weight of isolation and lack of trustworthy allies settled heavily on his shoulders. He seemed troubled by the revelation that even those who were once close to him harbored resentment and could be potential adversaries. So, I am truly alone in this, Eddard murmured, his voice tinged with sadness and frustration. No one to turn to, no one to confide in. The very people who should be supporting the realm and the king are driven by their own ambitions and loyalties. And his own brother away from the court where he could have been helpful. His sense of duty and honor clashed with the reality of the treacherous court, leaving him feeling adrift in a sea of deception. The knowledge that Stannis, a potential ally, had distanced himself due to personal grievances added another layer of complexity to his predicament. Even the fact I told him he could still exchange with him didn't appease him on the matter. What about Renly? He inquired, seeking any potential allies in the treacherous city. I scoffed at the thought. Renly is flamboyant and ambitious, but not very competent, I explained. He may have earned the appreciation of the people of King's Landing and may have close ties with the Tyrells because of his very intimate friendship with Loras Tyrell. But he would believe that means the whole realm would love him. As Master of Laws, he didn't do much to address corruption and violence in the city. People like the Queen, Varys, or Peter Baelish exploit this corruption for their own purposes. While he is the closest to be regarded as an ally in the current situation, he also pursues his own agenda, or rather, he pursues the agenda of his friend Loras Tyrell. Eddard's hope for a potential ally in Renly seemed to diminish as he listened to my assessment of the young lord's abilities and loyalties. The realization that even Renly, who could have been seen as an ally, was driven by personal ambitions and influenced by his friendship with Loras Tyrell, left him disheartened. So even Renly, who is family, is not to be wholly trusted, Eddard said with a hint of disappointment. His actions are driven by his own desires and loyalty to his friend, rather than the well-being of the realm and of Robert. I nodded sadly while he was grasping the full extent of the treachery that surrounded him in King's Landing. The web of deceit and personal agendas entangled not only the Lannisters and the small council but also potential allies like Renly. I must be cautious in my dealings with him, Eddard stated, his voice firm with determination. While he may be the closest to an ally I have in the city, I cannot let my guard down or fully trust his intentions. The weight of isolation and distrust seemed to press upon Eddard, but his sense of duty and responsibility to the realm remained unwavering. I will continue to rely on my own judgment and instincts, he affirmed. No matter how challenging it may be, I will navigate this maze of deceit and uncover the truth behind Jonaran's death, for the sake of justice and the safety of my family. Eddard's resolve shone through despite the difficult circumstances he faced. The absence of trustworthy allies did not deter him, instead, it strengthened his determination to do what was right, even if it meant standing alone against the political intrigues of King's Landing. Thank you for your honesty, Eddard said, acknowledging the stark reality of the situation. Though the truth is disheartening, I appreciate your guidance in this treacherous game. I nodded with a sad look. I want to give you a chance to avoid to make the mistake your story self makes in the incoming future. I took a very deep breath. I am sorry I can't deliver you everything I would like, but I want you to focus on priorities I believe to be crucial in the next weeks and months. Thread very carefully in how you will handle your position in the investigations on Jonaran's death. And more importantly, always put your daughters, Jane Poole, and your household before your duty. You forsook your honor to protect your nephew. Do not hesitate to do the same for your daughters. I have a personal opinion on the matter of Arya and Sansa in regards of the restraints I have in sharing my knowledge, but it can wait. I then continued, I have however a huge advice regarding the safety of your daughters, of Jane Poole and of your household to give you. Eddard's brow furrowed as he heard my voice. He looked at me with concern and understanding, remembering well how limited the time was to allow me to give him advices through my knowledge to prepare him to navigate this treacherous path and the scarcity of trustworthy allies in the capital. He nodded with concern and determination on my advice to put the well-being of his daughters at the main priority, more keenly aware of the dangers that will surround his family once in King's Landing. He looked at me with attention when I mentioned my personal opinion and relegated it in a part of his mind, determined to hear what advice I would give him to prevent the fates that may await his daughters and Jane Poole. Go on, he said gravely. In response to his invitation to share the advice, I took a moment to gather my thoughts, recognizing the weight of my words. A part of me felt guilt as I was given the impression to manipulate the Northerner Lord and I strongly disliked it. And yet, because of the urgency and the uncertainty of having time to truly convey knowledge that would be truly useful for him, I had to synthesize and to make choices that would be the most efficient, as painful and despicable they were to my mindset. I began to understand why Dumbledore began to work that way in the Harry Potter books and movies, even though I deeply hoped I would never fall in the same path as him, even if it could be a fool's hope. With a serious expression, I finally said, the first thing I would advise you, Lord Stark, is to prepare yourself for the worst. Once you find yourself within the walls of the Red Keep, rely on your guards and trusted servants to plan for any potential escape should your position there become unstable and things go awry. Your utmost priority must always be the safety of your daughters and of Jane Poole. Eddard's eyes widened slightly at the mention of relying on his guards and trusted servants for an escape plan. The thought of having an exit strategy in place seemed to give him a sense of relief amidst the impending perils, even though it also made him uncomfortable. He nodded, acknowledging the importance of prioritizing the safety of his daughters and Jane Poole, especially as he was rehearsing my words concerning their potential fates. I looked at him with straight and grave eyes. Never allow Sansa to be alone, as she will be vulnerable to manipulations and lies due to her innocence and lack of experience. People like the Queen or Peter Baelish would prey on her inexperience to use her for their own agendas, and believe me, you wouldn't want to know what their future selves would do with her. I exhaled a bit before adding, I regret to say this, but Septa Mordain cannot be relied upon as a reliable chaperone for her, not due to a lack of loyalty, but rather due to her negligence. Her negligence is what allowed Prince Joffrey to have Sansa accompanying him the day the incident between Arya and him occurred. And her negligence would be one of the reasons why Sansa may be susceptible to the influence of the Queen or of some other people in King's Landing. In fact, if I were you, I would task someone to be her sworn shield in King's Landing. As I spoke, Eddard's countenance shifted, his face darkening with worry and his protective instincts surging forth. He tightened his fists, a blend of determination and frustration flickering in his eyes. The idea that his innocent girl would suffer in the future and that the Queen and Peter Baelish would play part in it made him ill at ease and very concerned. My remarks about Septa Mordain's negligence struck a chord with him and worsened his wariness, especially as he learned another information on the events of the incident between Arya and the prince. Septa Mordain, he muttered, a tinge of disappointment evident in his voice. I should have been more vigilant, more involved in overseeing Sansa's safety. The weight of regret settled on Eddard as he came to grasp the potential consequences of leaving Sansa unprotected. Though he was a bit wary of the bluntness of my advice, he appreciated it and understood the gravity of the situation and the need for a reliable chaperone for his daughter in King's Landing. He thought to ask Jory to task one of the most reliable guards once he had time to speak with his captain. Sensing his regret, I nevertheless pushed on, it is also crucial for you to rebuild the bond with Sansa. She has felt a sense of neglect since she has this impression you favor Arya because she reminds you of Lyanna. As I mentioned this fact, Eddard's face softened, a hint of sadness crossing his eyes. He sighed, acknowledging the strain that has developed between them. A part of him felt very wary as my words reminded him that I knew things that should be very personal to people. But in this situation, it was as if he was given a perspective he wasn't fully aware of, as Sansa was always closer to her mother. I never meant to make her feel neglected, he admitted, his voice tinged with regret. She's my daughter, and I failed her in that regard. As Eddard expresses his regrets about his relationship with Sansa, I look at him with genuine sympathy. His words resonate with me, and I understand the depth of his feelings. You're right, Lord Stark, I replied softly, choosing my words carefully. It's not that you intended to neglect Sansa, but rather the differences in how you express yourself and the attention you've given to Arya that might have created that impression. Children can perceive things differently, especially when they long for a similar connection. As Arya kind of felt that Sansa is your wife's favorite, Sansa felt that you favor her sister, especially in regards of her personal interests and mischiefs. Eddard's expression reflects a mix of understanding and contemplation. He absorbed my words, processing the insight I offered. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes, realizing the unintended consequences of his actions, but also a feeling of being impressed by my insight and still disturbed and wary by the fact it came from a peculiar knowledge on their lives. It's not too late to bridge that gap, I assured him gently, offering a glimmer of hope. By showing Sansa the same love and attention, by finding common ground and interests, you can rebuild that bond. It will require effort and understanding, but I believe it is within your reach. For example, if you decide to buy her gifts, consider jewelry or a necklace, as it aligns more with her current interests and may make her feel valued and attended to. A mix of determination and gratitude crossed Eddard's features. The mention of gifts made his expression lighten and fortifying his gratitude. A slight smile tugs at the corners of his lips, appreciating the thoughtfulness behind the advice. He took a deep breath, his resolve strengthening as he understood the importance of addressing this issue and making amends with Sansa. I will make things right, he stated firmly, his voice filled with determination. I will show Sansa that she is cherished and loved, just as her sister is. I won't let her feel neglected anymore. And I won't let her become a pawn in anyone's game. I nodded with approving eyes to his words and allowing myself to take a break in my advices. A part of me was moved by his determination and hoped that would be enough for his time in King's Landing, especially to allow Sansa to see that her father would be for her, no matter the circumstances, and not when the situation would turn tragic and disastrous. Even if as a character I didn't have the same appreciation of Sansa as of Arya, I felt sympathy to the plight she would face and didn't want to see her innocence disappearing in such a manner. Ideally, I'd rather see her becoming like me, a pragmatic dreamer, someone who would be aware of the complexity of the world while still keeping dreams within oneself. I looked at Lord Stark. Would you like to hear the rest of my advice? The Lord looked back at me with determination and nodded. I sensed in his eyes the determination not to fail to his family as he might have felt to fail to his sister. I continued, when the time comes for you to evacuate your daughters, inform them that they will be traveling to Riverrun to see their grandfather, Lord Hoster Tully. Explain that he has fallen ill, and unfortunately, his condition is grave, which is the case by the way. Eddard listened attentively as I provided him with further advice on the evacuation of his daughters. His brow furrowed with a mix of concern and determination, showing his readiness to prioritize their safety above all else. While wary because of the potential lie it would create, his shoulders sagged in relief and yet tension as he heard that his good father's health issues were true. He wondered if he wouldn't need to inform Catelyn to contact her father to know how well he was since she hadn't written to Hoster Tully for a while. Unaware of the Northerner Lord's thoughts, I explained further the reasoning. In presenting this reason, it will prevent Sansa from protesting to leave King's Landing as it would be tied to her family. Otherwise, she may believe that you are trying to separate her from Joffrey, and in this case, she might relay the information to the Queen, even more if she is under Cersei's influence, and in this case, it would give the Queen an advantage in undermining you or even striking at you. When I suggested explaining to Sansa that they would be traveling to Riverrun to see her ailing grandfather, Lord Hoster Tully, Eddard's expression softened with a hint of sadness. As much he disliked misleading and lies, he understood the necessity of providing a believable reason for the journey, one that Sansa wouldn't question, especially with how emphasis I put on the danger of her being influenced by the Queen. He was troubled by the fact I claimed the Queen wouldn't hesitate to strike against him, even though he was also ready for the possibility. Only the possibility of putting his daughters in harm's way tempered his inner thoughts on the matter. You're right, he agreed, his voice tinged with gravity. It's essential to prevent Sansa from protesting or suspecting any ulterior motives. She must believe that her grandfather's condition is the primary reason for the journey. I nodded with approval and understanding to his words. Taking a breath, I then continued, additionally, it is crucial to have multiple escape plans to avoid predictability by your enemies. Send a message to Lord Manderley and request to him to send both a reliable person and a ship. The ship can serve as a diversion for the departure or escape of your daughters and of Jane, leading your enemies to believe that you are evacuating via that means. Eddard's face took on a more thoughtful expression as I emphasized the importance of multiple escape plans. He recognized the need to outsmart their enemies and not be predictable in their actions. Lord Manderley, he repeated, his voice filled with a sense of trust and familiarity. Yes, he is someone I can rely on. I will send a message to him, requesting assistance and a ship. It is a wise move, Lord Stark, I confirmed. At least, you'll be in contact with one of your bannermen and someone that can help you with the matters in the south. He nodded, understanding well my meaning in regards of the discussion we were having. I gathered my thoughts, preparing to conclude on this big advice on preparing himself to the worst. Lastly, when you're making preparations for your evacuation, do not personally oversee them. Allowing others to know your movements would make you an easy target. And I advise you to apply the same approach to your investigations on Jon Arryn's death. I looked at him with a straight eye. Consider court intrigues and politics as an invisible war where every player are like commander and their servants and spies their soldiers. Watch out in any capacity the strategies and agendas of everyone around you and conceal your own intents. Otherwise, you will be led on their chosen battlefield in which they could fulfill their plans or destroy you should you be considered as a hurdle or a threat to their goals. And that what happened to your future self in the stories. As I cautioned Eddard against personally overseeing the preparations for the evacuation, a touch of reluctance flickers in his eyes. His innate sense of responsibility and honor clashed with the necessity of remaining hidden from his enemies. But I should be there, ensuring everything is done correctly, he began to argue, before pausing and realizing the validity of my point as he was processing everything I told him in regards of the situation in King's Landing and the reminder I gave him on the potential future that awaited him. He finally relented with a resigned sigh. You're right. Being too involved would make me vulnerable. I need to trust others to carry out the tasks, he sighed while saying it. His gaze met mine, a steely determination settling in his eyes. I will consider the strategies and agendas of each person, just as if it were a battle, he declares, his voice resolute. In this war of court intrigues, I will be cautious and keep my true intentions concealed. I nodded, acknowledging his determination and offering my support. Remember, Lord Stark, that you possess the wits and wisdom necessary to navigate these treacherous waters. Trust your instincts and the knowledge you've gained thus far. Eddard's expression reflects a mix of gratitude and resolve. Thank you for your guidance, Mark, he says sincerely. I will do everything in my power to protect my family and uphold my honor. Silence settled for a little while, allowing the Northerner to process what we had discussed and I to take a breath. A part of me wondered if I shouldn't have been more concise in my words, a bit wary my explanations would still overwhelm Eddard, especially with his current physical state. A part of me blamed me of forgetting he had searching area for 4 days and then witnessing this farce of trial tonight. However, before I could allow myself to let my conflicting thoughts to grow or to see if Lord Stark was done in the discussion, the man looked at me with curious and straight eyes. You mentioned earlier that you have a personal opinion on the matter of my daughters. Pray tell, what is your opinion? His tone was measured, but his concern for his daughters was palpable and I sensed something akin to a glimmer of seeing if I could give him more to help him facing the incoming challenges. A part of me didn't expect him to raise this detail and I wondered how to respond. I hesitated as my answer would concern a sensitive subject to him and while he seemed ready to listen my advices, I couldn't allow myself to be blinded by the belief he completely trusted me or was swayed by how I behaved. I took a deep breath, carefully considering how to respond. It was crucial to be honest with him while also being mindful of the delicate nature of the topic. Lord Stark, what I am about to tell you is more a personal opinion that results from my understanding of the current situation and of the future depicted in the stories, I began, my tone measured and respectful. In other circumstances, I would advise you to send your daughters back to Winterfell, especially Sansa. Joffrey is far worse than what you witnessed tonight. A prince who is willing to harm or kill a child of the hand is capable of even greater harm. My comparison to the Targaryens was not made lightly. I observed Eddard closely, gauging his reaction. When I mentioned the possibility of sending Sansa back to Winterfell, his eyes narrowed slightly, his brows furrowing in thought. His worries were great as he thought back on what I told in my intervention on Joffrey's actions and consider how worse the prince truly was and shivered in imagining the prince with what he remembered from what he had heard on the Mad King or how he was responsible for the death of his father and of his eldest brother. The desire to break the betrothal came back to his mind. But he reminded himself he couldn't come back on his word to Robert without good reasons and claims wouldn't do that. Sending Sansa back to Winterfell. It would protect her, shield her from the darker aspects of this city, he mused, his voice tinged with conflict. But she must learn, she must see the truth for herself. I fear shielding her entirely may not prepare her adequately for the challenges she will face as a noble woman. I nodded, and I wouldn't advise you that. It is because you preserved them from the darkness of the world that both your daughters greatly suffer from their trials in the stories that depict them in my world, because they were unprepared. My words struck a chord in Eddard Stark's mind and a sense of regret and wariness could be felt in his eyes. I took a moment before adding, besides, given the current timing and the limited time we have, sending her back now would create political issues with your friend and raise further suspicions against you. She needs to understand the darkness without experiencing it the way she would in the stories. That is partly why I advised you to never allow her to be alone in the Red Keep and to strengthen your bond with her. A lady must have some awareness of the Lord's matters to fulfill her duties, and being aware of the harsh realities of the world is necessary, especially in a place like King's Landing. It is not a pit of vipers. It is a hostile jungle where every creature is ready to strike. Eddard nodded gravely, his eyes somber and full of concern and worries. I could imagine what he was feeling. I disliked the current solution because it wasn't a good one, but as I wasn't Sansa's father and was aware that I couldn't dismiss the political factor, I couldn't send her back to Winterfell, not to mention the fact that I would hurt her feelings without seemingly good reasons. My cautious and empathetic sides were urging me to reveal to Eddard the truth of Joffrey's parentage to explain why I thought sending back Sansa to Winterfell would be wise. But I held up. I wasn't sure it would be the good moment, not to mention that I couldn't imagine how he would react to this fact. I reasoned with myself that even if he believed me, it would be just my word with no factual proofs, only clues. And as a fanfiction depicting HBO Roma Octavian reincarnated in Joffrey had made me aware when I had read it, the book on the lineages and Robert's bastards wouldn't be absolute proofs, even though it would raise suspicions on the parentage of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. Only a thorough analysis of the physical features of the Baratheon and of the Lannisters, reading not only on the Baratheon line, but also for every marriage between a Lannister woman and other lords sharing different hair color and if modern technology existed, mainly DNA analysis like in The Rise of the Red Anchor, then any doubt on the legitimacy and the truth of these claims would disappear. And I couldn't even consider Cersei's words to Eddard in both books and series as a complete truth, especially with her fucking Lancel more or less during the same period. Only Eddard guessed that Jaime was her children's sire because she confirmed he was her lover, but once again, it was circumstantial proofs that would need to be fortified. My only reassurance is that between what happened in the hall and some of my advices, Eddard would watch out more vigilantly Joffrey, even if I couldn't dismiss the fact he would be fooled by the fake contrition the prince could do if his mother advised him to do so. I sensed Eddard's look on me, wondering what I was thinking upon. I took a breath to chase away the complicated thoughts that plagued my mind before giving my true advice. However, if I were in your position, I would consider sending Arya back to Winterfell. Eddard's eyes flickered with a mix of curiosity, concern, and weariness as he digested my words while considering the suggestion in regards of what had been discussed. Sending Arya back to Winterfell, he repeated quietly, his voice tinged with a hint of curiosity and concern. After all that has happened, you believe it is best for her to return home. I could sense the conflict within him, torn between his desire to protect his family and his duty to navigate the treacherous path of King's Landing even in regards of my advices and information. The perspective of separating his children didn't sit well with him. With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair, the weariness etched on his face. His eyes met mine once again, seeking guidance and understanding. I brought her with me with the hope that this experience would mold her into a true lady, one who can navigate the complexities of court and secure a prosperous future. But after witnessing the events of the past days, and now your counsel, I find myself questioning my decisions. He paused, his gaze drifting towards the window, lost in thought. The weight of responsibility weighed heavily on his shoulders. He turned back to me, his expression a mixture of determination and vulnerability. Tell me, why do you believe she should return to Winterfell? Is it for her safety, or do you see something in her future that I have yet to comprehend? His words held a hint of hope, a longing for answers that could guide his actions. I took a deep breath, realizing the significance of my words. My lord, I do believe it is necessary both for her safety and because of what I know of her future. I took a deep breath, weighing how to present the issue in a way that, if she still accompanies you to King's Landing, you'll need to watch over her because of her adventurous side, and it will be difficult because you'll be busy by your duties and your personal mission while your household is too small to easily handle the size of the Red Keep, especially with the numbers of the people obeying to the Lannisters. As long as your friend is alive, her safety can be ensured to a certain extent. But should your friend die, something that is likely with his health or the Queen's greed, how much can you guarantee her safety with people of the likes of Cersei or her son if you considered what happened tonight? Eddard contemplated my words for a moment. His gaze turned inward, contemplating the risks and potential consequences. His voice held a mixture of determination and worry as he responded, You speak truth, and it weighs heavily on my heart. The safety of my family is paramount to me, and I cannot ignore the dangers that surround them. If my friend were to meet an untimely demise, the risks to my daughter's well-being would undoubtedly increase. He paused, his gaze focused intently on me. Is there anything else in your knowledge that makes you so certain that it would be unwise for her to still accompany me to King's Landing? I looked at the Lord with solemn eyes, uncertain to answer him without giving him strong reactions to the potential fate of his daughter. But as he raised the question, and since I had mentioned the fact, I knew I couldn't avoid it without making myself akin to a liar or someone playing with his emotions, which was already true to my dismay. Taking a moment to collect my thoughts, I met Eddard's gaze with a somber expression. I could sense his anticipation, mixed with a tinge of apprehension, as he awaited my response. In the stories I had read, I began, my voice filled with a mixture of caution and certainty, after the incident that occurred between Arya and the prince, your future self makes a significant decision. You hire a Bravasi swordsman named Syrio Farrell to train Arya in the art of water dancing, veering away from your initial intent to mold her into a traditional lady as it was your initial intent when you brought her with Sansa and you. I could see a flicker of surprise and concern in Eddard's eyes as my words hit home, and the weight of the implications settled upon him. The realization that his future self had made such a choice, and the consequences it had on Arya's life, were likely overwhelming for him. The decision to provide Arya with this training ultimately saved her life. I continued, my voice steady but filled with empathy. Syrio Farrell sacrifices himself to allow her escape, and the skills she acquires during her training contribute to her survival in the face of great danger. However, it also sets her on a path of hardship, shaping her into a strong and resilient individual. She harbors a desire for revenge against those who have harmed your family and was determined to kill all of them, reciting every night a list of the people she intended to kill. That leads her to eventually join the Faceless Men when she believes she has lost everyone in her family. I watched as Eddard absorbed my words, his face contorting with a mix of emotions. The weight of the revelation weighed heavily on him, no doubt conflicting with his desires to protect his daughter from the harsh realities of the world. A part of me was also imagining how his thoughts dwelled on his fallen kins to consider how grim his daughter's path was as depicted through my words. And while I already mentioned it, or the fact that Sansa became an hostage, a part of me thought with shame that it was fortunate I didn't tell him the trials of Sansa, as I knew he would immediately want to break the betrothal and to send her back to Winterfell even with what had just been discussed, and that would raise many issues, not to mention even more unwanted attention. My cautious and my sympathetic selves were conflicted and in turmoil, calling me on my cowardice to let Sansa risking to face the same trials even with the advices I was giving to her father. While my inner self was struggling a bit, silence hung in the air as Eddard processed the information, his gaze shifting away momentarily before returning to meet mine. His voice, when he spoke, was filled with a blend of resignation and determination. So, you believe that by sending Arya back to Winterfell, we can potentially alter the course of her destiny, prevent the hardships she may face, and shield her from the path of revenge? He questioned, his words laced with a yearning for reassurance. I nodded, acknowledging the gravity of his question. My lord, the future is not set in stone, and while I cannot guarantee the outcome, I believe that by returning Arya to the safety of Winterfell, we can provide her with a chance for a different journey, one that may not be devoid of challenges, but could steer her away from the darker path she might otherwise tread. Take a breath, this is the official fate she faces in the stories, but I can't say it will occur exactly the same, especially with how my intervention may affect events. And I dread to think of what could happen to her if she were to become a hostage with the kind of person the Queen and her son are. If you think that Tywin Lannister is a monster and Sir Jaime an oathbreaker, Cersei and her son are a level higher on those matters. Besides, the Queen's proximity and influence on her twin makes him the worse of man, a dark shell of what he could be. Eddard absorbed my words, the weight of the decision settling upon his shoulders. He understood the significance of the choice before him, torn between his duty and his love for Arya. I could sense the struggle within him as he grappled with the implications of my advice. His weariness deepened as he absorbed my words about Cersei Lannister and her son, Joffrey. I suspected he couldn't imagine worse than how he regarded the Lannister for what they did to King's Landing, Elia Martell and her children. And while he didn't regard the Kingslayer in much respect and trust, imagining he could be worst because of his sister the Queen was something he was struggling to consider, even if he was considering as a possibility. In his exhausted and weary state, his mind was in turmoil, grappling with the weight of the knowledge I had imparted to him and the potential consequences it could have for his family. He would feel the burden of responsibility even more acutely, torn between the desire to protect his children and the need to navigate the dangerous political landscape of King's Landing. He weighed the possibilities and the pros and cons of sending back Arya, though his mind was growing more determined to ensure her safety. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Given the risks and the potential dangers she may face in King's Landing, it is best to send Arya back to Winterfell for her safety. I nodded gravely, acknowledging the difficulty of his decision while inwardly relieved and glad. This a wise decision, Lord Stark. I added, it will also give you some advantages for the challenges you will have to face in King's Landing. Besides, sending Arya back to Winterfell will not only provide her with greater safety, but it will also allow you to focus more on Sansa's well-being and safety, and to utilize the limited resources of your household to investigate in King's Landing and to prepare for the worst without worrying yourself on the whereabouts of your adventurous and fiery daughter. I continued while looking straight in his eyes, her departure might also help to assuage Sansa's distress and resentment, while allowing to give them some space to truly reconsider their sibling bond. Eddard nodded thoughtful but also troubled and torn apart. He considered the advantages his decision would offer him, especially in regards of my advices. But he was also thinking on the fact he would separate his daughters. A part of me imagined he was thinking on his family words of the lone wolf and the pack and possibly reflecting upon his own past when he was away from his siblings when fostering in the Vale. A part of me felt guilty, especially as another side of me was still thinking that with my knowledge, I could easily prevent many tragedies. But it wasn't a game or a fun story, but my new reality. And regardless of the universe and its rules, reality is like a chain of moving and versatile elements whose position affect the other parts. And as much I wanted to mitigate fallout and collateral damages, I was no god, only a human with his skills, his strengths and weaknesses. I decided to assuage some of his doubts and trouble. If you are concerned about questions from the king or the court should you decide to send back Arya, you can explain that what transpired with the prince made you realize that she is not yet ready for life in the south and that you punish her for her deeds. You can also mention that you are sending Lady back to Winterfell, stating that dire wolves are not suited for the south as a cover. Eddard thought upon the advice. He understood the intent while a bit wary of playing court intrigue. He knew that my solution could provide him a cover that would work should there be raised questions and eyebrows on his daughter's departure. He nodded to me as the urgency of the situation and his exhaustion brought him to quickly consider the advice. Glad and relieved to his acceptance, I then said, if it can help, I'll tell Sansa I advised you to send back Lady. It would be better that she blamed me for persuading you for the decision, rather than blaming you for that. It would make easier for you to rekindle the bond with her and demonstrate your love and support for her as she would need your guidance and reassurance. You may not know how exactly ladies have to behave, but as a father, you can give her experience and wisdom to help her grow. A part of me was stunned by my declaration, cursing me for being utterly foolish for making bold and great claims as I tended to make when I was emotionally involved. Unaware of my inner little turmoil, Eddard Stark's gaze softened as he listened to my words, a glimmer of gratitude shining in his eyes. A part of him was surprised and stunned by my words, but he recognized the sincerity behind my intentions and the potential impact it could have on his relationship with Sansa. The thought of being able to demonstrate his love and support without the weight of blame was a relief to him. You have shown me great kindness and provided invaluable guidance, he acknowledged, his voice tinged with appreciation. Your willingness to take the blame for advising me to send Lady back to Winterfell speaks volumes of your character and your commitment to protecting my family even when you don't have to. He paused, his thoughts drifting to Sansa and to my advices to ensure her safety and to rekindle his bond with her. His appreciation to my words and proposals was evident in his expression at this moment. I nodded, a part of me happy that my words were able to reach the Northerner Lord while my cautious side was screaming at me for my lack of self-respect and my lack of common sense. His eyes furrowed once more as he was thinking about something else. And what of Jane Poole? He inquired, his concern extending beyond his own blood. She is a friend and companion to Sansa, yet she is not of our blood. And you told the awful fate that may await her. What would you advise in her case? I pondered for a moment, understanding the significance of Jane's role and the bond she had formed with Sansa. I chose my words carefully, aware of the impact my advice could have. Jane Poole is indeed a friend to Sansa, and it is true she is not from your family or a highborn like your daughters. But as much as I hate this possibility, she must remain in the household accompanying you. As Sansa's friend, she will prevent isolation for your daughter, especially with Lady's departure. And as your steward's daughter, she needs to learn the darkness of the world and to become someone that could face the incoming challenges. When you are preparing your escape plans from King's Landing, include her with your daughter in the main group to leave. No child should suffer from the cruelty of people of power. Eddard listened intently to my response, his concern for Jane Poole evident in his eyes. He understood the importance of Jane's presence for Sansa's emotional well-being and the need for her to have a companion in the unfamiliar and treacherous environment of King's Landing. He also recognized the risks that Jane would face by remaining in the capital. A conflicted expression crossed Eddard's face as he contemplated the difficult decision ahead. He was torn between his desire to protect Jane from the cruelty of the powerful and the understanding that exposing her to the harsh realities of the world might be a necessary part of her growth. After a moment of contemplation, Eddard's gaze met mine. "I understand your reasoning," he replied, his voice tinged with a mixture of concern and determination. "Jane will still accompany with us in King's Landing, as you have advised. We will do our best to shield her from harm while preparing her for the challenges she may face." His response reflected the weight of his responsibilities as a protector and leader, as he made the difficult decision to expose Jane to the dangers of the capital in order to support Sansa and ensure her emotional well-being. Eddard's sense of duty and his commitment to his children and those entrusted to his care guided his actions, even in the face of uncertainty and potential harm. "Thank you, Mark," he added, his voice filled with gratitude and a sense of resolve. "Your insights and advice have given me much to consider. I will strive to protect my family and those close to them, even as we navigate the treacherous waters of King's Landing." I held his gaze and replied, "I am glad that my words can give you perspective and tools to handle the situation. And yet, I can't help but apologizing for creating such a conundrum for you. If it were solely based on my empathy and good intentions, I would have advised you to mainly focus on your family and would deliver you everything I know. However, the knowledge and insights I possess compel me, and by extension, you, to make these difficult choices. I cannot in good conscience allow events to unfold without offering you the best advice I can provide, especially in the current context. But I can't play gods in interfering too much in the current events and situations without creating the conditions for much worse situations that I couldn't forgive myself to have created." I let out a sigh and my eyes turned thoughtful and a bit contrite. "There is so much I want to tell you, but that would create more issues that it would solve if I didn't thread carefully, and some of the informations would attract more unwanted attention on you or me, and that could threaten the advices I gave you, especially for the discretion you need to have in King's Landing." Eddard's expression softened and he nodded in understanding and gratitude with a tinge of sadness. He recognized the weight and complexity of the situation, understanding that my knowledge and insights presented both a gift and a burden. As I expressed my concerns and the limitations I faced in sharing certain information, he nodded in acknowledgement. "There is no need for you to apologize," he said gently, his voice filled with empathy. "You find yourself in a unique position, burdened with the knowledge of what may come to pass. I may not grasp how it is possible, but I can see how it is a heavy weight to bear, and I appreciate your sincerity in offering the best advice you can and the honesty to recognize the delicate nature of such power. An. 1_ Here we are. The supersource of this introduction of the story. And perhaps the longest for the time being. 2_ Even more than the previous ones, this chapter is a mix of the work on ChatGPT and my own addition and rewrites to deepen the context and the reaction of the different characters. 3_ It is the most difficult chapter to imagine because I was considering many possibilities. But many were problematics in the context of the situation and not necessarily the best approaches to tackle some issues without creating the seeds for worst outcomes compared to the canon. 4_ In the end, with the way I am, and thus, the way the SI is, the reasons why the MC didn't reveal everything, notably on the very burning issues, are because a. He didn't want to lead Eddard to rush on decisions and actions that could backfire on him, b. The fact that infodumping won't be efficient, especially with Eddard Stark's current physical state, c. The urgency and uncertainty that brings the necessity to prioritize information and how to use knowledge, d. With the advices given in this chapter, potential changes will occur while hopefully delaying unwanted attention because of Eddard suddenly changing his demeanor or making sudden decisions without obvious reasons, e. The SI tries to remind Eddard to always put his family's well-being as the main priority, not matter his duty to Robert or his desire to find out what happened to Jonaran and F, giving him a potential chance to delay or escape his fate. 5_ Knowledge is a double-edged sword like any tool, skills, and strengths. In certain circumstances and certain ways, it can help us thrive and to achieve great things. But in others, it will lead to danger and disasters. 6_ However, that doesn't mean some complimentary advices won't be given to Eddard before the MC's departure to Winterfell. Some other advices would be mentioned in a future chapter. By the way, 11 other chapters are already written so far. 7_ To conclude on the matter of knowledge/truth/information, while it will be mentioned in the future, I think it is a relevant thing to tell you what is my philosophical opinion on truth vs lie. The phrase only truth hurts is something I kind of disagree with. While it is certain that truth is not always pleasant or pretty to hear, the reason why it can hurt is partly because of how it is revealed. Withholding information or lying to someone can be as harmful or even more than telling the truth, not matter how concerned we may be with the well-being, the comfort and the safety of someone, because it is like a river you are trying to stop with a dam, it is like a boomerang you sent away with the fool's hope it will disappear. It is preferable to tell the truth, but the manner, the context, and the aimed person, when it is not yourself, are to take into account to define the potential delivery of truth. It is not easy feat to achieve as we are defined by our emotions and experiences, and truth can be a complicated matter because of the complexity, the perspective, or the fact it can go beyond the possible frame of perspective we have on the matter. But to tell someone the truth, you need to have an idea of how she might react to handle how to reveal it, especially in complicated matters, when the professional duty or the necessity don't enter into consideration. Truth only hurts because something affects how we will perceive it from our perspective and the way we consider the world around us. Some won't accept it because of fear, of pride, of comfort, of denial. Truth is neither pretty or nice, nor it is ugly or nasty. It is factual and neutral, and only our personal mindset and experiences would make us see it in a certain way. You can disagree with this philosophical approach and you will be in your right. After all, no one is the sole guardian of the truth, he can only see a distorted fragment of it. 8_ Finally, you can consider the MC's conflicting choices as one example of his limitations and one potential flaw of his personality. 9_ Have a good reading. 5/Last preparations before night. Hearing his words full of understanding and empathy, I looked at him with relief and thankfulness. I thank you, my lord. Eddard's eyes were still softened as he spoke with a determined yet appreciative tone. No, it is I who thank you, Mark. Your words brought insights I would need, and you gave me your unwavering support while you have no reason to do so, even as a reward to my protection. I will consider all of your advice carefully and take the necessary steps to protect my family to the best of my abilities. As I listened to his words, a sense of gratitude welled up within me. Gratefulness for the trust he had placed in me, a stranger from another world, and for the opportunity to make a difference in the lives of the Stark family. It was also relief, as even though he listened to me, there was no guarantee he would have considered them. With a mix of determination and concern, I responded, I know you'll do it, especially now that you have a glimpse of what awaits you in King's Landing. My gaze met Eddard's, and I couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret that I wasn't able to provide him with more tangible support. I just wish I'd had more time to deliver you something that would have been more helpful for the incoming weeks and moons, I sighed. The only thing I can do beyond telling you these key information is to deliver you a written report of my advices, but I am not used to quills or parchment, meaning I'd need either you or your steward to write these notes. Eddard considered my words for a moment, then nodded. Very well. I will have my steward assist you in writing down your advices in the morning. I feel having them written would help me. I nodded in agreement, grateful for his willingness to document the knowledge I could provide. Thank you, Lord Stark. Having a written record will ensure that the information is preserved and can be referenced whenever needed. It is my hope that it will aid you in protecting your family and facing the challenges of King's Landing. Eddard's expression was serious, but a hint of gratitude shone in his eyes. Your dedication to our cause is remarkable. You have shown selflessness and a genuine concern for the well-being of my family. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I am honored to be of assistance, I replied, my voice filled with sincerity. I may be a stranger to Westeros, but your family's safety is paramount, and I will do everything in my power to help ensure it. As our conversation drew to a close, we both understood the weight of the decisions that lay ahead. Eddard would protect his family with the knowledge I had provided, and I would continue to offer guidance and support as best I could. Together, we would face the challenges of Westeros, armed with knowledge and determination. I then said, I think the hour is late and I know you are weary and exhausted by the days you spent looking for Arya. You need to process what you have just learned, and if I were you, to reconsider everything I said. I don't mean it to belittle my word or to make you renegade your promise on sending me to Winterfell, but you will make better decision once you consider with attention and reflection everything you've heard. Eddard listened intently to my words, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he spoke with a mix of gratitude and consideration. You're right. The hour is late, and I have much to ponder. Your advice has given me much to consider, and I will take the time to reflect on it all. I nodded, acknowledging his need for time and reflection. As I prepare to take my leave, I share my final advice with Eddard, with a slight revision from my initial statement. Before I depart, I would like to give you two last pieces of advice. The Northerner Lord furrowed his eyebrows but nodded. My first one is the following one: if it is possible, consider contacting Syrio Farrell and see if he can come to Winterfell to give Arya water dancing lessons. It would not only benefit Arya but also offer a unique perspective from a former Sword of Bravos for your sons. If, however, it is not feasible to bring him to Winterfell for training. Another option could be to seek his help in protecting Sansa. Despite not being a knight, his past as the first sword of Bravos makes him a remarkable fighter. In the stories, his heroic sacrifice allows Arya to escape, as he single-handedly takes on 4 guards and Meryn Trant, a member of the King's Guard, armed only with a wooden sword, I told him. Eddard pondered both possibilities, taking his time to consider their implications. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and then finally spoke up. The idea of Syrio Farrell training Arya in water dancing is indeed intriguing, especially considering the future you depicted in those stories. Arya could greatly benefit from such training, and it would provide a unique learning experience for my sons as well. He then continued, on the other hand, the notion of seeking Sirio's help in protecting Sansa is equally compelling. If he could hold off multiple opponents with just a wooden sword, he would undoubtedly be a formidable defender for Sansa. Eddard's expression shows the weight of his decision. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at me with a resolute gaze. I will explore both options. If Syrio is willing and able to come to Winterfell, I will eagerly welcome him as a teacher for Arya. If not, I will seek his aid in ensuring Sansa's protection. Either way, I am grateful for this advice, and I will do what I can to make it a reality. I nodded, glad that the Northerner Lord seemed to consider the idea. I am aware it may not be guaranteed he accept, but it is worth the effort. Sometimes, in trying, great things can be achieved. Eddard nodded, seeming more determined now. I however couldn't help but notice that his eyes also seemed concerned and wary. Sensing that he had something on his mind, I gently asked, "Is something troubling you, my lord?" Eddard hesitated for a moment before responding, "It's just Arya training in fight of any sort, it's not something that sits entirely well with me. She reminds me so much of my sister Lyanna, and I fear for her safety. But she has the wolf's blood and it will be very difficult to forbid her to do what she wants." I nodded, acknowledging his feelings and the weight of his past memories. "I understand your concerns, Lord Stark. The world I come from is quite different from yours, and in my world, allowing children to explore their interests and talents is considered to be a healthy approach to their development. However, I also understand that your world has its own customs and traditions, some of them old of thousands of years." Eddard looked at me, still uncertain but willing to listen. I continued, "While Arya may remind you of Lyanna, she is also her own person with her own strengths and desires. Water dancing could be a means for her to build her skills, confidence, and independence. Moreover, it may not be a bad thing to have her learn self-defense, considering the dangerous times we live in. Robb will watch over her once she is back in Winterfell, but you are right that it won't be a bad sea for her to be able to defend herself," Eddard admitted as he was thinking of the way the incident between his daughter and the prince had been depicted by her and how I pointed out the implications. "I completely understand, my lord," I reassured him. "If you decide to go ahead with this, I promise to do my best to help Arya thrive while respecting the boundaries and rules of your world. I have no desire to disrupt the balance here, but rather, I hope to offer a unique perspective that may benefit your family." I then added, "However, you must be aware she won't be a lady, not in the traditional meaning of the word here. I won't prevent her from thriving in her path, even though I will help her to find her balance. Otherwise, the result would be either her being even more rebellious and making a move like your late sister or being a broken and soulless thing. Do you really want to snuff out the life of your daughter for the sake of tradition?" Eddard's expression grew serious as he processed my words, thinking back to Lyanna and considering the other alternative. He took a moment to respond, considering the implications of my counsel. "You speak truth, and it is a difficult one to confront," he said somberly. "I have seen the fire and determination in Arya, and I know she is not like other girls her age. Your insights are valuable, and I do not wish to suppress her spirit or her potential." He sighed heavily, his concern as a father evident. "But the path of martial training is fraught with danger, and I fear for her safety and her future. The world can be cruel to those who defy conventions, and as much as I want her to find her own way, I cannot help but worry about the consequences, especially in finding her place." "I understand your concerns, Lord Stark," I responded, empathy in my voice. "Arya's journey will not be without its challenges, but by allowing her to explore her interests, you may also be giving her the tools to navigate those challenges. Water dancing could empower her, and I know that Syrio Farrell is a capable and honorable teacher." Eddard nodded, acknowledging the validity of my point. "You have given me much to ponder, and I am grateful for your candid advice. It is a lot to take in, but I believe I needed this perspective from an outsider like yourself. As always, my lord, the final decision rests with you," I said with a respectful nod. "I am here to offer guidance, and I will do my utmost to assist you and your family in any way I can." I felt glad that he accepted my insights concerning Arya, though a bit of me was wondering if I wasn't a bit hypocritical in saying I wouldn't disrupt the balance since my actions would create ripples in the status quo in Westeros. And I knew that while I would try to balance with Westeros's social frame, I wouldn't restrict Arya, especially since being a cultivated man and a foreigner from an unknown place could arouse the young girl's curiosity, not to mention the fact I didn't treat her like a lady during the whole evening, which would make him someone worthy to know beyond my intervention to defend her. A part of me dreamt to be some kind of mentor for her, but I knew it would greatly depend on many things, including how the bond between her and me would thrive and how the rest of her family would perceive me and accept me, especially her mother. While the timeline gave me an advantage to prevent Catelyn to try to get in the way to stop a foreign lowborn to influence her daughter, I knew that sooner or later, I would have to prove my worth to her. I inwardly sighed because while I was not severe on Catelyn Stark regardless of her deeds or of her relation to Jon, I knew her upbringing and her concern for her children could make her someone that would try to prevent me to bring whatever influence I would have in her family. I tried to chase away those thoughts as it was only speculations that were to prove, and I knew that incoming events could force her to make compromises, though I was glad I was not Valder Frey with his mob methods or Peter Baelish and his ersatz of Palpatine moves, even though my own position made me close to him to some extent in manner of social standing. Unaware of my thoughts, Eddard asked me, and the other advice. I took a deep breath to answer him, though I was glad of his question as it allowed me to chase away my current feelings. During your journey to King's Landing and in your tenure of Hand of the King, ask to people around you and to the servants in the Red Keep about Joffrey to have a better idea of who he is beyond his appearance. I know you want the best for your children, and even if what you will hear is either rumor or half-truth and lie, it will at least give you an idea on how the prince is perceived in the Red Keep. Eddard's expression grew grave as he considered my second piece of advice. The mention of Joffrey and the disturbing image I presented clearly struck a chord within him, especially with everything that had been said. He nodded slowly, his eyes narrowing with a mix of concern and determination. Thank you for your cautionary words, he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of worry. I will heed your advice and seek more information about Joffrey. It is essential that I have a better understanding of his character and the potential dangers he may pose, especially considering his betrothal to Sansa. Eddard's words revealed his deep sense of responsibility as a father and protector. He understood the potential risks involved in his daughter's betrothal and recognized the need to gather more information to ensure her safety. The Northerner thought again about the fact he might reflect upon breaking the betrothal should he find out awful things on Joffrey in regards of what he had seen this evening and how I presented the young man. I nodded gravely, hoping it would help him in King's Landing while apprehending I did too much. I then shifted the conversation slightly. On another note, Lord Stark, as I am not officially part of your household yet and Winterfell is not our current location, may I inquire where I will be accommodated for the night? Eddard considered my question for a moment, then replied, I will have my steward, Vayen Poole, assist you in settling in. I nodded, appreciating his arrangements. Thank you, Lord Stark. I appreciate your hospitality and the assurance of safety. I will await Vayen Poole's guidance. Eddard concluded our conversation, his voice filled with gratitude. Rest well, Mark. We will speak again in the morning. Your insights and presence are truly valued. Just do not walk away too much. With a nod of acknowledgement, I replied, I won't. Thank you, Lord Stark. May you have a restful evening. And with that, I left the room and saluted Jory Castle. As I moved in the corridor to await Vayen Poole, I felt exhausted by the whole discussion, even though I was no stranger for speaking a lot, for both my good and detriment. A part of me still wondered if it was relevant and smart of making such moves with all the restraints and challenges that Lord Stark will have, not to mention the fact he might still dismiss my words. I reject such self-distrust as I couldn't allow it to plague me in such a place. Alone in the room after my departure, Eddard called for Jory. Yes, my lord, the knight asked. Summon Vayen Poole, Jory, Ned requested. Yes, my lord, the captain nodded before leaving the room to fulfill his task. Eddard knew that Vayen, his trusted steward, would assist in finding a suitable room for Mark for the night. As he waited for Vayen's arrival, Eddard found himself deep in thought. The events of the evening had left the Northerner lord astonished and questioning his own judgments and beliefs. Hearing Mark claiming to be from another world called Earth and possessing knowledge of his world through stories was unbelievable. If it wasn't for the foreigner's bold intervention to defend Arya, the fact that he asked for Eddard's protection after Arya had advised him to do so, or his bold use of an oath, Eddard would have dismissed the claims as those of a madman trying to carve his path in his service. Eddard decided to humor Mark, wondering how he would prove his claims, even though he was impressed by the fact that Mark was ready to take the black in case of failure. Such a bold pledge intrigued him as either a very madman or someone who believed what he said would take such a risk. And yet, the clothes, the unknown tongue, and more crucially, the specific details Mark had revealed about his promise to Lynna and the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the dire wolf pups, had left Eddard unable to dismiss the claims outright. While Mark spoke a lot and shared similarities with the people in the south, Eddard also noted his self-doubts and uncertainties, the fear of fooling or wronging him, and the desire to do right. All these elements pushed him to grant some trust in Mark, even though he was cautious and wary. The idea that his world was depicted in stories from another place and that future events were depicted in those tales was particularly disturbing and mind-blowing. A part of him was still in denial of such a possibility, while the other part was wondering what it implied and if everything he believed to be true was false or an illusion. He tried to chase away such disturbing thoughts and focused on what had been discussed to ponder on them. As Eddard reflected on Mark's character and values, he recognized that he seemed to be a man of honor and duty. Mark's words and actions had resonated with him, particularly his emphasis on honesty and sincerity. Eddard had noticed the ease with which Mark had connected with Arya after his intervention, and he sensed a genuine concern for his family's well-being through Mark's concern and depictions, but also his daring propositions of risking Eddard's safety. A part of the hand wondered how much he could trust Mark, and yet he couldn't decipher deceit in his eyes, much more some kind of candor like he could see in Sansa, except in a tempered demeanor and mixed with a reasoning that would make the man a formidable advisor or lord in other circumstances. His wariness was fortified with how Mark depicted Joffrey and Cersei. A part of him was tempted to send Sansa back to Winterfell along with her sister. But he relented on this thought, aware that his friend wouldn't understand his change of mind, even less if it was revealed it was Mark who defended Arya and publicly denounced the prince as a liar and dangerous. And as he had promised to ensure Mark's protection, he couldn't allow that. A part of him was wary of how Mark handled the information and suspected he knew more than he let out from his conflicting and hesitant demeanor in some instances. He wanted to ask more, but tiredness and the events of the night made him stop on this desire as the need to grasp everything he had learnt tonight was stronger. He also understood a bit why Mark couldn't tell him everything. Mark's words in comparing his situation to Eddard's situation concerning Jon's true parentage were maybe a bit bold, but he could imagine, in spite of his reservations, the disastrous impacts of releasing information without thinking upon it. Others he would have accused of being craven, turncoats, or deceitful, but he could not be so certain with Mark, notably because he acknowledged the fact that urgency and circumstances make the delivery of all the relevant information complicated. He, however, hoped that Mark would give such knowledge to help his son and perhaps to him if they found a way to exchange on it without attracting unwanted attention. The Lord of Winterfell understood the gravity of the situation and the importance of making informed decisions. Mark's knowledge of the political landscape in King's Landing and his willingness to offer guidance had sparked a glimmer of hope within Eddard. He realized that Mark could potentially become a valuable advisor for his family, despite being a stranger from another world. However, Eddard also acknowledged the need for caution and further evaluation of Mark's abilities and motives, even though it would be his son that would be the first judge of these abilities. His thoughts turned to the messages that needed to be sent to Winterfell. Robb, his eldest son and the current Lord of Winterfell in his absence, needed to be informed of Arya's return and Mark's arrival. Eddard wanted to ensure that Robb understood the significance of Mark's presence and the role he had played in defending Arya. It was essential to maintain open lines of communication within his family, especially during these uncertain times. He was also thinking of Mark's last advice, considering the advantages, but also wary of allowing Arya to pursue further in her love for fight, even with Mark's reassurances. He let out a sigh, the weight of the last days being heavy on his shoulders. He considered the possibilities that lay ahead. He had been thrust into a world of political intrigue and danger, and he needed all the allies and information he could gather. Mark's presence provided an unexpected opportunity, and Eddard was determined to make the most of it, especially as they were to part paths soon. Mark's advice resonated inside him, even though the perspective of separating Arya from him and sending her back to Winterfell was a bitter perspective. He heard knocks at the door and the voice of Jory Castle. "Vayan is there, my lord." "Let him in," the northerner lord said. Soon after, Vayan Poole entered the room, his expression respectful and attentive. "You called for me, my lord?" he inquired. Eddard nodded. "Indeed, Vayan. I need you to help our guest, Mark, to provide him with a guest chamber among the rooms that Lord Darry assigned to us for the night. He has offered his assistance, and it is only proper that we extend our hospitality." Vayan bowed his head in acknowledgement. "As you wish, my lord. I will find him and make the necessary arrangements." Eddard appreciated Vayan's efficiency and dedication. "Thank you, Vayan. And once you have settled Mark, I need you to send messages to Winterfell. Inform Robb of Arya's return and the arrival of our guest. Stress the importance of his role in protecting Arya and the insights Mark may provide. We must remain united and vigilant." Vayan nodded, understanding the significance of the task. "I will handle it personally, my lord. Winterfell shall be informed promptly." Eddard expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Very well, Vayan. Carry out your duties diligently, and ensure our guest is comfortable." With that, Vayan Poole left to fulfill his assignments, and Eddard settled back into his thoughts. The challenges before him were immense, but with the newfound knowledge and potential ally in Mark, he felt a glimmer of hope for the future of his family in the north. An. 1. The conclusion of the introductory arc with this long discussion between Eddard Stark and the MC. Like the previous chapters, a mix of ChatGPT, main text and additions of rewrite and personal additions, with the new help of repetition checking logic eels. 2. The advice on Syrio was present in the first draft, but had known to rewrite to develop all possibilities. The advice of convincing the man of going north was in the very first draft, but thanks notably to a discussion, I found that having Sirio as a potential protector for Sansa would work, especially in regards of practical choices. In short, the MC expresses both the fan advice and the pragmatic one. 3. The last advices is something that came to my mind, partly because I am something who tends wanting to share as much as I can. And in the context of the MC, the first is tied to his advice on sending back Arya to Winterfell, creating a continuity. 4. The advice on inquiring on Joffrey may be risky, but it was something that left me pondering about the potentiality, especially with the complex situation in the Red Keep. While there is no doubt that there are part of the servants that are tied to the Lannisters or to Varys and Peter Baelish, others are likely people of the Crownlands whose loyalty is more blurred. And I also thought that lies reveal as much as the truth, just not in the same manner. And with the potential rumors of how the prince was humiliated by a commoner that escaped his wrath, you can imagine there would be people that would take delight in such rumors. Finally, as I didn't mention anything on his parentage or his mother's secret, my advice can be perceived as a way for Eddard to determine if the prince is really worthy of Sansa. While the incident with Arya is a red flag, it is not necessarily enough because contrary to the people of the Red Keep, the Starks are not aware of his tendencies, just the fact he is petty and arrogant, except for Sansa who might be in denial, and Eddard was kind of the excuse the prince is young. 5. As you have noticed, there is in a certain manner the first interlude in this fanfiction. I wanted to develop it because believed that after such a discussion, a man like Eddard Stark would find himself pondering what had been discussed, trying to make sense of all of it and to understand the whole extent of what he had learned and how he perceived his interlocutor. I tried to depict with the help of ChatGPT and my own additions the whole complexity of his emotions on the matter. 6. Initially, the interlude was Eddard's thoughts _Eddard asking Jory Castle to summon Vayan _Eddard speaking to Vayan. But I changed the narrative order because I considered it didn't make sense for Eddard to wait before asking the presence of his steward, as finding me a room for the night in Derry Castle would be a bit of a priority. Because I know thoughts took less time than actions in a time frame, I put them as the second part of the interlude. 7. A part of me is still a bit uncertain of how I developed this interlude because while I believe that the steward would be the best choice for finding a room for the MC, the way I developed it in the first place had some imperfections that I made modify afterwards in regards of your comments and suggestions on the matter. 8. A teaser, the next chapter is settling for the night and a dreamy visit. 9. Have a good reading. 6. The night is full of terror. As I was walking and watching the place around me in the corridor, I stopped by the door by which Eddard Stark, Arya and I arrived, as I didn't want to get lost in Derry Castle and to allow the Queen or her son to take the opportunity to strike at me. I saw Jory Castle moving with Vayan Poole and knew that soon, I would find a room where to rest. I stood near the door, not wanting to disturb the sleeps of those nearby. As 2 Stark guards were passing, I saluted them. They answered back, one of some looking at me with recognition, probably from what happened in the hall. As I stood by the door, contemplating my next move, I noticed Vayan Poole approaching. His eyes held a glimmer of recognition, likely due to witnessing my intervention in the hall. Vayan's expression was a mix of curiosity and admiration, and I could tell he had formed an opinion of me based on that incident. Good evening, Mark, Vayan greeted me respectfully. Lord Stark has entrusted me with the task of finding you a room for the night. Please, follow me. I nodded, signaling my willingness to accompany him. We then walked through the corridors of Derry Castle in the part where Lord Stark's household seemed to have taken residence, and as we did, Vayan spoke with me, shared some insights into Arya's perception of me during their journey to her assigned room. You know, your actions in the hall were quite impressive. You defended Lady Arya valiantly. I nodded in acknowledgement, a small smile playing on my lips. Thank you, Vayan. I did what was right. No child should suffer the cruelty of others. The steward's eyes softened, and he seemed to appreciate my sentiment. I can't argue with that, especially since I have a daughter of my own to worry about. Understanding the weight of his words, I nodded sympathetically, even though a part of me shuddered as I thought upon what could happen to his daughter. Rejecting the dark and awful imagery of my mind, I answered with sympathy. Indeed, the safety and well-being of our loved ones are always of utmost importance. Vayan's respect for me seemed to grow as he listened to my response. My lord trusts you enough to allow you to join Winterfell, he then remarked, his voice tinged with respect. He was already grateful with your intervention, but whatever you have discussed with him seemed to make him see worth in you. I appreciated his acknowledgement and the trust that Eddard had placed in me. I knew that joining Winterfell would provide an opportunity to further assist and protect the Stark family, as well as deepened my own understanding of their world to know it better beyond the superficial knowledge from the books, shows and fandom. I am honored by Lord Stark's trust, I replied, gratitude evident in my tone. I am committed to doing whatever I can to ensure the safety and well-being of his family and those close to them. Vayan's admiration seemed to grow as he listened to my words. Your presence and skills will undoubtedly be invaluable for his son in the days to come, he said, his voice filled with conviction. I nodded in agreement with him, even though I was hoping he would be right. Finally, we arrived at a suitable guest room. Vayan opened the door and gestured for me to enter. Here is a room where you can rest for the night. It is not much, but I hope it meets your needs. I stepped inside and surveyed the room, grateful for the opportunity to finally settle down after the events of the evening. I turned to the steward and expressed my gratitude. Thank you for your assistance and for guiding me here. I appreciate your help. Vayan offered a slight bow, his voice filled with sincerity. You're most welcome. Rest well. With that, Vayan bid me good night, and I closed the door behind him. As I prepared myself for the night, I couldn't help but reflect on the whirlwind of events that had transpired. The truth I had revealed, the decisions Eddard had made, and the trust that had been placed in me, all of it weighed heavily on my mind. Yet, amidst the uncertainties, I found solace in knowing that I had played a part, however small, in safeguarding the Stark family and the realm they held dear. My cautious part was still conflicted, both glad that I had found shelter and trusting people and yet still flummoxed by my bold intervention and the fact I put my life in danger in a place where life expectancy, even for highborn, could be as short as a fly's wing. Trying to chase away these thoughts and doubts, I finally went to sleep. But as I drifted into sleep, my mind was plagued by an unsettling dream. As I stood in the frozen graveyard, surrounded by skulls and bones, the piercing caws of ravens echoed in the eerie silence. It was then that a three-eyed raven materialized before me, his gaze penetrating my very soul. Trepasser. Trepasser, the raven cawed, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the bleak landscape. With confusion and fear swirling in my mind, memories of childhood fears of death resurfaced. I deeply disliked the situation and felt vulnerable, and my cautious self disliked this context, no matter how surreal and dreamy or nightmarish it was. I mustered the courage to address the enigmatic figure before me. Bloodraven, I spoke softly yet firmly, acknowledging the ancient being's other name. Bloodraven's form shifted, taking on the appearance of Brynden Rivers from the history of Westeros. His pale skin and centuries-old eyes, one of them red, spoke of the magic and mystery entwined within him. You know my name, he replied, curious yet cautious about my knowledge. Meeting his intense gaze, I stood my ground. By your green sight, you may have guessed who I am and how I know your identity. And I also know your true name, Brynden Rivers, I asserted with unwavering resolve. He watched me intently, as if assessing my worth, before finally cawing again. I have observed your presence in the recent days, he accused, his voice tinged with caution. You are a disruption to the song, an interloper who shouldn't be here. Acknowledging the truth in his words, I nodded, my jaw clenched. Yes, I have made some interferences, intervening in Arya's trial, preventing Lady's death, and challenging Joffrey's reputation. But I didn't ask to be here, and I didn't expect to become a part of this deadly Game of Thrones, I retorted, my frustration growing. Curiosity getting the better of me, I asked, do you, as an agent of the old gods, know how I ended up in Westeros? My voice held a tinge of sarcasm, as if I doubted whether he actually knew anything useful. Bloodraven's gaze intensified. Your arrival from another realm is a unique occurrence, and it has drawn the old gods' attention. While his answer was more a riddle than a clear one, I considered that the old gods and him considered my hypothesis of an last action hero-style arrival likely. That didn't solve the question of how it was possible, as I knew magic as an energy and power wasn't a thing of my world. My thoughts were interrupted when Bloodraven spoke again, his words dripping with disapproval, and your arrival was observed with wariness. Your presence there is not only unnatural, but your actions and intents threaten the balance of this world. You would doom everyone with your recklessness. Hearing the accusation behind his words snapped me out of my generally well-tempered demeanor. I looked at the green seer with narrowed and angry eyes, my patience wearing thin. Even though a part of me could understand his stance, I couldn't stand being accused of wrongdoings while my own position was complicated and difficult to fit with their rules and so-called games. But the suffering and injustice in this song are undeniable, I argued, my personal disagreements with the methods of the old gods seeping into my words. While a believer, I do not believe in fate, only in the patterns that repeat, and I can't stand idly by while millions suffer due to the greed of a few. Bloodraven listened, his ancient wisdom absorbing my words, but I sensed a touch of condescension in his demeanor. You see only a fragment of the grand design, he said patronizingly. The old gods work in mysterious ways, and the outcome may yet surprise you. While I understand your desire to change the course of events, we must tread carefully, for unintended consequences can unravel the fabric of time. My anger flared at his condescending tone, and I held his gaze firmly, unyielding in my convictions. I may not fully understand the intricacies of this world, but I refuse to believe that we are mere pawns, bound by an unchangeable fate, I argued fiercely. I've seen the patterns in history, the echoes of the past in the present. The mistakes of those who came before us should be lessons, not prophecies or chorus. They are only chorus because people either failed to learn from the past or forgot it. If we are to make any difference, we must question, challenge, and seek a better path. Bloodraven's expression softened slightly, as if contemplating my words, but I could sense his resistance to my way of thinking. You speak with conviction, but such a perspective can be both a blessing and a curse, he remarked, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. To see patterns and trends can provide insight, but it can also blind one to the unexpected and the true complexities of existence. I do not claim to have all the answers, I admitted through gritted teeth, my anger barely contained. But I can't stand idly by while people suffer. If I can find a way to make a positive impact, even in the smallest of ways, I will. My eyes darkened again as I couldn't help but let my anger get the better of me. If I don't, I am no much better than the king's guard when they stood while Ares raped his sister wife. I spat again, my frustration and anger boiling over. Perhaps you should taste how it feels to live something you believe to be tales before finding it to be real to understand my position. As I spoke those words, the dream abruptly shifted to a horrifying scene from Game of Thrones. We both found ourselves amidst the tragic event where Shireen Baratheon was being burned by Melisandre on her own father's consent. My heart clenched violently when I became aware of the setting, as the scene was my most emotional, wrenching and painful scene in the whole series, beating every gruesome death and rape depicted in the show. The eerie atmosphere of the cold, snowy military camp surrounded me, and I felt a shiver down my spine. Shireen's desperate cries for her parents echoed in my ears, and the sight of her being tied up and then burned was unbearable. My emotional reaction to witnessing this scene was overwhelming, far more intense than when I watched the scene as her death was off-screen. Shireen was a character I had grown fond of throughout the series, and to see her facing such a horrifying fate was heart-wrenching. My anger from earlier had dissipated, replaced by a deep sadness and helplessness that threatened to consume me. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes, my usual composure shattered by the emotional turmoil. Every fiber of my being wanted to rush forward and try to save Shireen, to free her from her bindings, and prevent this cruel and senseless act. But the dream, like a memory in a pensive, prevented me from interacting with the people around me. I was forced to bear witness to the tragedy unfolding before my eyes, unable to intervene. The air felt thick and suffocating, and the weight of this moment was tenfold what I would feel for such situations. The cries and the stench of burning flesh mixed with the snow and chilled me to the core. Shireen's pain and fear were palpable, and I felt as if I was there with her, experiencing her agony and desperation. The sight of the soldiers, including her own parents, standing by and watching her suffer was gut-wrenching. I clenched my fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to break free from this dream, to escape the awful nightmare that had overtaken me. But I was powerless, trapped in the scene, unable to change its course. Looking at Melisandre, I felt the biggest rush of anger and hatred I ever felt. Until now, the notion of enemy was nearly a foreign notion to me because of my demeanor and values. But experiencing the scene as if it would become reality made me feel in a manner similar to Arya when faced to awful injustice. If it wasn't for the fact it wasn't real, I would have jumped at the Red Woman, strangling her, tearing apart her necklace and making a Spinosaur move on her neck. A part of me was disgusted with myself, but the burst of anger combined with the whole emotional turmoil I was experiencing in this instance was like the tornadoes wreaking havoc Los Angeles in the day after tomorrow. Beside me, Bloodraven seemed to share my distress, though he remained composed. The weight of the scene weighed heavily on him, though he remained composed. He had seen countless events and horrors throughout history, but this was different. It was my mind, my thoughts, creating this nightmare for us to witness, even if it was from my peculiar knowledge I had on his world and its future. He looked at me with a mix of understanding and concern, seeing the turmoil within me. Seeing glimpses of my emotions and thoughts, he guessed what plagued my mind as we were accidentally witnessing the event. He had a sense of the responsibility that weighed on my shoulders. To be an observer of fictional or past tragedies was one thing, but to confront the possibility of those fictional and future tragedies becoming real was an entirely different matter. It was a dilemma that he could not easily dismiss. Shireen's kinship to him added an extra layer of complexity to the situation, even though he knew her fate was a possibility in the song. As the flames consumed Shireen, my heart sank, and I fell to my knees. The pain, guilt, and sorrow I felt were almost unbearable. I felt like an accomplice to this heinous act, even though it was just a fictional scene. The fact that it mirrored a potential future in Westeros only intensified my despair. While I was grieving both this tragedy, I struggled in pain to leave this nightmare. A part of me felt tainted and monstrous. How could I let my temper took the best of me? Even worse is I let my emotions striking out against the greatest green seer and warg of times, at least before Bran. As I thought violently to leave this awful situation, Bloodraven and I managed to find ourselves back in the graveyard. Both of us were disturbed, even though I took the brunt of the experience. A part of me was darkly amused by the irony of the situation, for wishing for him to taste how I felt to truly live situations I had seen or read and to choose one of the worse. A part of me wondered how it had been possible, even if the inkling of magic was enough to make me suspect such possibility. While I knew I was without magic, I couldn't dismiss the fact I could have been affected by it in one way or another, especially in the presence of Bloodraven. I let out my cries and tears as we were back in the creepy graveyard. I was feeling sick, relieved, disgusted and shattered. I finally looked at Bloodraven, speaking to him, my voice quivered with a sense of guilt and self-loathing. Now you understand how deeply I can be affected by the fictional tragedies I've watched and read. Shireen's death is the most wrenching moment for me, and to experience it as if it were real is beyond words. That was how I felt when I witnessed the ordeal between Arya and Joffrey in Derry Castle, even though it was less disgusting, awful and monstrous. But it is very awful to literally live scenes that were before only fiction, but also disturbing, because that made me look like a creepy and sick man who took delight to watch people's lives in their whole complexity and vulnerability. I wiped away the tears, trying to collect myself. How can I live with myself if I take the passive and apathetic path? I'm sorry, but I can't do what you or the old gods ask of me. Bloodraven's expression softened, and he seemed to grasp the weight of my burden. He understood my conundrum and my inner turmoil and why it drove me to change the course of events and alleviate suffering. I see your turmoil, and I understand your desire to make a difference, Bloodraven replied, his voice calm. But remember, even with the best intentions, meddling with the threads of fate can have unforeseen consequences. It's a delicate balance, trying to alter the course of history without causing irreparable harm. I took a deep breath, my anger being brutally abetted and overwhelmed by my sense of guilt and remorse even though determination was still there. I know. That's why I want to convey changes through advices and analytical approaches. Advices can be taken or not, but they can allow soft changes like a breeze. I do not know how much you witnessed with your green sight and how much you see of what I would do in the incoming future, but I didn't reveal everything to Eddard Stark because it would have been inefficient and catastrophic, not to mention the mental and emotional breakdown he would have or the fact such an approach would make things worse. I just try to convey my skills and knowledge in a way that can allow changes without making it too obvious or attracting the wrong attention too quickly. Bloodraven didn't respond, but watched me with his eerie eyes as if he was looking deep in my soul. I felt shiver in my inner self but couldn't let myself to let out again my emotions. I took a breath, that's why I was angered by how you speak to me. Not only you arrived in my mind and dreams while seemingly using my fears with this graveyard full of skulls, but your words, no matter the truth in them, make me feel I was deliberately wreaking havoc on the song without a care for the world and the people. For any other person, that may be the case, and I know hell is paved with good intentions. But evil also triumphs when good men do nothing. I know that my actions have consequences and that I am restricted by their impact and the restraints of my knowledge. But I can't allow myself to be this passive spectator. That could work back in my world when your reality was just a story created by someone as what was happening was a distant thing with no grip on reality. Not anymore. I held up a croaked voice, I ask forgiveness for accusing you of things you can't do because of the restrictions you have. I know of the taboos that exist among green seers and wargs. But please, do not ask me to do something I am not certain to hold. You are like an observer on a mountain peak, watching everything in the valley, and I am more like someone that used to fly over the valley but is now forced to be within it. The whole picture may escape me, but I can't dismiss my emotions or the emotions of the people that are now around me. Otherwise, I am like the monsters of your world or those of mine for whom one death is a tragedy, but a million a mere statistic. As I poured out my emotions and convictions to Bloodraven, the haunting scene from Game of Thrones lingered, casting a chilling atmosphere over our conversation. The eerie graveyard setting mirrored my fear of failure and the dangers he had warned me about. As he listened, Bloodraven's demeanor softened further, showing that he truly understood the depth of my feelings and the internal battle I was facing. Despite our differences in approach as a greenside observer, he saw the sincerity in my desire to bring about positive change. I can sense the urgency in you to take action and make a difference, he responded thoughtfully. You're not alone in grappling with the complexities of this world. Your emotions and empathy are both strengths and vulnerabilities. They reveal your genuine concern for the consequences of your choices. When I came to your dreams, it wasn't to condemn you, but to offer caution. He explained, the path you choose is yours to bear, and it won't be an easy one. I have glimpsed various potential outcomes resulting from your decisions, each shrouded in uncertainty. At that moment, the scene seemed to shift, emphasizing the divergent paths that lay before me, each with its own set of consequences. But even in uncertainty, there is hope, Bloodraven continued. Your approach of bringing about change through advice and subtlety is wise. Small actions can create significant transformations over time. You have the potential to influence events without causing chaos or drawing unnecessary attention. His words resonated deeply within me, and I nodded in acknowledgement. I could sense his understanding and wisdom, realizing that he wasn't trying to hold me back entirely but to guide me in using my knowledge responsibly. As for my initial approach, I apologize for my harsh words, Bloodraven's voice carried remorse. I wanted you to grasp the gravity of your actions, but perhaps I underestimated the impact it would have on you. I never intended to distress you, only to make you aware of the consequences. Amidst the complex emotions that still gripped me, I sensed Bloodraven's sincerity and understood that his approach had its own purpose. He sought to make me aware of the intricate nature of the world and the potential consequences of my actions. I accept your apology, I replied, my voice steadier now. And I also apologize for involving you in this possible future scenario. Blue Draven nodded solemnly in response to my acceptance, acknowledging the weight I carried and the courage it took to strive for change in a harsh world. I comprehend the gravity of your burden, and I respect the determination you possess to navigate this world's cruelty. His tone now carried a note of respect. I sighed. I know what is at stake and that any of my moves can create a storm more devastating than the one you are observing to prepare those you feel would play their part. It is your position and role. I won't lie, I am uncertain and a bit wary of you or of your endgame, but I do not regard you as an enemy. To tell the truth, I do not regard anyone as an enemy because it is not me. If we can find some middle ground, maybe we will be able to work in complementary. You have the foresight and the experience of this world. I have an outsider perspective and consider that the ideal man is both an idealist and a pragmatist. I know you to be pragmatic and I know myself to be still a dreamer, even though my own knowledge made me more attuned to the diversity of shades of reality. Blue Draven pondered my words, considering the potential synergy in our collaboration. He recognized my sincerity and the value of blending our strengths and viewpoints. You're right, Blue Draven acknowledged, his voice both measured and encouraging. Our distinct strengths can work in harmony, shaping the course of events if we find common ground. With his understanding and willingness to consider my perspective, I felt a sense of relief. I then took a breath. You can be certain of this, no matter how violent the incoming storm, no matter how I fare in this ocean of violence, lies, and intrigues, I will do my duty to pursue what is right, not what is easy. And I'll do it, not because of the will of gods but because it is the right thing to do. I do not seek power because it is feeble and treacherous. I do not seek glory because everything that once shined disappears in the darkness. All I want to make a difference with my abilities. I am no servant with a submissive demeanor who has no autonomy and no ability to adapt himself to the unexpected. I am no warrior with brute strength. I am only me, a stranger who found himself in a position where he can't do nothing and can't do everything. And I will do it to the best of my abilities and virtues. And while I will act on my gut and feelings, I place myself in the hands of God, whatever the form he would take. As the tension in the dream eased, the atmosphere of the eerie graveyard seemed to respond, becoming less oppressive and chilling. You have a true and noble heart, Blue Draven's voice resonated with understanding. Your words and actions reveal your compassion and the desire to do what's right, even if you don't fully comprehend the grand design. He appeared to contemplate the impact of our conversation and my emotional state. The realization that his presence could affect me on such a personal level made him more cautious. Despite this, his words brought comfort, and I nodded in appreciation. Thank you for recognizing that, I replied, my voice still weary but more composed. While I lack your foresight and centuries of experience, I will remain steadfast in my convictions. I understand the risks and consequences, and I'll be mindful of the outcomes my actions may trigger. Blue Draven's red eye gleamed with a hint of approval, acknowledging my determination and resolve. The path of change is challenging, and doubt may arise, he warned. But cling to your principles and be aware of the ripples you create. Your journey is unique, and surprises may lie ahead. As our conversation neared its conclusion, a sense of mutual understanding and trust enveloped us. Blue Draven recognized the potential within me to effect change and met me on more equal footing. Yet, despite the relief, I couldn't shake the guilt and regret over the unusual circumstances that initiated this extraordinary exchange. I will do my best, I affirmed. I can't promise perfection, but I'll strive to make a positive impact in this world, one step at a time. With a final nod, Blue Draven spoke with a hint of a reassuring smile, then we shall navigate this intricate tapestry together. Trust your instincts, and remember, even in the darkest of times, there is always hope. And just like that, the three-eyed raven faded away, leaving me to awaken from my troubled dream, my mind still filled with lingering thoughts and unanswered questions. I took a moment trying to appease my mind and to settle in. But my cautious side was crying inside me, calling me back on my intervention and my incoming interferences. Fighting back the habit to speak aloud my conflicting thoughts, I tried to appease myself, but the emotional drain of the quarrel with Blue Draven was still affecting me. Finding back sleep was a very hard challenge as my mind was struggling against my own turmoil and the words of the three-eyed raven. Would my interventions, even though solely advices and knowledge, truly wrecked out the events to the point the long night would become the endless night? Would I truly condemn millions of people, of living things and the soul of this world to the worst kind of darkness? And while some middle ground seemed to have been found between the Green Seer and me, uncertainty still plagued me and I was feeling guilt as if it was crushing me. The vivid scene of Shireen's death brought back as a reality in the vicinity of my mind was the most awful and painful experience I had experienced in my life. Shame and remorse were striking in my soul and made me feel as more despicable than the likes of Joffrey and of Ramsay. Even if my rational and analytical side was reasoning within me on the fact it wasn't the case, I deeply regretted expressing such wish to Blue Draven as it was like a curse wish. A part of me wondered if it wasn't a bad prank of the deities of this world to bring whatever humility they believed I needed to have. Another part was wondering if I had been dreaming all of it and that Blue Draven wasn't really there, but was only a reflection of my fears and cautious self expressing themselves through the mythical figure of the three-eyed crow, raven or whatever he was truly. In spite of myself, I considered that I had no inkling of his intents or if he would visit me in such a way. The man was a mystery, but like any other, just in an enhanced way. I chased away those questions and thoughts as they gave no answer, and no matter the truth, I would have to take this dream as a reminder of the hazards that were awaiting me, and praying that my advices and decisions wouldn't go too awry or bringing much more pain because of a lack of foresight or relying too much on the ability to listen of the people I would encounter and advise. A nostalgic part of me suddenly felt like Elsa when she heard the voice calling her out into the unknown. Except this voice I might have heard was warning me and trying to make me comply to a certain rhythm, like a conductor that would remind a soul musician to follow the rhythm of the orchestra. I knew I couldn't easily trust him, but I could not dismiss him or considering him as an enemy, mainly because what was the worth of an enemy except exhausting your time to focus on someone or something you wanted to destroy as a dubious love you wanted to conquer. Maybe he saw me as an enemy and a hurdle even with the truce that ended the dream, maybe he was not, and maybe he didn't care for me. But all that didn't matter. I knew I had crossed the Rubisco and needed to move forward until the moment death decided to make her courtship to me. My reasoning, my compassion, and my cautiousness struggled to find an answer and bickered to each other like dragons in the sky. Unable to appease myself, I decided to go praying. Finding appeasement in the peaceful void of prayer and my faith in God could be a useful thing, even more in such a place. In the core of my soul, I inwardly pray for appeasement and reassurance to face the incoming struggles. I didn't ask anything else, as while a believer, I learned to consider God like a presence and not the almighty, omnipotent and omniscient figure. The divine representations people were considered to me as windows of what we saw or expected to see of the mystery of deity, no matter what its true form was. Even the seven, the old gods, the Lord of Light or the drowned god, no matter their physical presence for some, were just representations of something that went beyond humans' understanding, no matter how limited and narrow-minded my understanding of Westeros might be. The little prayer helped me to chase away the trouble the awful dream had brought, even though the questions he raised were still lingering. I went back to sleep, hoping not to be disturbed again by anything, either in dreams or in reality. One here is a peculiar chapter, as while it is a discussion scene, it is also, hopefully, an eerie scene. I wanted to conclude the first day arc of this fanfic with something that settles the stakes as established from the previous chapters and the motives of the MC. And Bloodraven was an interesting perspective and character to tackle. This chapter has been a mix of ChatGPT different chats, first drafts and additions and rewrite, and of personal additions plus corrections. I had this scene in mind as I was thinking of how Green Seers would notice present and possible future ripples, notably in regards of the song. This chapter had been rewritten many times to have something that could be satisfactory to me. I wanted something of a mixed tone, showing a disagreement in methods from at least one character, b the character's flaws/vulnerabilities/reasons, c a reminder of the supernatural of Westeros and beyond and how the MC's presence might be perceived, d the idea of dream scenes is something I found interesting to explore, and e a mixed scene in the way the MC interacting with another character, even though the end seems promising. The first versions were more confrontational from the MC, which made him antipathic and ironically OOC, as inspired from myself. I know what are my flaws, but I also know how I would react in an emotional state. But the thing is, no matter how Bloodraven is, canonically or in the context of this fanfic, the MC has a mindset that disliked conflicts, though that doesn't mean he would accept to receive blows of any sort, no matter if in matter of critics, good points are raised, without defending himself. The got scene reviewing is an idea I had during one of the rewrite process with the help of ChatGPT, as the first versions was making my fictional self kind of antipathic and provocating, which was ironically a bit OOC. As I had recently watched the 5th season of GOT, this gave me the inspiration for the pivot scene of the chapter, the one that gave an idea of the motives of the MC, a little teased in the very first ones, but also one that might allow a truce between him and his interlocutor. And as for many, this GOT scene is a wrenching one for me, even though I do not have issue concerning how it has been settled in the context of the show. I would say it is the worst scene in emotional regards I had watched, but not the worst in quality terms. In fact, in acting and editing, it manages to display the horror in a way that enhances it. I also included it because I do not have memory of my dreams and used to imagine in my head stories of my own when I went to sleep. So, that the MC's mind plays a dirty trick to him during dream state in the context of Westeros was something I consider interesting and plausible. The huge paragraph in which the MC questioned his own dream is my own addition, partly because since Bloodraven is a mysterious character, even more for someone like me, I didn't want to rely too much on Chat's generous interpretations of the character and to create potential inconsistencies. Besides, with the matter of dreams, when well thought, one can use the self-doubt as a tool in the character's demeanor and development. I have no idea if I would bring back in the future, at least in Dreamlands, Bloodraven, but if I did, I would like complementary information that would help me to define how the interactions would go, as the one case that would justify his return in interactions with the MC would concern a certain winged wolf, though a certain Cranach boy will have a role in incoming chapters. A teaser, the next chapter is the true first interlude and concerns a certain Valancar's nemesis ruminating events of the evening. 9. Have a good reading. 7/A Royal Fury, Circe, I. As the heavy doors to the room closed behind us, I could feel the weight of the events that had just transpired in the hall still hanging over us. My heart raced, and a mix of fury, humiliation, and bitterness churned within me. The audacity of that commoner, that stranger, to interfere in our affairs and manipulate the situation in favor of Arya Stark was unforgivable. I clung to my composure, my exterior calm masking the tempest raging within. I was so close to see that wretched little beast being put in her place and punished for what she did to my son, and yet that uncouth lowborn managed to turn the tables against us. Joffrey, my dear son, stood beside me, his face a storm of anger and wounded pride. His green eyes, so like his father's, glinted with a dangerous fire. He was seething, his youthful arrogance and entitlement crushed by the turn of events. He had always been susceptible to flattery and sycophantic admiration, and now his ego had been shattered, his version of events torn apart by the words of that meddling stranger and his body exposed to people like a whore before clients. Bloody hell! Joffrey spat out, his voice a venomous hiss. Did you see that, mother? Did you see how that commoner dared to challenge me, to humiliate me in front of everyone? I placed a hand on his arm, my touch meant to soothe his turmoil, but my grip tightened involuntarily, my nails digging into his flesh. Joffrey, calm yourself. We are the guests of Sir Derry, and your behavior must be controlled. He shot me a withering glare, tearing his arm away from my touch. Controlled? Like that was controlled, mother? The whole hall was watching, and that stranger made me look like a fool. I clenched my jaw, my own anger bubbling just beneath the surface. How dare that stranger question the words of my son, the prince and future king? How dare he cast doubt upon our version of events? I could feel my blood boiling, but I had to maintain my composure. We were guests in Lord Derry's castle, and I couldn't afford to further escalate the situation, not when my oaf of husband was furious against Joffrey and me. If only Jaime had found that little brat before her father's men. That would have avoided this whole disaster tonight. Joffrey, listen to me, I hissed, my voice a low whisper. This is not the time or the place. We will deal with this later, in private. His eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a bitter sneer. Oh, don't worry, mother. I fully intend to address this matter, and that stranger will regret ever crossing me. My heart pounded in my chest, a mixture of pride and concern warring within me. Joffrey's determination to assert himself was both admirable and maddening. I wanted to protect him, to shield him from any harm, but he was his father's son, headstrong and obstinate. I knew I had to tread carefully, to guide him without smothering his spirit. Joffrey, you must be patient, I urged, my tone softening. We will find a way to rectify this situation, but for now, we must wait and bide our time. His gaze shifted to the window, his features twisted in a mix of frustration and resentment. Father! Father just let that stranger have his way. He listened to him, mother, and he believed him over me. I sighed inwardly, my heart aching for my son's wounded pride. I knew how much Joffrey idolized Robert, how desperately he sought his approval. To have that endorsement seemingly withheld was a blow he couldn't easily bear. Your father, he can be impulsive, I admitted, choosing my words carefully. But he also values justice, Joffrey. We will find a way to prove the truth of the matter, and then everyone will see that you were in the right. My son's eyes flickered back to me, a mix of doubt and hope warring within them. He wanted to believe me, to trust that I could mend this situation and restore his honor. I could see the conflict in his expression, the desire to lash out and the need for guidance. But mother, that stranger, he spoke so confidently, so convincingly, he said, his voice tinged with frustration. He made father doubt me. How am I supposed to compete with that? I took a step closer to him, my voice a soothing murmur. Joffrey, you are your father's son. You have his strength, his determination. You will not let this lowborn's words define you. We will find a way to prove the truth, to show that your version of events is the correct one. His gaze locked with mine, and for a moment, I saw a glimmer of the frightened child that still lingered beneath the facade of the prince. He was a complex mixture of arrogance and vulnerability, and my heart ached for him. We will make them see, mother, he whispered, a determined fire igniting in his eyes. No one challenges us and gets away with it. I nodded, my lips curling into a small, reassuring smile. That's right, my sweet boy. We will ensure that justice is served, and that stranger will regret ever crossing us. His stormy gaze held mine for a lingering moment, his determination fueled by my words. His clenched fists slowly relaxed, and I could see the turmoil in his eyes begin to settle, replaced by a glimmer of newfound resolve. Mother, you're right, he said, his voice steadier now, though the fire still burned within him. I won't let that stranger's words define me. I'll show them all who I am and what I'm capable of. I nodded approvingly, masking my relief. My son's malleability was a double-edged sword, his eagerness to prove himself could be molded to my advantage, but his impulsiveness could also lead to disastrous consequences. As he opened his mouth to further voice his commitment, a sharp knock at the door interrupted our conversation. Joffrey's gaze shifted towards the source of the sound, his brow furrowing in irritation. "Enter," I commanded, my voice projecting authority. The door swung open, revealing the imposing figure of Sandor Clegane, the Hound. His scarred face was as unreadable as ever, his eyes fixed on my son. "What is it, dog?" Joffrey demanded, his tone a mix of curiosity and annoyance. The Hound's gravelly voice filled the room. "Your Grace, I've found the butcher's boy as you requested." He tried to run, but I caught him and dealt with the situation. Joffrey's eyes widened, a sinister smile curling his lips. "You caught him, did you?" The Hound nodded, seemingly unperturbed by my son's reaction. He tried to escape. But I ran him down, just like you wanted." Joffrey's grin widened, his satisfaction evident. "Good. That'll teach him." He then looked at his sworn shield with a cruel glint in the eyes. "Send the butcher boy's head to the wolf bitch. Let her know what happens when someone crosses the crown." I couldn't deny the vindictive satisfaction that surged within me, but I also recognized the potential repercussions. Robert was already infuriated with Joffrey, and this act of cruelty could tip the scales further. "Joffrey, perhaps that's not the wisest course of action," I advised, my tone measured. "Remember, your father's anger is a force to be reckoned with. We must be cautious not to push him further." My son's face twisted in frustration, his anger momentarily redirected towards me. "So, you're against me too, mother? You won't let me do anything?" I took a step closer to him, my gaze steady. "I am on your side, Joffrey. But we must be strategic. The Targaryens lost their hold on power by making rash decisions. We cannot afford the same fate." The Hound's gravelly voice cut through the tension. "The wolf girl won't forget this. Sending her the boy's head is as good as declaring open war." Joffrey's expression darkened as he absorbed the Hound's words. The reality of the situation began to settle in, his desire for revenge warring with the potential consequences. I placed a hand on my son's arm, my touch gentle yet firm. "Listen to the Hound, Joffrey. He speaks from experience. We must be calculating in our actions. Revenge can wait for the opportune moment." Joffrey's gaze shifted between us, his internal struggle evident. I could see the conflict within him, torn between his desire for immediate gratification and the need to play the long game. Finally, he nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Fine. For now, we'll wait." I squeezed his arm reassuringly. "Good. Patience will serve us well." As the Hound turned to leave, Joffrey's voice called after him, a hint of malice in his words. "Tell the Stark girl that her friend is waiting for her in the afterlife." The Hound's gruff chuckle echoed through the room as he departed, leaving us alone once more. My son's gaze remained fixed on the door, his determination now simmering beneath the surface. "Mother," he said, his tone colder than before. "We will find a way to make them all pay, one by one." I met his gaze, my own resolve unwavering. "Yes, my sweet boy. We will ensure they pay, but we will do it on our terms." Joffrey's eyes gleamed with a mixture of determination and vindication. It was clear that the idea of vengeance had taken root in his mind, and he was relishing the prospect of exerting his power over those who dared challenge him. In the silence that followed, I couldn't help but let my thoughts drift back to the stranger who had dared to interfere in our affairs. Who was he, this commoner with no noble ties, who had managed to commandeer the narrative and provoke doubt? It was vexing, to say the least, that someone from the lower rungs of society could wield such influence over the crown prince. "We'll handle him, mother," Joffrey declared, as if he had read my thoughts. "He won't escape our grasp." I gave him a faint smile, masking my concern. "Indeed, Joffrey. He may have crossed us once, but we will ensure that he does not escape the consequences of his actions." His brow furrowed, a touch of regret in his voice. "I should have had the Hound take care of him when we had the chance." I placed a reassuring hand on his arm, my touch gentle. "It's never too late, my dear. We have many resources at our disposal, and we will deal with this commoner in due time." Joffrey's gaze met mine, seeking reassurance in my eyes. "You're right, mother. I won't let him undermine me any further." I nodded, my heart swelling with a mix of pride and maternal protection. "That's the spirit, Joffrey. Remember, you are the future king. No one should dare stand against you." He straightened his posture, his resolve evident. "I won't forget, mother. I'll make them all pay for doubting me." I squeezed his arm affectionately. "I have no doubt that you will, my sweet boy. Just remember, patience is a weapon as well. We will choose the right moment to strike." My son's lips curled into a determined smile, his youthful arrogance now aligned with a more calculated ambition. You're right, mother. Revenge will be sweeter when it's executed perfectly. As he spoke, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and concern. Joffrey's transformation from an impulsive young prince into a calculated force to be reckoned with was both impressive and unsettling. My role was to guide him, to ensure that his ascent to power was smooth and unchallenged, even if it meant tempering his more reckless tendencies. We'll be a force to be reckoned with, Joffrey, I said, my tone firm. No one will dare underestimate us again. He nodded, a fire burning in his eyes. No, they won't. A new knock suddenly echoed through the room. I turned towards the door, my curiosity piqued. With a slight nod to Joffrey, I moved to answer the door, the heavy fabric of my gown whispering against the floor as I walked. As the door swung open, revealing a figure that I recognized as my cousin Lancel. He stepped forward, his movements precise and his posture respectful. Your Grace, my prince, he greeted with a bow, addressing both Joffrey and me. Joffrey's gaze shifted to Lancel, his expression a mix of acknowledgement and impatience. Lancel. I studied Lancel for a moment, noting the seriousness in his demeanor. What brings you here, Lancel? Shouldn't you be attending to my husband? Lancel cleared his throat, his tone respectful but tinged with a touch of urgency. Your Grace, I must report something of interest. I was in the hall earlier, and I observed the stranger. Joffrey's brows furrowed, and I felt a prickle of unease. What did you see, Lancel? Lancel hesitated for a moment, as if carefully choosing his words. I saw the stranger speaking with Lord Stark and his young daughter. They discussed something, and then they departed for the Stark quarters in the castle. Surprise flickered across Joffrey's face, and I exchanged a quick glance with him. Are you certain? I asked, a note of skepticism in my tone. Lancel nodded firmly. Yes, my lady. I was quite close, and I overheard some of their conversation. Joffrey's jaw tightened, and I could practically hear the wheels turning in his mind. So, he's still here. I thought he had left the castle. My own thoughts raced as I considered the implications of this information. If the stranger had indeed joined the Starks, it could potentially complicate matters further. The Starks were not to be underestimated, especially with Ned being the hand of my oath of husband and the events of this evening. The idea of them harboring this commoner added a new layer of intrigue. Did you hear anything specific? I inquired, my tone calculated. Lancel nodded again. I heard the stranger thanking the young Stark girl for a suggestion, and Lord Stark assuring him of safety. My lips curled into a thoughtful smile. Thank you, Lancel. Your information is valuable. Lancel's chest puffed out slightly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Of course, Your Grace. I am at your service. As Lancel turned to leave, I couldn't resist one final question. Lancel, where is the king? Lancel's expression shifted, his confidence momentarily faltering. He's busy, Your Grace. And Tyrek is with him. I nodded, dismissing Lancel with a wave of my hand. Very well. Thank you again. He bowed once more and departed, the door closing behind him. Turning back to Joffrey, I could see the gears turning in his mind, his thoughts undoubtedly echoing my own. It seems our stranger has aligned himself with the Starks, I mused aloud, my voice tinged with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Joffrey's eyes gleamed with a renewed determination. Then we must ensure that he regrets that decision. I placed a hand on Joffrey's arm, my touch gentle but firm. Patience, my sweet boy. We must gather more information before we act. It's possible he might be sent back to Winterfell eventually. Joffrey's expression darkened, his impatience apparent. And what if he becomes a permanent fixture in the north? What if he's out of our grasp? I offered him a reassuring smile, my tone soothing. The day you sit upon the Iron Throne, my love, you will have the power to reclaim him, no matter where he hides. Joffrey's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, though I could still sense his frustration. Yes, mother. The day I become king, no one will escape my reach. I nodded, satisfied with his response. His ambition was a force to be reckoned with, and it was my duty to ensure that it was harnessed for the greater good of our family. But the darkness that had settled over him, fueled by humiliation and a desire for revenge, was something I needed to tread carefully around. Joffrey, my dear, remember that you have the power to shape your future, I said, my tone soft but commanding. And until that day comes, we must work meticulously, gathering information, and ensuring that when the time is right, we strike decisively. He met my gaze, a mixture of determination and defiance in his eyes. I won't forget, mother. I'll make him regret ever humiliating me, ever disrespecting me. As I listened to his words, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of pride and concern. Joffrey was a complex puzzle, and I was the one guiding him through the labyrinth of power and ambition. But his hatred for the stranger and his fervent desire for revenge were consuming him, and I needed to ensure that he channeled those emotions effectively. Joffrey, my love, I began, my voice gentle yet commanding. Remember, power is not just about force and anger. It's about control and manipulation. We will ensure that this stranger regrets his actions, not only through force but through the careful dismantling of his influence. Joffrey's eyes bore into mine, his resolve unwavering. I understand, mother. He won't see it coming. I nodded approvingly, my fingers gently brushing against his cheek. That's my boy. We will show him what happens when he underestimates the true power behind the throne. As I watched Joffrey, his determination burning bright, I couldn't help but marvel at the transformation he was undergoing. My guidance, my careful manipulation of his ambitions and desires, was molding him into a force that would leave a lasting imprint on the realm. He was becoming a ruler who would command both respect and fear, just as a true leader should. His fiery spirit and the ambition that ran through his veins were the perfect tools to shape the future of House Lannister. And as for the stranger who had dared to challenge us, to undermine Joffrey's authority and humiliate him in front of the court, he would soon realize the consequences of his boldness. His audacity would come back to haunt him, and he would comprehend that challenging the lion's den was a grave mistake. The Lannister always paid their debts. An. 1 Here we are. The very first true interlude in this fanfiction and on two of our favorite unlikable characters in Westeros. I chose the first POV both to keep a certain narrative style and because when I tested it with ChatGPT, I found it very amusing as an approach. 2 Originally, this chapter was Cersei reflecting upon the events of the first chapter before discussing with Jaime. However, after a discussion, I found it more interesting and amusing to develop it through the interactions between Cersei and her son in a scene that could take some inspirations from the got scene in the first season. Besides, the first version had the inconvenience of having a first part mainly on thoughts, and while I love psychological depictions, I am also aware that interactions kind of enhance how the characters are in their demeanor, psychology, and reactions when it is well done. And I would bet some would love to see our most unlikable king in this whole universe complaining and whining about what happened. And finally, it avoided Cersei to be completely villainous and caricatured, as least I hope. 3 It is a chapter, both initial and definitive version, I love to imagine with the tools I had because of the characters. While the reason I love both reading the 2 first books of ASOIAF, borrowed to a public library 3 years ago, but didn't have the chance to read the 3 following ones, and watching GOT, currently about to watch the 6th season, is the fact that the characters look like real people with complex emotions and motives. While I do not condone the actions of the Lannisters and of Joffrey, that I considered as short-sighted and blinded by wounded pride and dogmatic vision of the world, I can understand to a certain extent the reasoning behind many of their actions, and their psychology is kind of fascinating in spite of the sometimes simplistic and manichaeistic approach they could offer. 4 To help me to have something close to how the characters were, in addition of my classical requests, additions, and rewrite, I included in the requests to ChatGPT the wiki of Ice and Fire depictions of Joffrey and Cersei personalities as in the books. It is very helpful, and I think I would use this method as much as possible for other characters, both for interludes and classical chapters, not to mention the physical depictions of some of them, even if the characters would have a mix of book and show features, either physical or psychological ones. 5 The inclusion of Lancel was partly because of consistency and one take of showing that this Westeros is not only a mix of books and show depictions, but also with some little specificities. My stance on Lancel is that while it is not something that is indicated in the books and show, I considered that both Tyrek and Lancel were Robert's squires before the events of GOT, meaning he could have accompanied Robert to Winterfell but went unnoticed by the Starks, partly because of Robert's behavior with the Lannisters. So, his presence in Derry Castle is a possibility I included in this chapter. And because of his ties to Cersei, I thought he could play the informant part. 6 Same reasoning with Tyrek Lannister, as he was Robert's second squire in A Song of Ice and Fire. This also allows to show the fact that the MC doesn't know everything or forgets some details of the stories, especially as he mainly watched GOT. 7 I try to include in a reasonable way many references to the canon events that haven't been affected in the matter of the Ruby Ford incident and how it affects the thoughts and demeanors of the characters. Some details and rewrite were made to try to be close to what I remember of the characters and to how they seem to be depicted. 8 Concerning the use of the interludes, I will try to have a balance and to use them for 1, showing some impacts of the ripples without spoiling too much, 2, exploring certain characters' perspective in the growing new timeline, and 3, giving some time landmarks in regards of the timeline, and 4, it is much more fun to see the classical characters of ASOIAF and of GOT, even thought the main plot line concerns how the MC will evolve and how his personality, his demeanor, skills, and knowledges influence others and the events. In fact, having their perspective give more scale to the story as it shows how the ripples affect them or how they consider the MC. Currently, 2 other certain interludes are ready and a 3rd written, though perhaps to rewrite. And for a little detail, initially, I even thought to imagine a Raymond Derry's POV of the scene of my fictional self-intervention in the hall. I finally gave up the idea to avid duplicate, but include some of the ideas within the first chapter with the mentions of Raymond Derry's reactions. Do not hesitate to comment on the matter of the interludes or to give a list of characters you would like to see their perspective. 9 The incoming chapter is a morning discussion settling last advices, including some hot informations to Ned. 10. Have a good reading. 8. Last advices in the morrow. The rest of the night was untroubled, but my mind was still filled with lingering thoughts and questioning my purpose and intents while pondering what would be the next moves. I finally woke up, a bit shaken by the visit of the three-eyed raven. As I left the bed and pondered again on the dream, I look by the window and notice morning is there. I wonder how long I had slept, even though I doubt Lord Stark would have let me to sleep too long, as I was able to be part of his household. My cautious part was reproaching me of rushing into the unknown and danger with my intervention in the hall, and more importantly my daring revelation of my knowledge of Game of Thrones to someone of this world, even if Eddard Stark was among the most trustworthy. I heard a knock at the door. I moved to it and opened it, revealing a Stark guard. Yes? I asked. The guard looked at me with curiosity and respect, leading me to wonder if he witnessed the intervention of yesterday. Lord Stark requests your presence, he said. I nodded and left the room, following the guard. As we joined Eddard Stark's assigned room, I found myself face to face with the Lord of Winterfell. Vayen Poole, the trusted steward of House Stark, stood by Eddard's side, attentive and ready to assist. The guard had withdrawn, leaving just the three of us. I bowed respectfully. Lord Stark, Vayen. They greeted me in return. You ask me, my lord, I said, keeping my tone deferential. Eddard looked at me intently, and I could sense a mix of caution and curiosity in his eyes. I have made a decision, he began, glancing briefly at Vayen, regarding your departure to Winterfell with Arya, lady, and your escort. Vayen nodded, understanding the importance of the matter. His presence indicated that Eddard had already informed him of our previous discussion, and I knew that he was aware I'd joined Winterfell in our discussion the previous night. I nodded, eager to hear his plans. It was crucial to know when Arya and I would leave Derry Castle, especially considering the urgency of avoiding delays. Robert could depart at any time, and Eddard and his household would follow him to King's Landing the moment he left. When do you plan for us to leave, my lord? I inquired. Eddard glanced at Vayen once again, then turned back to me. As soon as possible, he replied. I believe it would be wise for you to depart swiftly. You cannot risk lingering here. I do not want you or Arya to be in the vicinity of the Lannisters. And knowing Robert, he would soon leave to join King's Landing as quickly. I agreed with his decision, understanding the urgency, especially with the issue of Cersei or Joffrey attempting something. Vayen stepped forward, a quill and parchment in his hand. If the departure is soon, he said, addressing me, it means you don't have much time to write the message summarizing the discussion from yesterday and any other advice you wish to provide to Lord Stark. If it is possible, it needs to be done now or after breaking our fast. I looked at Vayen, grateful for his assistance while touched by the way he addressed me. Thank you, Vayen. And thank you, Lord Stark. Lord Stark nodded silently. You advised me to ask Vayen to write down the advices you gave me yesterday. And I think it should be done now. I nodded in approval, saluting the Northerner Lord's decision. With the combined support of Eddard Stark and Vayen Poole, I felt confident in my role in this unfamiliar world. The weight of responsibility rested on my shoulders, but with their trust, I was determined to fulfill my purpose and help shape a better future for the Stark and hopefully for Westeros. The safety of Sansa Stark and Jane Poole is vital, I began. Never let Sansa be alone in the Red Keep. Always ensure she is accompanied by someone else, preferably a person you trust. Stay informed of the people she encounters, for knowledge is power, especially in court intrigues. Eddard nodded as Vayen transcribed my words, his expression serious and focused. I could sense some internal conflict within him as he grappled with the idea of spying on his own daughter, but I knew the danger that lurked within the Red Keep and the importance of safeguarding Sansa. Regard the court intrigues as a battlefield of its own, I continued, with each person playing the role of commanders with their strategies and agendas. Trust no one in the Red Keep or King's Landing, even those who claim to be trustworthy. Always cross-check any information you find or receive. As I spoke, Vayen diligently wrote down my words, capturing the essence of my advice. Eddard absorbed the information, his eyes focused and attentive. Prepare with your most trusted men for any plan of departure and escape from King's Landing, I advised. Contact Lord Manderley discreetly, requesting assistance in a ship, but do not use it as your escape route. Be cautious in your investigations, and consider all the consequences before using any truths you may uncover. And if the need arises, do not risk your life or your family's fate to save your friend if it is beyond your abilities. Eddard's eyes locked with me as I said this point, his expression solemn. The idea of potentially leaving Robert behind, even in the face of danger, conflicted with his sense of loyalty and duty. But I could see the resolve in his eyes, as he recognized the importance of prioritizing the safety of his family. I understand, he said. Sometimes sacrifices must be made to save those we can. I nodded, empathizing with his struggle. The choices Eddard faced were undoubtedly difficult, but the welfare of his family had to be the primary concern. With Vayen's help, we concluded the message, rolling up the parchment and sealing it with wax. Keep it close to you. Never let it seen by anyone in King's Landing, I advised him. Lord Stark nodded to me, understanding well the meaning of my words. With the message sealed and ready, Eddard looked at me expectantly, waiting to hear the additional points I wanted to share. I hesitated for a moment, mindful of the time for breakfast, but I knew the importance of conveying crucial informations that could save him. Well, you will remember what we discussed yesterday, I began. These advices on the parchment are like reminders. However, there are still 4 things I want to tell you. I took a breath, preparing to reveal the critical information. The first is that I hope we can exchange messages in the future as best as we can, I said, emphasizing my commitment to helping him and his family. Even if my priority will be to help your son, I want to continue supporting you as well. Eddard nodded, appreciating my dedication and willingness to be of assistance. He then asked with curiosity, what are the other matters you wish to share? A part of me was tempted to speak of Cersei's plan to take care of Robert to settle Joffrey on the Iron Throne. However, a part of me stopped on this matter. While I was aware Cersei and Joffrey weren't good people, revealing it would play in Baelish's plans but also giving grounds on Eddard's suspicions on the Lannisters' part in Jon Arryn's death, meaning the other informations I intend to tell would go contradictory or ignored. And I was aware that while he was a very decent man in the whole Westerosi nobility, Eddard was also biased due to his upbringing. Woman's weapon came to my mind as I remembered how he reacted to the possibility of poison. While I didn't condone what Cersei did and would do, her upbringing and the Westerosi social frame contributed to made her as much as she held the potential for being the dangerous woman she was. My logical part was screaming to tell it for his friend's concern, but revealing this peculiar information would wreak havoc the ground my previous advices and information created. Even if I couldn't deny the possibility Eddard would let himself blind by his bias, I couldn't allow myself to fuel them, not when the time for delivering advices and knowledge was limited. I dismissed the idea and thought of the 3 more crucial informations he needed to hear. I forced myself to focus and not to disperse myself when any of the information I would deliver would influence the Northerner Lord. A part of me hated the situation as it was looking too Dumbledore-like tactics. I also thought of Vayan. How much did he know of what I had told to Eddard? A certain information that came to my mind was tied to the future and the last thing I needed was to create confusion and to face a comprehensively skeptic or wary steward. And no matter how trustworthy Northerners could be to a larger extent than other people in Westeros, I could not take too much risk. Before I go on those informations, my lord, I would like to know how much Vayan knows of my skills. There is one information that would sound at best dubious and I wouldn't want to create confusion of any sort, I finally said with a cautious voice while looking at both Eddard and Vayan. Eddard looked at Vayan, exchanging a brief glance before turning back to me. Vayan knows that you possess certain knowledge that is beyond our understanding, and he's aware that you come from a place different from ours. However, the specifics of your abilities and the extent of your knowledge are not something he is fully aware of as it is yours to say. Vayan nodded in confirmation. Indeed, my lord. Lord Stark explained to me that you possess unique knowledge, and I am aware that there are things you know that I do not fully understand. But I trust in Lord Stark's judgment, and I understand the importance of the situation we find ourselves in. And the advices you just said, while troubling, seem relevant and wise. I appreciated Vayan's straightforward response and respected his trust in Eddard's judgment. Thank you for your understanding, Vayan, I said, acknowledging his willingness to accept the unusual circumstances. Turning my attention back to Eddard, I continued with the more critical informations. I took a deep breath, aware of the importance and of the potential consequences of such information. My lord, the second matter I want to tackle with you is tied to both something that has happened some days ago and to another that will happen in the incoming future. Eddard's furrowed brow conveyed his deep contemplation, while Vayan's gaze remained fixed on me, a mix of intrigue and confusion as it marked the first time I had disclosed such foresight's claims before him. In some weeks, around the time of your arrival in King's Landing, I began, your wife will also be arriving in the city. There had been an attempt on your son Bran's life, and the assassin used a Valyrian steel dagger for the deed. Fortunately, your son is all right and the man is dead now, but your wife is coming to warn you of the situation and to show you the dagger. Eddard's eyes widened in a blend of shock and concern, the gravity of my words sinking in. The revelation of an attack on his son's life, coupled with the involvement of a Valyrian steel dagger and the incoming of his wife, weighed heavily on his heart. He listened intently as I provided further details, elucidating the unfolding situation. She is with Roderick Castle, but since her physical features are well known, she will be noticed by Varys and Peter Baelish, I cautioned. Officially, they will hide her in one of Peter Baelish's brothels for her safety. Unofficially, it will be an opportunity for them to choose a scapegoat for the one who commanded the murder attempt. Dark clouds gathered over Eddard's countenance, a mingling of anger and apprehension. He apprehended the peril his wife, Catelyn, would encounter within the city's confines, and the unsettling reality of her interactions with Varys and Peter Baelish within such a setting as a brothel. While he grasped the necessity for discretion in her clandestine arrival in King's Landing, he abhorred the thought of her being manipulated regarding the identity of their son's assailant. His gaze bore a somber intensity as he met my eyes, a glint of danger underscoring his intent. "Do you know who truly wanted my son dead?" His voice carried a steel edge, a reflection of his protective nature. I sighed and took a deep breath, aware that I wouldn't be able to give a straight answer in this peculiar matter. Maybe. Unfortunately, it is one of these situations where my knowledge is muddled. It is either Joffrey because he had heard your friend his father saying that it would be a mercy to end your son's life because of his broken body and comatose state. But it could also be Peter Baelish because it would help his own plans. I however personally believed the first to be the likeliest, because the catspaw had a sack full of gold and I doubt that Baelish was able to send so quickly a sum to pay the catspaw either by Raven or by Rider sent such a sum to someone by Raven or even by Rider, unless he has green sight to foresee the event of your son's fall, I concluded while shivering and imagining the disasters with Baelish having abilities like Euron Greyjoy. Eddard's visage hardened, his fists clenched in a silent display of his inner turmoil. The glint in his eyes, a mixture of danger and resolve, spoke volumes of his awareness of the situation's gravity and the weight of his roles both as a father and as the North's warden. Temptations to reconsider Sansa's betrothal surfaced anew, yet he restrained them, reminding himself that my words, however accurate, could not stand as irrefutable evidence. Blinded faith was not the path he sought, even in the face of such dire revelations, and my words of caution on believing my word were echoing in his mind. "I see," he replied, his voice taut, straining to contain a burgeoning anger. Joffrey's involvement would hardly come as a shock, given the events that unfolded in the hall yesterday. He paused, a pregnant silence hanging between his words, as he grappled with the weight of Robert's unsettling statement about ending Bran's life as an act of mercy. His friend's words added another layer of complexity to the maelstrom of emotions swirling within him. Robert's words, Eddard's voice quivered with a mixture of ire, sorrow, and exasperation. "He is my trusted comrade, yet comprehending how he could entertain such a notion is beyond me. A mercy? Bran is my blood, my son, and I shall not abandon him in his hour of need." The revelation surrounding Peter Baelish's potential involvement in the assassination attempt only stoked the fires of Eddard's intensifying suspicion towards the man. My revelations from before, the ones that revealed Baelish's dubious nature, had already planted the seeds of mistrust within Eddard's mind, and now they had grown into a garden of uncertainty. While I had expressed my doubt in his part, Eddard pledged himself to discover the truth and to find out the real culprit, no matter if it was the prince or Baelish. Vayen Poole's countenance mirrored Eddard's perturbation, his agreement silently given through a nod. "My lord," he interjected, his tone cautious and advising, "our path in King's Landing must tread with utmost care. With these newfound truths, the shadows seem to harbor peril at every turn. It is imperative that we remain watchful guardians, shielding your kin from those who would so harm." I nodded while looking gravely and apprehending a bit what the Northerner Lord would do, even with my advices. A part of me regretted to having told such information, but I couldn't let him in the dark and let him being accidentally manipulated because he didn't have information that might save his life if he knew how to handle them. I spoke with a cautionary voice, "I can just imagine what you are feeling, Lord Stark. But please, do not let your emotions guide your actions. Even without me, you have the ability to find who sent the killer to your son, but you need to be the dire wolf hunting in the dark and unknown woods that King's Landing court intrigues are. There will be a time for justice. Do not make the same mistakes like your brother Brandon did." My cautionary words hung in the air, a whisper carrying both concern and guidance, addressing Eddard Stark's tumultuous emotions. Eddard's gaze seemed to shift inward for a moment, his eyes reflecting the storm of thoughts raging within him. The echoes of my words reverberated through his mind, resonating with his experiences, his family's history, and the fragile peace he sought to protect. His glance darkened a bit and a part of me was wary of him violently reacting to the mention of his dead brother. Eddard's thoughts journeyed back to his brother Brandon, whose impulsive actions had ultimately led to tragedy. Brandon's fate was a raw, sensitive topic, a wound that had never fully healed. The memory of his brother's mistakes, tied to the underlying fear of repeating them, stirred a complex blend of emotions within Eddard. Amid this internal struggle, his features remained a mask of guarded determination. He respected my counsel, recognizing the weight of my words, yet the battle between his emotions and his sense of duty played out in his furrowed brow and the subtle clenching of his jaw. "Mark," his voice was a low rumble, his tone reflecting both gratitude and tension, "your insights are invaluable, and your caution is well received. You speak truth, I must not let my emotions cloud my mind. The direwolf's vigilance, tempered by the lessons of history, shall guide me through these treacherous waters." His words held a promise, a vow to temper his actions with the wisdom of experience, both his own and that of those who had come before him. The resonance of his brother's fate lingered like a cautionary shadow, a reminder that the past could wield a powerful influence over the present. Vayen Poole's demeanor remained respectfully attentive, his gaze shifting between Eddard and myself. My words had clearly resonated with him, and his approving nod indicated his alignment with my counsel. His loyalty to Eddard was evident in the unwavering support he offered, and he seemed reassured by Eddard's composed response. As the moment lingered, the weight of responsibility settled more heavily on Eddard's shoulders. He knew that the choices he made would not only shape his family's fate but could also reverberate across the realm. With a final, contemplative glance, Eddard's gaze met mine once again, acknowledging the complexity of the journey ahead. I sighed in relief but then took a breath before saying, "Promise me not to mention what I have just revealed to you on the matter of the catspaw and of your wife riding to King's Landing to anyone, not even to her. Not only that would attract attention, but people like Varys or Peter Baelish can find ways to escape when they are not completely cornered and disarmed of their traditional weapons. They won't hesitate to take care of you if they feel you are a threat, and once they find out how you knew the information, I will be on their blacklist. And I do not want to influence the interactions you will have with your wife, as she would wonder how you already know she will come to King's Landing or the fact there was a murder attempt on Bran." As I made my request, a mixture of emotions flickered across Eddard's face. He understood the necessity of keeping this information hidden to protect me and to ensure that his wife's safety wouldn't be compromised. But at the same time, he grappled with the thought of withholding such vital information from Catelyn, his beloved wife. Eddard's gaze turned distant for a moment, as if he were weighing the potential consequences of revealing or not revealing the truth to Catelyn. His thoughts seemed conflicted, torn between his duty to protect me, his newfound advisor, and his duty as a husband to be open and honest with his wife. The burden of responsibility was heavy upon him, and I could see the weight of it in the furrowed lines on his forehead. He had always strived to be a man of honor, and this situation put him in a difficult position where he had to make a choice between my safety to me and honesty with Catelyn. He then thought on the fact that the safety of Sansa and of his household could be threatened if the players of King's Landing suspected something amiss in his actions. He understood the need for secrecy, even though he disliked it. But the memory of his promise to Lyanna was strong enough to remind him that he had already did it, even though my request was also tied to the safety of his household, of his family. His expression finally softened, and a determined look replaced the internal struggle he had just experienced. He seemed to have reached a decision. "I understand the importance of keeping this information concealed," Eddard said, his voice measured and resolute. "I promise you, Mark, that I will not breathe a word of what you've revealed to anyone, including Catelyn." I looked at him with sadness. "Thank you. I know I put you in a complicated situation, but the context is not ideal for complete openness. You need to convince the people in King's Landing that you are the honorable lord and yet unaware of the true political balances of the capital and doing things in a predictable manner that allow them to plan their next moves. And the secrecy on my role and my knowledge to your wife would last as long as she is not with your family, away from prying ears, in order to allow her to understand my situation and my purpose." Eddard's gaze met mine with a mixture of understanding and sadness, as if he sensed the weight of my own burdens. His demeanor remained steadfast, a reflection of his commitment to uphold his principles even in the face of the complex circumstances I had woven around him. "There is no need for apologies," his words carried a tone of reassurance tinged with empathy. "I do not like it, but I recognize the necessity for this discretion, for the intricacies of this perilous game demand it. You're right, King's Landing is a den of vipers, and maneuvering within its labyrinthine politics requires a delicate balance. If the people of King's Landing believe me to be predictable, let them believe that if it allows me to find the truth, to do my duty and to survive this place." As he spoke, his voice resonated with a sense of both resignation and determination. It was clear that he comprehended the gravity of the situation and the reasons behind the veils that we must maintain. His expression softened as he continued, a reflection of the protective instincts that guided his actions. "As for Catelyn, you speak true wisdom. She is fiercely loyal to her kin and would be wary of any stranger who appears to hold sway over me, especially in matters that concern our family's well-being." Eddard's mind seemed to be working through the intricacies, his thoughts both strategic and compassionate. "I understand the need to wait until she returns to Winterfell, until she is shielded by the walls of our home, to reveal your role, especially since you will be there. Only then can she truly comprehend the depth of your purpose and intentions." He paused for a moment, his cold, judgmental eyes, as some would perceive them, carrying a warmth of trust as he met my gaze again. "Though the path ahead is treacherous, I will navigate it with the same sense of honor that has guided me thus far. You have my word that your identity and your involvement shall remain hidden until the time is right." The way he spoke reassured me that he valued my counsel and respected my reasoning. It was a testament to the bond that had formed between us in such a short time. "I appreciate your understanding, my lord," I replied, grateful for his trust. "I will do my best to guide you through this treacherous path and to safeguard your family's well-being." Vayan Poole, who had been listening attentively to our conversation, spoke up, his voice filled with concern. "My lord, I believe it would be prudent for you to also have a contingency plan in case your wife's safety is compromised. We cannot predict every eventuality, and it would be wise to be prepared for any potential threats that may arise." Eddard nodded in agreement. "You are right, Vayan. I will make sure to have plans in place to ensure Catelyn's safety, even if our secrets are revealed. Her well-being is of utmost importance to me." I nodded in approval. "That is a good and wise idea. With how the events may change because of my presence and choices, your wife's path once she left King's Landing after meeting you won't be exactly the same. I then added, by the way, just to conclude on this matter, I know who Peter Baelish and Varys intended to make a scapegoat for the attempted murder, but I won't reveal it to avoid to influence too much the way you will react once it will be revealed to you. Your sincerity will be both your weakness and your strength in King's Landing. However, I can tell you that once I'll be in Winterfell, I will be hopefully in time to delay or to prevent an incoming disaster because the scapegoat would go through Winterfell before going south. Eddard listened attentively to my words, taking in the information I provided. The mention of a potential scapegoat for the attempted murder piqued his interest, but he respected my decision not to reveal the identity just yet. While he disliked it, he knew that surprises and sudden revelations could be powerful tools in the political game, and he trusted my judgment in this matter. I understand, Mark, Eddard said, his tone serious. I will trust in your guidance, and when the time is right, I will face the truth and act accordingly. As you said, my sincerity will be both my weakness and my strength in King's Landing. He then asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What is the last thing you wanted to speak to me? I hesitated for a moment, considering it might unweave my efforts to advise caution and discretion to Eddard. But I knew that if I was to give Eddard Stark any chance of survival, he needed the information, both to avoid him to make the mistakes his future self did without the exact information. But I disliked it because it was a half-truth I was giving him and there was no guarantee it would be enough. But like the issue of revealing Cersei's agenda, it wasn't worth to reveal if it was to propel Eddard to his death. I reminded myself that Cersei's secret was solely tied to her relation with Jaime and that the only proofs that her children were not fathered by Robert were coincidental at best, and I couldn't forget the possibility of exception, especially in regards of Robert's grandmother, Rhael Targaryen. A clever man or woman could claim that Robert's 3 children inherited from their grandmother's side to explain why their hair wasn't their father's color. And no matter how the author justified by claiming genetics didn't work the same way in Westeros as on Earth, it wasn't an information within the universe story, and the possibility of the reality of Westeros being distinct on some levels to what GRRM envisioned wasn't to dismiss, even if I couldn't regard such hypothesis for granted. But no matter if Cersei's secret was true or not, or that I had not love for Joffrey, condemning his siblings for the stigma of incestuous bastards was the last thing I wanted, especially if the truth wasn't guaranteed. Who I was to put their heads on the gallows for something they didn't do if they truly were Robert's children. I couldn't make the mistake of Eddard or Eve Stannis when it concerned such a complex, uncertain, and grave information, especially when the physical proof could be used as a fallacy to deny inheritance in other circumstances. By the logic that guided Jon Arryn, Eddard Stark, and Stannis Baratheon, a Northerner lord could claim that Robb wasn't legitimate because of his hair color and that Sansa was a byproduct of an incestuous and adulterous relation between her mother and her uncle. And even if it was the truth, my word wouldn't be enough and would ironically bring Eddard Stark to do the investigations in King's Landing, playing in the hands of Littlefinger and of the other players, while creating the conditions for a civil war. The only condition in which such issue could be settled would be through a great council, but I knew such solution would have its own issues, as Tywin would never accept his legacy to be questioned in such a way. Inwardly, I prayed God for giving me peace of mind and to forgive me should my move prove to be an incoming disaster. Relegating these thoughts, I took a deep breath. I know you believe the Lannisters behind Jon Arryn's death, I spoke, addressing the conclusions Eddard had drawn based on Lysa Arryn's message. I know how you suspected their part, but you only have one claim and no other evidence, only words in a paper. While Lysa Arryn is your wife's sister, when was the last time your wife spoke with her? How much do you truly know her? Eddard's initial curiosity transformed into a complex interplay of surprise and realization as my words took root within his mind. The conviction he had held, fostered by the communication from his wife's sister, seemed to waver in the face of my reasoning. My line of thought urged him to re-evaluate the assumptions he had made based solely on Lysa's message. The weight of my potential insights into the political machinations carried a resonance that seemed to give his convictions pause, even though it was a conflicting thought because of my warning on Cersei's intents. My words prompted him to contemplate the relationship his wife had with her sister, the true extent of his knowledge of Lysa's character, and the reliability of the information she had shared. He had been relying on her words, convinced of their veracity, but the seeds of doubt I planted began to sprout. A part of him was however questioning, wondering why I would shed such doubt, especially when I asked his protection to preserve myself from the Lannisters. Are you suggesting that the Lannisters may not be responsible for Jon Arryn's death? Eddard's question hung in the air, a cautious seeking of confirmation from me and testing my reasoning. I nodded gravely in response to Eddard's inquiry, my demeanor a reflection of the solemnity of our discussion. I do, my lord. While the Lannister are responsible for many crimes because of wounded pride and short-sightedness when it concerns fulfilling their ambitions, Jon Arryn's demise is not their doing. I straightened my glance and raised a warning finger. Moreover, it's well known how you hold a deep-rooted aversion to their house due to their past deeds, as it is a known fact they are so predictable in cruelty and violence. It would be very easy to pin blame on them for something they could have done and then to warn you, making you a pawn in another's hands. Eddard's thoughts appeared to be in turmoil as he weighed the truth of my words against his convictions. His internal struggle was apparent, his brows furrowed in contemplation. My revelation clashed with his preconceived notions, pushing against the enmity he had harbored towards the Lannisters ever since the sacking of King's Landing. The idea that someone might manipulate his loathing and the Lannisters' notoriety for their own gains unsettled him deeply, especially when he considered the treacherous political landscape awaiting him in King's Landing. A part of him wondered why I was telling this, but he decided to understand where I would go with my claims and knowledge. You present a valid argument, he finally conceded, his voice a mixture of acknowledgement and vulnerability. His eyes, cold and judgmental by reputation, now bore a wary but expectant expression as he regarded me. His question hung between us like a suspended sword, and I understood the gravity of the moment. He sought answers that could unravel the mysteries he was confronting, and in his gaze, I sensed a newfound willingness to consider perspectives beyond his own. Vayen's gaze flickered between us, his curiosity piqued by the revelations that had unfolded in our conversation. The disturbing nature of the information was clear, and it seemed that the intricacies of the unfolding intrigue had captured his attention. Eddard's gaze bore a mixture of wariness and anticipation, his eyes locked onto mine as he voiced his question with a blend of hope and trepidation. If it is not the Lannisters, who is truly behind Jonnaran's death? Vayen's gaze shifted between us, his intrigue and curiosity apparent. The revelations of our ongoing discussion had undeniably surpassed the threshold of the expected, leaving him both captivated and unnerved by the unfolding complexity. Drawing a steadying breath, I met Eddard's expectant eyes with a demeanor that reflected both gravity and resolve. Well, my lord, I began, my voice even and unwavering. Before his death, your foster father was handling matters that impacts the realm with the support of Stannis Baratheon. Due to this collaboration, he confided in his wife his intention to send their son to Dragonstone under the wardship of Stannis Baratheon. I continued, my voice measured as I illuminated the complexities of the situation. Lysa, however, couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her only living child, having endured the agony of multiple lost pregnancies. Her attachment to Robin was profound, evidenced by her continued breastfeeding despite his age. Eddard and Vayen looked at me a bit disturbed, probably imagining the scene. I suspected Eddard wondering how sane his good sister was for handling in such a way her son, the heir, and now Lord of the Vale. A sense of calculated manipulation hung in the air as I delved deeper into the deception. It was Petyr Baelish who seized upon Lysa's vulnerability, exploiting her love for her son and her affection for him. He insidiously planted the idea that her husband's demise would free her from the prospect of sending Robin away. This, in turn, would allow him to solidify his own ambitions. I paused, the weight of my words echoing in the space between us. Baelish's orchestration extended further, I continued, each word a revelation of the dark tapestry woven by his schemes. He prompted Lysa to write the coded message to your wife, Catelyn, knowing that the intricate cipher would lend an air of authenticity. He wagered on your loyalty to your former foster father, your friendship with the king, and your disdain for the Lannisters. These elements were skillfully woven into the message, compelling you to accept the position of hand and, ultimately, to investigate Jonnaran's death as orchestrated by his manipulative tune. Eddard's countenance, that was already shaking, finally contorted, a fusion of anger, disbelief, and shock settling upon his features. The revelation that his wife's own sister could have played a part in Jonnaran's demise was a bitter pill to swallow. The gravity of Petyr Baelish's malevolent orchestrations weighed heavily upon him. Lysa, Eddard murmured, his voice carrying a mixture of sorrow and regret. My wife's own sister. Vayen Poole's expression mirrored Eddard's shock, a testament to the profundity of the revelation. He spoke with a measured tone, encapsulating the collective sentiment in the room. It's a distressing revelation indeed, my lord. In this moment, the room seemed to hold its breath, encapsulating the shockwaves generated by the revelation of Petyr Baelish's sinister role in the grand tapestry of events. The air was heavy with the weight of betrayal and manipulation, leaving the three of us to grapple with the tangled threads of truth and deceit. Eddard's response was a deep inhalation, a measure of the weightiness of the revelation he had just absorbed. So, Baelish employed Lysa's vulnerabilities to orchestrate this heinous act, he murmured, his words heavy with the gravity of realization. He aimed to sow discord between my house and the Lannisters while advancing his own clandestine ambitions. With each piece fitting into the puzzle, the contours of Baelish's insidious plot became clearer. My initial nod affirmed Eddard's understanding, a silent confirmation of the truth that had come to light. Precisely, my lord, I affirmed somberly. Petyr Baelish is a master at navigating the intricate dance of power. He thrives in the shadows, using every tool at his disposal to achieve his ends. Approach him in King's Landing with the utmost caution, for his cunning knows no bounds. Eddard's visage shifted, his features sculpted by determination as he responded with an unwavering resolve. Rest assured, Mark. I will not underestimate Baelish's cunning and treachery, he proclaimed firmly. I shall remain vigilant, striving to unravel the tapestry of his deceptions. My duty to my family and the realm compels me. I acknowledged his commitment with a nod, but then offered a cautionary reminder, my tone weighted with concern. But do proceed with care. Peter Baelish is akin to a serpent, slithering through the shadows and exploiting every weakness he finds. He can easily elude threats if he anticipates them. Even with your knowledge now on his deeds and his agenda, my word alone won't suffice. Gathering concrete evidence against your good sister and Baelish's role in your foster father's death will prove exceedingly challenging. He possesses spies and an acute sense of perception. Should he perceive you as a threat to his designs, he won't hesitate to align with the Queen to orchestrate your downfall, something he would do in future. Eddard's expression retained its seriousness, his thoughts evidently absorbed by the implications of my words. Meanwhile, Vayan Poole appeared intrigued and perturbed by the concept of potential futures, his gaze shifting between us as he attempted to decipher the intricate layers of our conversation. A part of me was wondering if he wasn't thinking me to be some sort of sorcerer for the best or a charlatan for the worse. I am well aware of the risks involved in confronting Baelish, Eddard declared, his voice unyielding. From your descriptions, it's evident that he's a puppeteer of manipulation, and I shall not underestimate him. Every step I take will be marked by vigilance and caution. I nodded, acknowledging the depth of his commitment. Indeed, vigilance is your best ally in such matters. Just as Peter Baelish is a master of deception, so is Varys, weaving intricate webs of intrigue. I took a breath before continuing, concerning Lisa, you can't make her leave the Eyrie, and informing her in one way or another on her part in her husband's death would make her inform Baelish that something is amiss. Eddard nodded, understanding the difficulty of confronting Lisa directly while deeply disliking the intricacy of the situation. You're right. I cannot risk confronting Lisa directly, not without solid evidence, Eddard replied, his voice tinged with frustration. If she were to deny any involvement and I failed to prove her guilt, it could lead to further complications, and I dare not create tensions with the Vale. Vayan Poole contributed his insight, suggesting an alternative course of action. My lord, perhaps seeking counsel from the Valaman lords could provide a way forward. You know them, and the ties you have built with them could lead to valuable insights into Lisa's actions and behavior. Eddard's contemplative nod acknowledged the merit of the idea. Indeed, involving the Valaman lords is a prudent step. They may also have their suspicions regarding Baelish's involvement, considering his position and influence. I shall draft discreet letters to them, seeking their guidance without fully divulging our suspicions. I chimed in, offering my agreement to the proposed plan, glad to see that they were able to find solutions I didn't think of. It sounds like a wise strategy, my lord. Tapping into the knowledge of the Valaman lords and enlisting their cooperation could prove instrumental in unraveling the truth surrounding Jonaran's death. Eddard's expression shifted into one of determination as he accepted the direction to take. Very well, I will set this plan into motion immediately. Vayan, prepare the necessary correspondence and ensure they are dispatched through reliable channels. We shall proceed with caution, allowing each piece of information to guide our steps through this intricate puzzle. Hearing those words made me proud as they found a solution to one of the issues without my own inputs. My cautious self was however still wary, as I knew that those first steps wouldn't be enough and that anything could go awry in one way or another. I suddenly remembered something that could be helpful to Eddard Stark if it was well done. I looked at the Northerner Lord. There is a potential lead within King's Landing itself, in the form of Jonaran's squire, a knight now by the name of Hugh. However, time is of the essence. Baelish will likely move to eliminate him as a witness and to further his designs of stoking tensions between your house and the Lannisters. Eddard's nod indicated his grasp of the situation, his eyes focused on the information I presented. Furthermore, I continued, Hugh's newfound status as a knight has fueled his pride, making him resistant to speaking to anyone other than yourself. Even then, his loyalty might be swayed if Baelish has gained influence over him. Should you manage to communicate with him, exercise extreme caution in handling the information. Remember, the Queen, Baelish, and Varys will have their eyes on you and your moves through their web of spies. Eddard's expression remained serious, his eyes reflecting his acknowledgement of the complexity of the situation. The potential lead was both a ray of hope and a potential trap, and he recognized the need for careful maneuvering. Thank you for this information, Eddard replied, his gratitude apparent. I will proceed cautiously, keeping these considerations in mind. My goal is to uncover the truth behind Jonaran's death while safeguarding my family and my own position from the dangers lurking in King's Landing. Vayan Poole nodded in agreement, his loyalty unwavering. You have my full support, my lord. We shall navigate this treacherous landscape together, one step at a time. Eddard nodded gratefully to his loyal steward. Thank you, Vayan. Your loyalty is invaluable to me, and I know I can trust you with my family's safety. I observed the Northerner Lord and his steward interacting, a part of me glad that at least, Eddard would first rely on his advisors and friends to make decisions. My knowledgeable and cautious sides reminded me that it wouldn't be enough, as they would face the dangerous and uncertain intrigues of King's Landing, but there was a start for everything, and only Lord Stark and his household and those that would join him in King's Landing could make the call from my information and advices. Eddard turned his eyes on me. Is that all? I pondered his words for a short while, thinking on something he needed to know. I immediately thought of Varys. If I informed the Northerner Lord of the Mockingbird's plot, it was fair and necessary for him to know about the spider's plans. I spoke in a steady and wary voice, "No. There is the matter of Varys." Eddard's brow furrowed in cautiousness and wariness. "The spider? What can you tell more of him? The man will claim he is working for the good of the realm, but in reality, he is pursuing his own agenda, putting his own champion on the Iron Throne through the means of a future civil war as a means to bring his champion as the peace harbinger with the fallacious excuse that peace was always present in Westeros under the Targaryens' rule on the Iron Throne," I explained. Eddard's expression hardened, realizing the extent of Varys's manipulations and the danger posed by his schemes. The depth of the eunuch's manipulation and the peril his plans posed were no longer obscure. He knew he had to be wary of both Baelish and Varys, who were playing a deadly game of thrones, using any means to achieve their objectives. He already disliked the eunuch, and hearing my words fortified his views on the man. I concluded my warning, emphasizing the complexity of the situation they faced. As much as I dislike to tell you this, especially after the revelations I've just made, do not try to topple too quickly Baelish. While he is your main enemy, neutering him would mean open gates to Varys and his plans, which mean a civil war to carve the path for the return of dragons, whatever they are, black or red. And if the eunuch thinks you will prevent it from occurring, he won't hesitate to kill you, no matter how friendly and helpful he would have been with you in the past." Eddard nodded solemnly, fully aware of the dangerous game he was about to play in King's Landing. He knew that the balance of power was delicate, and one wrong move could lead to disastrous consequences for both his family and the realm. A part of me wondered if it was a good idea. However, no matter how helpful the Targaryens might be in the future in the fight against the White Walkers, I had very strong reservations about their abilities to rule, especially since Daenerys, young Griff, and Jon were completely unaware of Aegon's dream if such secret was real in this reality, and I couldn't trust people like Varys or Doran who intended to use them as their pawns for their own agendas, one trying to settle his own vision of the Seven Kingdoms with the excuse of the greater good, the other playing Tywin 2.0 for daughter's foolish betrothal and kingmaker at the same time. The legitimacy they might have earned through the conquest was now in shreds because of their lack of foresight in building their legitimacy, relying too much on their dragons. Fools all of them. Relying too much on one's strength to build its power is the quickest way to either being dependent to the point it crippled you or made you easy to topple, or allow other to gather against you, putting you in a permanent state of paranoia and weakness. Dragons might be dangerous and powerful creatures, but relying too much on them is inviting trouble to its door. "Thank you for your counsel, Mark," Eddard said, his voice tinged with determination. "I will be cautious in my actions and seek counsel from those I trust before making any decisions. The future you speak of is troubling, but I will do my best to prevent it from becoming a reality." Vayen Poole nodded in agreement. As Lord Eddard said, "We are grateful for your counsel. We understand the importance of being well informed, even if the knowledge comes from sources beyond our comprehension." Eddard then asked, "That was all you wanted to tell us?" I thought upon it, considering revealing the potential secret of the dagger he would soon see and have. But I hesitated. Even if he believed me, he remained a practical man who wouldn't regard prophecies with much regards, especially if he found out that was why Rhaegar did his deeds and stunts. And I wasn't certain how much of House of the Dragons would be reliable in this reality, not to mention the fact I only heard of it and saw extracts on YouTube. Even more than my knowledge of the current and incoming events, the knowledge of the potential truth on the Dance of Dragons was something I needed to thread with cautious. I finally answered, "All that may help you for the incoming future, my lord." A part of me prayed that what I have given to him would be enough, and that what I didn't inform him wouldn't come back to haunt me later in one way or another. Otherwise, I could wish to take the black for misleading and creating a worse situation. I chased away such strong thought, as it was my very sensitive side that was expressing itself with no relevant reason. Eddard nodded before saying, "All right, then. Let us join the others and share a meal together." As we made our way to the main hall, I couldn't help but feel a mix of responsibility and trepidation. I had revealed information about potential future events, and now it was up to Eddard and his household to decide how to proceed. I could only hope that my advice would prove beneficial and help them navigate the dangerous waters of King's Landing. As we were moving in the corridors of Derry Castle, I also felt a mix of trepidation and concern, knowing that I would soon be formally introduced to the household, even though Arya and Vayen Poole had already interacted with me. "I would like to know," I asked, "would you prefer to introduce me, or would you like me to do it?" Eddard thought for a moment before responding, "I believe it would be best if I introduce you, given the circumstances. It will lend a sense of authority and legitimacy to your presence." I nodded understandingly, realizing the significance of this moment and aware that I was now part of his household. It marked the transition from being an outsider to becoming a recognized member of Eddard Stark's household. With a deep breath, I steeled myself for what lay ahead as we continued our discussion while preparing to break our fast in Derry Castle. An. 1. Back to the MC in this 8th chapter. A chapter where he gave new and last advices given in a context of uncertainty for the time of departure towards Winterfell. This chapter is the result of different rewrite, both from chat's help through my requests and of my own. 2. Initially, there was only Eddard Stark that was writing the advices. However, I found that a bit dubious and problematic that a highborn lord would write himself these kind of advices, even someone from the north, not to mention the fact that I introduced the idea of Vayan Pool writing down the advices afterwards. Moreover, I found it more interesting that Eddard has someone he knows who would be aware of the peculiar nature of the advices and knowledge to help him to make his own decisions without relying too much on the advices the SI would give him, not to mention the fact he can offer some ideas and perspectives. The Vale Lord contact is one example. For the same reason, adding last revelations in the chapter was a later inclusion and rewrite because no matter his wariness on backlash due to the way his deeds would bring, the SI can't let Ned go into complete dark as his main enemies are not obvious in their strategies and moves. 3. Of course, that raised the issue of how to tackle the revelations in the second part of the chapter, and I include in one of the last rewrite the passage where the MC asked about Vayan's knowledge extent on the peculiarities he has. As he didn't ask any promise to Eddard to hide his knowledge before the revelation on the murder attempt on Bran and the fact he would be away in Winterfell, I consider it possible that Ned would have to say what has been discussed in the previous discussion with his steward, not to mention that Vayan would write down the advices, meaning he would find them a bit puzzling and dubious coming from a complete foreigner claiming to have no ties with the Seven Kingdoms. That doesn't mean he would completely trust them, but he would understand how and why. 4. You may have noticed the addition of a new advice among those written down that wasn't mentioned in the 4th or 5th chapter. This advice is an hidden reference to what Ned did in canon when he found out the truth on Cersei's children and when his friend was dying. Perhaps one of the most conflicting advices due to Eddard's sense of duty and his friendship to Robert, but that was something I thought would be interesting to explore. 5. You surely have noticed a little reference tied to the HOTD in the end of the chapter. Initially, the SI tells a little bit more, but I decided against it for many reasons and to add other layers on the C's personality and reasonings. I didn't see the first season, but saw some scene extracts on YouTube, not to mention the analysis videos on some of the matters, while add more complexity to the knowledge of the MC. Is the events of HOTD relevant in this reality of Westeros or not? Even more than Game of Thrones or A Song of Ice and Fire, the fragmentary knowledge is a huge flaw and weakness for the SI, who is even more wary to dispel informations he had known on the matter due to deep uncertainty. 6. Concerning the revelations, it was a bit complicated matter I thought upon before choosing this final approach. Among the issues that Eddard would have to handle in priority to survive King's Landing, the fact that 2 members of the small council play a far dangerous game than they seem to play due to their status was for me far more important than the issue of Cersei's children or Cersei's agenda. Moreover, due to their position and their past deeds, the Lannisters are one of the most predictable actors in the Game of Thrones. The only unpredictability is tied on to what extent they may go into violence and cruelty. Conversely, people in the shadows like Varys or Littlefinger are more difficult to predict, and while their dangerosity may be suspected, it is generally not easy to decipher it. And finally, there is the fact that Eddard's distrust of the Lannisters can be a dangerous bias to use against him, which kind of happened in the canon. Revealing those secrets would play full-time in his bias and in Baelish's plans while threatening the strength of the other advices, at least from the MC's perspective, not to mention the hazard to attract more unwanted attention. And there are other reasons as mentioned in the chapter that are reflections of my own. The SI assumes that Ned Stark's distrust of the Lannister is strong enough not to be fooled by them, especially after how the events in Derry Castle Hall prevailed. 7. Of course, revealing such information present their own challenges due to the emotional dimension, especially regarding Bran and Jon Arryn. That's why reminding the advice of thinking like a commander and highlighting the advice of not revealing anything that would indicate he is aware of more than he is supposed to know are vital. I am aware of the cliché opinion of Ned the Honorable Fool, but this is not that came to my mind when I had read the first book and watched the show. All I see is a man of principle, sure, but a man who is not jumping straight into easy traps, and when he did, it is because of a lack of information, of awareness of the situation and of bias, not to mention specific circumstances like the wound after the fight against Jaime. The reference to his brother, while risky, is like a reminder of what happened. Whew jumped straight forward due to emotions. Same reason why he asks Ned not to reveal anything to Catelyn or to show he knows more than he should. It is a game of cat and mouse Ned has to play, at least from the C's perspective. 8. Would it be enough? Of course not. On the one hand, while Ned will be more prepared to face King's Landing, he has also to play a game of fooling those who would seek harm to his family and him. On the other hand, he has to check himself the knowledge and information, both due to his own personality but also because the MC warns him about the limits and flaws of his own knowledge and the hazards of over-reliance, not to mention his own bias, especially concerning the fact his good sister might be a murderer. And there are of course the ripples and the butterfly effect that can detract everything, especially well-planned projects. And while the SI tries to make small steps to make changes, he is aware and wary of the fact it might fall into chaos. 9. I admit this was the harder chapter to imagine because of the thin balance of plausibility in the context of this fanfiction, but also because I had to handle a certain context and timing. One way to see it is the extent of the dilemmas and inner conflicts of the SI on how to deliver key information in a context he considers as relevant. If he reveals some crucial information, he might contribute to spark the conflicts much earlier or in much murkier ways. That won't excuse the potential flaws I didn't notice, but that would give a certain idea of possibilities that the C's choices can bring. 10 Next time, a breakfast introduction to the household and a sibling quarrel. 11 Have a good reading. NB. I will have no qualms to improve this chapter if some ideas to rectify or to deepen some points are raised in the comments that will come. The core will remain the same, but the details to improve while remaining faithful to the consistency of the fanfiction and of the characters are possible. 9/Meetings so fast. As Eddard, Vayan, and I entered the main hall, many members of the Stark household were gathered together, having begun their fast. Arya and Sansa were facing each other in a tense silence, while Jane Poole was seated nearby the red-haired Stark girl. Septa Mordane was observing them while Jory Castle and another guard were watching the hall, probably asked by Eddard to monitor his daughters and avoid incidents. As we approached the table, they all turned their attention towards us. They stood up as they saw their lord or father, their eyes filled with curiosity and recognition. Arya's face lit up with excitement as she saw me. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she couldn't contain her enthusiasm. "Mark!" she exclaimed, unable to hide her delight at seeing me again. Watching her reacting with such infectious enthusiasm made me smile in return, not only because of my fondness for her due to her character, but also because I always felt more sensitive and tender to the youngest people. Sansa's reaction was more complex. She looked at me with a mixture of surprise, curiosity, and a hint of lingering resentment. I could see the conflict in her eyes, torn between her loyalty to her family and her betrothed. I suspected she was relieved her sister was all right but angry because my intervention took a peg down on Joffrey. I knew it would take time for her to fully process the events that had transpired and adjust to my presence, but even that was a fool's hope as I would depart to Winterfell while she would still descend to King's Landing, in the Lion's Den. A part of me regretted that I wouldn't be able to build trust with her and to help her as much as I could to widen her world perspective without completely losing her innocence, but I couldn't help that fact. Jane's expression mirrored Sansa's, a mixture of surprise and curiosity. She had heard about the events of the previous evening through Sansa, and now she observed me with a mixture of fascination and uncertainty, probably wondering what I was doing there. She observed me and then her father, wondering what business I had with the steward and Lord Stark. Jory Castle, with his ever-watchful eyes, regarded me with a mix of respect, curiosity, and readiness. With what he witnessed the previous night and the interactions he had with me when Arya spoke to me and then with Lord Stark, I could sense that he saw me as someone who had earned his trust. He knew why I was there and was ready for his lord's announcement. Septa Mordane's watchful gaze fell upon me. Her eyes bore into mine, studying me with a mix of curiosity and cautious reserve. She had heard of the events that unfolded yesterday and of my intervention. It was no doubt that she was wondering about my true nature and intentions, especially in regards of Lady Sansa and Arya. Her thoughts were in disarray as while she saluted my intervention to allow truth to prevail, I was also a foreigner commoner that disrupted the carefully constructed order of things, putting in her a sense of unease. Her thoughts were a whirlwind of questions. I bet she wondered about me, my intentions, my situation and the role I might play within the household. I also wondered if she was wondering if I followed the faith of the Seven or if I was a heretic that would attempt to taint her students' souls and virtues. While watching the show and the memories of the books gave me a certain picture of her, I was uncertain how to regard her, especially with the fact I would soon depart to Winterfell while she would still descend to King's Landing. Eddard stepped forward, introducing me to the members of his household. "Allow me to introduce Mark Thomasy," he said, his voice carrying a note of authority. "Some of you may have seen him yesterday or even spoken with him. He has asked for protection and offered his assistance and insights to protect our family and navigate the challenges ahead." As Eddard introduced me to the members of his household, I observed their reactions closely, trying to gauge their thoughts and emotions. Vayan Poole and Jory Castle silently nodded while Septa Mordane was gauging me with even more attention and some wariness. When hearing this news, Arya's enthusiasm increased as her inner hopes of not only seeing me again, but to know me could be fulfilled. She asked her father with a voice full of hope, "Will he join us?" Eddard responded, "Not exactly, Arya. Mark will be returning to Winterfell." Arya's face fell slightly, a mix of disappointment and understanding crossing her features. She had been hoped to see me accompanying her father and their household to King's Landing, but now it seemed that she would have a different journey ahead. But she understood a bit, knowing that I wouldn't be safe from the Queen and her son. She was just disappointed she wouldn't have more time to speak to me. Seeing her reaction almost made me reveal to her that she would accompany me, but I retained myself. Not only I would overstep Eddard Stark's authority as lord and father, but that would also mean I couldn't keep my word. And while I loved speaking to others, I had learnt, even more since I found myself in this place, that handling information and discussion were very important, especially to build relations and ties. Sansa, on the other hand, regarded me with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, her eyes flickering with a hint of relief. While uncertain of the decision of including me in the household or that I would join Winterfell, she felt relief to the news that I wouldn't accompany her father and their household to King's Landing, as she worried my presence would prevent her to speak to Joffrey. I could see the conflict and the complex emotions in her eyes, and I prevent myself to sigh in sadness and frustration, as it would be dismissive and scornful of me towards her since she was younger than me and could understand her perspective even if I didn't condone it in regards of the knowledge of the situation. A part of me regretted not to have informed Lord Stark about Joffrey's nature, but with the time restriction and the fact that his trust was important to keep and that he couldn't remember everything, I needed to prioritize. My heart couldn't help but regret this powerless feeling. Having noticed the slight disappointment in Arya's eyes and knowing the decisions we discussed yesterday, Eddard added in his voice calm yet firm. However, he will not be alone. He will be accompanied by Arya and an escort that would protect both of them. Arya's face lit up once again, a mix of delight, relief, and curiosity shining in her eyes. The prospect of returning to Winterfell and to avoid the complete journey to King's Landing filled her with joy, even though the perspective of being separated from her father or the fact she wouldn't see the dragon skulls in the Red Keep tempered her excitement. Only the fact that she would be accompanying me only heightened her excitement, as she had already shown a keen interest in getting to know me better. Sansa's reaction was more composed, a blend of relief and a flicker of concern. While she wondered why her father would send away her sister and was concerned as she would accompany me, the selfish part of her was relieved as it would mean that her sister wouldn't ruin anything anymore. Septa Mordane regarded Eddard with a watchful eye, her expression hinting at a mix of surprise and concern. She had assumed that Arya would continue to accompany her father to become a true lady in the capital. The change in plans rose questions in her mind, as she sought to understand the reasoning behind the decision. She glanced at me, wondering what part I had in this change of plans for Arya, especially as her time in the capital would be beneficial to understand the necessity to be a true lady. The fact she was tasked with her education also contributed to arouse her concern. She rose a question, "My lord, why would Arya be sent back to Winterfell?" Eddard turned his attention to her. Given the recent incidents and to avoid further tensions, he began, "It is Arya's punishment for her involvement with Joffrey. It is obvious she is not ready for the south and needs some discipline." I watched how everyone reacted to the official reason. Sansa's reaction was one of relief and surprise. I could imagine that it was the first time she saw her father publicly punished Arya for her misdeeds, especially one that affected her betrothed. Sansa was also still feeling a tinge of concern because of my presence and wondered how much of a punishment it would be. Arya, on the other hand, didn't seem too affected by the fact it was being framed as a punishment. Her excitement overcame any reaction of disappointment or of contrition to the fact her actions resulted to her punishment. A part of me wondered if she knew that it wasn't truly a chastisement for her. I immediately inwardly criticized myself, not for thinking that, but for giving me the impression that because she was a child, she couldn't have insight, even though it could be biased by her young age and lack of experience. Jane seemed to nod to her lord's words, even though I suspected it was because she was appreciating the fact Arya was punished for something that ruined her best friend's moments. Her father regarded Eddard's explanation with a thoughtful expression. He understood the reasoning behind the decision, acknowledging the importance of Arya's well-being and the need for her to be with her siblings. Jory Castle nodded in silent agreement with Eddard's decision, as he probably guessed that it was made with Arya's best interests in mind. Septa Mordane maintained a composed and observant demeanor as she listened attentively to Eddard's words, her thoughts filled with a mixture of reservation and duty. While she acknowledged the need for discipline, there was a part of her that questioned the need to send back Arya to Winterfell, as it would prevent her to truly understand why she needed to behave like a lady. Eddard then shifted his gaze towards Sansa. "Sansa," he began, his voice filled with a mix of compassion and firmness, "Lady will also be sent back to Winterfell." Sansa's delicate features underwent a swift transformation, a mixture of entitlement and frustration giving way to surprise and a hint of concern. Her large, deep blue eyes widened as she struggled to comprehend why her cherished direwolf was being subjected to this decision. She opened her mouth, as if to voice her question, but Eddard continued, offering his reasons for the decision. "It's a precautionary measure," he explained, his voice steady and reassuring. "Lady's presence in the capital might inadvertently escalate tensions and potentially put her in harm's way. The South isn't familiar with dire wolves, and if Lady were to behave like the Stark she accompanies..." Sansa's face tightened, a whirlwind of emotions visible in her youthful features. She wanted to know why her beloved direwolf was being sent away. Her voice trembled slightly as she voiced her inquiry, a touch of petulance seeping into her words. "But why, father? Lady hasn't done anything wrong. She's gentle and well-mannered." Eddard met Sansa's gaze, his eyes filled with understanding. "I understand your attachment to Lady, Sansa," he replied, his voice gentle. "But it is not about her behavior. With the recent incident involving Joffrey and Arya, there may be those who would seek to blame Lady, innocent as she may be." Seeing that Sansa seemed conflicted and torn apart by her father's answer, I knew I had to intervene to avoid any potential tension and further complicated relation between Eddard and his daughter. Besides, I had promised to Eddard I would take the blow if it was necessary, as it was first my advice even if he took the decision. I took a breath before interjecting. "My lady," I said, my voice calm yet determined, your father is right. But to tell the truth, I advised your father to make this decision for the sake of Lady's safety. The incident with Prince Joffrey has created tensions, and there are people who may hold her responsible for what happened to your betrothed, regardless of her innocence or gentleness. And some that wouldn't hesitate to do it in backstabbing manner. A heavy silence followed my words. Eddard furrowed his brows, probably thinking of the Lannisters while Arya seemed wary and concerned, possibly imagining the Queen asking such thing. But I focused on Sansa. Her eyes narrowed as she turned her glance on me. I could feel her anger and disdain, but also a tinge of concern, probably worried that there would be people that would kill her direwolf because of what happened on the Ruby Ford. However, this concern was on the top of her thoughts and emotions as she unleashed her frustration on me with a tinge of adolescent haughtiness. Who do you think you are? She retorted, her words dripping with resentment. A foreigner and a commoner that is meddling in affairs that don't concern you. You questioned and humiliated my betrothed and the Queen, and now you dared advise sending away Lady as if you possess any authority to do so. You hold no place in determining what's best for my direwolf or my family. You are no lord or knight. Her words cut deeper than I anticipated, and the frustration in her voice was palpable. It was clear that my advice had been the final straw for her concerning me. Even though I was prepared to take the blow of her anger and blame, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain and even anger. I retained myself to express my frustration and anger towards her self-enticed behavior, aware that I would play at her level and even worse as she was a child, not to mention that I was not her father. And striking at children, by words or physical strength, was something I would never want to do, even less with Sansa, as my mind reminded me what could await her in the future. My rational self reminded me that I also looked for it, not matter the reasoning behind revealing my part in the advice. I stood firm, maintaining my composure, as her strong reaction washed over me. It was clear that Sansa's emotions were running high, fueled by a combination of her idealized vision of the Queen and Prince, the humiliation she felt from my intervention, and the complicated dynamics between her and Arya. A tense silence followed her words as everyone was taken aback by her reaction. That was broken as Arya swiftly intervened, defending me against her sister's harsh words. Sansa, stop it! She exclaimed, not holding back. Mark is just trying to help us. He didn't humiliate anyone, he defended the truth. Sansa's eyes turned to her sister, her anger now directed at Arya. You always ruin everything. She spat, her tone laced with disdain. It's because of you that Lady has to go back to Winterfell. Arya's face twisted with anger and frustration. I ruined everything? You're the one who betrayed your own family by siding with Joffrey and his lies. Lady's going back because of your precious betrothed. Sansa's cheeks flushed with indignation. But before the exchange could spiral further, Eddard stepped forward, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Enough. His command left no room for further argument. We are a family, and we must show respect to one another. These quarrels will not lead us to resolution. Eddard took a step closer to them, bridging the gap between the sisters. He first looked at Sansa. Sansa, you shouldn't speak in such way to Mark. He is now a member of the household. Sansa bowed her head in shame, probably feeling unladylike her demeanor. Eddard then turned his glance on Arya. Arya, he spoke with authority and yet gently, I appreciate your loyalty and your willingness to stand up for the people you trust. But do not speak so harshly to your sister. Arya's shoulders slumped slightly, a sign that she was starting to relent. She glanced at Sansa, her expression softening just a touch. I'm sorry, Sansa, she muttered, her voice still holding onto a hint of stubbornness. Sansa turned her head back toward Arya. I'm sorry too, Arya, she murmured, her voice tinged with regret and bitterness. She then turned to me, regal and her expression more guarded, though traces of her resentment were concealed in her eyes. My apologies, she said. I acquiesced to her, accepting her apology, even if I knew she wasn't ready to fully forget and move on. The tension in the hall however eased. While I felt relief in how the quarrel was solved, I regretted the way it occurred. A cynical part of me considered it would cement Arya's departure to King's Landing as her punishment, but I didn't like thinking in such a way. With that settled, we all turned our attention to the food before us. As we settled down to break our fast, the tension in the air was still palpable. Sansa mustered up the courage to speak. Father, she began softly, her voice wavering, may I say goodbye to Lady after we finish our meal? Eddard glanced at Sansa, his gaze filled with compassion. He nodded in response. Of course, Sansa, he replied gently. We will ensure you have the opportunity to bid farewell to Lady properly. Sansa nodded gratefully to her father. As she was about to begin eating, she glanced at me, her eyes still filled with resentment, before she began to eat, lost in her own thoughts and frustrations. Jane cautiously attempted to speak to her friend, seeking to ease the tension. Sansa, she said softly, I know this is hard for you. Sansa, however, seemed lost in her own world, the words of her companion falling on deaf ears. She remained silent, her emotions swirling within her. She still felt bitter on my interferences and felt even more grateful I wouldn't accompany her father to King's Landing, even though she was also unsure of my presence within her family, worried of the disbalance I would bring or that I would influence her younger sister to be even more rebellious and unladylike. I began to eat, even though my mind was elsewhere due to what just happened. I took a look at my knife and held up a sigh. Ever since I found myself in this place, one of the things I missed dearly from home was the fork or the napkin, and eating with only a knife or the hands was so improper. I scoffed inwardly, reminding myself that the contrast between my reality and Westeros. While it was intriguing because it was akin to how medieval times were, I reminded myself it was not real Middle Ages. I thought of the little request I made to the blacksmith of Derry Castle to make a fork. I was eager to see if it was done, especially with my imminent departure. I took a glance at Sansa and Jane. Seeing the red-haired girl distant, I sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of guilt and sadness. While I knew my advices to Lord Stark on the matter of Lady were done to prevent some potential disastrous fallouts, witnessing the distress and anger of Sansa weighed heavily on me. A part of me blamed myself for not truly having evaluated Sansa's reaction when I made my advice to Eddard, or the fact I would take the blow for him should she react badly. I felt also deeply her words and her accusative demeanor, as it brought back memories of critics on how I handled things and how I used to take them to the core as personal attacks. But I couldn't allow to lower myself to react badly to a 13-year-old girl. Not only I would prove her that I was truly a low-born commoner in demeanor, but I would face her father's reaction, and I would regard myself as no much better than the Lannisters or Balon Greyjoy with their blinding pride. Arya noticed my distress and turned to me with a mixture of frustration and concern. While she felt still contrite for how she spoke to her sister, she didn't want to see me feeling guilty for something she understood the purpose. "Don't blame yourself," she said. "You did what you thought was right. It's not your fault that Sansa doesn't see it that way." I offered Arya a grateful smile, appreciating her attempt to comfort me. "Thank you, Arya," I replied, my voice sincere. "I understand why your sister reacted the way she did. It's difficult for her to accept the reality when she had such an idealized vision. But I can't help but feel guilty for being the catalyst for this separation." Arya's expression softened as she listened to my words, her eyes reflecting a mixture of understanding and sympathy. She reached out and gently placed a hand on mine, offering a reassuring squeeze. "Mark," she began, her voice filled with genuine empathy, "you can't blame yourself for what's happening. Sansa, she's always been like that, you know? Believing in fairy tales and all. But you did what you thought was right, and I'm grateful for that. Lady and I will be fine back in Winterfell." Her words were a balm to my troubled conscience, and a small smile played on my lips. I appreciated her unwavering support and understanding. "Thank you, Arya," I replied, my voice filled with gratitude. I then whispered, "To tell the truth, when I was your sister's age, I was a bit a mix of both of you. A fiery temper and someone that felt out of place like you, and someone eager to prove himself dutiful and a bit dreamer like your sister, wanting to see the beauty everywhere." As Arya listened to my response, her curiosity piqued as my words intrigued her, and she couldn't help but ask further. "So, you were like a mix of both of us?" she questioned, tilting her head slightly. "What do you mean by feeling out of place? And why did you want to see the beauty in the world? Life isn't always beautiful, it's tough and unfair sometimes." I smiled at her in understanding, appreciating her inquisitiveness. "You're right, Arya," I replied, choosing my words carefully for her young mind to grasp. "Life can be tough and unfair, but even in the darkest moments, there can still be beauty and hope. Feeling out of place meant that I didn't always fit in with the people around me, just like how you sometimes feel different from the others. But that's okay, because being unique is what makes us special. It's like how you have your own way of being brave and not conforming to what others expect of a lady. You embrace your true self, and that's a beautiful thing. As for wanting to see the beauty in the world," I continued, "it's about finding joy in the little things, like the colors of the sunset, the laughter of friends, or the kindness in someone's heart. It's about believing in love stories and hoping for the best in people, even when they may not always show it. It's a bit like your dream of becoming a swordsman and proving that you can be as strong as any knight." Arya mulled over my words, her expression thoughtful. She might not have fully understood the complexities of life, but I could sense that she resonated with the idea of embracing one's true self and finding beauty even in the face of challenges. "I guess that makes sense," she finally replied, nodding slightly. "I'll keep being myself, even if others don't understand. And I'll find beauty in my own way too." She looked determined as she said those words, reflecting the strong-willed girl that she was. "That's the spirit, Arya," I said, genuinely proud of her. "Being true to yourself is one of the most important things you can do in life. And remember, it's okay to have dreams and hope for a better world as long as you are ready to put endeavor in what you want to achieve." Arya's gaze softened, and she gave me a small smile. "Thank you, Mark," she said, her appreciation evident. "My pleasure, Arya," I answered back. A playful glint appeared in my eyes as I added with a teasing tone, just do not overdo yourself next time. Your intervention did make me feel like a little brother or a child younger than you, even though I'm the adult. It's not every day a grown-up gets defended by a brave and spirited young person like you. Arya's cheeks flushed slightly at my teasing remark, and she couldn't help but crack a small smile. The corners of her mouth twitched as she tried to suppress her amusement. Well, she began, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes, maybe you needed a little sister to watch your back sometimes. And who better than the fierce Arya Stark? I chuckled at her response, appreciating her sense of humor. You're right, Arya. I couldn't have asked for a better defender. Just remember to save some of that fierceness for those who really deserve it. Arya's smile grew, and she nodded playfully. Don't worry, I know when to use it. And I promise I won't go around defending everyone like a mother hen. I raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. Are you implying that you have a soft side hidden beneath that tough exterior? Arya shrugged nonchalantly, a playful twinkle in her eyes. Maybe. But don't tell anyone. It's a secret. I placed a hand over my heart in a mock solemn gesture. Your secret is safe with me, Arya Stark. Just remember, being fierce doesn't mean you can't also be caring and kind. She nodded, her smile genuine. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Mark. As Arya and I continued our conversation, Eddard observed the interaction between us with a mix of gratitude and concern. Gratitude washed over him as he saw the potential positive influence I seemed to have on his daughter and how easily she had befriended me. He appreciated the way I handled the situation with Sansa and how I managed to connect with Arya on a deeper level. However, beneath the gratitude, there was also concern. He couldn't help but feel responsible for the rift that had formed between Sansa and me. He knew that my intervention, while well-intentioned, had unintentionally contributed to his daughter's distress. As a father, Eddard always sought to protect his children from harm and distress, and now he found himself grappling with the repercussions of my involvement. Yet, seeing Arya reaching out to comfort me, Eddard couldn't help but be moved by her gesture. It reminded him of his beloved sister, Lynna, who had also been spirited and fiercely protective of those she cared about. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of wariness, worried that Arya might find herself in a similar situation as his sister had in the past. However, Eddard reminded himself that I had sought his help at Arya's urging, and that she had initiated the whole situation even if I had defended her. He trusted his daughter's judgment, and he knew that I had only acted in accordance with her advice. Still, he couldn't shake off the thought that appearances could be deceiving, and he wondered what other knowledge I might possess from my world could potentially affect his family's future. Pushing those thoughts aside, Eddard turned his attention back to his meal, trying to focus on the present moment and the challenges that lay ahead for his family. He hoped that my advice and presence in Winterfell would be worth the trust he had placed in me, and that I would prove to be helpful in navigating the complexities of their lives. He silently prayed that he wasn't making a mistake by involving an outsider like me in the affairs of his family and his home. An. 1. The 8th chapter now yours. One that was more or less a core chapter ever since I had decided to imagine this fanfiction with the mixed method of creation. It was not necessarily an easy chapter due to how to depict Sansa's reaction and the quarrel with her sister. I tried to make it as believable as I could without falling in something too theatrical or over the top. I hope it is balanced enough and narratively well written. 2. The introduction to the household was something I thought was necessary. Initially, it was in the assigned rooms, but for narrative reasons, but also I took inspiration of an obvious scene of breakfast between the Lannisters in the first book/season. 3. I wanted to explore the shades of reaction of the different characters, between those who had witnessed the intervention of the SI and those who only heard it, those who began to trust the MC in one way or another and those who are wary for different reasons. 4. Sansa's reaction was something I thought on, and I considered that in regards of her initial personality and of the context, the possible reaction is frustration and anger due to the accumulation of actions of the SI that kind of question her frame of perspective, the humiliation of her betrothed, the status of the SI and the fact he was behind the idea of sending back her companion. I also considered how she was distressed when Lady's death was decided in canon, and I considered that being separated from her dire wolf, while less traumatic than having her killed, was still an emotional distress. And the fact she lashes out was something I considered plausible. 5. I took great care to emphasize on the reactions and thoughts of the other characters to deepen the context and make it more alive in spirit, not to mention that. 6. The idea of the classical dispute between Sansa and Arya was tied to emphasize both a similar situation to canon when Sansa blames Arya for Lady's death and Arya blaming her for lying, but in a less tensed and grave situation, and of the way each character regards the MC due to their personal experience of the recent events, very recent of less than a day. Besides, while classical, it is a bit fun to show the contrast between the two characters. 7. Like in the previous chapters, additions with the help of ChatGPT, rewrite and deleting parts were present in order to make as organic as I could the chapter, especially in the interactions. One of the version of the quarrel was a bit too far in words, especially from Arya, and while I know people can say things in anger they shouldn't, the end of the quarrel was too over the top even in considering the complicated relation between Arya and Sansa. And there was also the fact Ned has to quickly intervene, otherwise it wouldn't be consistent with his character in fatherly matters. For these reasons, I shortened it to those 2 exchanges as I calmed to imagine the Northerner passively observing his daughters tearing each other's. One of the last additions was the little passage on the thought on how to eat in Westeros, as I thought it was interesting to add further perspective in the contrast for the SI and a little pretext for the next chapter. 9. The discussion between Arya and the SI was something I wanted, notably to show another side of the SI, especially in the way he can interact with other people. As the SI is inspired by me, even if there is perhaps a little exaggeration in some matters, the easygoing manner with young people, the cautiousness, the tendency to regret and empathy or his way with words, using them for logic, diplomacy, or wit, is either part of me or how I regard myself. Add the knowledge of Westeros and of the characters due to the books and show add another layer and make him act in a certain manner. I also wanted to make the SI in a certain manner a multi-layered character, not only in the manner of skills and flaws but also in his passions and interests. While he has a purpose, he also wants to remain himself in spite of the dubious nature of Westeros. While I love the concept of self-insert when it is well done, I have sometimes the impression that the SI are unidimensional in the sense that they have only one focus, modernizing a world, preventing an incoming disaster, helping the hero, while everything else seemed overlooked or rejected. It is not a criticism since such focus can exist in certain case and I understand the narrative logic. But a very good SI, which doesn't fall in the Mary Sue/Gary Stu label, is a character that is inspired from the author but reflects his perceived strengths and flaws, his perceived passions and fears, meaning that knowing yourself, well enough, is kind of a prerogatory for someone wanting to make such stories, unless he wants to make parodies where Mary Sue or Gary Stu are more welcome. Of course, it is only my personal opinion on the matter. And concerning the SI, and to a certain extent to me, think of an adult version of Ong if he had awakened from his iceberg older but without magical powers, if having foresight due to the stories as a SI can be considered as a magical skill, or in ASOIF context a version of Sansa having preserved her innocence in a certain manner while having experienced the complexity of the world. 10. Like the 6th chapter, something akin to an interlude from one of the other characters' perspectives. I thought it was something interesting to develop due to the fact that Arya is canonically compared to his sister or the fact that in spite of the trust he gave the SI, he is also a father and a lord who is worried and cautious, not to mention that the SI is only known for a day, and I made comment and fun of these matters and issues in different chapters while trying being consistent and to avoid clichés, especially in a Disney manner where mocking flaws is much more easier than trying to rectify them and to comment on them. 11. Teaser, in the next chapter, a little passage to the forge after the breakfast. 12. Have a good reading. 10/A forge preparation. As the breakfast concluded, I turned to Arya and offered her a warm smile. Excuse me, Arya, I said gently, there's something I need to discuss with your father. Arya's eyebrows lifted slightly in curiosity, but she nodded and replied, sure, Mark. If you need to talk to father, go ahead. I made my way toward Eddard Stark, who had been quietly observing the interactions between Arya and me. As I approached him, he looked up from his plate, acknowledging my presence with a nod. I sensed the glances of the other members of the household present there, but I focused on the Northerner lord. My lord, I began respectfully, as I am uncertain about how much time I have left in this realm before departing with the escort you'll assign for your daughter and me, I believe it would be prudent for me to visit the blacksmith. I'd like to ask him to craft a weapon that would be useful for our journey. Eddard's brow furrowed as he considered my request. He seemed to be contemplating the situation and the potential risks involved. After a moment, he replied, I understand your concern, Mark. While my men would ensure your protection as they would for Arya, I can understand the need of having a weapon to protect yourself. He added with a firm and serious voice, however, I can't let you walk on your own. The Lannisters may be tempted to strike at you if they are not aware that you are now part of my household. I nodded, understanding his concerns. Of course, my lord. Who would accompany me? Eddard took a glance in the direction behind me. I restrained myself not to look behind to satisfy my curiosity as I suspected it would be improper and impolite. The Northerner lord brought back his eyes on me. Jory would, he said with a finality in the voice. I nodded in acceptance of his decision. Thank you, my lord, I said sincerely before bowing my head to him. Eddard's stern expression softened slightly, and he offered a small smile before inclining his head slightly, acknowledging my gratitude. Go then, Mark. I then moved towards Jory, who had been standing nearby, listening to our conversation. Jory, I addressed him, shall we head to the blacksmith's forge? Jory gave me a nod. Of course. Jory and I then left the hall and began walking through the corridors of Derry Castle. As we moved, I made sure to indicate to Jory the general direction of the blacksmith's forge, where I intended to go. This way, Jory, I told him. He gave me a curious glance, his brow slightly furrowed as we turned towards the new corridor. How do you know where the blacksmith's forge is? he asked in an intrigued tone. I answered him with a calm and yet passionate voice. I've spent the last few days within the castle's walls, assisting Lord Derry's staff in various tasks during the king's visit. It allowed me to become familiar with the keep's layout, and I have a good memory for paths once I've taken them. Jory nodded in understanding, seemingly satisfied with my explanation. That would explain it. It's always useful to know one's way around, especially in times like these. As we continued walking through the corridors of Derry Castle, we encountered some of servants and maids who served House Derry. While many went on their duties without paying attention on Jory and me, some greeted me with nods or even respectful smiles while others were uncertain or wary. I knew it was partly due to my contribution to help them handling the king's visit, but I also suspected my intervention of the previous night to have played a big part. After all, it wasn't every day that a foreign commoner kind of challenged highborns, especially the royal family and the Lannisters, and to leave unscathed, even though I wondered if some worried of a lion's retaliation. But I knew that some might take delight of seeing Tywin's family taking a peg down by one of the lower status in a manner that made it difficult to be pinpointed as a true slight. As Jory and I were approaching the entrance, a maid called Ellen that I had helped and who had a quick wit, approached me. Mark, I've heard people saying you spoke up to defend the Stark girl against the prince. Is that true? I met her gaze with a friendly smile and a nod. Yes, that's me. I couldn't stand by while that boy mistreated her. She answered back with a concerned glance and a soft smile. You've got guts, speaking out against the Lannisters like that. Their genuine curiosity and admiration were heartening. I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice. Well, sometimes you have to stand up for what's right, even if it means facing powerful people. Ellen nodded, though her eyes still expressed great concern. Well, do not make it a habit. You have been a very helpful hand these days, and I do not want to see you dead because you had tickled the wrong people. The Lannister always pay their debts, they say, she said with a firm voice. I looked at her with a comprehensive and kind look, appreciating her genuine concern. I promise to be careful, Ellen. You take care as well, and may the gods watch over us all. Ellen offered a small, relieved smile before continuing on her way to attend to her duties. Jory had observed my interaction with keen eyes, noting how I behaved and interacted, not only with the maid but also to those who greeted me as I reciprocated their greetings with a friendly smile and respectful nods, genuinely acknowledging their presence with warmth. However, as we reached the entrance, we crossed some people who cast dark glances in my direction. These individuals, easily distinguishable by the lion sigil adorning their clothing, belonged to the Lannister retinue. I knew that due to their loyalty to the Queen and her kin, my intervention must have caused ripples of discontent within their ranks. The glares they directed at me carried an undercurrent of resentment, born out of the belief that my actions had humiliated the prince and reflected poorly on House Lannister. Only the presence of Jory seemed to stop them of doing something against me. I merely nodded to their presence without looking at them, as I suspected they might take it as a pretext. It pained me to witness such divisions, as it reminded me of the toxic nature of pride and how it could blind individuals to the greater good. And in a place like Westeros, it was literally a second nature. A part of me wondered if it was not akin to try to live on Venus with all the toxicity and dangerous features of the place. As we entered the courtyard, Jory looked at me thoughtfully, his expression tinged with concern. You seem to get along quite well with the people of Derry, he commented. I nodded, acknowledging his observation. Yes. While standing against the prince may have influenced their perception of me, I believe my friendly and cautious nature has always played a role in how I deal with others. You can't imagine how much a good deed, kindness, and generosity mixed with selfless friendliness can do as long you are aware and thoughtful of your actions and thoughtful of others. Jory nodded, understanding a bit my reasoning. He seemed to ponder before raising an eyebrow. I wondered what aroused such reaction, but his next words and tone gave me the answer. I couldn't help but notice that you didn't address Arya as my lady. And when speaking of the prince yesterday, you didn't use his title. Why is that? His pointed inquiry gave me pause. I carefully considered my response, aware of the change in my circumstances. I treat each person as an individual, not merely defined by their status. Arya possesses a fiery and independent spirit, and I believe addressing her by her title would not truly capture her essence. As for the prince, I wanted to address the situation objectively and speak the truth, rather than relying on his title. Titles can sometimes cloud judgment, and I felt it necessary to approach the matter with clarity. Jory's expression remained firm, hinting at his concern as he pressed further. I see. But now that you are in service of Lord Stark, it is important to understand the significance of titles and the expectations that come with them. Arya is a member of House Stark and must be treated as such. His reminder struck a chord within me, and I nodded in acknowledgement. You're right, Jory. Jory seemed satisfied with my answer, but a part of me couldn't help but feel a bit guilty of giving him a Dumbledore-like answer. While I knew that in public, I would interact with Arya in such a manner to avoid so many issues, I also knew that this was a matter that needed to be spoken with her. No matter how young she was, it was very important that we found a middle ground for our sakes, especially with how headstrong and determined and stubborn she could be. I might want to adapt to this world, but that didn't mean I would bend to it. I inwardly sighed as I couldn't help but ponder the complexities of communication and perception in this world, where titles and status held immense weight in shaping interactions. I also let out an amused smile as I wondered if I didn't have found my inner Martel when it was matter of cultural frames. Besides, snakes were among my favorite animals, that would fit well with me. Relegating those amusing thoughts to my mind, I focused on the surroundings as we were moving in the courtyard. It was filled with activity as people went about their tasks as we were heading in the direction of the blacksmith's forge. As we arrived before the blacksmith's workshop, I noticed the familiar figure of the blacksmith, a middle-aged man with a stocky build and a weathered face. His name was Jalan, a skilled craftsman known for his dedication to his work. He recognized me as I approached, his eyes widening in recognition. "Ah, Mark," he greeted with a friendly nod. "I've heard tales of your brave stand against that prince. It's not every day we see a commoner stand up to the highborn, especially not the heir to the throne." I smiled modestly, acknowledging his words. "Thank you, Jalan. It was the right thing to do." He nodded in agreement. It was. "Now, what brings you to my forge today?" Jalan looked at me, his expression curious. "So, Mark, is that why you're here in my forge today? For the tiny fork you asked me to create?" he inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Before I could respond, my companion Jory interjected with an intrigued tone. "A tiny fork? What's that for?" he asked, clearly interested in the conversation. I looked at him and answered with a fond smile, "This fork is primarily for meals, helping you to eat your meal and cutting your meat for example. However, it can be useful as a weapon in desperate times." "More efficient than a spoon," I replied, acknowledging the usefulness of the unconventional tool. Jory seemed taken aback by my request for a meal utensil that could potentially double as a weapon. He voiced his curiosity. "You asked for something meant for meals?" Jalan joined the conversation. "I must admit, Mark, I was a bit puzzled when you first requested this fork. It's not something I'm accustomed to making," he admitted, his tone reflecting his initial confusion. I simply smiled at their reactions. "It's a custom from home," I explained, hinting at the familiarity and sentimentality that the tiny fork held for me. The two men nodded to my answer. An idea then struck me. "You know what, Jalan? You should create a fork for your lord. A lord that could eat his meals without dirtying his hands would be regarded as very proper. Your lord could win some good points by being the first to use such a tool," I suggested, hoping to inspire Jalan's creativity and benefit his position as Lord Derry's smith. Jalan's eyes widened as he considered my suggestion. A mix of surprise and intrigue played across his weathered face. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, mulling over the implications of creating a fork for his lord. "You know, that's an interesting thought," Jalan finally responded, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. "I've always strived to provide Lord Derry with the finest weapons and armor, but a fork? It never occurred to me." A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he continued, "But you're right. A lord who can dine without soiling his hands. It would be seen as a mark of refinement and elegance. Perhaps it's time I expanded my repertoire." Jalan's enthusiasm grew as he envisioned the possibilities. "I could design a fork fit for a lord, adorned with intricate engravings and crafted from the finest materials. It might even become a symbol of Lord Derry's court." He turned to me, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Mark. You've given me a new avenue to explore, and I won't forget your contribution to this idea." I nodded appreciatively, glad that my suggestion had sparked Jalan's imagination. "I have no doubt that your craftsmanship will impress Lord Derry and his court," I replied, confident in his abilities. I also thought of the dislike of the Derry for the Lannisters and the Baratheon due to the events of Robert's rebellion. And since Raymond Derry was present in the hall when I intervened, I could imagine he might be receptive of testing a tiny fork that would be used to help him to eat his meals. Inwardly, I was amused to the fact I might introduce an everyday life tool in Westeros and might contributed to develop a sub-development of a specific renaissance in the Riverlands and perhaps in the north, as a fork could be very practical. The funniest thing was the fact that if forks were developed in the north, that would make the court of the Red Keep slightly backwards in the proper manner of eating a meal. I inwardly chuckled to the fact that this was the first tool from home I contributed to recreate in Westeros, even though I just gave the depiction and idea to Jalan. At least, it was much easier to try to recreate a fork with the help of the relevant people rather than trying to recreate gunpowder or the Gutenberg printing press. Thank God I didn't have any super scion powers or were gifted some, otherwise that would become a mess and that wouldn't help me solve issues at hand. A part of me wondered if I wasn't part of an Inception self-insert, as the current situation reminded me the funny thoughts and dreams I did since my young days, imagining myself traveling in different fictional worlds. But if that was the case, my true self was seriously a sadistic bastard to send me in a place where I either die backstabbed, flayed, crucified, burnt by wildfire, red priests, or dragons, or becoming a slave of death cheaters. I would rather be in Arundel, Pemberley, Downton Abbey, or even Storybrooke. Relegating those thoughts in the depths of my mind, I turned back to Jalan. And to answer your question, Jalan, I am here partly for the fork, but not only that. I need a weapon, ideally an axe or a hammer. I have a journey ahead, and I want to ensure I can defend myself if need be, I explained, my voice carrying determination. Jalan raised an eyebrow, considering my request. If you're in need of a weapon, I have a few options available. Axes and hammers, you say? He mused, his eyes scanning the array of weapons hanging on the wall. He retrieved several finely crafted axes and hammers, presenting them to me one by one. Each weapon exuded strength and precision in its design. After careful consideration, I settled on a well-balanced hammer with a reinforced shaft, confident that it would serve me well on my journey. Jalan nodded approvingly as I made my choice. A good pick, Mark. That hammer will serve you faithfully, he remarked, his voice filled with satisfaction. With the weapon matter settled, Jalan turned his attention back to the tiny fork. He retrieved it from a nearby table and handed it to me. As I examined the delicate utensil, Jory, ever observant, noticed that I was left-handed. I thanked the smith. Thank you, Jalan. How much do I owe you for the hammer? Jalan smiled warmly and replied, for you, Mark, a friend and a brave soul, it's on the house. Consider it a token of my appreciation for your act of courage. I smiled and said with a grateful smile, thank you for your generosity. I hope I would be able to pay you back one day. No need for that. Your idea for the fork is enough. I acquiesced, understanding his words. With the hammer in my possession and the tiny fork tucked away among my belongings, I nodded to Jory, who had been observing the exchange. We're all set, Jory? Jory nodded back, his expression focused. Let's head back to the castle then. I saluted Jalan with gratitude before Jory and I began to make our way back through the corridors, the newly acquired hammer held close to me. It was a reassuring weight, a symbol of my determination to protect myself and those I cared about in this unfamiliar world. As we walked, Jory's voice broke the silence. Do you know how to use that thing? He asked, nodding towards the hammer. I shook my head slightly, a wry smile forming on my lips. Not really, Jory. I've never actually used a weapon before. But I intend to learn as we journey to Winterfell. Jory raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by my response. Never used a weapon. I chuckled softly. The closest I've come to using something like this was a large hammer for splitting wood back in my world. It was a two-handed tool, much heavier than this. But wielding a weapon in combat is a whole different matter. Jory nodded thoughtfully, seemingly taking in my explanation. Well, it's good that you are taking the initiative to learn. A journey like this can be perilous, and knowing how to defend yourself is crucial. As we moved along the corridors once more, we encountered more members of Lord Derry's staff. I greeted them with the same respect and friendly smile as before. Their responses were warm and appreciative, and I could sense a mixture of curiosity and admiration in their gazes. We finally made our way back to the assigned rooms of Lord Derry and his household. The mention of the royal family drew a thoughtful expression from me as I turned to Jory. Do we need to go back to the hall, or should we head to the assigned rooms? Jory's lips quirked into a wry smile. I think it's best to avoid the royal family for now. Let's head to the assigned rooms. I nodded in agreement, and we began to make our way in the direction of the assigned rooms. Along the way, we came across more members of Lord Derry's staff, each greeted with a respectful nod and a friendly smile. Jory commented, you certainly know how to navigate the social intricacies of this place. I chuckled softly. Well, let's just say that adapting to different situations and understanding people's perspectives has always been a skill of mine. It comes in handy, especially in unfamiliar territory. Jory nodded in acknowledgement, his expression thoughtful. It's a valuable skill to have, especially in the north. We value loyalty and respect here. I'm learning that quickly, I replied with a smile. And I'm grateful for your guidance, Jory. He gave a small nod, his gaze steady. It's my duty to ensure the safety of those under Lord Stark's protection. And from what I've seen, you have a genuine desire to help and protect as well. I acquiesced to Jory's words, appreciating his insight and the companionship he provided. We quickly made our way to the assigned rooms, passing by the vigilant guards stationed around. As we approached, I noticed Vayen Poole, the steward of House Stark, waiting nearby. It seemed that at least Arya and Sansa had returned to their chambers. Vayen noticed our approach and greeted us with a nod. Did you find what you were looking for? He inquired. I offered a small smile in response and held up the newly acquired hammer. Indeed, I did. Vayen's brows lifted in mild surprise as he glanced at the hammer. Ah, a weapon, I see. Well, it's good to be prepared. I nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Safety is a priority. With a nod of understanding, Vayan continued, Lord Stark is currently with the king, attending to matters of state. If you need anything, I'm here to assist. Thank you, Vayan, I replied. I appreciate your help. With that, I entered my assigned room and took a moment to survey the space, ensuring that I hadn't left behind any of my belongings. As I looked around, my thoughts drifted to the future. How would I navigate the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead? How would I manage the knowledge and information I possessed, given the potential implications for this world? The upcoming journey loomed in my mind as well. How would I interact with the guards who would accompany Arya and me? How would I navigate the complexities of this world's politics and hierarchies while keeping my true identity hidden? My cautious self was having a field day, reminding me of the risks and dangers that came with my actions. Yet, I couldn't deny the sense of purpose that had driven me to this point. I was resolved to protect Arya and ensure her safety, even if it meant stepping into unfamiliar territory and taking risks. As I pondered these thoughts, a knock on the door interrupted my musings. Enter, I called out. To my surprise, Eddard Stark entered the room. I immediately stood up. My lord, I saluted him. Eddard nodded in acknowledgement and offered a faint smile. No need for formalities, Mark. Did you find a weapon that suited you? I returned the smile with a nod while showing the hammer. I do. That should do for the journey. Eddard observed the weapon before nodding. His eyes seemed to be far away and a bit amused. Robert would have loved to see you with such weapon. And with your dark hair, he might think you are kin to him. I chuckled a bit, noticing the little jest behind the Lord's words and understanding well his comment. It was coincidental, though also amusing and ironic, as I knew Robert Baratheon loved to fight, to drink, and to bed women while I disliked violence, was sober and still a green boy in the matters of betting and would be glad to remain it for the time being. I just thought of the short discussion with Vayan. Vayan Poole mentioned that you were with the king. How did your meeting go? Eddard's expression turned thoughtful and grave. It was eventful. My friend is eager to depart from Derry Castle now that Arya is back. He was a bit flummoxed that I had to send her back to Winterfell, but he understood the situation. I acquiesced to his words, imagining that a discussion with Robert Baratheon would be a complicated matter, even when you were his friend. I then sighed softly. That means the departure of Arya, lady, and myself will be sooner than I anticipated. Eddard's gaze met mine, his eyes grave and solemn. Yes. I intend for you to leave this afternoon. I nodded, processing the information. Well, I suppose it's best to be prepared for the journey ahead. Eddard's expression grew serious. Indeed. I wanted to inform you that Harwin and a dozen of my men will be accompanying you, Arya, and Lady on this journey. Most of them were part of the search party when Arya went missing. I felt a sense of relief at the news. Having capable men to protect us was reassuring. Thank you, my lord. I appreciate the arrangement. Eddard nodded in response. Safety is a priority, especially given recent events. I trust that you'll all look out for each other. I met his gaze with a determined nod. Absolutely, my lord. I then thought upon the news and felt torn apart. On the one hand, I was relieved as it would mean to be away from Cersei and her son. No matter how rightful it was to defend Arya from their lies and their awful and abusive attempt for retaliation, I knew that they would be like buffaloes or tigers determined to destroy those who harmed them in one way or another without striking them down. But on the other hand, I felt helpless and guilty because there were so many things I wanted to tell to Eddard before his departure to King's Landing and mine to Winterfell. I was thinking upon what I could tell to Eddard, even though a part of me reminded me I informed him that I gave him that would help him in the future. Should I tell anything else in breaking my word? Or should I apologize and tell him at least a complimentary information to what he could expect in King's Landing? I hated this feeling because I wanted so much to help him and to share anything I could, but I also knew that knowledge could become a weapon or a mean of power, a tool that could help to thrive or to fall. I however knew that I had to give any reliable and key information that could help him in addition to what I had already revealed to him. Two matters that I considered crucial came to my mind, one for the sake of young people whose only crime was to be born outside the wedlock from the most important man in Westeros, and the other that could save thousands of people and completely breaking the dragon's legitimacy and claims if done well. A part of me disliked it due to the political implications, but I knew that I had no trust in the return of the dragons, especially in regards of Daenerys. No matter her birth, her lack of knowledge, her views of the world and her over-reliance in her future dragons and her SI background made her an unreliable pretender and the second least relevant candidate for a dragon restoration. To move forwards, even with the incoming storm in the north, the Seven Kingdom truly needed to heal, and bringing back the dragons wasn't exactly helping it, as it would be a nostalgic and reactionary move and the perpetuation of a vicious cycle that made the court's Ottoman Empire and Frank kingdoms pleasant places to go. Eddard noticed the serious demeanor on my face and asked, "Is something troubling you?" I looked at him, a mix of determination and concern in my eyes, and answered, "There is so much more I want to tell you, and yet now there's not much time. However, there are two subjects I think are important to be told." Eddard's expression grew curious and wary and he leaned in slightly, indicating for me to continue. If it was the case, why didn't you tell them yesterday or in the morn? I sighed, they slipped my mind. Remember that my knowledge of your world is neither whole or perfect or certain. The Northerner Lord nodded, his brows furrowed and his mind clearly focused and pondering. A part of me wondered if he was wondering about the extent of my knowledge. Even if I warned him about its weaknesses and not to take it for face value, I knew he would be cautious about it, especially with the overwhelming implications my claims had. A part of me wondered why he didn't press on in our previous discussions, but I considered that maybe the whole accumulation of the recent events and incidents in a matter of days prevented him to see the whole extent of the situation that was unfolding. Maybe I was overthinking what he was reflecting upon, but it was the best guess I could make and I knew that in certain circumstances, people like him didn't generally react as they would ordinarily. The situation that befell on him after his wound against Jaime Lannister in the books and show came to my mind as a clear example, even though it was tied to the pain and the milk of Poppy affecting the clarity of his mind, not to mention the stress. Another thought came to me, my personal reasoning concerning Bran's final situation in the show. He was unprepared and since Brynden and him were utter fools that didn't truly train in weeks and months for one of the most overbearing and complicated positions in the whole world, it was no wonder he was overwhelmed by information and trauma and that he might have become a shell to protect himself to break, especially as he spent several days in his warging and greenside state. Not an ideal situation for a young mind and person who saw his complete world being overwrecked. That was the closest thing that came to my mind to explain why Eddard didn't pressure me on such matters. I reminded myself that both situations were not exactly the same, but being overloaded by the spirit of the three-eyed raven on the one hand and finding out that your whole reality might be an illusion were hell of a world-changing perspective akin to a trauma. Eddard finally said in a firm voice and grave voice, "Go on. Tell me of those matters you consider important to inform me." I took a breath to reorganize my thoughts and began, "The first matter is tied to Robert's bastards. Some of them are in King's Landing, and should they be found by those who are close to the Queen, they will be in great danger. There is a rumor that Cersei murdered twin babies in Casterly Rock because they were Robert's bastards. If you encounter any of them during your stay, try to think with your allies how to make them leave the city and send them somewhere safe, even if it means sending them to Dorne." Eddard's eyes widened slightly, absorbing the gravity of the information. He pondered on it a bit, probably wondering why I gave him this information. He finally nodded slowly and replied, "I will take that into account. It is a troubling matter indeed." Relieved by his answer, I continued, "The second issue requires your attention once you are in King's Landing. You must investigate what lies beneath the city. There is something hidden, at least beneath Flea Bottom and the Grand September of Baelor. It is something the Mad King had set up with the help of the pyromancers, a dangerous secret that could still turn King's Landing into a mere footnote in history and shatter the stability of the Seven Kingdoms. It could even surpass the tragedies of Harrenhal and Summerhall." Eddard's face grew solemn as he connected the dots, recalling the horrors of his own family's past and the Mad King's reign. He asked, his voice tinged with concern, "Who else knows of this danger?" I locked eyes with Eddard, my voice steady as I answered, "You know him well because you accused him of having broken his oaths as a king's guard." Eddard's expression hardened, a mix of distrust and disdain. He replied with a growling voice, "You speak of the Kingslayer." "Yes," I affirmed, "I know you do not trust him and hold him in low regard because you discovered him seated on the Iron Throne with the body of Aerys still warm on the ground. I know what he did, and I understand your reasons for your feelings towards him. But I won't tell you his reasons because it is his tale to share. However, his actions are partly tied to this lingering danger beneath King's Landing. If you can find a way to make him reveal his secret to your friend, the king, as he is supposed to protect him, he might be able to absolve part of his dishonor. Personally, I find it more dishonorable and neglectful of him to not inform anyone of this danger than to have killed a tyrant whose deeds and intents would make Tywin Lannister seem like a child." Eddard's face reflected a mixture of emotions, a war between duty and personal judgment. I could understand him. The circumstances he found Jaime Lannister that day weren't the best. Inwardly, I cursed Tywin Lannister for his stupid, foolish, short-sighted, pride-blinded, needless, and wrong deeds. Jaime didn't deserve him as a father. Even with the things he did, he had the bad luck to be born in such a family. Damn, even Zuko didn't have such dysfunctional family. I dreaded, imagining the character having a thing for Azula. I cursed myself for such distorted and perverted thoughts. Damn, if I already made such dubious and awful connections and references, I would rather take the black, exiling myself beyond the wall or finding some vacation in the Summer Islands. I forced myself to focus on the main subject and to see how Eddard would answer to my reasoning. The Northerner Lord finally spoke, his voice laced with skepticism. "Even if I speak to him, how am I supposed to make him reveal this secret?" I met his gaze unwaveringly and said, "If he confronts you in one way or another, tell him 3 words, burn them all." Those were the last words of Aerys before he was killed. Eddard's eyes widened in surprise, and he seemed to weigh the significance of my words. He remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke softly, "Thank you for sharing this with me, Mark. I will consider your advice carefully. But I can't promise that a discussion with the Kingslayer would ensue." I nodded in acknowledgement, grateful that he understood my intentions. Though I was a bit disappointed by his skepticism and reluctance, I couldn't blame him. Tywin's cruelty tainted everything in the Lannisters and made them so hated that the idea of compromise could be a very complicated matter. But that Eddard was giving a thought to my advice on this peculiar matter was worth enough. That it bore fruits or not was something outside of my decision. Only Eddard could make this step and only Jaime could decide if he would let his pride and his toxic relation with Cersei prevent him to tell the truth. I then said, "I should prepare my package for the upcoming departure." Eddard nodded and said, "Take the time you need." I saluted him respectfully. "Thank you, my lord." Eddard saluted me back before leaving the room. As the door closed behind him, I took a deep breath, the weight of the impending journey settling in. A part of me was relieved to leave soon, because I didn't know how long Cersei or Joffrey would hold back before striking, and discovering the North in real was something I was very interested. I was however apprehensive, because the journey would be long and so many things could happen, and while Eddard might have sent a message to inform his son, that didn't mean it would be enough for him to trust me because he didn't know, not to mention the wariness and distrust of Northerners for foreigners. I knew I would have to make endeavors to prove my worth, while being careful in how I handled my knowledge and information. I looked at the hammer I just obtained, and while I was fond of violence, I knew it would give me some safety as long as I pledged myself to train myself to develop and improve my skills. And there was one thing I finally didn't regret when finding myself on Westeros: internet or computers. While I missed writing, it was a refreshing change and it allowed me to have more time for anything. And with the incoming journey, I would have time to train myself, to earn the trust of the guards that would accompany Arya and to develop this friendship with Arya. The tune of "When You Wish Upon a Star" came in my mind, even though I couldn't help myself to smile at the ludicrousness of such thought. But even in such a bleak word, light and fun were welcome things, even though it was hard to find it. One I won't too much side notes, as many points are now obvious for most of you from the previous ones or the discussions. Concerning this chapter, it wasn't planned as first, but I considered it would be interesting to include a common sense choice for the SI, not to mention that it would help for the journey arc. And I found it interesting to explore indirectly the immediate aftermath of the intervention in the hall and to give a bit more background to the Sea's presence before the start of the story. 2. I wanted to give something of the classical trope tied to ISOT and SI in Westeros, but in a realistic and practical manner, especially in regards of the context. 3. The 2 last pieces of information given to Ned before the imminent departure to Winterfell. One out of concern, but possibly with its own issues, and one with a political motive. Just for information, it will be not a Targ bashing, but the SI has at best a neutral and yet scathing opinion on them. Something that will be further explored later in the story. 4. Teaser, for the next chapter, the departure from Derry Castle with a tense encounter and confrontation with a white lion and a scarred hound. 5. Have a good reading. 11. Snow and hill goodbyes. As the afternoon was at its zenith, I brought up my few belongings and bore the hammer on me before moving towards the courtyard. As I joined the place, Eddard Stark, Jory Castle, Septa Mordane and Sansa were there, while Arya was fidgeting, probably a bit impatient but also apprehensive. I wasn't surprised, because while she was glad of returning to Winterfell, she was also leaving her father. Observing my surroundings, I noticed the presence of Lady nearby. The dire wolf was observing all of us and seemed a bit confused but truthful. I wondered when Sansa said her goodbye to her companion and how well the young animal reacted to the incoming separation. And I saw a dozen Stark guards preparing horses for the journey. Some people of Derry Castle and of the royal cortege were observing, but the place was mainly occupied by Lord Stark's people. I first turned to Jory Castle and Septa Mordane, offering them both a respectful salute. They responded, though the Septa's demeanor seemed a bit tenser and more uncertain, perhaps reflecting the general unease that lingered in the air, but most probably still gauging me as a stranger and a commoner of unknown place whose presence affected the family she was serving. I then approached the 3 Starks. "My lord," I greeted him, acknowledging his presence. Turning to Sansa, I offered a polite nod. "My lady," I said, aware of the complicated emotions she harbored towards me. Arya glanced up as she noticed my arrival, a mixture of relief and excitement crossing her face. She quickly finished her task and walked over to me, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. "Mark, you're here," she said, her voice filled with genuine joy. I smiled warmly at Arya, grateful for her unbridled enthusiasm. Her presence provided comfort in this uncertain moment. I was happy to see that she seemed well in spite of the fact she will be separated from her father and likely worrying for him. Eddard approached Arya and whispered to her, instructing her to say goodbye to Sansa. She nodded, understanding the importance of this farewell. She made her way towards her sister, and both of them exchanged tense and awkward words. I looked at them with a pang of sadness, but also knowing that should anything happen badly, Sansa could think of the fact her sister would be safe, even if my cautious and rational sides reminded me of the hazards of the likely iron-born invasion of the North and the dangers that Winterfell would face in the future. Eddard observed the farewell, his heart heavy with the strained dynamics within his family. As Arya returned to my side, he approached me and gestured towards a stocky man standing nearby. "Mark, this is Harwin. He will be leading the escort to Winterfell," Eddard informed me. I nodded, acknowledging Harwin's presence, and extended my gratitude towards Lord Stark. "Thank you, my lord." Eddard's gaze held a mixture of concern and determination. "Make good use of your skills, Mark. Robb will need all the help he can get," he advised, his voice filled with a father's concern for his son's well-being. I nodded in understanding, my expression serious. "I will, my lord. I'll do my best to be of assistance," I assured him, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Then, I leaned in slightly and added, "Remember, act in King's Landing as the commander who helped his friend to defeat the dragons and the squids, not as the Lord Warden in the north. But listen to your closest allies and advisors to prepare for the worst." Eddard's gaze shifted to his chest, where the message containing the key advice I had given him was hidden. He nodded to my words. "I will keep your advice in mind," he responded quietly, a hint of gratitude in his voice. Turning to Sansa, I observed the intricate tapestry of emotions playing across her face. It was clear that the events of the past day had stirred within her a multitude of feelings towards me. As I stood before her, I couldn't help but grasp the layers of her sentiments, both positive and negative, swirling beneath the surface. While she was standing with grace, her eyes were very expressive and put me ill at ease. I could sense the weight of her resentment, stemming from the public humiliation her betrothed had endured due to my intervention in defending her sister and of interfering in family matters. It was a burden that I carried with a tinge of guilt, knowing that my actions had contributed to her distress. However, even in the midst of this guilt, my rational self reminded me that at least Lady was alive, reducing the risk of Sansa falling prey to the machinations of Cersei and Joffrey. And if I had to suffer her anger and scorn, that would be worth the survival of her companion, not matter how complicated and hurtful it was for me to handle it. A part of me scorned to the fact I was kind of petty because of the reactions of a young girl for who I had empathy and concern. Sansa might not be a favorite character of mine, but her initial innocence and the trials she suffered in the stories were enough for me to regard her with respect. As I bowed to her, a mixture of reverence and unease coursed through me. I initiated the conversation with a steady voice, masking the internal turmoil I experienced. "My lady," I began, attempting to convey sincerity, "I am aware that you have every reason to resent me, and I apologize for any discomfort I have caused you. Please understand that my actions were not meant to spite you." Sansa's gaze met mine, her eyes reflecting a blend of uncertainty and curiosity. The conflict within her was palpable, as she grappled with the decision of either rebuffing my apology or accepting it as a lady would. Her glances shifted momentarily to Septa Mordain and then to her father, as if seeking their unspoken permission. While Septa Mordain was neutral and cold towards me, Eddard's subtle nod seemed to grant her that permission. With a composed demeanor, she turned her attention back to me and nodded in acknowledgement. Though I felt a slight sense of relief at her acceptance, I continued, my tone gentle yet resolute. "I would also like to offer you a piece of advice if you permit me." Sansa regarded me with a mixture of curiosity and wariness, her expression guarded. She hesitated before answering. "What advice do you have for me?" she inquired, her voice cautious and slightly cold. While I understood her demeanor, I was a bit relieved she didn't outright reject my request. "Be cautious of the allure of pretty things, my lady. They may conceal rare gems, such as yourself, but they may also harbor dangerous snakes ready to strike. Be vigilant and careful in your encounters, and may the radiant light that shines in your eyes endure even in the face of darkness," I answered her with a calm and watchful tone. Sansa's reaction was a mixture of surprise and contemplation at my words. The metaphor had captured her attention and ignited her imagination. It deviated from the conventional advice she had received, and its poetic nature intrigued and resonated with her. She experienced a whirlwind of emotions, a tug-of-war between her longing to believe in the inherent beauty of the world and the caution my words urged her to exercise. A small part of her found solace and flattery in being compared to a gem or possessing a radiant light, but conflicting sentiments stirred within her, causing internal turmoil. I could discern Septa Mordain's disapproving gaze, while Eddard Stark's expression revealed a hint of concern and intrigue at my words. Arya, who had observed the scene from a distance, wore a pensive expression, her thoughts churning. The weight of Sansa's emotions was evident in her gaze as it remained fixed on me, a mixture of surprise, introspection, and a desire to decipher the true intention behind my words. As the silence lingered, I took a deep breath and concluded, "You possess a luminous light within you, my lady, a treasure to be preserved. Yet, strive to perceive the world in all its shades. Endeavor to become the lady you aspire to be, one who commands respect through her strengths and skills." Sansa's gaze remained locked with mine, her countenance now a tableau of astonishment and introspection. My words seemed to have struck a chord on a profound level, resonating deep within her being while I suspecting she was facing contradicting emotions, which was in a way understandable for a young girl, even a well-raised one like Sansa. Septa Mordane's disapproval remained apparent, etched upon her face, while Eddard Stark's gaze held a mixture of acknowledgement and curiosity. Arya's reaction, however, proved more enigmatic, her features shifting from contemplation to a flicker of understanding, leaving her thoughts concealed from my grasp. Feeling a sense of closure, I decided to embark on a simple yet audacious gesture. With a subtle boldness, I leaned in, allowing my lips to graze delicately against the back of Sansa's hand in a fleeting hand kiss. It was a gesture infused with respect and a hint of chivalry, carefully measured to avoid overstepping any boundaries. More than that, I intended it to be served as not only a way to make a farewell gesture, but also to show my respect and apology to her. A part of me wondered if I didn't overdo it, but I let it go as it didn't matter. As I straightened, I bowed to her, my voice infused with reverence, "My lady." Sansa's reaction was a whirlwind of surprise and uncertainty as she saw me kiss her hand, her visage caught between the societal constraints ingrained in her upbringing and the stirrings of her own personal emotions. For a fleeting moment, she hesitated, torn between the preconceived notions she held of me and the unexpected empathy I had displayed. Yet, with cautious delight, she accepted the gesture, allowing a small smile to grace her countenance. I was certain she was still conflicted on how to regard me, but at least I would leave with a slightly better impression. Septa Mordane's disapproving gaze was evident and a part of me was nearly expecting her to suddenly swing a stick to chase me away. I couldn't blame her as while I wasn't fond of her traditional way of educating Arya and Sansa, she was in some manner their guardian after their parents. And I had yet done much to prove my worthiness and trust. Eddard Stark's reaction was one of thoughtful observation. While caught off guard and a bit wary of my metaphorical and poetic approach to advise her, he also thought on it and inwardly agreed with it, thinking upon the role he needed to have with his eldest daughter once they were in the capital. Arya's expression was the most intriguing, her brow furrowed as she observed the scene. She was intrigued by my advice, but wondered if Sansa would hear them as she seemed too trustful of Joffrey and of the Queen in spite of what happened in the hall yesterday. I also suspected conflicting impressions due to the way I had interacted with Sansa, especially after the incident at the breakfast. Hopefully, I would have time to explain to her my way of interacting with people during the journey. As I moved away from Sansa, I saluted Septa Mordane before making my way towards the group of guards who were preparing to mount their horses. One of the guards offered me a horse, and I accepted it with a nod of gratitude. As I was about to take hold of the reins, Lady approached with a curious tilt of her head. The animal was wary, sensing my presence and possibly mirroring the hesitation of her mistress. My gaze shifted to the young dire wolf, and I couldn't help but feel a mix of caution and reverence. I tensed slightly, not out of fear of the young animal but out of caution, aware that Lady's behavior would likely reflect Sansa's feelings towards me. I silently wondered if I might be granted permission to interact with her. Her curious, calm, and wary demeanor was enough to prevent any instinctual reaction of apprehension from me as I sensed no aggressiveness from her. Experiencing how Sansa raised the dire wolf was peculiar and extraordinary. A part of me couldn't help but wonder how my encounter with the other dire wolves, except Ghost, would be once I would be in Winterfell. I sent a subtle glance towards Sansa, seeking her approval. "May I said with uncertainty. Sansa's reaction was a mixture of hesitation and consideration, her gaze flickering between me and her dire wolf. Eddard's understanding seemed to grant me an unspoken permission. Finally, with a measured nod, his red-haired daughter granted her permission, signaling her willingness to let me interact with her dire wolf. The gesture was subtle and a part of me wondered if she allowed it by duty or because of the fact Lady would accompany Arya and me back to Winterfell. With a silent expression of gratitude, I cautiously extended my hand towards Lady, palm facing upwards. Lady's golden eyes regarded me with curiosity, and after a moment's pause, she took a tentative step forward, her cold nose brushing against my open hand. A sense of wonder and humility washed over me as I realized the significance of this moment. I gave Lady a gentle, almost imperceptible scratch behind her ears, careful not to overstep any boundaries. Lady's reaction was a subtle tilt of her head and a soft exhale, as if acknowledging the connection between us. Sansa watched the interaction, her uncertainty slowly giving way to a flicker of appreciation as she observed the gentleness with which I interacted with Lady. Eddard, witnessing the scene, felt a swell of gratitude towards me and some relief. I finally moved away from Lady and mounted the horse. It was a bit hard, even though I was relying on my memory of the time I had made horse riding to know how to climb. The guard that presented me the horse helped a bit and I finally settled on it. As the escort prepared to depart, he bid them farewell, his gaze filled with concern and a father's love. "Harwin, protect my daughter, Mark, and Lady," Eddard instructed, his voice filled with a mix of authority and trust. Harwin nodded in acknowledgement. "You have my word, my lord. I will ensure their safety," he replied, his tone conveying his determination to fulfill his duty. With final farewells exchanged, the escort began to move, slowly making their way out of the courtyard of Derry Castle, all of us riding a horse, even though I was handling cautiously mine, trying to remember the few tips I had learned in the past. The Stark guards led the way, followed closely by Arya, Lady, and myself. As our escort left the courtyard and found outside of Derry Castle, we stopped shortly after as we were facing a group of red cloaks led by Sir Jaime nearby the camp of the royal cortege. The tension in the air was palpable as both groups halted, exchanging wary glances. It became evident that the red cloaks and Sir Jaime Lannister were intentionally displaying their power, attempting to intimidate us. I could sense the animosity directed towards me from some of the red cloaks, their eyes filled with contempt and hostility. A part of me suspected their presence to be tied to mine, as I doubt that Cersei would be so foolish to attempt so shortly after the events of the previous night to intimidate Arya. The realization of this possibility sent a shiver down my spine, but I maintained a composed facade, knowing well that I needed to play my cards wisely. I silently hoped they wouldn't act rashly with Lord Stark's men, considering what transpired yesterday. The weight of their disdain was amusingly magnified by Sir Jaime's smirk as he was riding before them. In any case, I knew there would be a confrontation. I hoped it would go as peaceful as it could be, but with the Westerlanders' tendency to use brutal tactics to remind anyone their supposed power, it was but a wistful wish. Arya's gaze met mine, and I could see her concern mirrored in her eyes. I knew she was aware of the tension and the potential danger we faced. I offered her a reassuring smile, trying to convey that I was aware of the situation and prepared to handle it. With a subtle nod, I communicated to Arya that we should remain composed and cautious. It was essential not to provoke any unnecessary conflict, especially given the recent events involving Lord Stark's men. We couldn't afford to escalate the situation further. She nodded while her expression hardened, probably guessing the gravity of the situation. I also suspected her to be wary due to what happened to her in the recent days. I shivered as I thought on the fact Jaime was close to have become a true child slayer if Jory hadn't found the young Stark first. Lady reacted to the overwhelming tension in the air, her instincts detecting the threat emanating from the red cloaks and their leader. However, her gentle and well-behaved nature kept her from acting aggressively. She maintained a watchful stance, ready to protect her mistress's sister if the need arose. Sir Jaime, his eyes locking onto me, approached with an air of arrogance, his intention clear in his every step. The members of our escort tensed, their eyes narrowing in wariness as the infamous Kingslayer drew near. Harwin, vigilant, stepped forward and addressed him directly. "What are you doing here, Kingslayer?" he inquired, his tone laced with caution, yet subtly asserting his position. Ignoring Harwin's presence, Sir Jaime focused his attention solely on me, a cocky smirk playing on his lips. There was a complex mix of arrogance, superiority, and a hint of personal vendetta in his eyes. He spoke, his tone dripping with his characteristic arrogance. "So, you really have joined the Starks?" My sister was furious when she had learnt that. "She wishes you have met the same fate as the butcher boy," he remarked, his words laced with thinly veiled disdain and a desire to provoke a reaction. Upon hearing this, Arya's expression darkened with anger and concern. Feeling her distress, I held out the temptation to reach out her hand as I knew it would misinterpret it, and it wasn't the moment for such misunderstandings, confusions, and unfortunate interpretations. I locked my eyes on Jaime, aware that in this situation, we needed to face the taunts of the Lannister with dignity and determination. I disliked the words of Jaime Lannister as it confirmed me that Micah was dead, and I wondered how long Arya would take before guessing the same as sharp as she was. I then turned my glance towards Jaime. I knew he was expecting me to be intimidated by his reputation or the fact his sister was obviously threatening me and threatening in an indirect manner Arya. However, I stood firm and resolute on my horse, refusing to show any signs of fear despite my inward anxiety. I knew Sir Jaime was not only a formidable swordsman but also skilled with words, though not to the extent of his brother or Peter Baelish. What he didn't know was my true identity, and he likely considered me a strange commoner with shared interests with the Starks. I reminded myself my indifferent opinion on him in spite of his part in Bran's fall and of his other dubious deeds. "Well, Sir Jaime, we can't please anyone. Otherwise, your sister would be married to her silver prince. You would a revered knight respected for his skill and honor. And I would be back at home. But we can't have everything. We do with what we have and with the time that has been given to us," I replied, my voice steady and unwavering, determined not to give him the satisfaction of seeing me falter. Sir Jaime's lips curled into a faint sneer, a mixture of annoyance and curiosity dancing in his gaze. It was a bit obvious that he was used to people reacting to his provocations. He regarded me with a complex look, a mix of his customary arrogance and a hint of a conflicted mindset, taken aback by my boldness. He was also taken aback by my respectful tone to him, expecting me to call him the Kingslayer, especially with how I interacted with his sister and Joffrey yesterday. There was a momentary pause as he processed my words, his arrogant facade momentarily faltering. He finally broke the silence, his voice laced with a mixture of annoyance and begrudging respect. "You certainly have a way with words, don't you?" he replied, his tone tinged with grudging admiration. "But words can only get you so far. Remember that." Maintaining composure, I responded with a firm voice and a hint of a smile, hiding the underlying tension within me. I am aware of that, as I also know that swords can only get you so far, my good sir. A poisoned drink and you are dead, unable to fight back. Your sword hand is cut and you would lose all pride and dignity, perhaps even thinking that death would be a mercy for you, as being a crippled would be a dishonor for you. My bold retort hung in the air, the words cutting through the tension like a well-aimed blade. Jaime Lannister's eyes narrowing as he absorbed the weight of my words. A flicker of anger passed across his face, momentarily revealing the vulnerability beneath his arrogant facade. I suspected that mentioning losing his sword hand hit a nerve in the Lannister King's guard, as he was very proud of his skills. And my words on death being a mercy for a cripple, a subtle reminder of his actions on Bran, even though he would dismiss it as a coincidence of wording. If it had been his twin, she would have immediately believed that I knew something about what happened in the Broken Tower. You dare speak of dishonor and weakness? Jaime spat, his voice tinged with a mix of anger and wounded pride. You, a commoner, who knows nothing of the true nature of power and strength. I didn't waver to his anger. You know nothing, Sir Jaime. Brute strength, a solely mean of power, is a tool for weak men unable to handle their soul scars and wounded pride. Being able to use the sword in your hand and the sword between your legs doesn't make you a strong leader. It just gives you means to ensure a ground for power. Otherwise, Gregor Clegane would be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, not King Robert, and not even your father. My words hung heavy in the air, challenging Jaime Lannister's perception of power and strength. He stood there, his face a mask of fury and disbelief, his knuckles white as he gripped the hilt of his sword. I knew I had just insinuated that his family and his father were weak men in relying on their brute force, and that he would take it badly. I also suspected that referring to the mountain was kind of an insult, as the man was more a henchman to his father than anything else. Harwin and his men watched with a mixture of awe and trepidation. They were impressed by my courage in the face of such a formidable adversary, but they were also wary, as they knew the Kingslayer was a dangerous and proud man. They were hesitant to intervene, partly intrigued on how it would go, but were ready to intervene if the situation escalated. Arya couldn't help but smirk at the exchange, impressed by my ability to hold my own against the Kingslayer, her anger and distress being partly replaced by keen interest. However, she remained vigilant, sensing the potential danger in the situation and prepared to support me if needed. The Red Cloaks in Sir Jaime's company displayed a range of reactions. Some mirrored their leader's anger and arrogance, sneering at my words and itching for a confrontation. Others, however, seemed taken aback by my audacity and the unexpected depth of the verbal joust. They exchanged uneasy glances amongst themselves, uncertain of how to react to this challenge to their authority. They likely expected a more submissive response from me, considering their reputation and association with the Lannisters. The fact that I hadn't cowered before Jaime's presence and had actually engaged him in conversation appeared to have thrown them off balance. Jaime's voice trembled with suppressed anger as he retorted, "You think you know so much about power and leadership, yet you stand here, a mere peasant, lecturing me on what it means to be strong." I met his gaze with unflinching resolve, my voice steady and unwavering. "Strength is not defined by noble birth or the titles one is holding, Sir Jaime," I replied. "It is defined by the choices we make, the principles we uphold, and the ability to inspire others to follow us. True leadership is not about wielding a sword, but about guiding people with wisdom and compassion and handling challenges with intelligence and integrity." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Jaime's face, his anger momentarily giving way to contemplation. His eyes narrowed on me. Just as the tension hung heavy in the air, a gruff voice, rough and filled with cynicism, suddenly cut through the atmosphere. "Quite the fancy words ya got there, green boy. Tryin' to impress someone, are ya?" I stood still on my horse, wary and tense, as I knew exactly who this voice belonged to. Turning my gaze slightly, I saw a large figure approaching, clad in armor and emanating an aura of intimidation. As his face was uncovered, I knew it was Sandor Clegane and suspected he had been sent by Joffrey himself. I wondered where he came from and if Eddard saw him, because otherwise, the situation might go murkier. I wondered how I missed his tall presence, though focused as I was on Jaime Lannister, he might have come unnoticed by me. I regarded Sandor in the same manner for Jaime, in a neutral stance, because of the knowledge I have on his past and on the man he was. A part of me empathized with him and understood that he was a scarred survivor, but I also knew he was a prisoner of his past, of his traumas and of the way people treated him, making him a complicated and dangerous person. Arya's grip on her reins tightened as she watched the hound closely. The arrival of the hound had added another layer of tension to an already charged situation. Harwin and his men shifted their stances, ready to intervene if things took a dangerous turn. Sandor's gaze fell upon me, his burned and scarred face revealing no emotions, but I could feel his eyes assessing me with a cold intensity. This was the first time he was seeing me, and I knew that his reputation for brutality and his loyalty to the Lannisters made him a potentially dangerous presence. The others present couldn't help but react to the hound's arrival. Some exchanged uneasy glances, while others adjusted their grips on their weapons. Jaime's expression remained inscrutable, his eyes shifting between me and Sandor, as if assessing the unfolding situation and probably wondering how I would handle his nephew's unsworn shield. I could notice a small smirk as if he was expecting a change of tide in the confrontation. Sander's gaze finally shifted away from me and locked onto her. He spoke, his voice rough and laced with a hint of irritation. "Little wolf, your friend here seems to have quite the mouth on him. He better watches his tongue for it gets him into more trouble than he can handle." Arya's eyes narrowed, and she took a step forward, not one to back down easily. "At least, he stood up for me when you lot were trying to blame me for nothing." Sander's gaze flickered between Arya and me once more before he let out a short, humorless laugh. "Blame you for nothin'? Your little friend, the butcher boy, would be beggin' to differ, waitin' for ya in the cold embrace of death." The mention of Micah hit a nerve, and I felt a mix of anger and sorrow well up within me. Not only because of the crime itself, but because it was something I wished Arya would discover later, in the aftermath of an emotional wrecking experience. I held my ground, refusing to let the hound's words break my composure. Arya's fists clenched at her sides, and I could see the emotions swirling in her eyes, a mix of guilt, anger, and grief. I knew that she was now completely aware of what happened to her friend. Micah didn't deserve to die. Joffrey lied about everything, she cried out in anger and distress. Arya's words and distress broke me and the feeling of injustice and anger entered me. Whatever composure I had was through. If I had learned to keep calm when it struck me even if it could be hard, I was always touched by the distress of someone. And this someone happened here to be not only a person I was fond of due to her character in the books and show, but also because of the starting bond I sensed between us. I looked at Arya with empathy and sadness, but also with a dark gleam in my eyes. Arya's eyes briefly met mine, and I could see the distress, the anger, and a plea for support in her gaze. My heart ached for her, and my determination to stand my ground only grew stronger. Harwin and his men were disgusted and ill at ease and yet hesitant to intervene, probably afraid of facing Sander. Not that I could blame them, as a man like him with his size and reputation, not to mention his brother's reputation, would be like a bogeyman. They however approached closer to Arya and I, ready to shield us. Jaime and the Red Cloaks continued to observe the unfolding scene with keen interest, waiting to see how the Hound and I would interact. In response to Sander's cynical remark, I turned my gaze towards him, a cold and rigid expression on my face. A storm was raging inside me, a mix of disgust, anger, and fear. And yet, I was restraining them, funneling them to be used in a way that would be a surgical strike. Without breaking eye contact, I urged my horse forward a step, subtly positioning myself in front of Arya. It was a small movement, but one that was meant to protect her and deter any sudden moves on her part, as I was aware she wouldn't hesitate to strike at Sander. "My congratulations, Sir Gregor," I spoke, my voice carrying a cold and calculated tone. A palpable shift occurred in the air as the words left my lips. Harwin, the Stark guards, Jaime, and the Red Cloaks all reacted with a mix of surprise and confusion. Sander's scarred face contorted with a mixture of shock and anger, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. His face twisted into a scowl, and he took a menacing step forward, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. The members of our escort tensed even further, fully aware of Sander Clegane's reputation for violence. Harwin's grip on his own weapon tightened as he prepared for the worst. "You dare to mock me, you little shit!" Sander growled, his voice a low, menacing rumble. His gaze bore into mine with a smoldering intensity, as if he were on the brink of unleashing his pent-up wrath. I looked straight at him, struggling inwardly to crush the fear within me. "I dare," I said in a steady and unwavering voice, "a tall man in armor that kills little children because his masters tasked him to, like a hound would hunt a prey, this is something Gregor Clegane would do." The impact of my words was clear, causing a ripple of reactions around us. Arya's gaze flickered between Sander and me, her eyes widening in surprise and concern at my audacity. The Stark guards and Harwin exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Sander Clegane's anger flared, his face contorting with rage as I mentioned his brother's name once again. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, seemingly ready to draw it to strike me down in a fit of rage. I heard my heart pounding in my chest, but I didn't relent and face Sander on my horse, refusing to allowing instinctual fear to dictate how to react. Anger and scorn were stronger in this instant. My eyes remained locked onto his face, unflinching and unwavering. No matter how much I knew of the man, I wasn't in the mood of being compassionate for his insults and crimes. He was as much an abuser as a victim, a flayed soul whose flesh was always hurting in spite of the armor he had built for himself and the screwed view of the world he had. "Go ahead, kill me," I spoke, my voice carrying an edge of defiance and as much firmness as I could harness. "Prove to me that you are a mindless beast, a soulless soldier, a scarred puppy beaten by his masters to be a mere tool of fear. Prove to me that your prince and his mother's family can piss on every tradition and rule of the Seven Kingdoms." My words hung heavy in the air, and a shocked silence settled over the gathering. Arya's gaze flickered between Sander and me, her eyes wide with surprise at my audacity. She was torn between her instinct to protect and her desire to see this confrontation play out while fear also gripped her. The tension in the air was suffocating as my challenge hung between us, the weight of the words echoing in the silence that followed. In the moments that seemed to stretch endlessly, I sensed a change in the atmosphere around us. Everyone were tensed, their expressions ranged from worry and intrigue to surprise and anticipation. The power dynamics were palpable, the unspoken challenge I had thrown Sander's way hanging heavy in the air. Sander Clegane's face contorted with a mix of bewilderment, anger, and something akin to grudging respect as my words pierced through the armor he had carefully constructed around himself. His eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, battling against the torrent of emotions churning within him. For a moment, he seemed caught off guard, as if the harsh truths I had spoken had struck a nerve buried deep beneath his scars. This hesitation seemed to give opportunity to Harwin as I heard his voice cutting through the tensed atmosphere in a commanding tone. "That's enough." As everyone turned their eyes on him, the Stark guard stepped forward, positioning himself between Sander and me, his presence a clear indication that he wouldn't allow the situation to escalate further. "He is now part of Lord Stark's household, hound. Harm him and you will have to answer to my lord." Sander's scarred face twitched with a mixture of frustration and suppressed anger. He finally let out a deep, rumbling sigh. His grip on his sword hilt relaxed, and his shoulders slumped as if he had let go of a heavy burden. The anger that had burned in his eyes began to dim, replaced by a weary resignation. "You're either brave or a fucking fool," Sander grumbled, his voice gravelly with a tinge of bitterness. "I ain't spillin' your guts today, but mark my words, if our paths cross once more, I'll be the one plungin' my blade into your sorry hide." He withdrew his hand from his sword and took a step back, distancing himself from me. I simply looked at him in a more neutral manner while inwardly sighing in relief, my heart pounding hard in my chest. Trying to appease my disarrayed mind, I looked around me to observe the situation. "Vala Morghulis," I muttered for myself as a way to temper the words of threat of Sander and a reminder of the inevitability of death, even though I dearly wanted to delay the date of appointment with her and to avoid the inevitable unbreakable wedding to her. Arya watched Harwin and me with a mixture of relief, concern, and perhaps reverence in her grey eyes. She seemed to be struggling with a swirl of emotions: gratitude for my defense of her, fear for my safety, concern for the brewing conflict, and a connection she felt with me. Her fingers twitched, and I could sense the tension in her posture, as if she were on the edge of action. She cast a glance on Sander, her eyes somber of anger and concern. Turning his attention to Jaime, Harwin spoke with an authority that brooked no argument. "Kingslayer, I suggest you let my escort pass. We have no intention of causing further trouble." Jaime's expression shifted as he assessed the situation. He exchanged a glance with the Red Cloaks, the unspoken conversation cleared between them. The prospect of creating a public incident, especially after the controversy surrounding Arya's trial and my intervention, seemed to weigh on his mind. After a tense moment of consideration, Jaime's shoulders sagged slightly, and he nodded in reluctant agreement. The lions might not concern themselves with the opinions of sheep, but the risk of sparking a new controversy so soon after the events in the castle hall was too great. With a resigned gesture, he signaled for the Red Cloaks to step aside, granting passage for Harwin's escort to proceed with Arya, me, and Lady. As we began to move away from the confrontation, riding toward the King's Road, the tension in the air began to ease. Arya's gaze flickered between Sander and me, her eyes wide with a turmoil of emotions. The Stark guards and Harwin's men exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of curiosity and concern for the brewing conflict. Sander's gaze, meanwhile, remained locked onto mine, his raw emotions still visible in the depths of his scarred face. His clenched fists at his sides spoke of his suppressed anger. Lady moved on, calm and yet cautious, observing the Red Cloaks with her golden eyes as if she was assessing their potential threat. The Red Cloaks, simmering with resentment, watched as our group departed. Their eyes bore into me with a mixture of disdain and a desire for retribution, fueling their determination to protect the interests of House Lannister. They were also flummoxed by the fact I saluted them with respect while making their presence a good thing and not a display of power. They didn't know how to consider my words and stance, if it was defiance or respect. As I passed by Jaime, a sudden impulse struck me. I leaned in and spoke to him in a low voice, just loud enough for him to hear over the rustling leaves and the sound of horses' hooves. "Sir Jaime, tell your sister that the Valonqar sends his regards." Jaime's eyes widened at my whispered words, and a mix of shock and realization flickered across his face as he tried to understand the meaning of my words. He looked at me uncertain and somber, but I didn't give him time to answer as I rode away. As we rode away from Derry Castle, Harwin turned to me with a stern expression. "I admire your courage, lad," he said, "but you need to be more careful. You could have been killed with your stunt. Your intervention already stirred up the Lannisters, and what you just did won't make things any easier. I don't want to fail my duty to Lord Stark by letting you get hurt." I bowed my head, understanding well his words. While bristling to his comment, I understood why he was deeply concerned. He had been tasked by his lord to watch over Arya and me, and we had just left Derry Castle that I nearly contributed to make his duty failed. That thought churned inside me and made me angrier with myself as I lowered myself to petty insults and harming people where it hurt the most. My cautious self was like a storm clashing inside me, berating me for my bold and foolish move while my compassionate self was tempering it and pointing out it was done out of concern for Arya. I turned my glance on Arya and noticed her dampened, concerned and somber demeanor. She however sent me a relieved and reverent smile. I answered back with a small smile, a bit glad the situation distracted her from what she had learnt. I however promised myself to look after her as I knew she would think of her friend and let her sense of justice, anger and guilt flow her mind. As Derry Castle slowly faded into the distance behind me, I reflected upon what just had happened. A part of me regretted to having let my emotions out, but I knew I couldn't let those bullies think they had the higher ground. If they believed their swords could be the answer to everything, let words and truth be the dagger that would stab their heart. Let it be the pestilence that would taint their souls, their minds, their sleeps, their dreams. The Lannisters claimed to always pay their debt, but they were so wrong. So many blood debts they had overlooked to pay and that threatened them for the incoming future. No need for prophecy or foresight due to knowledge from stories to know it wouldn't dwell well for them if they let their pride and short-sightedness blinding them and hardening their hearts. They were the pharaohs of Westeros, awaiting to face their own plagues. I wouldn't be the Moses of Westeros, but I knew that should the opportunity was given, giving a piece of my mind to wreck their pride and image would be worth, no matter how much I understood the context or what brought them to act the way they did. An 1 And here we are. The last chapter of the Derry Castle arc. A departure chapter I hope present two sides of the same coin. 2 It is one of those chapters in which I was the most entertained to imagine because of the challenges it offered. I tried to find some balance in how presenting the confrontation, and a lit payoff from a previous chapter, making this chapter of those where the rewrite and addition were among the most numerous, including some tips from 2 other AI, Poe and Bard. The confrontation with Jaime Lannister is in some manner a homage to a famous scene of the first book/first season. 3 It also allows me to show other features, qualities and flaws, of the SI in this context and how his knowledge and mind brings him to handle in a certain way interactions with other characters. I tried to display shades of complexity in the different interactions. 4 Teasing, the next chapter is the start of the journey with a promise for safety and first discussions. 5 Have a good reading, and hopefully take good delight in this chapter. 12/A White Lions Report, Jaime I. As evening was settling, I made my way through the dimly lit corridors of Derry Castle, my white cloak flowing behind me, a stark contrast to the shadows that surrounded me. The encounter with that foreign commoner weighed heavily on my mind. His audacity had left a lingering impression, a mix of amusement and intrigue that I couldn't easily shake. The way he'd stood his ground in the face of my taunts had piqued my curiosity and wonder. As I neared the entrance to my sister's chambers, I couldn't help but ponder on how Cersei would react to the unfolding events. I knew her well enough to anticipate her disdain for this Mark, a man of foreign birth and lowly status who dared to challenge our family's authority. She would undoubtedly view the confrontation as another an affront to the Lannister name and an insult to our power. I could almost hear her voice in my head, dripping with disdain, condemning him as a threat to our legacy. My thoughts drifted back to the confrontation itself. I had to admit that this peasant had handled himself remarkably well, especially when faced with the Hound's fury. His clever retorts and unwavering resolve had left me both impressed and somewhat baffled. I found myself wondering about his true identity. This was no ordinary foreigner, that much was clear. There was an air of mystery about him, something that set him apart from the other small folk. Even his clothes and manners set him apart. I couldn't quite place my finger on his true agenda, and that bothered me more than I cared to admit. As I reached the door to Sir Derry's chambers, I couldn't think about Mark's last words to me, the reference to the Valonqar. This message was clearly meant to be ominous. It was as if he knew something I didn't. Why would he ask me to tell Cersei those words? Perhaps it was another of his blatant provocations. Just as I was about to enter the chambers, I noticed a group of servants huddled together, their hushed whispers and furtive glances drawing my attention. A pang of curiosity tugged at me, but I knew duty demanded I inform Cersei of the day's events first. With a deep breath, I pushed open the door and stepped into the chamber, ready to recount the events that had unfolded and brace myself for my sister's reaction. Pushing open the heavy door, my white cloak trailed behind me like a ghostly reminder of my role and the duties that came with it. Inside the lavish chamber, Cersei sat in a regal, high-backed chair, her impatience thinly veiled behind her expectant expression. Her hand clutched a goblet, and the rich aroma of wine filled the room. Her eyes bore into mine, and her voice dripped with irritation as she addressed me. Jaime, you've taken much longer than I anticipated. What delayed you? Her tone held a hint of annoyance that I couldn't help but notice. Drawing in a slow, deep breath, I prepared to recount the day's interesting turn of events. I was overseeing your husband, I began, my voice carrying a trace of exasperation. When I left, he was meeting with Ned Stark to discuss Joffrey's punishment following the incident with the Stark girl. Cersei's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer at the mere mention of Robert, a sentiment I shared with her as he was a drunken fool that disrespected her. That oaf of a husband of mine, she muttered bitterly. Always stumbling and making a mess of things. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, I agreed, it seems that this foreigner's presence has added more fuel to the fire. Cersei's attention sharpened as she focused on the mention of the lowborn. She fixed me with an intense gaze, her icy eyes searching for answers. Tell me, brother, she demanded, her voice carrying a chilly edge. Did you confront this peasant as I asked you? I nodded. I did, sister. Her eyes bore into mine with expectation and impatience. What transpired when you confronted him? Did you put that foreign commoner in his place? I sighed, aware that she wouldn't like what I would tell her. I confronted him, expecting him to cower or to lash out. But he did nothing of the sort. My sister's eyes narrowed dangerously. He did not. I shook my head. No. He addressed me not as the Kingslayer like others do to taunt me, but by my title. He was firm, respectful and yet provocative. Each time I tried to strike back to his words, he had an answer. It was like facing our brother, but a taller and a soberer version of him. Cersei's expression turned from impatience to a mix of curiosity and annoyance. He dared to speak to you with such audacity? To a member of the King's Guard? This commoner continues to overstep his boundaries. She ceded, her grip on the goblet tightening. He did. He didn't hesitate to question how power works, suggesting that the mountain should be king if brute strength were the sole measure. Cersei's eyes flashed with anger as she processed the audacity of Mark's words. Her voice dripped with disdain as she responded, a commoner like him, and a foreigner, questioning the very foundations of power? He clearly lacks the understanding of how the world truly operates. I nodded in agreement, though a part of me couldn't help but grudgingly admire Mark's boldness. Indeed, but he seemed to possess a certain cunning and intelligence. It almost felt like talking to a maester. It was as if he had studied our family and understood our weaknesses. Cersei's lips curled into a bitter sneer. Go on, she urged impatiently, her voice tight with irritation. I continued, the Hound then arrived and he informed the Stark girl about her friend's death, as per your and Joffrey's wishes. And how did the little bitch react? My sister asked with some eagerness and scorn. I took a breath and continued. The Stark girl was deeply distressed by the news. Cersei's lips curled into a predatory smile to the mention of the Stark girl's distress. Good, she hissed, her voice dripping with malice. Let her feel the price of crossing our family. I continued, though a bit hesitantly. The Stark girl's reaction had been a spark for that peasant to react as he challenged the Hound and addressed him as Sir Gregor, saying he was like his brother. Her expression turned sour in hearing my words. How did the Hound react? She asked, her voice laced with curiosity and longing, probably expecting some retaliation of Clegane. The Hound was furious and about to draw his sword. But that didn't seem to trouble the lowborn. He even dared the Hound to kill him. His words were, go ahead, kill me. Prove to me that you are a mindless beast, a soulless soldier, a scarred puppy beaten by his masters to be a mere tool of fear. Prove to me that your prince and his mother's family can piss on every tradition and rule of the Seven Kingdoms, I answered her while remembering the tense atmosphere when it occurred. Cersei's eyes widened at the audacity of the stranger, Mark's words, a mix of anger and intrigue flickering across her features. She leaned forward in her chair, her gaze fixed on me as she awaited the rest of the story. I knew she would perceive it as a new slight against our house, and even I was puzzled and troubled by the fact this foreigner didn't relent when faced to the threat of death. And then, she pressed, her impatience and irritation growing evident. I continued, a Stark guard of the escort accompanying him and the Stark girl intervened and put an end to the encounter before it could escalate further. Cersei's face contorted with a mix of anger and frustration as my account of the events unfolded. She had likely hoped for a more satisfying resolution to the confrontation, one that involved Mark's submission or demise. My sister's pride and the honor of our house had been challenged, and she did not take such affronts lightly. Her eyes blazed with a fierce intensity as she responded, her voice dripping with ire. A Stark guard intervened, she repeated, her tone laced with bitterness. So, this foreign commoner managed to escape unscathed, thanks to his new ties to these northern savages. It seems that he's not only audacious but also strangely fortunate. I nodded solemnly, well aware of Cersei's displeasure. Her frustration was palpable, and her desire for retribution was evident. He will not escape unpunished for long, she declared, her voice cold and determined. This foreigner has stirred the pot, and he will soon realize that House Lannister does not tolerate such insolence. I nodded, thinking that the commoner was indeed foolish to challenge the lion. Yet, there was something unsettling about the way his words affected me more profoundly than if he had called me the Kingslayer or spoken of my dishonor. It was as if he knew what I was thinking, and that troubled me deeply. Cersei looked at me, her icy eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and somberness. She asked, is that all? I hesitated for a moment, knowing that the final part of the tale would likely elicit a strong reaction. Not quite, I replied evenly, my gaze unwavering. When he left, he told me to deliver a message for you. Her elegant brow furrowed with a mixture of confusion and concern. She leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. What did he say? She asked, her voice tight with anticipation. He said, I began, tell your sister that the Valankar sends his regards. Cersei's reaction was immediate and frightening. Her eyes widened in shock, and her lips parted in disbelief. She seemed momentarily frozen, as if grappling with a revelation that had struck her to her core. She even let her goblet fall on the ground, hitting the stone loudly. I watched her, puzzled by her reaction. I wasn't expecting this message to have such an impact on her. I could see fear and dismay in her eyes, and I knew she was overthinking too much. I couldn't help but wonder what could provoke such reaction from my love to those words. Cersei finally broke her silence, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and determination. This lowborn, she began, her tone cold and calculated, will never mock us again. I will ensure that he pays dearly for his foolishness. I couldn't help but sense another of her schemes coming. Sister, I said in a nonchalant voice that sounded false in my head, he's just a commoner. An annoying and disrespectful one, sure, but no real threat for our house. My words seemed to fuel her anger rather than quell it. She turned to me with a fiery gaze, her voice dripping with frustration. You're utterly clueless, brother. He's privy to something he shouldn't know. His words are a veiled threat. This is no mere peasant from foreign lands. It's a mummers show orchestrated by a skilled pretender who aims to diminish our house's standing. Cersei's words sent a shiver down my spine. There was an intensity in her voice, a conviction that made me pause and once again consider the possibility that there might be more to this foreign commoner than met the eye. If she believed there was a hidden threat in Mark's words, then I should take it more seriously as well. And now I knew that the commoner was doomed. It was unfortunate that I could not catch up with him, to make him pay for his words. You're right, I conceded, my tone more serious now. His words were chosen carefully, meant to provoke and unsettle us. It's possible that he knows something, or he has friends who do. Cersei nodded, her expression grave. Exactly, she replied. Her eyes having a dangerous glint in them. Her determination was contagious, and I found myself caught up in the gravity of the situation. If there was a hidden plot against House Lannister, it was our duty to uncover it and protect our family's interests. What do you propose we do, sister? I asked, my voice steady. My sister's eyes glinted even more, with the dark shed, her eyes burning of anger like wildfire, her resolve unwavering. This uncouth scum must die. He now dares to threaten me. Whatever else he plans will be halted before he can enact them. I couldn't deny that her reasons were valid. Mark's audacity had not only humiliated Joffrey but had also challenged the very essence of House Lannister's power and authority. His veiled threat, referencing the Valankar, had struck a chord of fear within Cersei, and I understood her desire to eliminate this perceived threat. While I had reservations about the real extent of his threat, anyone who threatened my sister must be dealt with. I nodded in agreement with her assessment, acknowledging the severity of the situation. You're right, I concurred, my voice steady. This foreigner has crossed a line that cannot be ignored. He has openly challenged our family's honor and authority, and we cannot allow him to escape the consequences of his actions. Cersei's lips curled into a predatory smile, her determination clear. Good. Since he is now riding with the Stark brat to the north, we must swiftly send some of our men to deal with them. Those northern lands are rife with dangers, including those savages of the Vale whom ambush travelers. No one would expect us to attack as he is now riding with the Stark brat. We can easily dispatch men to take care of them. As long as it's in the areas common with the savages that come from the Vale. I understood Cersei's plan, but a sense of unease crept over me. While I was willing to act against those who threatened our family, I couldn't help but feel that Cersei's anger was clouding her judgment. Sister, I interjected cautiously, my voice tinged with prudence, Robert would surely notice some of our men missing from the cortege, especially if Stark becomes vigilant with his daughter returning to the north. Cersei's response was dismissive, her resentment towards Mark, that fool, evident. Robert is a drunken idiot who cares more for his wine than the affairs of the realm. And as for Stark, he is blinded by his honor and loyalty. He will not suspect a thing until it's too late. Cersei's response came off as chilling, ignorant of my concerns. This was not the first time she left me with a gnawing sense of unease. Still, I loved this woman. I would admit, her bitterness towards that stranger was understandably palpable, and yet I couldn't deny that her resentment had clouded her judgment. Why should she care about this obnoxious peasant? I knew better than to press the issue further at that moment. But I also knew that if we wanted to take care of this insignificant troublemaker, we must be smart. An idea came to my mind that hopefully would help my love make a better move against this foreign pest. Sister, I began, choosing my words carefully, sending our own men might attract unwanted attention and raise suspicions, especially with the recent incidents we have with the Starks. If any one of them recognized our men's faces and escaped, we would be exposed. However, there is another way to deal with this problem. Have you heard of the Brave Companions, the Sellsword Company? Cersei's gaze softened slightly as she considered my words. Not much, other than they are in Essos, she replied, her voice tinged with curiosity. What about them? It would take too long for them to sail here and aid us. Not quite, I said, these men are easily finding recruits as they are made up of criminals. They have some recruiters just as those who take the black do. In some areas of West Eros, they set up branches for jobs as well. Our father has been in contact with them. He told me when we were at Casterly Rock for Joffrey's name day. And I've heard that they have a branch in the Riverlands that would allow them to ambush the escort. No one would suspect our involvement thanks to the use of these outsiders. If we were to discreetly hire them, they could take care of this foreigner and his Stark companions for us. Our hands look clean in the eyes of Robert. Cersei's eyes narrowed to a calculating gaze as she pondered the idea. Yes, she said slowly, that would be a wise move. We must ensure that this foreigner and companions are dealt with swiftly and without leaving any trace leading back to us. Send a raven to the brave companions, discreetly offering them a substantial reward for their services. Make it clear that the success of this mission will be well compensated. I nodded, relieved that my suggestion had been taken. Consider it done, sister, I replied. I will send the message immediately and make that the brave companions understand the importance of being discreet about this. Cersei's lips curled into a sly smile. Good, she said, her voice filled with a dark satisfaction. Let that foreign fool and the Stark brat learn the consequences of daring to threaten House Lannister. And let it serve as a warning to anyone who forgets about the debts we might pay. One surprise. I told this chapter would be about the journey and a promise in the previous publication. However, this chapter is delayed because thanks to a good advice, I decided to be back on my initial plan for this part of the story, I.E. publishing Jaime Lannister's POV interlude just after the confrontation chapter. Too like Cersei's interlude, this chapter is among those I have loved to imagine, even though it has changed a lot in shape since the very first draft. Probably because no matter my personal opinions on the Lannisters, and they are very scathing and harsh, they are among the characters of ASOIF/God I think are the most fascinating and amusing to tackle. And with the Valonqar reference, it was too good not to imagine the whole set and ripples to be introduced. 3. I hope Jaime's depiction is faithful enough because I am aware he is a very complicated character, an arrogant and brash facade with a tormented soul and a complex relation with Cersei. And of course, I hope Cersei's depiction in this chapter works well, especially in regards of her own interlude. For this chapter and the following ones have the honor to have been reviewed by a beta reader that helped me to refine the text and gives me ideas and perspectives that are very refreshing and welcome in addition to my intents for the story. 5. Teasing, well, as previously, the start of the journey and a promise, and this time for real. Happy face. 6. Good reading. 13. Journey start and promise. The next hours spent riding on the King's Road were quiet and tense. I was slowly chasing away all the trepidation that accompanied me during the whole confrontation, my cautious inner self crying in frustration and despair. I felt drained and regretful, not for facing those people, but for lashing out in such manner, not matter how restrained I was. Worry began to build up, as I considered the potential fallout of the conflict. But what was done and I could only move forward. If I turned back, I was lost. As we rode further north of the Ruby Ford, my attention began to shift from our recent troubles to the awe-inspiring landscape surrounding us. The King's Road stretched out like an ancient lifeline. The land unfolded in all its untamed glory. Vast fields extended to the horizon, where the rolling hills met the sky in a breathtaking display of nature's grandeur. The open expanse was dotted with the occasional farmstead and patches of dense forests that seemed to stretch on forever. The air was crisp and pure, filled with the scents of earth and wild flowers. It was a land untouched by the chaos of politics and warfare that plagued the realm, a place where one could almost forget the troubles of the world. Seeing these landscapes was marvelous. It reminded me a bit the lands and woods surrounding my family's home. A surge of nostalgia struck me in that instant and a part of me wondered if I would ever return to my world. In spite of this melancholy, it was a fleeting moment of tranquility, an instant where I was in some manner back home. The pure air was a plus compared to home and one of the few perks I would gladly take from my situation. While I took comfort in the landscapes and let myself take a break from what happened in Derry Castle and what awaited me, I turned to check on Arya. She was riding in silence, her face showing anger and regret on it. It was obvious that the confrontation left on her an emotional mark that needed to be healed. Seeing her in this state fueled me with concern. That anger, I thought back to the episode of Game of Thrones, when she stabbed Meryn Trant to death. At the time, I saw it with gleeful anticipation and cathartic delight, with the fondness I had for her character and the whole extent of the depravities of the so-called King's Guard. But then I discovered how in the books, Arya was a girl that lost some of her sanity in order to survive. And finding out what happened to Micah was the start of her journey down that dark path. This horrible path where revenge and joining the faceless men would forever stop her from having a normal life. As the miles passed, my unease grew. I couldn't stand the idea of Arya being consumed by guilt and anger, knowing where it would lead her. It was out of question to allow her spirit to be tainted, even if she would have to grow and to see all the shades of reality. If I could help to allow her to avert from that darkness, she would thrive in the best way she could in this world, I would. Internally, I shook my head, as I now wondered if this was that kind of feeling that really defined a mentor or a parental figure. I finally mustered the courage to approach her, guiding my horse closer to hers. Arya. I began hesitantly, my voice soft yet laced with concern. How do you feel? Arya's gaze remained focused on the road ahead for a moment before she turned to look at me. Her grey eyes were still filled with a mixture of anger and regret, but there was also a hint of curiosity in her gaze. She seemed surprised by my approach, perhaps not expecting me to reach out to her. I was uncertain if she would feel grateful or not for someone showing concern, but I knew that interacting with her in any manner might help her, at least in distracting her from the shadows finding their way into her soul. Her response was slow, measured. I feel angry, she admitted, her voice carrying a raw edge. I hate Joffrey. Micah is dead because of him. Because of me. If I hadn't asked him to play with me, he would be still alive. Emotion overtook her as she pronounced those words. Her reaction reminded me of how she expressed her anger and distress to her father in canon. I was saddened and grieved by the sight, realized that I had to reach out her now. Nodding in understanding, I decided to try and to guide her away from the dark thoughts she was having. Arya, I said gently, my gaze unwavering. Did you ask Joffrey to hurt your friend? Did you ask Clegane to kill him? Her expression shifted, her eyes widening at the directness of my question. She seemed taken aback by my inquiry, likely not expecting such a straightforward approach. No, of course not. She replied indignantly, her voice carrying a mix of frustration and disbelief. I never wanted any of this to happen. Exactly, I said, acknowledging her words. You didn't ask for it. You couldn't have known what that little monster would do. This was a situation you couldn't have seen coming. Joffrey is the one that wronged you and Micah. He acted cruelly and unfairly, and you shouldn't blame yourself for his actions. I could see a flicker of relief in Arya's eyes as my words sank in. She seemed to be processing the idea that she wasn't responsible for the tragic events that unfolded. It was crucial for her sanity to understand that she couldn't carry the weight of the world's cruelty on her young shoulders. But, she started, her voice wavering slightly, I could have done something. I could have fought back, or tried to save Micah. Approaching my horse next to hers, I reached out to gently touch her arm, offering reassurance. You are still young. It's unfair to expect yourself to be able to confront Joffrey or protect your friend against the Hound. You did what you could in that moment, and it's not your fault that things turned out the way they did. Her eyes filled with tears, and I could sense the turmoil within her. I continued speaking, my tone gentle yet firm. Blaming yourself won't bring Micah back, and it won't undo what has happened. But you have a choice now. You can let this guilt and anger consume your soul, or you can use it to become stronger and protect the people you care about in the future. Arya's gaze met mine, and I could see a glimmer of determination mingling with the pain. Hesitating a bit, I then reached out to gently rest my hand on her arm, offering her a comforting touch, even though for a short instant, as I didn't want to lose control of my horse. It's okay, Elle, to feel angry and upset by such things. I personally do. But please, do not let it consume you. I do not know your friend like you did, but I am convinced he would not have wanted you to blame yourself. And I'm also convinced your father wouldn't want you to drown in those feelings either, I declared to her. Arya's eyes held a mixture of emotions as she looked at me, her expression a mix of gratitude and contemplation. I don't want to forget him, she whispered, her voice tinged with sadness. You won't, I assured her softly, my hand still resting gently on her arm. But you can remember him in a way that doesn't drown you in guilt. Honor his memory by being strong and standing up against injustice, not through anger but in honor. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded slowly, as if taking in the weight of my words. She didn't say anything, but her willingness to listen and the way she didn't pull away from my touch spoke volumes. A part of me felt relieved, glad and moved by the fact she was willing to let me in. My logical side was wondering how it was possible, as no matter how grateful she was of my intervention, of how I interacted with her or that she had this skill of easily befriending people, it was quick. My compassion itself forsook those interrogations as they were needless in the moment, and the fact that bonds didn't necessarily needed long periods to thrive. Some did, other didn't. Focusing on Arya, I decided to do something anyone with a heart would have done. If you ever want to talk, Arya, or if there's anything I can do to help, just know that I'm here for you, I added, my tone warm and supportive. We're on this journey together, and I'll do my best to make sure you shine the best way you can. Arya offered a small, grateful smile. For a moment I thought I saw her cheeks turn slightly red as well. I felt a sense of relief that my words were resonating with her. As I let go my hand from her arm, I could only hope that our discussion gave her some measure of comfort with what had happened in the recent days to her. I knew the road was still ahead, but little steps were needed to help such a young and marvelous soul to heal of this horrible trauma. Her smile then disappeared and her eyes expressed a sudden fear and turmoil. I wondered what caused her to react that way. It wasn't anger and revenge anymore, and a part of me was grateful of that, because the last thing I needed was to see Arya falling in one way or another on such a path, especially because revenge was so common in Westeros and so toxic and disastrous for everyone. But I didn't know how to help her to handle her emotions and anger in such situation without infringing too much to her privacy. Even with my proposition, I wasn't yet someone that could play the person to confide in, as Jon had been before the departure from Winterfell for both of them, and I wasn't her parent either. As we continued riding northward beyond the Trident, I felt Lady draw closer to Arya's horse. It seemed that she sensed Arya's distress and was offering some form of comfort. I was genuinely moved and glad, for even though Arya wasn't her companion, she knew she is her mistress's kin. I wondered how Lady would change as she wouldn't be in the presence of Sansa for a while. As I thought upon this, I realized Harwin and his men were watching us. I did not know if they were concerned, curious, or both of anything else on the discussion I had with Arya or how I interacted with her. I wondered how Harwin was considering me with what he might have heard or seen of my intervention and how I faced Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane. I knew his earlier admonishment was of concern and worry for failing his duty, and I hoped the journey would help me to show the true me to both his men and him. I won't let them hurt you, Arya suddenly said, her voice tinged with a sense of urgency. Confused, I glanced at her. Hurt me? Arya, what are you talking about? She let out a heavy sigh, her words carrying a weight of concern. For defending me, for being with me, you're in danger now. Joffrey and the Queen won't let this go. And the Kingslayer and the Hound won't forget how you challenged them. I met her gaze squarely. Arya, I would have defended you regardless of the consequences. If someone should feel guilty, it's me for taking the risk. But I won't, because you are worth fighting for. That's why I accepted to heed your advice, I said softly, because I know your father will protect me. Arya's eyes widened as she listened to my words, her gaze locking onto mine with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. It was clear that my unwavering support and willingness to put myself in harm's way for her had taken her aback. And yet, I felt her worries weren't assuaged, as I could still sense the concern in her eyes. She turned her eyes toward Harwin, the captain of the Stark guardsmen who accompanied us, and the other guards who rode with us. They were all listening to our conversation, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. They can't know who you are anymore, Arya said, her voice tense. They can't know, or else. I pondered her words for a moment, understanding the gravity of the situation. Revealing my identity did make me an easy target for the Lannisters. While I was confident in her family's ability to protect me, there was no need to unnecessarily worsen the situation. I understand, Arya, I replied, my voice calm and measured. It's best if my identity remains hidden, at least until we reach Winterfell. She seemed to let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Thank you, she said, her voice tinged with gratitude. I felt warm on the inside again. Such a brilliant girl for being so young. But the tension in the air was still palpable, and Arya seemed to have something else on her mind. She turned her gaze back to Harwin and his men and spoke with a sense of urgency. Harwin, all of you, promise me that you won't reveal his identity to anyone until we're safely back at Winterfell. Harwin and his men exchanged glances, understanding the seriousness of the request. Harwin, being a loyal retainer of House Stark, nodded firmly. You have my word, my lady. We'll keep his identity a secret until we're within Winterfell's walls. The other guards nodded in agreement, their expressions determined. Arya seemed to visibly relax at their assurance, a hint of relief crossing her features. Hearing Harwin and his men pledging their word to keep my identity secret during our journey made me feel glad of such concern of Arya, reminding me of what she did for Gendry in the books and show. But it was so strange, not only because of the fact it was now reality and not fiction, that I was the adult and she a child, or the fact it was occurring so fast. A part of me was wondering if it wasn't too Disney-like or too Gary Stu. But I reasoned with myself on the fact that Arya was grateful with me, curious about me as a person, and glad that I had heard her when she suggested to seek Eddard's protection. With the news of Micah's death, it was no wonder she would be determined to protect the person that defended her, especially since I was in matter of status on the same level as Micah, or even worse, as I wasn't part of the Seven Kingdom until very recently. Moved by such determination while reminding myself of who Arya was, admiring such dedication for those she loved or respected, I looked at her with reverence and gratefulness. Thank you for your concern, Arya. Truly, I said, my voice carrying a warmth of appreciation. And you are right about the danger I face. Even a bastard would have a better chance than me. Arya's gaze met mine, a mixture of determination and sincerity in her eyes. You defended me without hesitation. It's only right that I do the same for you. She then seemed to ponder my words for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. Then, with the determination that matched her character, she spoke again. You need a new name, she stated, her tone resolute. I nodded in agreement. It was a sensible precaution to take, especially since I had said I would take a new identity. I thought upon something that would both be misleading and yet reminding me a bit of who I was. A possibility came in mind, something I found a bit amusing. I've thought about it, I replied, contemplating the idea. A name that's unassuming yet not entirely out of place in this part of the world. Aria's anticipation was evident as she waited for my response. After a brief pause, I finally answered, Roger Bacon. My identity until we reach Winterfell will be Roger Bacon. Aria's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and amusement at the name I chose. She couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. Roger Bacon? That's a peculiar choice, but I like it. It's definitely unassuming, and it has a certain ring to it. Roger Bacon it is then. I couldn't help but smile at her reaction. It seemed I had chosen a name that resonated with her. I'm glad you approve, I said, a hint of satisfaction in my voice. Arya turned her attention back to Harwin and the guards, her voice filled with authority. From this moment on, you will address him as Roger Bacon. No one outside this group should know his true identity. The other guards nodded in agreement. I was glad that this new identity was accepted. A part of me was amused because it was a reference to a scientific figure of English Middle Age while reminding me my second name, my grandfather's name. A part of me wondered how the true Roger Bacon would react to the fact I used his name, as while I intended to mainly play an advisor part, I knew that uncertainty and circumstances might force me to take a more active role. And while I loved having a specific frame in which I evolved and worked, I knew that being prevalent was a good thing and allowed anyone to have a wide frame of perspective and to face more situations than they would if restricted to a certain position. And I knew my mindset was both my weakness and my strength in Westeros, as most people were defined by their position and restricted by them, making most of them prisoner of narrow mindsets and of the inability to think out of the box. While not familiar with Roger Bacon's life, I considered that he would have some issues with the Maester's system, as in his time universities were developing everywhere in Christendom while Westeros failed for knowledge centers spreading for unknown reasons, as Westeros was divided when the Citadel was created. The guards finished agreeing to the vow, understanding the importance of secrecy. Harwin spoke up, his voice filled with determination. You have our word, lady. However, my attention was soon diverted as I noticed that my own horse was beginning to behave erratically. Its nervous movements were becoming more pronounced, and I could feel its unease beneath me. I tried to steady the horse, my lack of experience in horse riding making the task a bit challenging. I was aware that sudden movements could startle the animal further, so I attempted to stay as composed as possible and spoke soothingly to the horse in an attempt to calm it down. Arya's sharp gaze didn't miss my struggle, and she quickly caught on to the situation. Having some trouble there? She asked, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. I managed a sheepish smile, acknowledging my predicament. I must admit, I've only ridden a horse twice in my life before this. It seems my skills are a bit rusty. Arya's expression betrayed her surprise before softening as she empathized with my situation. Don't worry. You'll get the hang of it. This journey should give you plenty of practice. Harwin and his men also observed my attempts to control the horse, their expressions a mix of understanding and patience. The fact that I was trying despite my inexperience seemed to earn their respect. Arya's next words carried a sincerity that touched me deeply. If you need any help, just ask. I've spent a lot of time on horseback, and I can guide you. Thank you, Arya, I replied, genuinely grateful for her offer. Arya's eyes met mine, a mixture of camaraderie and determination reflected in her gaze. Once again, she showed that amazing maturity despite being so young. Harwin's voice broke the momentary exchange. We're in this together. We'll make sure you get the hang of it. The other guards nodded in agreement, their words echoing Harwin's sentiment. One of the guards was however curious, don't you have horses back home? I looked at him and nodded, thoughts hesitating to give an answer because I was uncertain how the discussion would evolve and I wanted to reveal neutral informations on my home if it was needed or if I wanted. I reflected upon how answer him in a neutral manner, even though I hated the situation. It was the very close thing I would be to lie, and while it was easy for me to select information to discuss. But I was feeling playing Dumbledore, and that was painful as a thought. I knew it was an unfortunate fact, and unless extraordinary circumstances forced me to tell the truth, I couldn't allow myself to fall in total honesty unless to be taken for a lunatic, a sorcerer or something else that could end with me being stabbed by a religious fanatic in the future. I finally thought of something and yet felt deeply unsatisfied and disgruntled with myself. But I had to do with the restrictions and hurdles I had. I reminded myself I wasn't part of a displaced group in the style of the Rising of the Red Anchor or Canucks, where there were numerous proofs of the technologies my world had. A part of me was grateful it wasn't the case, as an Inca Empire collapse-like scenario was a possible issue with how fractured the Seven Kingdoms were. Thankfully, I remembered how different parts of the world have various animals trained for transportation. We do have horses, but my people do not use them a lot, mainly because we have a diversity of means for transports adapted for each means, donkeys, aurochs, camels, or elephants. More than one of the guards muttered the words Essos. Arya, ever perceptive, sensed the tension in the air and changed the subject. How did you end up in Westeros? I met her gaze, and while grateful of her question, I considered how much I should reveal. In the end, I decided to take the approach I initially had with Eddard Stark in our first discussion. My land is far away from Westeros, I began, my tone reflective, and I found myself on these shores like a shipwrecked sailor. I don't remember how I arrived here, it's all a bit of a blur. When I came to, I was lost and confused, with no knowledge of this part of the world or its customs. It was a shock, to say the least. Arya's eyes held a mixture of curiosity and empathy as she listened intently. I arrived in the Riverlands about 2 weeks ago, I continued. Fortunately, the peasants I encountered were kind enough to accept me, despite my strange attire that confused them. They initially mistook me for a lord or a wealthy merchant. I sought their help and offered my assistance in return. I lived with them, learning from their ways and helping them with various tasks. I could see the guards listening in, their expressions a mix of intrigue and skepticism. For example, I added, I showed them how to purify water from dirt before boiling it to make it drinkable. It was me and them working together in their everyday life, notably cutting wood for fire and other chores. Arya's brows raised at my mention of purifying water. I smiled at her curiosity and sensed that a great opportunity to give basic survival skills that would be welcome. One day, I continued, I heard news of the king's arrival in the Riverlands, and I decided to make my way to Derry Castle. With the help of the peasant family I stayed with, I managed to gain entry to the castle and offered my assistance in handling the arrival of the king and his entourage, including your lord's household. Harwin and the guards were clearly intrigued by my story, though their expressions still held an air of skepticism. It was understandable, my tale must have sounded bizarre and outlandish to them. And then, I concluded, there was that kangaroo trial where you were accused of the most outrageous and biased accusations. But you all know what happened afterward. Arya's lips quirked into a small smile, a mixture of amusement and gratitude once again in her eyes. Harwin exchanged a glance with his fellow guards, and it was evident that they were processing the information I had shared. Harwin spoke up, his tone curious, your journey is unlike any I've heard before. It's hard to imagine finding oneself in a land so foreign and unfamiliar. I nodded, understanding his sentiment. It has been quite the experience, that's for certain. But I am learning to adapt and make the best of the situation. One of the guards rode up, a hint of confusion in his voice. Kangaroo trial? I've never heard that expression before. What does it mean? I smiled and adjusted my position in the saddle before responding, eager to shed light on the unfamiliar term. A kangaroo trial refers to a courtroom judgment where the judge jumps to conclusion and will give an unfair decision without considering the evidences, questioning the witnesses or the accused party. It is an unfair and rigged justice because everything has been decided even before considering the facts tied to the crime. And it is called that way because there is an animal called the kangaroo which is known in my homeland to move by jumping. The guard furrowed his brows, processing the explanation. I see. An intriguing animal by your depiction. And I can see why you call unfair trials that way. Harwin chimed in, his tone reflective, and we've our share of unfair trials when the Mad King was in power. The other guards nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere grew serious again. I sensed that some of the guards were thinking upon what happened to Arya's grandfather and eldest uncle and all the rumors said about Aerys. Arya's expression had turned somber. I wondered what she was thinking on, but then she looked over at me, her eyes still having that shine. Silence settled for a little while as we were writing. It was a welcome respite, even though I appreciated to share a bit of my recent experience of life, even though I knew I couldn't reveal too much without making things complicated. The landscape around us stretched out in a vast expanse of fields and woods, the sounds of nature and the horses' hooves creating a soothing backdrop. Amidst the quiet, one of the guards curiously spoke up, breaking the tranquility. I am curious about something. Yes, I asked. Why did you call the Kingslayer Sir Jaime? He is an oath-breaker and he intended to rile you up, the man asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Noticing the inquisitiveness of Arya and guessing it was the same for Harwin and his men, I gave an explanation. While I have heard of his reputation, I consider him not solely based for what he did. I do not generally label people, even in regards of my principles. Besides, that would have been playing in his game and as a commoner, I would have lost in one way or another. And finally, showing respect where anger is expected is a powerful strike that can leave your opponent unprepared and stunned. The guard nodded, seeming to appreciate the reasoning behind my response. I suppose there's wisdom in that, he admitted. Harwin leaned forward in his saddle, his expression thoughtful. I imagined he was pondering my words. I turned my eyes to Arya and noticed she was also thoughtful. Her glance met mine and I sensed curiosity and some reverence. I then heard another guard, you speak of respect and yet you address Lady Arya without using her proper title. Why? While his question reminded me the discussion with Jory, I knew it was a valid one, considering the Westerosi perspective and culture where titles and ranks held significant weight. While I had promised Jory to respect Arya's position, I also knew that I would adapt to context. In personal discussions, I would speak to Arya without decorum as I knew she wouldn't like it. But in public or with other people, it wouldn't be a good idea. I was uncertain which position I should take with the presence of Harwin and his men. The Stark guards looked at me with intrigue and anticipation, clearly interested in my response. Arya observed both me and the guards, her expression curious. I considered the question for a moment, then replied with a thoughtful smile. It's a matter of both respect and context. When I intervened in the hall, I wasn't certain of her rank, and I was presenting facts and arguments tied to two individuals, regardless of their ranks. There would have been an issue of bias in judgment if I had introduced Prince Joffrey with his title, as royals can't be attacked, but individuals can be. When she came to speak to me after my intervention, I forgot the fact she was of nobility, but she didn't seem troubled or angered by it. Besides, from what I see, she is a unique individual. And I tend to adapt my approach based on behavior and interactions rather than their titles or ranks. I also see her nose crinkle when someone calls her a lady. The guard listened to my explanation, his expression thoughtful and then amused as he absorbed my words. Harwin and the other guards exchanged glances, a knowing look on their faces. Arya's gaze remained on me, her grey eyes reflecting her understatement and slight embarrassment, but she still let out a laugh. The guard nodded slowly, seemingly appreciating my response. I see. It's a different way of thinking, I suppose. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is. I respect the rules and customs of cultures and people, but the most important thing to me is the genuine connection and understanding I share with others. Harwin's voice broke the momentary exchange. Your words hold wisdom, and your willingness to learn and adapt is commendable. As long as you understand your position with our lord and his family, it won't be an issue. The other guards nodded in agreement, their expressions showing their respect for my perspective. I also knew that Harwin was commenting on the fact I would have to respect decorum, something I had no issue as long it was justified by circumstances and context. Arya's lips curled into a small smile, her gaze fixed on me with a hint of camaraderie. Her eyes then turned full of curiosity and playfulness, and I sensed she had something in her mind. A part of me wondered if she had totally forgot her anger and pain, but I dismissed the thought. No one could forget such strong feelings so quickly. But the fact she was riding back to Winterfell and not going to a place she was not very interested, the fact she seemed to regard me as a new friend, though I couldn't say for sure, and her concern for my safety were strong reasons for her to focus on. At least, I thanked God that she didn't see her friend's mangled body, or that she won't witness for the incoming future the tragedies she saw in the stories. A part of me scoffed at the thought, wanting to curse myself with such a thought. So, she began, her tone casual yet intrigued, is that why you kissed Sansa's hand when we were leaving? I nodded and offered a warm smile, acknowledging her question. That is one of the reasons. Your sister is someone who cares about decorum, and so I have to speak to her in the way she wants to be spoken. But I also did it because I thought it would further show I was apologizing for the distress I had caused her. Additionally, back in my land, it's a show of great respect for ladies. I do not know how it's perceived here in Westeros, but I felt it was relevant as I wanted to leave on a better note with her. Arya's expression shifted from playfulness to curiosity, clearly intrigued by the notion. Respect, hey? It sounds like a lot of formalities. I chuckled softly. Indeed, it can seem that way. But sometimes, it is your passage that can help you to be heard by some people who believed in those formalities. Harwin and the other guards exchanged glances, processing the cultural differences I was explaining. It was evident that the concept was a bit foreign to them, but they seemed open to understanding. One of the guards spoke up, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's interesting to hear about the customs of other lands. We northerners generally don't care for foreigners, but you are now part of the household and your willingness to adapt shows your flexibility. I nodded in agreement. Indeed. I may have my values and my way of thinking, but I know that customs are like a language to learn to be understood and to find its own way. Arya's gaze held a mixture of amusement and appreciation as she looked at me. You really are an interesting character, aren't you? I grinned in response. Well, I suppose being a foreigner does make me stand out. But I've learned that embracing different perspectives can enrich our experiences. As our horses continued to carry us northward, the landscape around us began to change subtly, the rolling hills and fields giving way to denser patches of woods. Silence settled over us once again, and I could sense a playfulness in Arya's eyes as if she had something to share. It wasn't long before she voiced her curiosity. Roger, she began with a teasing glint in her eyes, what if you ever wrong me? Are you going to apologize to me like you did with Sansa? I chuckled at her question, the playful undertone evident. Well, I didn't speak to you like a lady. I wouldn't apologize to you as one. Should I do it, you can punch me. Arya burst into laughter at my response, her amusement contagious. The guards and even Harwin exchanged bemused looks, clearly enjoying the interaction between Arya and me. It seemed that our camaraderie was creating a light-hearted atmosphere among the group. Arya wiped away a tear of laughter from her eye before playfully nudging her horse closer to mine. Deal, she said, her tone still filled with humor. I'll remember that. I grinned, genuinely enjoying the easy banter with Arya. I'll be sure to keep my apologies straightforward, then. The guards joined in with light laughter, their initial skepticism replaced with amusement. Harwin's hearty laugh was particularly notable, the camaraderie among us growing stronger with each passing moment. I smiled fondly and with amusement to the scene. It felt so great to be riding with a group of people, while they learned to know me and to trust me. Arya was obviously on this path, but there was not guarantee it would have been easier with Harwin and the other guards due to the northerner distrust for foreigners. Even with my intervention in the hall or my friendly demeanor, it would have not been sufficient on their own to be solid ground for potential trust and bonding. I knew I would interact with all of them anyway, mainly because while Arya was obviously someone I was enjoying to love to interact with beyond the initial fondness, focusing on her would be a bit problematic even with my open-mindedness. I was aware that she had had some rough days and the news of Micah's death was still fresh. But for her, her father and family, I knew nothing was written in advance and that anything was possible. I needed to be as kind as Ong, as analytical as Hercule Poirot and as vigilant as Alastair Moody if I wanted to face the future and the ripples provoked by my presence without falling short like an idiot. It was necessary if I was to survive this place, especially with people blinded by pride and dogmatic traditions that didn't evolve in thousands of years. A part of me wasn't very surprised if the long night was coming back, as those highborn people were victims of the Pharaoh syndrome, unable to accept change because it would mean renouncing everything they believed and fearing to lose power in the same occasion, and as a result, everyone suffered the greatest disasters because of their imprisoned minds. And deep in my mind, I was beginning to think it was my duty to at least prepare the least blinded of them for the storm that would befell all of us unless to face Armageddon and the rise of an ice nation. The choice to heed my words would be their decision, but I would hope that I could achieve something to settle step by step something that would mitigate the disasters that occurred in either the later books or, God preserved me of this, the disasters of the late seasons of Game of Thrones. An. 1 And here we are. The first chapter of the Journey to Winterfell. A chapter that explores the aftermath of the confrontation at the departure of Derry Castle and the first true interactions of the SI with his different companions. One of the key points of this chapter is obviously the SI taking a new identity, mainly to preserve his anonymity from potential retaliations from the Lannisters, even if it may sound insufficient due to the Escor's existence. This idea was born from a suggestion of my beta reader and I consider it interesting, partly because I love playing different characters. This chapter also allows the SI to present some of his personal views and some details of his arrival in Westeros without revealing too much, but also learning new skills. Most SI either have learned their skills at the start of the story or in the first ones. I thought interesting to explore the learning path approach, because it is one tied to character-driven stories and because it shows that the SI is not perfect and has to adapt. It echoes to the challenges he has to tackle in this place. For this chapter, like some of the next ones of the Journey arc, is a character-driven chapter with a thematic approach. The focus is the interactions of the SI with his companions, Harwin, his men, Arya, how he is developing a bond with them, how he finds his place and how he learns to settle through learning things in one field or another. It is not plot-driven part, mainly because the SI has no specific reason to reveal anything to others. Consider these chapters, and others in the future, in the same approach as those concerning Arya in the books. They are on her character journey and are not necessarily tied to the main plot, especially once she joined Bravos. Of course, the SI would play, directly and indirectly, a role in the events, but he won't necessarily be the main driving force, outside of the ripples he initially created and of any knowledge and advices he gave to other characters, not to mention how interacting with other characters both affect him and them. As a result, the interactions are the core of those chapters, mainly because it is a reflection of how the SI is. Something I have often noticed in reading SI stories, that doesn't mean it is the norm, is the fact that those characters are plot-driven characters with features that could make them look like some version of Varys/Peter Baelish/Tywin/Tyrion/Roose Bolton, when they are not literally those characters, even when they display positive features and values. It is not a flaw, of course, only an observation of something that is a consequence of the initial premisa and is defined by the fact most of SI are reincarnated characters. The SI here, because of his nature, does not have this luxury, while he has knowledge and skills to use and wants to make a difference, has also emotional qualities that can find themselves in conflict with the context and the norms of Westeros. And it is this contrast, but also the contrast between the analytical part of the SI and his emotional/empathetic part that brings some of the conflicts and dilemmas he has to face. His inward pledge at the end of the chapter is a reflection of how he regards himself and how he perceives the situation. Announcement: while I'll do my best to avoid as much as possible redundancy, the way the journey is built up will partly reflect the fact it is the very first time that the SI traveled through Westeros on horse, but that could have worked on foot, meaning that he is experiencing the shift in space-time references and landmarks in a journey when compared to his, our, world. Of course, once this journey is done, the future ones won't have as much chapters as this one. Teaser: the next chapter will see a campfire for the night and a necessary first training for the SI. hopefully, a good reading. 14/Campfire training. As dusk gradually settled, we finally came to a halt for the night. I must admit, the day's ride on the horse had left me feeling incredibly uncomfortable, a stark contrast to my usual walking habits. Every jolt and sway of the horse seemed to reverberate through my body, reminding me that I was truly out of my element. I was still learning how to handle the horse riding on a long distance, and having only that or talking to do in a day was something that was complicated to handle for me, as I loved being occupied. Oddly enough, a mixture of exhaustion and boredom had taken hold of me throughout the journey. The inactivity, the monotony, it all seemed to clash within my restless spirit. That allowed me to find some peace, even though I struggled still to find a new balance in that matter. Yet, even though I was yearning for more activity, I couldn't deny the apprehension that crept in. This marked my first night sleeping outdoors, far from the cozy confines of an inn, from the rooms of Derry Castle, or even the bed the peasants gave me when they hosted me. A part of me wondered if our group would have the opportunity to stop in an inn during this journey, as I didn't know how it was distributed in the Seven Kingdoms as a whole and in the Riverlands in particular, as no specific mentions were made in the books I had read or the show. The vulnerability of our situation became starkly apparent. With no inn in sight and the immediate surroundings unfamiliar, I realized we were at the mercy of any potential ambush. I thought on the possibility of Cersei making a bold and foolish move, especially if Jaime told her my last message. A part of me wondered if it was a good idea to defy in such a way the Lannister lioness, but the fact she sent her brother to intimidate me and possibility beat the hell out of me, not to mention Sandor, had been enough to make her taste her own medicine, even if it wasn't the smartest move. My logical mind was considering the thought and wondering if I should inform Harwin and his men. I hesitated, because while the Lannisters were distrusted with fair reasons, the idea that the Queen would backstab anyone behind the backs of her husband and of the Hand might not be believed, not to mention the fact I was still a foreigner. Then again, who would suspect she was having an affair with her own twin brother, which led to poor Bran being pushed off a tower? Even if Arya trusted me, my interactions with Harwin and his men were still in development, and a foreigner claiming to know more than he should could be tricky in certain circumstances. That didn't mean I wouldn't try to prepare for the worst in any manner, but I had to be smart and thoughtful. I was not Thompson and Thompson from Tintin, for God's sake. If I was as direct as the two detective friends of the Belgian reporter, I could directly take a ticket for the Seps, the Citadel, the Wall, or any place away from lunacy and needless paranoia, or to be killed, as any misstep could lead to a brutal fall. Attempting to end those thoughts, I took a look at my companions, my eyes stopping for a moment on Arya as she was with Lady. The time spent with her in riding was pleasant, as she decided to help me with my unease and discomfort in this field. Harwin and some of his men also gave me tips in this endeavor, and their contribution allowed me to slowly earn their trust beyond what they had heard from Eddard Stark or Arya and what occurred with Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane. It was strange to interact with them with a fake name, even though it was to protect me. I was reminding myself that I was Mark, as Arya reminded herself who she was many times in the show. But a part of me was glad of the name I had chosen, as it was my choice, and a part of me wondered if I shouldn't use it as my new identity. After all, I was nobody, and there was an ocean of possibilities for me in spite of the harshness of this world. My interactions with my companions during those first hours of journey allowed me to start a healthy bond with all of them. As a result, I managed to know all their names, but also experienced the contrast in culture and lifestyle between us, even though the 2 first weeks since I had arrived in Westeros softened the gap. Not to mention using my knowledge in clever ways and my diplomatic and friendly manner to interact with my companions. I tried not to fall in my tendency to speak too much, partly because no matter my knowledge, I needed to know them as people and to understand them, but also because I was thinking upon how to depict to them stories from home without falling in unbelievable claims from their perspectives, not to mention that I wanted to keep secret my peculiar status as what could technically be an alien. I didn't feel ready to speak much of my home world, even in a subtle and indirect way. A part of me lingered on revealing it to Arya, but I decided to wait, as no matter her curiosity and her adventurous mind, I was uncertain as to how she would be able to suspend her disbelief to some of the claims. And I was also thinking of the fact that revealing such truths to her would easily influence her if she believed them, and could bring me in conflicting position with her family. Inside my mind, I was already imagining Catelyn Stark chasing me down because I would be corrupting her little daughter and swaying her away from her rank of Lady of the Stark house. But it was also the fact that I was aware that regardless of my boldness and of my skills, my position in Westeros was the lowest. Even a whore or a bastard would have a better position than mine. A part of me told me I was very harsh on myself, but it was a fact I couldn't lie about. Stopping to observe my companions, I glanced at Harwin, who was giving his commands to his men. I thought on the opportunity to speak with him about the Night Watch organization. As I approached him, I took in the scene around us. The camp was beginning to be set up as some of the guards were settling tents in a semicircle. One of the guards, Jonric, was preparing fire while Arak was checking the supplies. 2 others were tending to our horses. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of camaraderie and the underlying tension of being in unfamiliar territory. The other were either looking for woods for the fire, inspecting their weapons, or observing the surroundings for any signs of danger. As I arrived nearby Harwin, his gaze shifted from his men to me. His eyes, a piercing shade of blue, bore into mine, giving away a hint of curiosity tinged with caution. I approached him with a calm and inquisitive expression. He noticed me and turned his eyes on me. "Ah, Roger. What do you want? If you don't mind, I'd like to discuss how you will organize the night watch tonight. I would hope to contribute in any way I can," I began, my voice carrying a tone of concern, but also cautiousness, as I didn't want to interfere too much in the matter without his approval. Harwin looked at me for a moment, his eyes assessing my sincerity. After a brief pause, he nodded and gestured for me to walk with him to a quieter spot away from the rest of the group. "I appreciate your willingness to contribute, Roger," he said, his voice carrying a note of gratitude and of intrigue. As I followed him to the quieter spot, he paused for a moment, probably thinking upon what to say. "I was considering dividing our group into shifts for the night watch. I'll personally take the first shift. We'll position ourselves in a semicircle around the camp, keeping both a watchful eye and a clear line of sight," he finally revealed. I nodded in approval, appreciating his proactive approach. "This is a solid plan. Having experienced individuals on each shift should ensure that we're prepared for any surprises." Harwin smiled appreciatively to my answer before asking with an intrigued and serious voice, "How do you think you can help? You don't look like someone having experience." I thought upon his words before answering. "You are right, I am no warrior. But let's just say I am very analytical. And the only thing I would suggest from your idea is that each shift has 2 men, each of them observing a certain part of the camp and of the surroundings. That way, we might restrict any unsavory surprises." After an afterthought, I added. "We should also consider relying on Lady. While she is young, I think her keen senses can provide us an early warning if there's any sign of danger." Harwin considered my suggestions, his brows furrowing in thought. "You make a valid point," he replied. "Having 2 men observing each part of the camp would certainly improve our vigilance. And involving Lady may provide an extra layer of security, since her scent could give us an edge in detecting potential threats." He paused for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Let's implement your suggestions, Roger," Harwin decided. "I'll assign the shifts and pairs accordingly." I nodded. "That is fine with me. Thank you for listening my suggestions. I just hope I didn't infringe on your duties and tasks." Harwin shook his head, a reassuring smile on his face. "Not at all, Roger. You admitted not to have experience and your suggestions are practical and common sense." I sighed in relief. The last thing I needed was to sound infringing and blindly self-righteous to believe I best on deciding how to handle issues when I was interacting with people who had experience in their field, no matter the cultural and perspective contrast. "I think we should join our companions," I said. Harwin nodded and we moved back to the campfire. The fire was now lit and its flame was growing bright. One of the guards was preparing a kettle for a meal. The tents were almost settled while the other guards were busy in checking the areas, the horses, their weapons, or bringing back wood. I looked with reverence and curiosity the activity. I never did campfire and witnessing one, especially one that would be close to medieval ones, was a peculiar and opening eye experience. I wondered if one was looking for water for the meal and of the possibility that would give me to show them the little technique I taught to the peasants who had hosted me. I saw Harwin moving towards one of his men watching the surroundings. Hearing rustlings, I turned around and saw Arya approaching me. "Roger, what were you talking with Harwin?" she asked with curiosity. "I was discussing with him about the organization of night watches." Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but she didn't press further. "Sounds important. I trust you both have come up with a good plan," she said, her eyes moving to check around the camp. I nodded, relieved that she didn't inquire further. "Yes, we've divided the shifts and assigned pairs to keep watch over different sections of the camp. It should help us stay alert and prepared." Arya nodded, her gaze determined. "That sounds good. Harwin and the guards will protect us," she said with conviction. I nodded with a warm smile, my gaze meeting Arya's determined eyes. "I know they will." I just turned a bit more serious, though my tone was kind. "Just remember, should any danger occur, your safety is paramount, even if it means staying away from the fight or even fleeing it," I assured her, my voice gentle yet firm. Arya's brows furrowed, her expression a mix of determination and frustration. "But I don't want to leave anyone behind. They are loyal to my family. I want to fight alongside them," she retorted, her words reflecting that fierce loyalty and sense of justice that ran in the Stark family. I took a step closer to Arya, kneeling down to be at her eye level. "I understand your desire, Arya. But those men are prepared and ready for this possibility. And I am no warrior. I have no training that would enable me to protect you and myself in a fight. And I am sure your father wouldn't want you to put yourself in unnecessary danger. There is a time for bravery and there is a time for survival," I explained, my voice filled with empathy and concern. I then reached out and patted her head. Arya's gaze softened, and she nodded, her fiery spirit momentarily subdued. Once again, her checks turned a shade of red. But then her determination came back in force. But I have needle. I can fight with it. It's important to me, she stated. While knowing well of what she was speaking, I wisely decided to play ignorant. Needle. I hope you don't expect to knit your enemies to death. Arya's eyes widened in surprise for a moment, clearly not expecting my playful response. She blinked, then let out a small, genuine laugh. No, not quite, Roger, she replied with a playful glint in her eyes. Needle is a sword, a special one. My brother John had it made for me before he left for the wall. It's small, but it's sharp, and it's mine. As she spoke, she carefully unsheathed needle from her belongings, holding it up for me to see. The blade glimmered in the firelight, and even in its small size, it exuded a sense of purpose and determination. I couldn't help but smile at her attachment to the weapon and her willingness to prove herself. It's a fine blade, I acknowledged, nodding in approval. But do you know how to use it? Arya's face brightened, and she proudly replied, stick them with the pointy end. Chuckling softly and a bit fondly, remembering that it was the words John had told her, I nodded. Well, that's a good start. However, even though I am no fighter, I also know that being mobile and anticipating your opponent's movements is crucial. Your opponents won't be frozen dummies, I explained, trying to impart some practical advice. For a moment, as I continued to look at Needle, my mind remembered her using the sword to kill that murderous bastard, Polliver. I rubbed my eyes quickly, dispelling the image. Now was not the time for dark memories of that sword. Thankfully, Arya was listening intently, absorbing my words and did not notice my moment of brief discomfort. Her eyes narrowed, and she nodded in understanding. I get it. I'll remember that, she replied, determination once again gleaming in her adorable eyes. I nodded approvingly. Good. Though you need to find a way or for someone to show you how to be mobile and to anticipate the moves of your opponent. Arya's eyes glinted with a mixture of resolve and curiosity. I should ask Harwin to give me tips until we reach Winterfell. He's a good fighter, and he knows a lot about this kind of stuff, she suggested, her mind already working out a plan. I smiled at her proactive approach. That's a great idea. Harwin's experience will undoubtedly be valuable to you. And I doubt he can refuse you as you are the one with the higher status and rank here. Arya grinned, appreciating the support and advice. You're right, I'll talk to Harwin about it. Thanks for the encouragement. I want to be the best fighter I can be. I nodded, pleased with her determination and eagerness to learn. I was also glad to have found the best words to explain to her how to exploit an opportunity without riling her up by calling her a lady. Even though that could be fun to some extent, I preferred to share fun with her and not at her. You've got the spirit, Arya. Keep that fire in you, and I have no doubt you'll become a formidable warrior maiden in no time. Arya's grin widened, her eyes again shining with excitement. Thank you. Her expression shifted, her brows furrowing with curiosity. What about you? You said you're not a fighter. I paused for a moment, contemplating Arya's question. Her genuine concern touched me, reminding me once again the remarkable person she was even at a young age, and the responsibility we seemed to have developed for each other. A part of me was amused, because while it was normal that an adult should be responsible for a child, the reverse was kind of unconventional and generally not ideal. But I knew that my young friend, while still very young and unexperienced with most of the dark shades of the world, had a sharp mind and great potential to shine. And a part of me wanted to help her become the Winter Rose she should have been, if it had not been for the awful experiences she lived in the books and in the show. Well, I intend to train myself to be able to defend myself and those I care for, I answered her with a thoughtful nod while revealing my hammer. Seeing my hammer's head gleaming in the dim light, Arya's eyes widened as they landed on the weapon. She seemed to be studying it intently before her gaze shifted to my face, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. I noticed her watching my hands, particularly how I retrieved the hammer from my clothes. You're left-handed, she observed, her tone a mixture of surprise and curiosity. I chuckled softly at her keen observation. Yes, I am, I confirmed, a touch of amusement in my voice. Her attention to details was impressive, just like her father. Arya's eyes flickered between the hammer and my face, her interest unmistakable. Why did you choose a hammer? Most people here use swords or other kinds of weapons, she asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. I smiled, appreciating her inquisitiveness. You're right. Swords are the more common choice. But I chose the hammer for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I sometimes used a big hammer to help split wood with my father when I visited him. It's not the same as fighting, of course, but it gave me some familiarity with the weapon. And secondly, well, while I am no fighter and dislike violence, I thought if I ever had to use a weapon, I would perhaps be more the knocking guy around than the stabbing one, I explained, trying to convey my reasoning. Arya's lips curled into a grin, and she looked at the weapon with newfound appreciation. knocking the guy around. Hey? I like that, she said with a chuckle, her eyes meeting mine. I laughed along with her, glad that she found my reasoning amusing. Well, I'm glad you do. It's a bit unconventional, I admit, but it suits me, I replied, my smile genuine. Aria's grin lingered as she regarded me with an impish gleam in her eyes. I can see it suiting you. You're different from most people I've met, she remarked, her tone light but genuine. I raised an eyebrow playfully, teasingly echoing her words from our earlier conversations. Oh, is that a good different or a bad different? I asked, a mock serious expression on my face. Aria's eyes sparkled with mischief as she retorted, definitely a good different. You actually have a brain inside that head of yours. I chuckled heartily at her playful banter. Well, I'm flattered that my brain is getting some recognition, I replied, a playful twinkle in my eyes. Aria's smile softened, and she looked at me with a warm feeling coming from her. You know, Roger, you're not like the others. You're straightforward, you defend what's right, and you treat me like a person, not just a little girl. That's rare around here, she admitted, her tone sincere. I met her gaze with a nod, touched by her words. Thank you, Aria. I appreciate that. And you know, it's easy to treat you like a person because you are one. Your age doesn't define your worth or your capabilities, I replied, my voice earnest. Aria smiled, genuinely pleased by my response. I thought back on some of the skills and activities I was doing back home before my arrival in Westeros. When it came to combat, my mind went back to the Aikido lessons I had done. Some would laugh and make jokes about Steven Seagal and fake martial arts when it came to Aikido. However, I was not about to reach out and do a technique that the internet would call bullshido. This was about one's inner balance and predicting what an opponent would do. You know what? Maybe I can give you some tips about training yourself to anticipate your opponent's moves. Again, her eyes lit up with excitement, this time at the prospect of receiving training tips. She nodded eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Really? That would be amazing, Roger. I'd love to learn from you, she exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiasm. I smiled at her eagerness. I'd be happy to help, Aria. However, that won't be now. My answer puzzled Aria, whose glance turned from enthusiastic to confused and disappointed. But why? She asked, confused. Well, beginning in the middle of the journey to your home doesn't feel right, and I intend to take inspiration from some of those moves for my own training and to remember them. And while I do want you to share these tips with you, I prefer to wait to be in Winterfell. First, we need to be in place where we will be at ease, and second, to avoid to face your brother and mother's wrath because I gave you training without their consent, not to mention that this activity could be seen improper for you. If I present those lessons as something that could give you self-defense skills without weapons, it might convince your family, I explained to her. Aria's confusion turned into understanding as she listened to my explanation. She nodded slowly, realizing the wisdom behind my words. I see your point. It makes sense to wait and get permission. I don't want to cause any trouble, and I understand that it might be seen as improper, especially for a lady, she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. I reached out and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering reassurance. I know you're eager to learn, Aria, and I promise we'll find the right opportunity to train together, I assured her, my voice filled with sincerity. Aria's disappointment faded, replaced by a renewed sense of determination. You're right. We heard rustling nearby us. As I turned my gaze, I saw Lady approaching us. I got on my knees towards the dire wolf and extended a tentative hand towards her, as I wanted to see if I had her trust and to see if our first interaction in Derry Castle was not a whim. Aria watched with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation as Lady's nose twitched, her eyes fixed on my hand. To my relief and a twinge of fanboy joy, her response was positive like the previous time in Derry Castle. She approached my outstretched hand and sniffed it, her demeanor calm and curious. Slowly, I reached out and gently scratched behind her ear, earning a contented rumble from the dire wolf. Aria's smile widened as she watched the interaction between me and Lady. She once again became inquisitive. Roger, if you want to train during our journey, would you ask Harwin or one of his men to train you? You said you need to learn to defend yourself, right? Aria inquired, her concern showing in her tone. I nodded in agreement, appreciating her suggestion. Yes, you're right. Better take advantage of getting a veteran fighter help if I want to know how to fight and to defend myself, I replied, acknowledging her insight. Aria's expression brightened, her enthusiasm apparent. I think you can learn well. You've got a good head on your shoulders. With some training, you might surprise yourself, she stated, her voice filled with encouragement. I smiled at her words, touched by her confidence in me. It helped that she was so adorable. Thank you, Aria. I appreciate your faith in me. And you know, having someone as spirited like you as a friend is already a source of inspiration, I replied, my voice sincere. Arya's cheeks tinged with a hint of color, but her gaze remained steady as it met mine. Likewise, Roger. We've got each other's backs, she said with conviction. I acquiesced, appreciating her words. We sure are. One for all and all for one. Inwardly, I was amused to make this reference to one of the most famous quotes from the well-famed Three Musketeers. It was a reminder of home and I felt it worked in this place, at least for the circumstance. For the so-called players, the motto would rather be one for all, every man for himself, like in La Folie des Grandeurs movie. As we shared this understanding, a new presence joined our conversation. Will, one of the Stark guards, approached us with curiosity in his eyes. His gaze shifted between Arya, Lady, and me before finally settling on the hammer hanging from my belt. That's a curious choice a weapon you've got there, Will remarked, his tone light but intrigued. I smiled at him, appreciating his curiosity. Yes, I acquired it in Derry Castle. Thought it might come in handy for protection, I replied, my tone casual. Will's brows arched, and a hint of amusement played at the corners of his lips. I see. 'Tis better to have something than nothin', specially when ye travel. Before I could respond, Will's curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned in a bit closer. So, Roger, dost thou know how to wield that thing? He asked, his eyes flickering with genuine interest. I chuckled, shaking my head slightly. I'm a complete green boy when it comes to fighting of any sort. I've had no training in wielding weapons. Will furrowed his eyes with intrigue. So thou hast ne'er wielded a blade afore? I shook my head while sheepishly grinning. Never. I have some skills in self-defense moves I have learned through a martial art of my homeland called Aikido, but I had never used them. But I hope to learn to use my hammer along the road during this journey to Winterfell. While his eyes were still intrigued and serious, Will's amusement was evident as he chuckled in response. Well, I appreciate thy honesty. 'Tis a breath o' fresh air when compared to those who claim mastery after a mere few swings. I joined in his chuckle, nodding in agreement. I believe in being honest about my limitations. But I'm also eager to learn, if you or someone else would be willing to teach me the basics. Will's expression turned thoughtful, and he regarded me with a contemplative look. Ye ken, I'm nae a master at arms, but I've got a fair share o' experience wi a sword. If thou art willin' to put in the effort, I could surely aid thee wi the basics. My smile broadened at his offer. I'd appreciate that, Will. Thank you for being willing to help. Can we start tonight before we eat anything, at least with a basic lesson? Will nodded, his eyes gleaming with a sense of camaraderie. Of course, Roger. We can commence forthwith. I'll show thee some fundamental techniques and stances to get thee started. But mind yet, 'twill nae transform thee into a warrior overnight. I acquiesced to his words. While a part of me yearned to be able to defend on my own, I knew it wouldn't come overnight, unless I was possessing magic, superpowers, divine gifts or even Gary Stu abilities. But I was neither Superman, nor Bran, or Ray Palwalker, only a normal Frenchman in one of the most brutal places in any universes. I couldn't even pretend to reach the level of a Batman or a Black Widow as I didn't have years of training in my body. I surely wasn't Alan Curran, the OC insert from A Crazy Journey Through Fiction, even when I was literally bonding and interacting with the character that looked so much alike Lina. Hopefully, Arya wouldn't lose an arm and I wouldn't have to face a paranoid family afraid of a commoner seducing their kin, and Bloodraven wasn't for the time being determined to backstab me in any manner, though with this dragon green seer, I had to be cautious in spite of our truce. I relegated my thoughts in my mind as Arya stepped forward with a grin as she had been observing my interaction with Will with interest. Arya's eyes sparkled as she looked between Will and me. I'm looking forward to seeing how you handle that hammer, Roger. It's going to be interesting. I grinned, playfully rolling my eyes. Oh, I'm sure it will be quite the sight. Lady, who had been standing nearby, seemed to sense the liveliness of our conversation and wagged her tail, adding a playful energy to the moment. Will chuckled before saying, let us seek a spot where I can demonstrate basic moves and stances. I nodded and followed him to a relatively quiet spot nearby the settled camp. A part of me was eager to learn, because I knew that any weapon would be my shield in this world. A part of me was however had mixed feelings. I disliked violence, but I was aware that fighting back was like a necessity to use as a last resort or when any alternatives couldn't be used. I prayed that the temptation to kill outside unavoidable situations in this world wouldn't occur, as I knew that in the depths of my mind, picturing punishing bad people in a way that would make faceless Arya proud, was something that easily came to mind. I thanked myself and God that it was only fantasies resulting from anger and of the sense of injustice from reading the books and watching the show. I winced while thinking it, reminding that it was a bit how Arya came on the path of faceless in the books and show. As we prepared for the lesson, some of the guards who were not on the first night watch curiously watched as we positioned ourselves for the training session. Lady remained nearby, a calm and watchful presence that seemed to offer an unspoken reassurance. Will began by demonstrating some basic stances and movements. All right, Roger, let's commence thy stance, Keep thy feet at shoulder's width, knees slightly bent, and thy body turned a tad to the side. This stance grants thee balance and nimbleness. I mimicked his stance, feeling a bit awkward but determined to get it right. Will patiently corrected my posture, helping me adjust until I felt more comfortable. Then he moved on to the basics of hand positions and how to hold my hammer defensively. As we started practicing some basic movements, I could feel the stares of some of the guards watching us. I was however focused on trying to get the movements right. Arya stood to the side, observing with interest and occasionally offering a playful comment. I continued to practice under Will's guidance, gradually getting a better grasp of the hammer's weight and the movements required. It was a new experience for me, wielding a weapon, but I was determined to learn and improve. Arya couldn't contain her excitement and playfulness. Watch out, everyone! Roger is going to be the Hammer of the North! She exclaimed, earning a few chuckles from the onlooking guards. Embarrassed but amused, I grinned as I looked in Arya's direction, careful to maintain control. I'll do my best, Arya. Just don't stand too close. I replied in a light-hearted tone. Will, ever patient and encouraging, offered tips and corrections as I practiced different strikes and defensive maneuvers. Lady was silently observing me, crouched on the ground. The training session continued for a while, with the guards eventually dispersing to their respective duties. Over the course of the training session, I stumbled a few times, my lack of experience evident. However, I was determined to learn and improve. Will's guidance and Arya's encouragement motivated me to keep going, and I began to feel a bit more confident with each attempt. As dusk was fading, the training session came to an end. Will stepped back and wiped his brow. You're doing well for a beginner. It's clear that you're eager to learn, and that's half the battle. Arya chimed in with a playful grin. Yeah, not bad for a knocking guy. I laughed, nodding in agreement. Thank you both. I know I have a long way to go, but I shall improve. I felt exhausted and my muscle being tight. And yet, it was as exhilarating as when I was working with the peasants or helping the staff of Derry Castle. Not the mind exhaustion I felt when writing on a computer or surveying data on screen. And once again, I felt blessed to be free of internet and screens, even if I would lie to claim I didn't miss writing as swift as alighting stories and reflections or that I would need to learn how to write with a quill. I carefully stored my hammer among my belongings, feeling a sense of accomplishment despite the stumbling and awkward moments during the training. Just as I was settling in, Harwin approached with a friendly smile, clearly having observed at least a portion of our training. Looks like you're putting in the effort, he commented, his tone a mix of approval and curiosity. I nodded, a proud smile gracing my lips. Definitely. It's challenging, but I'm determined to improve. Harwin nodded, good. If you want to defend yourself fairly, you need to pursue your endeavor in the training. I acquiesced to the wisdom of his words. I observed his men and noticed that while some were still on duty, others were beginning to gather around the fire. How long do we have before to eat? I asked. Harwin glanced toward the setting sun, gauging the time. We have a little while longer before supper, he replied. The men on duty will be relieved soon, and then we can all gather for a meal. As if on cue, one of the guards approached, signaling the end of his shift. Harwin nodded to him, acknowledging his presence. You're relieved, Iraq. Take a moment to rest, and then join us for supper. Iraq offered a weary smile and a nod of gratitude before making his way toward the campfire, likely eager to partake in a warm meal and some well-deserved rest. Harwin turned his attention back to me. Would you like to freshen up before supper? There's a stream not far from here where you can wash and gather some water. I nodded appreciatively, realizing that some water on my face and hands would be refreshing after the training session. That sounds great. Lead the way, Harwin. He gestured for me to follow him, and we made our way through the camp, past the bustling activity of the guards preparing for the evening meal. The stream was a short walk away, its gentle babbling providing a soothing backdrop to the surrounding wilderness. Harwin showed me a secluded spot where I could wash up and refill my water flask. As I knelt by the stream, splashing cool water on my face and feeling its rejuvenating touch, I couldn't help but appreciate the simplicity and natural beauty of this world. The absence of modern technology and the immersion in nature brought a sense of grounding and tranquility. I took a moment to enjoy the silence, the calmness, and the fresh air of the evening. I let the exhaustion flowing through me. A part of me regretted not being able to wash myself. I looked at the stream, wondering for a short moment if refreshing my face and body could be a good idea. While my comfy side was tempted, my logical part was very vigilant and cautious as I knew that the water wasn't necessarily healthy enough for a little wash. In spite of this longing for some comfort, I was glad of this evening and even of this journey start. The bonds I was developing with Arya, Harwin, and his men were good and pleasant and attenuated the longing for the people I loved to interact back home. My logical self was accepting this absence, reminding myself that relations were like shared travels, they went and they passed. But I dearly hoped that in spite of the nature of Westeros and of the incoming events, there would be some light and joy to find there. A.N. One and a new chapter for your eyes only. Another stage in the journey to Winterfell with both interactions and new skills learnt for the SI and of course how he perceives his situation and the contrasts he is experiencing. 2. Thanks to the help and advices of the beta reader, I included a depiction of the settlement of a night camp as it could have been done in Middle Ages and in Westeros. 3. You have noticed names that didn't exist in the books outside of Arya, Harwin, and Will. Those are OC tied to some of the guards accompanying Lord Stark to King's Landing as they were many nameless ones outside of Harwin, Alan, Will, and the other ones killed in the ambush by Jaime Lannister near Shataz brothel in the books, and show. It was thus a necessity to create names in that matter. However, while there will be other OCS when it is necessary, many names and apparitions will be tied to characters appearing in the books, the show, or in other media tied to the canon of both. You may guess when they would appear. 4. Originally, this chapter would have presented a bit more, the depiction of purifying water, the fork, but it would have been too much for one chapter and I tend to have a theatrical approach to a chapter, or to be more specific, a chapter is like a little story in its own and yet tied to a bigger picture, while also making them consistent and hopefully well fleshed out. But fortunately, those little details tied to the sea's specificites as a modern man from Earth will be tackled in other chapters in one way or another while settling them in a consistent way, as it is not the same thing to introduce for the first time something that other characters would discover and to introduce it when those characters are now more familiar, which can bring the challenge of consistency and of introducing in a meaningful manner those elements. 5. Teaser, the next chapter is an interlude depicting a merman discussion around a wolf's raven. 6. Have a good reading. 15/A Merman's Planning, Wyman I. As I sat in my solar, the weight of Lord Eddard Stark's message pressed upon me like a leaden cloak. The ornate letter, sealed with the dire wolf sigil, had arrived earlier in the morning, and now its words beckoned me into a world of treachery and intrigue. I glanced once more at the parchment, rereading the words that carried both urgency and concern. I knew each part of the message ever since Maester Theomore had delivered me it when announcing a raven's arrival. To Lord Wyman Manderley, Lord of White Harbour. My esteemed friend. May this message find you in good health and spirits. It is with a heavy heart and a sense of urgency that I write to you, seeking your counsel and assistance in these uncertain times. The words of Ned Stark, a man I held in the highest regard, resonated deeply within me. He was a true friend of House Manderley, and his appeal for aid bore a concern that I could not be ignore. When the king's cortege stopped at Derry Castle, there was an incident that forced me to send my youngest daughter back to Winterfell for her safety and to appease the crown. She is accompanied by a strong escort, but I am still concerned for her safety. The incident has angered the queen and the eldest prince, and I worry about foul play. I pondered the implications of this incident at Derry Castle. Troubling times indeed, when even the royal court was fraught with danger and intrigue. I wondered what could have made the queen and Prince Joffrey angry. Then again, the queen being a Lannister, I could think of many things she might have taken for a slight. During this stop, a jurat also came to see me, giving me information that left me wary of what awaits me at King's Landing. His report made me aware my position as Hand of the King might not be strong enough to face the lies and deceits of the city should the events go awry. Questions swirled through my mind. What had this jurat revealed? What lurking dangers awaited Ned Stark in the shadowed alleys of the Red Keep? I knew not, but I could not stand idle while my liege lord faced such peril. Starks didn't do well in the south, they said, and it seemed my friend was aware of this possibility. You are the only one I can reach out to in a short time, to support my household and to ensure the protection of my family against the dangers of the Red Keep. I also humbly ask that you send a ship to King's Landing with trusted individuals whom you shall appoint. We need a reliable means of communication and transportation in these uncertain times. Ned's request was clear, and his trust in House Manderley was a bond I would honor with unwavering loyalty. I knew I had to act swiftly, for the safety of my friend and his family hung in the balance. With a heavy sigh, I folded the letter and placed it carefully on my desk, the parchment bearing the weight of a heavy decision. My mind raced with thoughts and strategies as I anticipated the arrival of my sons, Wayley and Wendell. The fate of House Stark and the North itself rested upon our shoulders, and I knew that time was of the essence. As I began to formulate plans, there came a series of polite knocks at the door of my solar. I straightened my posture and called out, "Enter." The entry slowly creaked open, and Maester Theomore, a portly man with a rosy-cheeked countenance, entered the room. He had a head of golden curls that seemed at odds with his rotund appearance. His reputation as all head and no heart was well known, but I trusted his intellect and discretion. However, with this message, I might have to be cautious as I remembered his potential ties with the Westerlands. "Lord Manderley," he began with a respectful nod, "your sons have arrived, as you requested." I nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for the maester to continue. "Very well, Theomore. Please, show them in." As Maester Theomore stepped aside, my two sons, Wayley and Wendell, entered the room. They were both large men, like me, though each bore his own distinct features. Wayley, the elder of the two, was bald with a bushy thick mustache that obscured his mouth. He carried an air of formality about him, and his clothes, like mine, showed signs of the ample feasts we enjoyed. Wendell, the younger, had an equally large mustache of his own, but unlike his brother, he was loud and boisterous, with a booming voice that filled the room. His clothes were also stained with the remnants of his voracious appetite. I greeted them with a nod and a warm, albeit weary smile. "Thank you for joining me, my sons. Please, take a seat." They exchanged glances, clearly curious about the reason for this summons. Wei Li, ever the more formal of the two, finally spoke up. "Father, what brings us here today?" Your message carried an air of urgency. In response, I reached for the folded letter on my desk and presented it to them. "Read this, my sons. It is a message from our dear friend, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. I'm afraid it bears grave tidings." Wei Li and Wendell exchanged the letter, each taking turns to read its contents. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to concern as they absorbed the words of our friend and liege lord. Wei Li was the first to break the silence, his voice tinged with worry. "This is troubling indeed, father. The safety of Lord Stark's daughter and the implications of this incident at Derry Castle weigh heavily upon him." Wendell, always quick to voice his thoughts, added with a hint of anger, "And the treacherous nature of King's Landing is well known. To think that even Lord Stark's position as Hand of the King may be precarious is deeply unsettling." I nodded gravely, my fingers drumming on the arm of my chair. "Indeed, my sons. Lord Stark has called upon House Manderley for aid and protection in these uncertain times. His trust in us is unwavering, and we shall not fail him." Wei Li and Wendell exchanged determined glances, their loyalty to House Stark and our family's duty to the North echoing in their eyes. "We shall prepare the necessary arrangements, father," Wei Li affirmed. Wendell, always the more impulsive of the two, added with a fervent nod, "And we will ensure that our support reaches Lord Stark in his time of need." "You have our word, father." I smiled at their unwavering dedication, a rare expression for a man with 4 chins. "Good. I knew I could count on both of you." Wei Li leaned forward and asked, "Father, how many men do you believe we should send to King's Landing to aid Lord Stark?" I leaned forward in my chair, considering the question carefully. "Enough to be of help to Lord Stark, but not so many that we overshadow his own forces," I replied. "Our goal is to provide support and protection, not to provoke any unwanted suspicion at the Red Keep." Wei Li and Wendell exchanged thoughtful glances, clearly absorbing the weight of my words. Wendell, ever eager to offer his thoughts, spoke up, "Do we know the size of Lord Stark's household in King's Landing? That would help us determine how many men we should send." I hesitated for a moment, contemplating the information we had. If the rumors and whispers are to be believed, Lord Stark's household in the capital may consist of less than 100 men, I admitted. It is a delicate situation indeed, but one we must address with caution. Wendell, always one to propose solutions, suggested, "Father, perhaps we should send a group of 50 men. Enough to provide security and support, but not so many as to draw undue attention. They can blend in with the city's populace." I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his suggestion. "A group of 50 men it shall be, then." My sons exchanged knowing glances, and it was Wei Li who asked the next pressing question. "And who shall lead this group, father?" I leaned back in my chair, my gaze fixed on Wendell. "Wendell, you shall lead our men to King's Landing. Your experience in arms and your decisive nature make you the right choice for this task." Wendell's eyes widened in surprise at the appointment, but he quickly composed himself and nodded with determination. "Very well, father. I shall do my utmost best to ensure Lord Stark's safety." With the matter of leadership settled, we turned our attention to the practical aspects of aiding Lord Stark. "We need to gather information on the situation in the capital to prepare our men and for whatever danger they may need to look for once there," I said. Wei Li proposed, "To gather information in King's Landing, we could rely on the merchants of White Harbor who trade with the capital. They have their ears to the ground and may provide us with valuable insights." I nodded approvingly at his suggestion. "A sound plan, Wei Li. We shall enlist the aid of our trusted merchants to keep us informed of the goings-on in the city." However, the issue of communication remained a challenge. Wendell raised this concern, saying, "Father, we must also establish a reliable means of sending messages between King's Landing and White Harbor. In these uncertain times, swift communication is necessary and we do not know if our messages will be read." I nodded in agreement, knowing that the distance between our two cities could pose a significant obstacle. "You are right, my son. If we need to communicate about the situation or to allow Lord Stark to send messages he wants secured, it is a necessity. I shall consult with Maester Theomore on this matter. Perhaps he can devise a method using ravens or other means with the ship." My sons nodded in acknowledgement, clearly satisfied with the direction our preparations were taking. Wendell then asked, "Father, when do you intend for me to depart for King's Landing?" I considered the timing carefully before answering. "Wendell, you shall leave within the fortnight. There is no time to waste. Begin making the necessary preparations immediately. Choose the men whom will accompany you. He nodded, his spirit unwavering, and rose from his seat. I shall see to it, father. As Wendell exited the room to carry out his task, Wei Li remained, his thoughtful gaze fixed on me. Father, this message from Lord Stark presents a unique situation. What more can you tell me about it? I sighed heavily, recognizing the depth of my son's curiosity and concern. I leaned forward, my expression serious. I want you to bring your 2 daughters to my solar. There is a matter I want to discuss with them. Wei Li nodded again, his face showing a mix of curiosity and concern. Of course, father. I will summon them immediately. He turned and left the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. As I waited for Wei Li to return with his daughters, my mind wandered to the weighty responsibility that lay ahead. The fate of House Stark and the stability of the North hung in the balance, and it was our duty as loyal allies to provide support in their time of need. But the situation presented an opportunity that could fortify my house's position with the Starks and in the North. My thoughts then turned to Lady Arya Stark, the youngest daughter of my lord, whom was riding back to Winterfell from Derry Castle with an escort. The incident at Derry Castle had raised suspicions, and the concerns my liege lord expressed in his message made me concerned about his daughter's safety. I vowed I would do everything in my power to ensure her well-being. I also contemplated the need to inform the lords near the Riverlands and considered the Crannogmen, who had a reputation for their stealth and loyalty. I knew that their lord, Howland Reed, was a friend of Eddard Stark, and I thought it wise to warn him of Lady Arya's return to Winterfell and to seek his assistance in protecting her escort. With these thoughts in mind, I decided to write a message to Howland Reed. I reached for parchment and a quill, ready to put my words in writing, and seek aid from the loyal lords of the North. Just as I began to write, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Stopping my writing, I turned my gaze on the door and called out. Enter. The entry opened, revealing Wei Li and his 2 daughters, Winafred and Willa, who entered the room with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension in their expressions. I smiled warmly at them, despite the gravity of the situation. Ah, my dear grandchildren, it's good to see you, I said, gesturing for them to take a seat. Please, join me. Winafred and Willa exchanged looks before they seated themselves, clearly wondering why they had been summoned to their grandfather's solar. Willa, the younger of the 2, couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and asked, Grandfather, why have you called us here today? I reached for Lord Stark's letter and handed it to them, saying, this message from Lord Stark will shed some light on the matter. I watched as they both took the letter and began to read. Winafred's brows furrowed in concern as she read, and she looked up at me with a worried expression. Grandfather, what does this have to do with us? I leaned back in my chair, considering how to explain without revealing the full extent of my plans. My dear Winafred, my precious Willa, this message is of great significance. It presents us with an opportunity to further fortify our relationship with House Stark. Winafred, always sharp and perceptive, seemed to guess my intent. You mean Lord Stark's heir? I nodded, acknowledging her insight. Precisely, Winafred. When the news of Lady Arya's return reaches Winterfell, I intend to send a message to Lord Robb Stark, inquiring if he would agree to a visit from you after Lady Arya's arrival. Willa and Winafred exchanged excited looks, clearly understanding the implications of such a visit. Winafred spoke up, her voice filled with hope. Helping Lady Arya to safety could be a remarkable opportunity, Grandfather. And if we can win Lord Robb's favor, it could bring great benefits to House Manderley. I smiled at their enthusiasm and nodded. Indeed, my dear. And since Lord Robb is still on Merit Andis as acting Lord of Winterfell and is also the next Lord Warden of the North, building ties with him is not only relevant but also strategic. Willa's eyes widened in understanding, and she exchanged a knowing look with her sister. You mean, this could be a chance for one of us too? I chuckled softly, finishing her sentence, to potentially secure a betrothal with Lord Robb Stark, yes. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. First, we must ensure the safe passage of Lady Arya and her escort. I am preparing a message that would bring help for her to come back without issues. And then, if Lord Robb agrees to our proposal, you two shall have the chance to meet and hopefully befriend him. But remember, the safety of the Stark family is our foremost concern. Willa and Winafred both nodded in understanding, their young hearts filled with a sense of purpose and duty. The weight of our task was clear to them, as was the opportunity it presented. I paused for a moment, considering the gravity of our situation and the potential outcomes. This mission is not without risks, but it is one that could shape the future of our house and the North itself. I have faith in both of you to carry it out with grace and determination. Winafred spoke up, her voice filled with strong willingness. Grandfather, we understand the importance of this mission. If it is your will, one of us will gladly take on this responsibility. Willa echoed her sister's sentiment. Yes, Grandfather. We are ready to serve House Manderley and House Stark in any way we can. I couldn't have asked for more from my granddaughters. Their dedication to our house and the North was clear, and I knew they were up to the task. Very well, I said with a nod. You may take your leave for now, my dear grandchildren. I will prepare with you in the coming days to ensure everything is in order for Lady Aria's return and your potential journey to Winterfell." Winifred and Willa both rose from their seats, their faces filled with anticipation. They exchanged a final glance and then left the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Once the door had closed behind them, I turned my attention to my son, Wei, who had remained in the room. He had a questioning look in his eyes, and I could tell he was curious about my plans. Wei finally spoke up, his voice tinged with a hint of concern. "Father," he began, "I can't help but think of the last time my daughters were at Winterfell. Winifred danced with young Robb Stark, but there was no talk of betrothals then. Are you sure this plan will be successful?" I nodded, understanding his reservations. "I remember that visit well, Wei. But circumstances have changed, and the need for strong alliances in the north is greater than ever. Strengthening our position in the north and fortifying our bonds with House Stark are of utmost importance, especially given the current situation we have at hand." I added, "Besides, both Winifred and Willa have grown up." Wei seemed to consider my words carefully before finally nodding in agreement. "I trust your judgment, father. If this is what you believe is best for House Manderley in the north, then we shall support you wholeheartedly." I clasped my son's shoulder, grateful for his understanding and support. "Thank you, Wei. Together, we shall navigate these treacherous waters and ensure the safety and prosperity of our house in the north." With our plans set in motion and the future of House Manderley hanging in the balance, we were prepared to face the challenges that lay ahead, guided by our unwavering commitment to honor and duty. An 1 And here we are. The new interlude is depicting the first external POV not tied by the direct events and yet affected by them, though, in an indirect way. This chapter was something I knew would be present both to illustrate the first true ripples beyond the immediate and obvious ones depicted in the first chapters. 2. I tried to be as faithful as possible with how Lord Wyman Manderley is depicted in the books, someone loyal to the Starks and yet cunning in his own ways. Including his sons was kind of logical and necessary in regards of the context, and the presence of his granddaughters helped to give depth to the potential complexity of the character, not to mention a suggestion of my beta reader I find interesting and rather relevant. And of course, I take advantage of the blanks in the canon background concerning the years preceding the first book and season to give depth and context. And obviously, the Manderley would play an important part in incoming events. 3. I take advantage of this new publication to make an announcement concerning the nature of the interludes, while they would still play the role of timeline landmarks and of depicting key events or to depict how the characters react to the changes or to the SI, they would serve for the plots-driven part of the story, for most of them. After all, while there is a SI we are following in how he finds his way and interacts with other characters, the universe of ASOIAF is so developed and complex that it would be a shame not to depict this side of this universe. This new addition to the purposes of the interludes, or can they be called interludes as we will move forward in the story, partly result to the long planning approach of this fanfic thanks to the help of my beta reader who is a very good pillar and source of propositions that I discuss and think upon them to give shape to the story. Besides, what we love in ASOIAF and God is both the characters and the plots they are embroiled in, as long as the way it is built makes sense, of course. So giving another purpose to those chapters is relevant for this reason. 4. Of course, that raises the question of the balance between the C's arc and the plot-driven tale, as not much interlude would prevent the plot-driven story to thrive, especially with the multiple POVs that featured GOT/ASOIAF. The current approach would be a cycle, 2 to 3 chapters from the C's POV, 1 interlude, and then the cycle is repeated. However, for events that may need a multiple perspective, either a multiple POVs chapter or 2 to 3 interlude chapters might be necessary. While I have my personal preference, I'll discuss it with both any reader on that matter and my beta reader, mainly because I am very attentive to details and consistency in a story, and while no story is perfect, I am determined to work my stories in such a manner that the context, the characters' actions and the events make sense and that every detail for background or plot counts. 5. This newfound approach however helps me to deepening the fanfiction and to decrease the Gary Stu temptation, especially due to the nature of the SI, even if his role and influence will be present. And to help me to develop in the most detailed and consistent manner the story, I began to develop a personal timeline of the events tied to the SI and the plot-driven story, and background details, with an inspiration from Vandal ASOIAF fan timeline. 6. Teaser, the next chapter is on a new step of the C's journey through bonding and tales during the ride. 7. Have a good reading. 16/Journey advices and tales. The journey north was going smooth, as my companions and I rode along the King's Road. This allowed me to take in more of the Riverlands countryside and to further admire this world. I felt the cool breeze on my face, and the beautiful scenery surrounding us was truly a sight to behold. Even 3 or 4 weeks after my arrival in the place, it was still hard for me, a 2023 French man, to grasp that I would be in a land of castles, knights, and political intrigue that had been depicted in a book series I was reading and a TV I watched. Both apprehension and wonder flowed through my mind, for while I was aware of the challenges that lay ahead, the true extent of what was to come eluded me. Yet, not everything about this new life was agreeable. I was growing increasingly uncomfortable with the beard that had begun to sprout on my face. Its presence irritated me, and I disliked the rough feeling on my face. The only thing I might have liked were the whiskers, as I didn't mind them. Furthermore, the clothing I wore, a mix of small folk and 21st century garments, did little to protect me from the unpredictable Westerosi weather, leaving me feeling exposed to the elements. While I was fond of my homeworld outfits, I knew that sooner or later, I would need to either add other articles of clothing to help me with this weather, or to replace them. Especially if I was to take a new role once we reached Winterfell. The change of name was one thing, but the clothes were also a dead giveaway. The growing feeling of dirt and filth also bothered me. My previous life and the few days in Derry Castle had shielded me from such harsh realities, but now I was fully immersed in the grime of the road and countryside. This was a far cry from the comforts I once knew. Imagining something and living it were two obviously different things, but even with this awareness, experiencing it was far from pleasant. I was bothered by the feeling of filth growing on me, even though refreshing myself when we rested or stopped attenuated a bit these impressions. There was the embarrassment thought, that I might start to stink in front of my companions. I did not want to be anything like Reek. A small growl escaped my mouth, but was thankfully not heard by the others. Thinking of Reek also reminded me of Ramsay Sn. No, Bolton. I refused to call Ramsay by the name bastards are usually given, because it made it sound like him and John were related. If only I had arrived here 2 years earlier. A chance to save Domeric Bolton, now dead, killed by an evil that he wanted to call brother. And remembering the horrors inflicted upon those of Winterfell sent more chills down my spine. When the time was right, I would have to deal with that rat. In the dark depths of my mind, pictures of him slowly crushed in every part of his body and slowly crippled of everything, including his manhood, sneaked out. Taking a deep breath, I concentrated on my surroundings again, rejecting the dark tendrils of my mind. As we moved near the Green Forks, my earlier feelings were replaced with awe. The unfamiliar surroundings were overwhelming with their contradicting beauty and danger. We couldn't afford to let our guard down, for whatever lay ahead could be both uncertain and unforgiving. But that didn't prevent me from admire the surroundings full of hills and of trees. More than ever, I loved the presence of nature and the feeling of breathing that pure air. However, in spite of small discomforts, the journey was pleasant due to both the landscapes and the people I interacted with. My bond with Harwin and the guards was evolving positively. They now saw me as more than just a foreigner in their midst, but someone who was slowly proving his worth. Yes, my way of thinking and socializing was sometimes strange and unusual to them. And now, while I still reminded myself my true name, to the rest of this world, I was Roger Bacon. Arya continued helping me to improve my riding and to control my own on a horse, guiding me through the basic techniques and offering me tips to feel more at ease on the saddle. That child was a blessing. Some of the guards and even Harwin also helped me with riding. Lady was moving along us, though she was so silent, I didn't pay attention to her presence, as I was focused on mastering riding. As Arya patiently explained the proper way to hold the reins and adjust my balance, she demonstrated her own impressive horsemanship. I watched intently as she effortlessly maneuvered her horse with skill and grace. Her passion for riding was evident, and I couldn't help but admire her spirit again. I knew about her willpower, but seeing it in everyday life was another thing. Keep your heels down, and maintain a firm grip on the reins, Arya instructed, her voice firm yet encouraging. You'll find that it's easier to control the horse and feel more secure in the saddle. I followed her instructions, trying to copy her posture and movements. While my attempts were far from perfect, Arya's words motivated me to keep trying. She patiently corrected my mistakes and praised my progress, making me feel at ease despite my initial nervousness. See, you're getting the hang of it, she said with a warm smile. Riding takes practice, but you're doing great now. Thanks to you, I replied sincerely, feeling more confident in my abilities. Harwin and the Stark guards, whom were constantly observing our interactions, no doubt making sure I was legit and honorable to the young Stark lady, were clearly enjoying seeing the young heiress's teaching skills. Harwin chimed in, it seems like the little lady is becoming quite the mentor. You've made progress. I grinned at Harwin's compliment, acknowledging the truth in his words. Arya has been an excellent teacher, I said. Her passion for riding is infectious, and learning from her is fun. The young Stark girl blushed slightly at the praise but maintained her confident demeanor. I'm just doing what I love, she said modestly. And it's even more fun when I get to share it with others. As we continued our ride, she encouraged me to practice some basic riding techniques independently. She watched attentively, offering pointers and cheering me on when I managed to execute them correctly. I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment with each successful attempt. You're becoming a natural, Roger. I knew you could do it, Arya said, her eyes sparkling with pride. I thanked her once again, grateful for her support. I'm lucky to have you as my teacher, I replied, genuinely touched by her kindness. Her eyes lit up with a mix of satisfaction and playful pride. And once again that cute blush returned. Well, you've been a quick learner, she replied, her voice carrying a hint of excitement. Not everyone takes to writing so easily. I chuckled, glancing over at her. I suppose there's something about your way of teaching that makes it more enjoyable. Arya grinned mischievously. Maybe it's my charm. I chuckled at her words while nodded approvingly. Her playful demeanor softened, and her expression grew more thoughtful. I've always wanted to be good at something, you know. She admitted, her eyes focusing on the path ahead. With Sansa being all ladylike, I often felt overshadowed. But this. I can be good at this. I looked at her, my face showing sympathy. It was easy to sense her own trouble and concerns. I reminded myself that while she was a remarkable person, she was still a child who sometimes felt inadequate because of how she was compared to Sansa. The hurt she felt with how her failures and her unconventional choices of hobbies were called out. While I was aware she had flaws, I also knew that when faced to figures of authority as well as most medieval gender roles, people tended to behave on a spectrum that went from complete imitation to complete rejection. Her rebellious streak was perhaps part of her personality, but it was also fed by her environment and her interactions with other people. I made a promise to could give Arya some tips to approach her challenges in a different way, and hopefully, she would be on the right way to find her own path in such a restrictive world. You are your own person, I assured her, my voice gentle. Sansa has her strengths and qualities, but you have yours. Your choices, your skills, your abilities, your passions, and your strengths are what make you unique. Your determination, bravery, and thirst for independence are admirable traits that I love. Don't let others define who you should be. Embrace yourself and be true to your values. Arya looked at me with gratitude, her eyes glistening slightly. She was clearly touched by my words, and I could see a hint of something deeper beneath her confident exterior. Thank you, Roger, Arya said softly, her tone appreciative. I don't usually get talks like that. Anytime, I replied with a warm smile. You're an incredible person, Arya, and you deserve all the compliments in the world. As I said those words, a part of me was proud of encouraging her in this manner while the logical part was hesitant because of the blurred lines my words could create for a young mind like hers. But between the choice of letting her be scarred in her soul like her canonical character was or trying to be a positive presence in any manner, the answer was easy. It was best for her to thrive and shine in spite of the restrictions and restraints of her society. I reminded myself of the promise I gave Eddard to help her to find her balance, but I knew that uncertainty and unexpectedness could affect promises and plans. I then added, besides, shouldn't it be the role of the older people, be to provide not just experience, but also support to the younger kids to help them become the person they can be? Although in this moment, I'm not quite sure who's the elder and who's the youth between the two of us. Arya chuckled, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She paused for a moment, her expression growing more serious. I appreciate your words, Roger. It's not always easy being me, but having someone like you who sees me as I am means a lot. I nodded understandingly, acknowledging the challenges she faced. You're a unique one, Arya. And remember, I'll always be here to support you. You're not alone in this journey. Her gaze met mine, and for a moment, the playful spark in her eyes was replaced by something more profound. Thank you, she said, her voice soft but heartfelt. It means more than you know. When I heard her words, I flushed a bit. It was a compliment that was so pleasant and yet so unexpected. Even when considering the circumstances that allowed us to meet and bond, I didn't expect it at all. A part of me wondered if it wasn't because of the fact the other grown UPS were doing their duties and were prisoners of a traditional frame, preventing them to express such emotional support, notably when it concerned non-traditional paths. I knew that Septa Mordain, no matter the level of care she had for Sansa and Arya, wasn't the best person to help Arya understand why she had to be a traditional lady. And Eddard and Catelyn were good parents in regards of Westerosi perspectives, but they were also prisoners of a cultural frame that prevented them from thinking out of the box, concerning certain issues. There were other factors as well, such as Eddard Stark's personal traumas tied to Lyanna's death and the rebellion. Harwin, who had been quietly observing our conversation, stepped forward with a faint smile on his face. It's good to see you give wise counsel, Roger, Harwin said, his tone respectful. Lady Arya may be headstrong, but she's got a good heart. All youths need people who believe in them and support them for they are, not what others want them to be. Arya nodded in agreement, appreciating Harwin's words of support. Harwin's right, she said. I've always been a bit of a wild one, but that doesn't mean I don't need a little guidance in life. I smiled at both of them, feeling a sense of camaraderie in our shared desire to help Arya thrive in a world that often tried to stifle her spirit. Thank you, Harwin, I said sincerely. It's easy to care for one like Arya, and I'll do my best to be there for her, just as you have. We're all in this together, one supporting the other. Harwin nodded, and the other Stark guards echoed his sentiment with nods and smiles. It was a moment of unity and understanding, a recognition that our roles were not just in Arya's life, but each other's. The journey had become not simply an escort mission, but somewhat spiritual. As we continued riding, Harwin's expression turned serious, and he cleared his throat. He glanced over at Arya, a mix of concern and caution in his eyes. That being said, he began, I must remind you that she's still a Stark, and her family's responsibilities weigh heavily on her. It's essential that we don't overstep our bounds and interfere with the duties of House Stark. Arya's demeanor shifted slightly, her eyes narrowing as she listened intently to Harwin's words. As I saw her reaction, I saw resignation, frustration, and concern as her gaze crossed mine. I remembered the discussion with her father in the show where Eddard told her what her future would be. How she answered that said future was not for her. I nodded in understanding again, though I wanted to be clear in my intents and not allowing medieval social restraints poison or distort the friendship I had with Arya. Did they think I might be a lecherous individual that wanted to marry Arya in order to get a higher position? I hoped not. I remembered what I had told to Eddard Stark on the matter and decided to express the same idea to Harwin and his men. You are correct, Harwin. I know her situation and truthfully, I can't replace her family's responsibilities. But it never hurts to offer an outside perspective to help another. It is always healthy to find one's inner balance between who they are and the frames of this world. Harwin regarded me for a moment, his expression thoughtful. Your intentions are honorable, Roger, he said finally, his voice tinged with caution. But tread carefully. Highborn paths are complex ones, and while I believe she can benefit from your guidance, we must be mindful not to disrupt the delicate balance of her responsibilities and her position within House Stark. I nodded, acknowledging his words. I appreciate your concern, Harwin, and I assure you that I will be mindful of those aspects. My goal is not to undermine or replace her family's role but to provide her with a different perspective on life as she discovers the challenges ahead. I understand the importance of maintaining that delicate balance. Arya, who had been listening silently, spoke up. I trust Roger, she said firmly, her voice carrying that stark determination. He's shown me kindness and understanding, and I know he genuinely wants to help me. I know my responsibilities, but I want to find my own way, and I think both you and my friend can help me do that. Harwin looked at Arya, his expression softening. He understood her desire for independence and self-discovery, but as a loyal member of House Stark, he also had a duty to protect her. A part of me wondered if he was reminding himself of Lyanna. After a moment, he nodded. Very well, he said, his tone resolute. I trust your judgment, Lady Arya. If you believe that this man can provide you with the guidance, then I'll support you both. But remember, the path you choose may have consequences, and it's important to be prepared for them. Arya's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she looked at Harwin. Thank you, she said, her voice filled with sincerity. With Harwin's acceptance, I felt a sense of relief. I understood the complexity of the situation, not to mention the emotional dilemma, even though Harwin didn't comment on it. Even if I wanted to help the Starks, I was aware that whatever action I took could backfire on me. I was nevertheless glad, even though it was only a Stark guard. I knew that I would need to be very convincing when the time came to speak to Robb or Catelyn Stark. I looked at my young friend. In the end, you will become the Winter Rose. Beautiful and yet able to face the harshness of the world and having its thorns to defend herself from dangers. Arya smiled at my words, her eyes shining more. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate your belief in me, and I'm ready to face whatever challenges come my way. I'll strive to become the person I want to be, just like that Winter Rose you described. I smiled at her, appreciating her eager spirit. I noticed Harwin exchanging a glance with some of his men as we rode. The cautiousness was still there, but I felt some kind of understanding and intrigue was present. Once again, my way of socializing with others was unconventional even though I was respectful in my own way. It was probably best. They know that in spite of my status of foreigner with a different perspective, I had no issue with their customs, but how they could interpret and implement it. I turned my gaze to Harwin. Harwin, I do not mean to slight your traditions and ways when I defended my position. I may be a foreigner, but I am no fool. I am aware of the importance of responsibility, of duty, and of tradition. However, I consider them as relevant as long as they are thought as landmarks that help you to know where you are, not when they are walls that imprison you and crush one's spirit. People regard them as natural things because they forgot why and how those traditions were built in the first place. There is too much status quo in preserving traditions without understanding their history, or truly understanding its meaning. Without questioning them is like forcing a dam on a powerful river without trying to understand how the river works. The river will either overflow onto the shore, overflood the dam, or destroy it, hurting everyone in the end. Harwin listened to my words attentively, his expression thoughtful. It was clear that he was considering my opinion. Thankfully he appreciated the respect I showed for their traditions and values. He exchanged a glance with his men as they absorbed my perspective, intrigued by the way I depicted my personal vision of traditions. I could imagine the complexity of their emotions due to the deep ingrained old ways in their minds or the fact the North remembers. A part of me wondered if I didn't accidentally slap on that notion as commenting on traditions and how they could fall or break was akin to say that Northerners could forget. Then again, the coming of the others or White Walkers was a stark example of this unfortunate reality. I heard Arya's voice speaking to me. So, you're saying that even though tradition might have been useful once, it can stop people from growing. I turned my eyes on her and noticed her contemplative gaze. I nodded to her again. This little girl never stops picking up the lesson quickly. Exactly. Tradition should be a guidepost, not a cage. It's important to adapt, especially when circumstances change. That is how life works. And we are part of this circle of life, whether we like it or not. Harwin nodded, his expression thoughtful. I see your point, Roger, he said, his voice carrying a mix of understanding and contemplation. There is wisdom in this. I could sense a shift in his perspective, that I was winning them over to consider the possibility of change. It was a small victory, but an important one. I wanted to emphasize that my intention was not to undermine their traditions, but rather to encourage thinking outside the box as well as preserving their core values in a way that allowed for growth and adaptation. The silence that followed was comfortable, a shared moment of understanding between two individuals who had found an unexpected connection. The sound of hooves against the earth and the rustling of leaves created a soothing rhythm that seemed to echo the unspoken bond we were forging. Said silence was however broken when I heard Will speaking to me. Roger, thou hast spoken of thy thoughts on tradition and its role in society. Is it something tied to thy home's own customs? The question took me by surprise for a moment. I glanced at Will, then to Harwin the other guards, noticing their attentive expressions. Arya also looked at me with eager and curious eyes. Quickly I thought of what to say. It occurred to me that names like France seemed alien compared to other territories on Planetos. I then remembered what France and its cities used to be called in its own medieval age. My home, Gaul, does have its own rich traditions and a long history. Old traditions had been questioned because of the inability of the people protecting them to adapt them or to understand the sole meaning of those traditions, letting them to become meaningless and soulless. Some of those traditions have shaped my perspective as my people allow many, the possibility to think on their own. However, my views on tradition and change are not solely derived from my country's heritage. They are also influenced by personal experiences I've learned throughout my life. I believe that it's important to draw wisdom from various sources, including one's own cultural traditions, and a willingness to learn from others. These kinds of influences helped shape my views on tradition and its role in society. The guards nodded, seemingly satisfied with my response. It was clear that they valued the diversity of perspectives and exchanging ideas and opinions. Arya, in particular, seemed intrigued by the notion of drawing wisdom from different sources. I could see her mind working, perhaps contemplating how she could incorporate that mindset into her own journey of self-discovery. I pondered the discussion that just occurred and felt it was heavy in philosophical and cultural fields. I was a bit impressed, because Northerners were among the most practical people in Westeros, but I could also understand and imagine the need for them to reaffirm and defend their traditions when they felt they were challenged. And in some manner, I was questioning them even though I did not want to revolutionize them. Radical changes were double-edged swords and poison, because they created a vacuum in which vultures and opportunistic people like Baelish thrived. A part of me wanted to allow silence to rule and for me to observe and admire the scenery of the lands nearby the Green Forks. And yet, I wanted to share more of my country to allow Harwin, his men, and Arya to understand me as a whole and to have a reason to trust me beyond my soul deeds in Derry Castle. I thought of in something I wanted to do since I was in their company. Would you like to hear a bit more of my homeland? The question hung in the air, and I could see a glimmer of curiosity in their eyes. Harwin nodded, his gaze steady. I would be interested in hearing about your homeland, Roger. It would help me understand you better. Arya leaned forward, her expression eager. Yes, please. I smiled at her enthusiasm and felt grateful for the opportunity to share a piece of my world with my companions. I felt the curiosity of the other guards. Taking a breath to gather my thoughts, I began to paint a picture of my homeland for them. Gaul is quite far from here, beyond the seas. It's a land of diverse landscapes, mountains, rivers, fields, hills, woods, cliffs, and beaches, each region with its own unique beauty and character. As I continued, the Stark guards and Arya listened intently, eager to learn about this distant place that had shaped me. Sensing their growing curiosity, I decided to share a bit more about my personal experiences as I knew I could speak of them without revealing subjects and matters that would be unbelievable or far too alien for them. I spent my youth in a place called the Kingdom of Alls, a region known for its vineyards and picturesque villages. I do not know any equivalent in the Seven Kingdoms, though perhaps the Reach would be the closer from what I've heard. Later on, I lived and worked in a city called Beauvais, at least before the events that led me to be there in Westeros. Harwin and his men exchanged knowing glances, perhaps discussing among themselves the similarities and differences between the Seven Kingdoms and this distant land of Kingdom of Alls, which today was called Burgundy. They were eager to learn about the world beyond Westeros, and my descriptions provided a glimpse into a world they had never heard before. One of the guards, Alaric, couldn't help but ask, "Speak further about Beauvais." I smiled, appreciating their interest. Beauvais is a city famous for its impressive cathedral, a temple-like building. The Beauvais Cathedral is known for its remarkable architecture, particularly its soaring nave and intricate stained glass windows. It's a place of worship and reflection that has stood the test of time. The guard seemed intrigued, but curiosity wasn't limited to just him. Area, too, had questions. What about the people of Beauvais? Were there any notable figures? I smiled at her enthusiasm and found a good opportunity to present a figure I knew would interest her. Certainly, Area. One of the notable figures from Beauvais is a woman named Jean Hachette. She lived more than 500 years ago and is remembered for her bravery during a siege. Legend has it that she protected the city from attackers by rallying the townspeople to fight alongside her. Together, they prevented the enemy from overrunning a gate and capturing their sigil. Her courage is celebrated to this day. Area's expression was a mix of admiration and intrigue. A woman who fought and led in battle? She sounds like quite the character. I nodded, impressed by her quick grasp of the significance and thinking of the fact her model was Princess Nymeria, the Rhoynish princess that crossed the narrow sea with 10,000 seas to find refuge in Dorne. Indeed, she was. Her story is a testament to the strength and determination of individuals, regardless of their sex. Harwin and the Stark guards listened attentively, their curiosity piqued by the tale of Jean Hachette. It's not a common thing here, a woman taking up arms and leading in battle, Harwin commented. I nodded, though I hesitated to answer, because of my convictions on the matter of women and the fact I regarded them with respect, reverence, and most importantly as people. In a place like Westeros, where the cultural bias was as deeply rooted as a cancer, it would be a very controversial issue. I decided to choose a neutral answer. Well, when what you hold dear is endangered and that there are not enough people to protect it, you do it yourself. No matter how untrained you are. A mother protects her children even if it means losing her life. A woman or a girl wouldn't hesitate to fight if it means defending what she holds dear or if she has nothing to lose. And as there are men who won't answer expectations for them, there are women who won't answer them either. In each case, it means they are like outsiders that will be forced to be the good boys or girls they always have to be. If they don't, their spirits are either crushed, made silent or even destroyed. Harwin nodded thoughtfully, considering my words. I suppose that makes sense. There's strength in all individuals. And sometimes, it takes extraordinary circumstances for that strength to shine through. The other guards seemed to agree, their expressions showing a mix of understanding and contemplation. I appreciated that in spite of the divergence in how we regarded rules and traditions, they seemed to understand my perspective. I was impressed by the fact that in spite of the distrust Northerners have for foreigners, our interactions allowed some understanding, even though I did everything to find a common ground that helped me to interact with them. I then thought upon the fact I spoke a lot about home and myself, but didn't ask about their land. While I knew the North through the stories, I was also aware that it was a partial and biased source and that there was a difference between reading about something and experiencing it and between discovering it from a third source rather than a direct one. I glanced at Arya, Harwin, and the Stark guards, a genuine curiosity shining in my eyes. I've talked quite a bit about my home and my beliefs, but I've realized I haven't asked much about yours. The North is a land of legends and mystery and I've heard a bit, but I understand that there's a difference between reading about something and experiencing it firsthand. What can you tell me about the North, its people, its customs? Arya's face lit up, clearly excited to share her world with me. Her youthful enthusiasm was palpable as she began to weave her tales of the North. Her eyes, wide and bright, shone with a mixture of pride and a childlike wonder as she transported herself back to the heart of Winterfell and its surroundings. She took a deep breath, her voice filled with excitement as she began to share her stories. The North is a vast and rugged land, characterized by its harsh winters and unforgiving terrain. It's a place of stark beauty, with towering mountains, deep forests, and sprawling plains. Our people are known for their resilience and their unwavering loyalty to their families and to my family. She continued, her words painting a vivid picture of her homeland. In Winterfell, the seat of my house, we have traditions that have been passed down through generations. We value honor, duty, and loyalty above all else. Our customs are deeply rooted in the old ways, and we hold steadfast to the belief in the importance of family, honor, and protecting the North. Arya's voice softened as she spoke about her family while sending a glance towards Lady that was moving nearby. The Starks are known for their connection to the dire wolves, majestic creatures that are a symbol of our house. We believe that the dire wolves were sent by the old gods to watch over us, and each Stark child is given a dire wolf pup as a companion and protector. She paused for a moment, her eyes reflecting a mix of pride and sorrow. But the North is not without its challenges. We face harsh winters that can last for years, and the threat of invaders from beyond the wall, where the Night's Watch guards against ancient evils. We are a proud and resilient people, and we stand together in the face of adversity. Harwin and the other guards nodded in agreement, their expressions showing a deep understanding of the hardships and values Arya spoke of. Harwin spoke up, his voice filled with a sense of reverence. The North is a land that tests its people, but it also forges strong bonds and unwavering loyalty. Our customs and traditions are born out of necessity, to survive in this harsh environment. I nodded to his words, feeling all his experience and conviction in his words. A part of me wondered if this conviction was part of him, because he was a northerner, or to defend the northerner traditions after hearing me commenting on the way of traditions. It didn't matter though, because I could hear the pride, the determination, and the sense of loyalty in his tone. Hearing the way of life of the northerners depicting in such a way was more rooted than the depictions in both books and shows. It also reminded me I was but a foreigner with no real ties with the Seven Kingdoms and having so much to learn to earn my place, even if I wanted to remain true to myself. Harwin continued to speak, resuming the tales of the North that area had begun. We have our ancient castles and strongholds, like Winterfell and the Dread Fort, which have stood for centuries and witnessed the rise and fall of generations. And then there are the smaller holdfasts and villages scattered throughout the land, each with its own unique character and history. He leaned forward as he seemed to think upon a personal memory. I remember the time where Lord Stark went to Bear Island after this craven, Yoram Mormont, fled the north and facing justice for slavery. It is a place unlike any other in the north. It's a rugged and wild land, surrounded by the sea and known for its dense forests and treacherous terrain. The Mormonts are the lords and ladies of Bear Island, and they are a fiercely independent and strong-willed people. They say that a bear is carved into the heart of every Mormont, symbolizing their strength and determination, and that 10 regular men are worth a Mormont warrior. Arya nodded in agreement, chiming in with her own memory. I remember when Lady Maedge Mormont came to Winterfell with some of her daughters. They were fierce women, skilled in the ways of the North. Lady Maedge herself was known for her loyalty to House Stark and her fierce protection of her island. And I remember how her daughter Daisy stood there, tall, dressed in armor. That morning star she carried showed she was a woman that was a warrior. That's when I knew I wanted to be something different. I stayed silent, looking at Arya in surprise. That had not been in the books or show. But then again, the northern lords and ladies no doubt visited Winterfell to see Lord Stark. There was no way the Stark children were ignorant of the other lords' existence. And I had to remind myself that this Westeros was not exactly as the books or the show, not to mention the fact that the years between the end of Robert's rebellion and the start of the canonical events were full of blanks, notably in how Arya and her siblings had grown and their interactions with other people. Arak spoke up next, sharing his experiences in the Wolf's Wood. At times, I accompany Lord Stark and his sons when they hunt in the Wolf's Wood. 'Tis a vast forest that blankets much o' the north. 'Tis a realm o' ancient trees and hidden mysteries. The wolves roam freely in the Wolf's Wood, and 'tis said they are the true lords o' the forest. 'Tis a place where one can easily lose their way, and only those well versed in its paths can traverse it safely. I struggled to remember other details about Wolf's Wood in my mind. Didn't the Starks meet someone important there? One thing I did remember were several characters being pursued by Theon's men through the large forest that made up Wolf's Wood. Jonric followed, sharing his insights into Moat Cailin. The first sight yell glimpse o' the north, lad, be Moat Cailin. A fortress like nae other, guardin' the passage betwixt the north and the rest o' the Seven Kingdoms. 'Tis a place steeped in history, havin' witnessed many battles o'er the years. The swamps surroundin' Moat Cailin be treacherous, and 'tis a place that hath tested the mettle o' many a warrior. I silently gulped. Because unless something was done, Moat Cailin would fall at the hands of a dim-witted brute from the Iron Islands. Cal, the young guard, spoke of his visit to Deepwood Motte. Deepwood Motte be a stronghold in the north, and its folk be known for their unwavering sense o' duty and honor. The Glover family holds sway there, and they be staunch supporters o' House Stark. The castle itself be nestled atop a hill. Its walls be fashioned from palisades o' logs, and they be guarded by 2 square towers. I've heard tell o' their God's Wood, but I ne'er set foot in it. I wanted to face palm in front of the others but stopped myself. The stronghold was old and fading. A force of archers against the majority of the Iron Fleet? Was it any wonder it fell so easily to Yara/Asha? Come to think of it, which version of the pirate princess might I encounter on this world? The one from the book or the one from the show? Tor, another guard, added his impressions of the Barrowlands. The Barrowlands be a land o' eerie beauty, renowned for its ancient burial mounds and barrows. The folk there possess a deep bond wi' their forebears, and they hold their traditions close. 'Tis a place where the past be ever present, and 'tis said the spirits o' the departed keep watch o'er the livin'. I could have sworn there was also a town in that area. Wasn't there also many Barrow Knights? And wasn't it the place ruled by the bitter Lady Barbary Dustin? I could not voice this however, without giving myself away. As they finished their stories, I thought more on their words. They painted a picture of a land shaped by its surroundings, where honor and loyalty were deeply ingrained in the fabric of society. It was a stark contrast to the cultural tapestry of my own homeland, but one I found fascinating and worthy of respect. I soon realized of how different it was to read about Westeros lands in the stories back home and to hear it in real life. The gap between imagining and seeing were the most obvious in this instant. And while there were differences between how they perceived the world and how I regarded it, their simplicity spoke volumes to me. Even if a part of me regretted the disappearance of the comforts and commodities from my previous life, the soul and the values that the Northerners presented proved endearing to me. As we continued riding through the riverlands, the bonds between us seemed to strengthen even further. Sharing with them a little part of my world while not revealing too much of it and hearing about their homeland was very pleasant and educating. A part of me wondered if I wasn't a bit selfish and vain, but sharing what I knew and loved was always a trait of me at my best and worst. But it was so cool and comforting to share something I could speak to some extent without any pretense. Interacting with Arya, Harwin, and his men reminded me every day I was with people that were fictive back home and I knew how many of them would meet their end. Not an easy thing to share with anyone. I reminded myself that I already helped them in a certain manner. I had advised Eddard Stark and hopefully, I would advise Robb. While I couldn't claim to know what the future would hold for me, I also knew that helping them to face the storm was worth the risk. Despite their cultural restrictions and frames, despite their status, they were still amongst the most decent people I could interact with in this whole place. And people I might claim one day to consider as friends in spite of my tendency to distance myself of everything. An. 1 And here we are. Return to the Sea's journey. Another chapter of bonding with notably tales of both worlds. 2 One of the things I wanted to explore in the journey arc is the bond between the SI and Arya due to their respective personalities and the circumstances in which they had met each other, not to mention the fondness of the SI for Arya because of the books and show. And it allows to explore his demeanor and his mindset and how he tries to find a balance between his personal views and perspective and the context in which he is now, even though he is trying to remain true to himself, only with a new frame to handle. 3 As some have noticed, there are of course the cultural issues and restrictions and the social expectations in Westeros that affect how things can be perceived. 4 One thing I am uncertain to be explored in SI fanfics, except when it is clearly expressed, is the contrast between how the world of the story is depicted in the tale and how it is depicted in reality, notably on the personal level for the characters, outside obviously when the canon depicts it. It is a bit like hearing/reading about a country and visiting it. Even if a traveler can find many of the things he had read or heard, experiencing it on a personal level can be very different in sensation and perception. 5 Teaser, the group stops at an inn. 6 Have a good reading. 17/an inn stop. As I continued my training regimen with the hammer, the sun beat down upon me, intensifying the heat with each passing moment. Sweat poured down my face, and I couldn't help but despise the discomfort it brought. Unlike back in my usual surroundings, the heat seemed to exacerbate my tendency to sweat profusely. Yet, despite the discomfort, I remained determined to master my skills with the hammer, knowing that it would serve me well should any trouble occur. Casting a glance around my training area, I observed the serene landscape that surrounded us. To my right, the distant horizon revealed majestic mountains, acting as a natural border. The rolling hills and scattered woods added an element of tranquility to the scene, providing a picturesque backdrop to my training endeavors. I remembered that our escort was now moving northwards, away from the Green Forks, even though I didn't know where we were in regards of the phrase crossing or how long it would take to arrive at the neck and then the north. While observing the surroundings, I noticed how my companions were using the brake. I knew that Arya was nearby, trying to copy sword moves with needle, even though I knew those moves wouldn't fit well with the type of sword she had. In the clearing we were taking a rest at, some of the guards like Jonrik or Cal were tending the horses, while Arak and Tor were watching the surroundings. The other guards were taking a rest. Harwin and Will weren't there, but I knew they were scouting to check something they remembered from the journey from Winterfell, while accompanying the king's entourage. I also saw Lady resting nearby the horses. I looked fondly at the dire wolf as the days spent in the journey allowed me to be at ease with her and to appreciate her warm furry presence, especially as her temper was akin to my usual demeanor. Relegating those thoughts, I focused once again on my training. Remembering the advice of Harwin and some of his men, I reproduced and repeated the lateral movements to strike the blunt side of the hammer against the trunk on which I was practicing. Since the very first training with Will, when I couldn't train with them in the campfires we made, I was practicing those moves every time our escort made a break. I was driven by a sense of urgency, because it was more than necessary for me to develop my skills. While I swung the hammer in rhythmic motions, practicing my strikes and footwork, the rest of the group, including the escort and Arya, took a moment to rest. Harwin and Will were off scouting the King's Road ahead, ensuring our path remained safe and free from any potential threats. As the hammer connected with the tree, I could feel the impact reverberating through my arms, testing my strength and technique. Each strike was deliberate, focused, and executed with precision. With every move, I honed my skills, striving to become a formidable force on the battlefield. I then turned the warhammer around and swung with the claw end, burying it into the tree and pulling out, remembering to pull as if it was an opponent's weapon. Even amidst the intensity of my training, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe for the natural beauty that surrounded us. The landscape, though different from the farms and plains I had encountered earlier in my journey, held its own allure. It reminded me a bit of home, but also the fact that in spite of the possible danger, there was always something new to discover and take it in. I was very glad to allow my curiosity to thrive unburdened by distraction, even with the knowledge I had of Westeros. It was humbling and refreshing. As I continued to practice my hammer strikes, the rhythmic thuds and cracks reverberating through the tranquil scene, the distant sound of a horse neighing and riders approaching caught my attention. Instinctively, I turned my head in the direction of the King's Road, my grip on the hammer tightening just slightly. 2 riders soon emerged from the horizon, approaching our resting spot. Arak, one of our guards, made his way toward them to assess the situation. I watched with keen interest, wondering what had prompted this interruption to our peaceful break. Arak exchanged words with the riders, and after a brief conversation, he turned his head toward me. Walking over, he made a request. "Roger, seek out Arya. Harwin and Will have returned." I nodded in acknowledgement and quickly made my way towards the trees where I knew Arya had gone to practice her swordsmanship with Needle. "Arya," I called out, approaching her cautiously. "Harwin and Will have come back." Turning my attention to Arya, I could see the curiosity in her eyes as she processed the news. "What did they find?" she asked, her eagerness evident. "I'm not sure," I replied, my voice carrying a hint of excitement. "Arak just said they've returned. Let's go find out together." Arya and I joined the group, gathering around Harwin and Will. The other guards and members of our escort looked equally intrigued, and Lady Sansa's dire wolf padded over to us, her presence calming and reassuring. Harwin took a moment to address us all. "Will and I have found a small village not too far from here. It seems there's an inn where we can rest and replenish our supplies. It might be a good opportunity to take a break from the road and escape this heat for a while." I looked around at the faces of our companions, seeing a mixture of relief and joy to get out of the heat. My mind raced with the possibilities this presented. "This will be the first time I'll be in an inn here in Westeros," I admitted, a touch of excitement in my voice. Arya's eyes widened, and a mischievous grin crossed her face. "You're in for an interesting experience, Mark," she said, using my real name. "Inns in Westeros have their own charm." Harwin chuckled, his deep voice resonating through the group. That they do. It'll be a welcome change from the hard ground and campfires." Some of the Stark guards exchanged knowing glances, and Jonrick, one of the older members, chimed in those parts, you'll always find good ale." I couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie and the prospect of a new experience. "Well then, I'm looking forward to it," I said, my enthusiasm genuine. Alaric, who was nearby me, chuckled at my comment about the inn. "Roger, you'll discover that inns can be quite the affair." The other guards, who had been listening to your conversation, chimed in with their own thoughts. "A warm meal and a soft bed sound like a blessin' after a long day's ride," Moore said. Cal added, "and some good company wouldn't hurt neither. Inns be a grand place to hear tales and meet interestin' folk." I nodded, even though my cautious and logical selves were a bit wary because I knew that interacting with strangers could be tricky, especially as I couldn't pretend to be one of the usual Westerosi residents. I knew I could play the role of the shy stranger, which would be better at letting me fit in. I then thought about the ale and felt apprehensive. Alcohol wasn't something I was fond of, and strong drinks were not of my taste. I remembered how my companions reacted when they found out, raised eyebrows and some in amusement. I am however uncertain about the ale. As I thought about my lack of taste for any kind of alcohol, Arya couldn't help but chuckle at my uncertainty about ale. "Don't worry, Mark," she said with a teasing glint in her eye, "if you're not a fan of ale, there is also the food here as well. And I've heard they serve watered down ale too, if you prefer that." I smiled in response, grateful for her understanding. "That sounds like a more suitable for me," I admitted. It wasn't that I had anything against enjoying a drink with my companions, but the flavor of ale was something I had never tasted. Since I didn't like strong drinks or alcohol, it wasn't a loss for me. Harwin nodded approvingly, though also looked at me with concern. "It's good to know your preferences, Roger. But you need to blend with us. Someone who doesn't drink ale is not something people are used to seeing in our lands." I understood Harwin's concern and the importance of fitting in with the local customs. While I didn't particularly enjoy the taste of alcohol, I realized that sharing a drink with my companions would be a good way to fit in. With that in mind, I assured Harwin, "I'll try my best to adapt. If sharing a drink with all of you is part of that, then I'll give it a shot." Harwin nodded, acknowledging my willingness to embrace the traditions of the land, while the others' guards smiled approvingly. "That's the spirit, lad," Will said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Thou'll come to appreciate the warmth o' an ale-filled mug and the joy it brings." I nodded before Harwin told us, "Prepare to ride. We need to get inside this inn before the night." As he gave the command to prepare to ride, we all quickly gathered our belongings and mounted our horses. Lady took her place by Arya's side as we set off towards the small village and inn that Harwin and Will had discovered. The sun continued to beat down on us, but now there was a renewed sense of purpose in the air. We rode in a tight formation, with Harwin leading the way and Will guarding the rear. Arya and I rode side by side, exchanging glances and sharing a sense of eagerness for this incoming stop. As we were moving closer to the small riverland village, the landscape began to change. The rolling hills and the sparse woods of the area gave way to more fertile land, and I could see the farms more clearly now. They were scattered around the village, each with its own patchwork of fields and crops. The fields were lush and green, a testament to the hard work of the villager farmers who tilled the land. As we're close of the village, Harwin turned to Arya. Arya, lady can't join us. Dire wolves are not something usually seen over here and I want us to remain discreet. Arya nodded in understanding, her face showing a tinge of disappointment. She patted Lady's head affectionately and spoke to her in a soft tone, Lady, you have to stay here and keep watch. We'll be back soon. The dire wolf whined softly but obediently stayed behind, watching us as we rode towards the village. As we entered the village, the sounds and sights of daily life became more apparent. The air was filled with the smell of fresh bread and the distant sound of laughter. I could see villagers going about their tasks, some working in the fields and others tending to their livestock. It was a peaceful scene, a reminder of the current peaceful summer. Harwin led us through the village, and we soon arrived at the inn. It was a modest building with a thatched roof and a sign hanging above the entrance, depicting a tankard of ale. As we dismounted and entered the inn, a wave of warmth and the aroma of food greeted us. He finally led the way to the inn stable, where we dismounted and handed our horses over to a stablemaster. The horses would be well taken care of, and it was a relief to have them tended to after a long day's ride. As we dismounted from our horses, Harwin approached me, his voice low and serious. Roger, he said, going back to my assumed identity, when we enter the inn, I'd advise you to keep a low profile. We don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves. I nodded in understanding, realizing the need for caution in unfamiliar territory. Should I keep my hood up? I asked, gesturing to the small folk cloak that partially obscured my face. Harwin considered for a moment before responding, yes, that might be a good idea. It'll help you blend in and keep your identity hidden. With that settled, I asked another question to ensure I didn't make any missteps. When we sit, where should I be as maintain discretion? Harwin pointed to a corner table toward the back of the inn. That corner table over there should give you some privacy and keep you out of the main flow of traffic. Just act natural, and you should be fine. I nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for Harwin's guidance. However, another concern crossed my mind. And sorry to sound too overbearing, but wouldn't it sound strange to have Arya entering with all of us? I know she's highborn, but that sounds a bit odd to have a dozen adults around her in an inn. Arya, who had been listening to our conversation, spoke up with a mischievous grin. Oh, don't worry about that, Roger. We can make it a part of the act, can't we, Harwin? Harwin raised an eyebrow, considering Arya's suggestion. That's not a bad idea. We could play it off as if you're my ward, and we're her protectors. It's not uncommon for noble children to travel with a sizable retinue for safety. I chuckled at the thought, finding the idea amusing, especially as it reminded me my young days and the fact I loved the idea of playing a role. All right, then. I'm up for being a mummer for the night. Just tell me my part, and I'll play along. Arya beamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. You can be my mysterious guardian, Roger, sworn to protect me at all costs. It will add an air of intrigue to our little group. I nodded, playing along with the idea, but also touched that Arya would choose such position for me. It was indicative of the faith she had in me. Very well, my lady. I shall be your loyal and enigmatic protector. Arya scowled in protest, hey. I'm not a lady. I held up a chuckle, even though I was amused by her reaction. A part of me was even more amused as it was the very first time I talked to her in the proper manner. I knew I wouldn't interact much like that with her except in specific circumstances, and this was one of them. A part of me was giddy as role-playing was something I loved to do. Memories of my theater clubs came to my mind or the times I amused myself by reciting dialogues of movies, while varying the tones of voices, to illustrate the different characters. Harwin was a bit amused by Arya's reaction, but then looked at us with a serious glance, indicating for us to be mindful and serious in how handling the situation inside the inn. I quickly composed myself and nodded in acknowledgement. Arya, though still scowling at being referred to as a lady, also straightened her posture and assumed a more serious expression. As we entered the inn, the sounds of lively conversations and laughter filled the air, mingling with the scent of ale and cooked food. The place was bustling with activity, and I couldn't help but observe the various people and scenes around us. Some of the patrons took a glance at our arrival, but seemingly didn't care for very long as they returned to their conversations or meals. Harwin led Arya, 2 of his men, and me to a table close to a wall, exactly as he had advised earlier. It was a strategic location, providing us with some privacy and keeping us out of the main flow of traffic. We took our seats, and I made sure to pull my hood a bit lower to obscure my face further, though not enough to draw undue attention. In a nearby corner of the inn, I spotted a man in grey septon's robes, his head partially balding, with a round-shouldered posture. I couldn't make out his features clearly from this distance, but he was speaking to a group of travelers, gesturing animatedly as he talked. My curiosity got the better of me, and I strained to listen to his words. Septons were a common sight in West Eros, but this one seemed somewhat peculiar. Perhaps it was his choice of companions or the way he presented himself that piqued my interest. It was also perhaps the theological curiosity of mine, both as a Catholic and as someone who regarded God as an entity that went beyond any human's comprehension and from which anyone could interpret from the stained glass window's perspective he had been offered in life. As I tried to focus on his conversation, my attention was briefly diverted to a fool seated at the next table. He wore motley of green and pink, and his laughter was high-pitched and shrill. He leaned in to share a joke with the people at his table, causing them to erupt in laughter. I couldn't help but overhear the jest. "Why did the bloomin' knight lug a bleedin' ladder into the jolly tavern?" the fool asked, his voice filled with exaggerated mirth. The group at the table responded with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "Dunno, mate. Why's that?" one of them prompted. The fool leaned in, his eyes wide with mock astonishment. "'Cause 'e fancied reachin' sky eye spirits, didn't 'e?" The table erupted in laughter, and I couldn't help but to let out a laugh as I found the pun very funny. It was not certain that any jokes in West Eros would be to my taste due to the cultural differences between my world and the place. Then again, the environment allowed us all to be easygoing and enjoy ourselves. I also knew that it was better to smile than to cry, even though I was aware I could be far too serious to understand second-degree humor, especially when applied to me. The main exception was Arya, Harwin, and his men, but the time spent with them allowed me to be at ease with them. I turned my attention back to the Septon and continued listening to his words, trying to understand his conversation to the company he was keeping. Meanwhile, Harwin guided Arya and his men in settling comfortably at our table, ensuring that our presence remained discreet and inconspicuous in the lively inn. The rest of the Stark guards settled in nearby tables, keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings and ready to ask for food and drink. "Roger." Harwin's voice brought my attention back to him. I noticed that Cal, Derek, Arya, and him were looking at me with curiosity. "Sorry, I got distracted," I said. "No need to apologize," Harwin replied with a reassuring nod. "Just remember to stay focused and alert. We're in unfamiliar territory, and it's important to be aware of our surroundings." Arya leaned in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Did you find something interesting?" I chuckled softly. "Just observing those around us, Arya. Seeing how similar or different it is from home." My answer intrigued her. "And how much similar and different it is?" I pondered my answer. "Both. On the one hand, I can see the lively atmosphere and the interactions or the meals. But the way it is handled and the fact that we used inns for more than just stopping places for travelers, not to mention using forks," I told in a whisper, trying to be discreet. She nodded, absorbing the information with keen interest while her eyes sparkled in amusement. "Ah yes, like the fork you are using." I acquiesced, thinking a bit of her reaction and of those of our companions the first time I used my fork. But before I could speak further, Harwin hushed us. "The innkeeper is coming our way." I turned my glance and saw that a stout man with a jovial demeanor was indeed moving to our position. As he arrived by our table, his eyes crinkled at the corners as he greeted us. "Step right into the cozy embrace of the Green Leaf Inn," he greeted, his voice filled with warmth and hospitality. "Pray tell, what might I fetch for you esteemed guests on this fine day?" Harwin looked at his men and me, before turning their eyes to Arya, acknowledging her status as a noble lady among us. I sent an encouraging glance at the young girl to let her play the game as it was perhaps the only way for her to act like a lady. Arya composed herself, her posture straightening slightly as she spoke with a hint of regality in her voice. "Thank you for your hospitality, good innkeeper. We would appreciate a meal and ale for our party, if you would be so kind," she said while showing with her hand our table and the next ones where the other guards were seated. The innkeeper nodded with a friendly smile. "Certainly, milady. I shall have it whisked over to your table in a jiffy." With a bow, he turned and made his way back to the bustling kitchen. I was relieved the exchange went well. As we waited for our food, the lively conversations and laughter continued around us. Some of Harwin's men were interacting with some of the other travelers, probably discussing the recent rumors in the Riverlands. A part of me was wary, because discussions could end in accidental information revelation. But my logical part was also reminding me that the chance that the rumors tied to what happened in Derry Castle reaching this place was slim to none. I was glad that I didn't have to speak for the meal or drink as I knew I would need to change my voice. Even if I was completely unknown here, I'd rather be overcautious and be the chameleon I knew I could be even though I was hooded. As our food arrived, carried by a young serving girl with a friendly smile, I noticed that she glanced at us with a hint of curiosity. It was a reminder that even though we had taken precautions, our presence in this unfamiliar inn could still attract attention. I made a mental note to be extra vigilant and maintain my low profile. The aroma of the freshly cooked trout filled the air, making my stomach rumble with hunger. The innkeeper had not exaggerated, the dish looked mouth-watering. Arya, Harwin, and I exchanged glances, appreciating the simple yet delicious meal set before us. We thanked the serving girl and began to eat, savoring each bite. While I appreciated the meal, I was a bit picky because the lack of the fork made me a bit reluctant to touch my food with filthy hands. Arya, always observant, noticed my reluctance and couldn't resist teasing me. Roger, you're not used to eating without utensils, are you? She grinned. I chuckled, though I couldn't hide my discomfort entirely. You caught me, Arya. It may be not the first time I'm forced to eat in such a manner, but I love a bit comfort. Harwin, who had been quietly eating, chimed in with a reassuring nod. Don't fret, Roger. You'll get used to it. And I know you'll use your fork anytime again. I nodded in agreement, fully understanding the necessity to learn to face a situation so different from home, determined not to let something as minor as a lack of utensils bother me. After all, adapting to new customs and traditions was part of surviving. I watched as Harwin took a sip from his ale, the frothy beverage glistening in the dim light of the inn. While he seemed to enjoy it, I hesitated, knowing that I rarely drank alcohol. I chuckled inwardly, thinking on the fact I was among the rare people of Westeros not appreciating or drinking daily alcohol while aware of the challenges it gave to me. But I also knew that I needed to play the game, only to assuage strange behaviors. That didn't mean I would drink the whole pint, or even at all if I could fake it. I cautiously took a small sip of the ale, letting the bitter taste linger on my tongue for a moment before setting the mug aside. It was as I expected, and I made a mental note to stick to my preferred beverages in the future whenever possible. Derek, sensing my distaste, chuckled softly and raised his mug in a toast. With time, thou'll find it tea thy keen, Roger. Savor it alongside thy meal. While skeptical of his claim, I nodded and clinked with him my pint before going back to my meal. As we continued to enjoy our meal, the jovial atmosphere of the inn enveloped us. The sound of music and laughter continued, creating a sense of camaraderie among the patrons. I couldn't help but feel a fleeting sense of belonging in this diverse group of people. As we ate, the innkeeper made occasional rounds, ensuring that all his guests were well attended to. He would exchange friendly words with the patrons, sharing laughs and stories, always wearing a smile on his face. It was evident that he took pride in his establishment and genuinely cared about the comfort of his guests. A part of me also thought that our number was also a boon for his inn, as I wasn't certain there were that many travelers to this part of the Riverlands, even though a part of me scoffed at this assumption. As we were ending our meal, Cal, who seemed to be a bit tipsy, began to sing at the next table. The song was unknown to me, even though Westerosi songs were mostly like foreign lyrics. But this one was a complete unknown as none of the lyrics were in one way or another familiar. I moved to Harwin and asked, "What song is this?" Harwin answered with a smile, "A cask of ale." I furrowed my brows in amusement as I found it ironic to sing about ale when we were drinking it. Arya, catching on to my amusement, leaned closer and whispered, "Seems like Cal has a keen sense of irony, doesn't he?" I chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Arya. Singing about ale while we're enjoying our ale. It's a light-hearted touch to the evening." Cal's voice filled the inn, carrying the melody of the song. The other patrons joined in, some humming along and others singing the verses with gusto. The atmosphere became even livelier, with the music becoming the centerpiece of the inn's joviality. As the song came to an end, the inn erupted in applause and cheers. Cal, flushed with a mix of embarrassment and pride, bowed graciously to the audience. The innkeeper, his face beaming with delight, clapped Cal on the back and offered him a free round of drinks to celebrate his performance. Arya glanced at me with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Perhaps, Roger, it's time for you to showcase your musical talents. I'm sure you can charm the whole inn with your voice." I looked at her with amusement and intrigue, sensing her teasing me. "What makes you say I can sing?" I asked, genuinely curious about her assertion. Arya's grin widened as she leaned closer to me. "Oh, I've heard you humming or even singing to yourself when you were preparing for our training sessions. You've got a decent voice, you know." I flushed, surprised that she had noticed. A part of me cursed myself to have fallen into certain habits as if I was back home, though a part of me felt another bond to Arya. "You did?" I asked, a bit flummoxed and yet moved. She nodded, her expression playful. "Indeed, I did. So, what do you say? Willing to give it a try?" Harwin, who had been quietly observing our conversation, chimed in. "Come on, Roger. It's all in good fun. Give the folks in here a taste of your home's music." I hesitated, unsure of my abilities, and also realizing that the songs I knew were from my world would not likely to be appreciated in Westeros. "Are you sure? All the songs I know are from my home." And the only one I am familiar with in Westeros is the Rains of Castamere, and I doubt that both you or the other people in the inn would appreciate it. Arya's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned closer and whispered, well, then, perhaps you can surprise us all with a song from your home. I'm sure it would be a welcome change of pace. Derek encouraged me, give it a whirl. I'm certain thou dost know songs that would meld right in air. Their encouragement was infectious, and I found myself considering the idea more seriously. While it was true that the songs of my world might be unfamiliar, it could be an opportunity to share a piece of my own culture with the people of Westeros. I pondered which song to sing as my musical culture was sure eclectic, but also very specific. And I was aware that many songs were very specific in style and themes. I would lie if I didn't want to share all those songs in one way or another, but I thought most would wait for Winterfell as a precaution. An idea came to my mind of a song that would fit well over here. With a nod and a faint smile, I relented. All right, I'll give it a try. I may have a song that would be lively enough. Arya grinned in response, clearly pleased with her persuasion skills. That's the spirit, Roger. Just be yourself, and I'm sure they'll appreciate it. She said, returning the encouragement I had given her earlier in the journey. Harwin, Derek, and Mors nodded, eager to hear me singing, probably to discover which song I would sing and perhaps to see if I was a good singer. With a deep breath to calm my nerves, I waited for a moment when the inn's noise level dipped slightly. I was still a bit hesitant because singing to an audience was kind of scary and yet endearing as I loved sharing. But I decided to focus on the companions at my table. I took a deep breath and began to sing in the same manner the song was originally sung, though with something akin to an opera voice. Some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, give a whistle. And this'll help things turn out for the best. And I let the word drag on before going. Always look on the bright side of life. I delivered the famous whistle of the song accompanying the chorus. Always look on the light side of life. If life seems jolly rotten, there's something you've forgotten. And that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly chumps. Just purse your lips and whistle, that's the thing. And always look on the bright side of life. While whistling, I looked on the people in the inn and said like Eric Idle, come on before singing. Always look on the right side of life. For life is quite absurd. And death's the final word. You must always face the curtain with a bow. Forget about your sin. Give the audience a grin. Enjoy it, it's your last chance anyhow. So always look on the bright side of death. Just before you draw your terminal breath. Life's is full of spit. When you look at it, life's a laugh and death's a joke, it's true. You'll see it's all a show. Keep Logan as you go. Just remember that the last laugh is on you. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the right side of life. Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the right 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 side of life. As I began to sing, the inn fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned to me, and I felt both excited and nervousness at once. Arya, seated next to me, watched with a gleeful grin, thoroughly enjoying the unexpected turn of events. Her eyes sparkled with mischief again, as she relished the reactions of those around us. She was clearly delighted to see me take center stage. Harwin, Derek, and Mors wore expressions of intrigue and amusement, clearly impressed by my willingness to perform and curious to see how the crowd would react. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that this was a unique and unexpected moment. Cal, who had sung the previous song, looked surprised at first, but then a grin spread across his face. He seemed to appreciate the choice of song and the lively atmosphere it brought to the inn. He raised his mug in my direction. The other Stark guards scattered throughout the inn also turned their attention to me, some with raised eyebrows and others with faint smiles. They were all curious about the unexpected performance, and their eyes reflected a mix of amusement and interest. The rest of the inn's patrons, many of whom had been enjoying their meals and conversations, were now focused on me. Some wore expressions of bewilderment, not quite sure what to make of this foreign song. Others, however, began to nod their heads and tap their fingers to the rhythm, slowly warming up to the lively melody. The innkeeper, whom had been making the rounds, had paused in his tracks to listen. His eyes widened in surprise, but he soon joined in, clapping his hands to the beat and encouraging others to do the same. The serving girl, who had returned to her duties, couldn't help but steal glances in my direction as she moved about the inn. She wore an amused expression, clearly not expecting such a performance during her shift. As the song reached its comical climax, with me whistling and inviting the audience to participate, a few brave souls in the crowd began to sing along, picking up the chorus. The inn's atmosphere shifted from initial skepticism to one of jovial participation. Arya, still grinning mischievously, joined in the singing, her voice adding to the chorus and encouraging others to do the same. The room began to fill with laughter and merriment, as people from different backgrounds and walks of life came together in song. Harwin, Derek, and Mors, unable to contain their amusement any longer, joined in the singing as well, their voices blending with the others in the inn. They raised their tankards and mugs in a toast, thoroughly enjoying the light-hearted atmosphere. Cal clapped me on the back, his eyes filled with appreciation for the unexpected musical interlude. He had clearly set the stage for this impromptu performance. The other Stark guards in the inn followed suit, raising their tankards and mugs in salute to the lively song. They grinned and exchanged nods with one another, sharing in the camaraderie that had suddenly enveloped the inn. The innkeeper, delighted by the turn of events, offered a free round of drinks to the entire inn in celebration of the unexpected performance. The patrons cheered and clinked their mugs together, toasting to the lively spirit of the moment. As the song came to an end, the inn erupted in applause and cheers once again, this time with a heartfelt appreciation for the unexpected entertainment. Then, unexpectedly, someone burst into laughter, and soon the whole inn erupted in applause and laughter. This reaction made me feel proud and a bit dazed. I wasn't certain of how my singing would be received, but it was beyond my own expectations. I stood up to bow to the patrons, thanking them. I noticed the Septon observing me, but his glance was difficult to decipher. I shrugged about his focused attention as I could imagine that the song was totally new and strange and perhaps a bit insulting to his faith, especially with the focus on death in the last verses, as if the stranger was either to be praised or to be mocked. The fool seemed very amused, but his eyes betrayed a glint that unsettled me for an unknown reason. Arya, Harwin, Derek, and Mors had wide smiles on their faces, clearly delighted by the reception my performance had received. Arya's eyes met mine, and she mouthed a heartfelt thank you across the table. Embarrassed but also elated, I bowed my head in gratitude to the crowd before retreating back to our table. The warmth of the moment lingered as we celebrated together, the inn's atmosphere filled with a newfound energy. In the midst of the revelry, a stranger approached our table. He was a middle-aged man with a friendly face, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. Now, that there was a sight to behold, my friend, he chuckled heartily. Never afore have I laid ears on a ditty quite like that, but it did lift my spirits in a manner beyond words. I reckon I owe ya a big ol' thank you for that, indeed. I smiled at him, grateful for his kind words. You're welcome. I'm glad I could bring some joy to your evening. He introduced himself as Tom, a local bard who frequented the inn. Should you ever find yourself yearnin' for a place to perform them rare melodies of yours, know that this here stage is open to yet. The folk of West Eros, they do love a fine yarn, and your song, well, it was like nothin' we've ever had the pleasure of hearin' before. A true gem, it was. As Tom moved away to join his table, I turned my attention back to my companions. Arya still had a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, and she leaned in closer to me. See, Roger, I told you that you could charm the whole inn with your voice, she teased. I chuckled, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie with the Stark guards and Arya. Well, I must admit, I didn't expect such a positive reaction. Harwin, sitting across from me, raised an eyebrow and grinned. I'll be honest, Roger, I didn't suspect you had such a good singing voice. I shrugged and smiled modestly. Singing has always been a pastime for me, a way to express myself. I guess it came in handy tonight. Derek chimed in, his tone appreciative. 'Twas a grand choice o' song, that. Unique, but it truly lifted the spirits o' all present. Mors, who had been relatively quiet throughout the evening, finally spoke up. I must confess, I had me doubts about all this singin' affair, but thou truly brought life to this establishment. Well done, Roger. I nodded in gratitude, appreciating their support and encouragement. The hustle was back to a normal level after the display of Cal and me in songs. A part of me wondered what fate awaited my companions, both in the canon and now with my presence creating ripples in the sea of time and new notes to the song. I looked at Harwin and Arya and smiled fondly. They were now part of my life, and while I didn't know how my life will be organized in Winterfell once we would be there, I knew I would regard them as the other guards as acquaintances and friends. My cautious side was wary of such feeling by fear of facing heartaches by loss or betrayal, while my logical side reminded me that unless those bonds throve to become stronger, they could easily be swept away by events and circumstances. My empathetic side refused to solely resign itself to such perspective. I already had such approach back home while it helped me to find my balance. I was aware I needed to completely rebuild my life here, as there was no guarantee I would find a way out from this reality, otherwise Bloodraven would have suggested it the moment he encountered me in dreams. I reminded myself there were other powerful magical people out there, but I doubted they would be over here, except in exchange of a service that strengthened their agendas. Turning away from those thoughts, I took a new sip of the ale, enjoying the lively and pleasant instant, even though the strong and bitter taste of the ale was still not of my liking. An. 1 And here we are. A new chapter with a new place, new discoveries and interactions. 2. The inn is a creation, but considering both the distance and the culture, it was something I found acceptable to include and also helps to set up for an incoming chapter. I know there was the Crossroad Inn, but it was so close from Derry Castle I couldn't use it. And adding this chapter allows diversity in the journey arc. 3. The introduction is to show the diversity of activities the SI is achieving during the journey, and I added some references that showed off-screen developments that either couldn't be directly depicted without relevant reasons or that would serve as reference points for details in future chapters or to develop the C's character, like the dislike of alcohol or singing. 4. Since the SI is me, singing is something I love as an amateur. However, I would consider when I would place some of the songs I love, especially as while potentially eclectic, the SI and me have specific song and musical tastes, and including some of my favorite songs in this fanfic without some reflection or context would be more fan service from me than relevant inclusions. There might be in the future an inclusion of a random singing because it is something I'd do. 5. Nevertheless, the Monty Python songs, especially Knights of the Round Table and Always Look on the Bright Side of Life that I know rather well, would fit well in a Westerosi context. 6. 3 figures depicted in the inn are canonical characters that would reappear very quickly. 1 who is named and 2 others depicted by their positions. You can try to guess who they are and that might help you to guess what is about to come. 7. Teaser, the next chapter is full of danger and of nasty surprise. 8. Have a good reading. 18/A Dawn Strike. As the sun began to rise, I rose from my bed, having enjoyed a good night's sleep in the inn. I knew that I would not sleep again like this until perhaps winter fell, but it was a pleasant reward after the first few days of the journey. I did some warm UPS, including push-ups and sit UPS, and noticed that Cal was not there. I guessed he was either eating or preparing for the departure for our escort. After finishing my small workout, I made my way down to the hall of the inn to grab some breakfast. I refrained myself from singing to myself or humming. While I was a bit enthusiastic and easygoing after the previous night, I didn't want to disturb anyone that was still asleep. As I joined the hall, some of the Stark guards were already there, and I recognized Arak, Tor, and Jaller. They were sitting together, talking and sharing a meal. I approached their table with a friendly smile. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Arak, a burly man with a scar on his cheek, nodded and replied, Roger, these beds here be cozier than I anticipated. Tor, a younger guardsman with a friendly demeanor, chimed in, truly, 'twas a night o' restful slumber. Jaller, the quietest of the three, simply nodded in agreement. I chuckled and said, that's good to hear. I slept quite well myself. They exchanged looks, and Arak finally asked, art we the sole ones stirrin'? I looked around, taking in the scene in the inn. It seems that way. Some of the others are probably tending to our horses for departure. I decided to join their table, grabbing a plate of food along the way. We spent some time chatting about the journey so far, sharing stories and discussing our plans for the day. As we were engrossed in our conversations, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning in my seat, I saw Arya, Harwin, Mors, and Will making their way into the hall. The young Stark's face brightened when she spotted me. Roger, she said me with a warm smile. I returned the greeting with a smile of my own. Good morning, Arya. Did you sleep well? She nodded, her grey eyes lively with energy. Yes, I did. Though, I can't help but miss our nights by the campfire. I gave a small chuckle. I can imagine. Those were some memorable nights. Arya's mischievous spirit shone through as she responded, indeed they were. I said with a smile, well, we will have some more before reaching Winterfell. Arya's eyes gleamed with excitement. I can't wait. Winterfell feels so close already. Harwin, who had been standing beside Arya, chimed in, well, we still have to cross the neck, but we should be in the north within the next fortnight. Truthfully, I was pleased and eager to discover the north, even though I was a bit wary of the cold. I greeted Harwin, by the way, morning, Harwin. And good morning to you too as well, I added, acknowledging Mors and Will. Harwin greeted me back, as his two men. Morning, Roger. I then glanced at the inn's entrance before turning back to the Stark Guard. Do you have an idea of when we will leave? Harwin considered the question for a moment before answering, well, within the next few hours. I know that Cal and Jonric are tending the horses. Nodding in acknowledgement, I shifted my attention to the ongoing breakfast with Harwin, his men, and Arya. We all enjoyed our meal, savoring the one of life's most simple pleasures. The rest of our escort joined us to break their fast during this moment. As we continued our breakfast and conversations, I would now and then glance toward the inn's entrance, keeping an eye out for newcomers who might enter. However, my attention was abruptly diverted by a sudden ruckus and shouts coming from outside. My heart raced as I stood up from the table, my instincts telling me something was horribly amiss. Harwin, his men, Arya, and I exchanged a concerned look. Cal suddenly rushed into the inn, his expression tense. What's going on? Harwin asked, his voice edged with worry. The young guard quickly replied, A band o' unfamiliar men be approachin the inn, brandishin their weapons. Harwin's face tightened as he asked, how many of them are there? Cal's answer sent a shiver down my spine. Mayhaps 20, mayhaps near 30. Harwin's jaws clenched in frustration. Where is Joanric? He remained by the steeds, Cal answered quickly. Harwin wasted no time. He immediately gave orders to his men. Prepare for battle. Be ready to defend the inn. He turned his eyes on Arya. Lady Arya, I want you to find a safe place to hide. Stay out of sight until we give you the signal. Arya nodded, an intense look on her face. I can take care of myself, Harwin. Don't worry about me. As Harwin and his guards began to prepare, the innkeeper, clearly alarmed by the commotion, approached us. What's happening? He asked nervously. Harwin, his eyes never leaving the inn's entrance, informed the innkeeper, we have hostile individuals approaching. It would be best if you and the patrons take cover. The innkeeper, now fully aware of the danger, quickly ushered the few patrons that were in the hall, to a safe area. I could feel the tension in the air rise, and my instincts kicked in. I knew I needed to act as well. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and rushed back to my room to retrieve the warhammer that I had earned at Derry Castle. I had hoped that my training would be enough to defend myself from the danger. Thankfully the weapon was on top of my belongings. Grabbing the hammer, I turned around to head back to the hall but stopped as I saw Arya standing in the doorway. Her grey eyes were filled with that Stark family courage and a touch of anxiety. I was glad she was here, as I would be making sure no harm came to the young lady. Roger, she said, her voice steady and concerned. Arya, where's Needle? I asked. She shook her head, her expression slightly regretful. I left it in my room. I didn't waste a single moment. You will need it. We'll try to avoid a fight, but if we find ourselves in a tricky position, you'll need to protect yourself. Arya hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Her looks reminded me she was still a child that never truly faced violence and cruelty and was still untainted, which contrasted with her canonical future self. But then she nodded resolutely, understanding the gravity of the situation. Lead the way, I said, holding her hand, motioning for her to take the lead. Arya swiftly turned and led me to the room she had slept in at the inn. Letting go of my hand, she began searching her belongings, and after a moment, she retrieved Needle, her slender sword. I nodded in approval. Good. Now, stay close to me, I instructed. As we made our way back to the hall, we suddenly heard breaking noises and the first clashes of weapons from the inn's entrance. The sounds of chaos and violence were a bit too close for comfort. I glanced at Arya, my heart pounding with dread, aware that the assailants were now inside the inn. I felt some unease, as for the very first time, I would have to fight and possibly kill someone, even if it was to defend myself and my companions. My heart was pounding and my breathing more frantic. A part of me was wondering if I would be able to overcome my strong reluctance to violence. I felt a bit like Ong when he was facing the dilemma of ending Oze, or like Jaime when the lives of the people of King's Landing were conflicting with his oath as a King's Guard. I struggled hard to keep self-control as I knew it wasn't the time for such reactions. Especially if I wanted to survive. With a deep breath, I steadied myself, trying to ignore the fear within me. We have to get out of this inn, I said to Arya, looking her straight in the eyes. Otherwise, we'll be trapped. Arya nodded, her grey eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the gravity of the situation. She was frightened, but, true to the girl I had watched on the show and read in the books, she was also very brave. Turning my attention to the main hall of the inn, I could see chaos unfolding. Harwin and his guards were fighting with all their skill against the invading group of men who looked like either bandits or sellswords. My gut felt it was the latter. The inn's interior had turned into a battleground, with overturned tables, broken chairs, and a couple unlucky patrons scrambling for cover. The scent of blood and sweat hung heavy in the air, and the clash of weapons was deafening. Some bodies lay motionless on the ground, casualties of the brutal confrontation. The odds were against us, and it was clear that the sellswords were determined to take control of the inn. There was no honor in this fight, just a clear intent to hurt and kill. I quickly scanned our surroundings, desperately seeking a way out. My eyes fell on a window nearby the stairs, a potential means of escape. Arya, look, I said, pointing to the window. We need to go out through here. She followed my gaze and quickly understood. Good eye, she praised me. Let's go. We hurried to the window, and I quickly opened it, allowing the cool outside air to rush in. I'll go first, I said to Arya, understanding that it was my responsibility to ensure her safety. She nodded, though her eyes betrayed her concern and wariness. Climbing through the window, I emerged outside and assessed our surroundings. We were at one outskirt of the village and I noticed on my right a farm and on my left woods. It was still early morning, and the sun was barely beginning to rise. I turned back to the window, extending my arms inside. Take my arms, I urged Arya. With my help, Arya managed to slip through the window and join me outside. She landed softly on the ground, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and fear. "Are you all right?" I asked her, concerned for her well-being. Arya took a deep breath and nodded. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice steadier than I had expected. "Get to the woods," I exclaimed, keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. The commotion inside the inn was still audible, but it was gradually growing distant as we moved away from the source of the chaos. As we began to move towards the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The woods seemed like the safest option at the moment, but my instincts were telling me that danger was still close. Suddenly, I heard footsteps approaching us fast. Turning around, I saw 6 men coming towards us. I should have realized they would have kept men on the outside. I raised my hammer, stepping in front of Arya. I did not want to die like this, but she had to make it safe. There was some kind of irony here. Sirio, Yoren, and others whom had tried to help Arya in canon always died. It looked like it would be my turn now. The sound of hoofbeats approaching filled the air and I glanced at the riders. I then froze up, wondering if I had lost my sanity. It couldn't be. For there was no way that was actually Don Quixote and Sancho Panza riding towards us. I blinked and looked again. No, it was not the 2 heroes from the famous Don Quixote novel. But they could pass as their doppelgangers. One was indeed an old knight in rusty armor, with a fat companion behind him. The 2 riders rode their horses into the path of the sellswords, making the mercenaries dive for cover. I had been so surprised that I had not felt Arya pulling on my arm. I came to my senses when she gave my leg a kick. I again grabbed her hand and ran to the woods, the trees coming closer to us. Suddenly, I heard movement behind us. I swiftly turned around, my free hand still holding my hammer. My heart raced as I saw a sellsword charging towards us, his sword gleaming menacingly in the dim morning light. Letting go of Arya's hand, I quickly positioned myself between her and the approaching opponent. "Keep going, Arya," I said firmly, my voice carrying a sense of urgency. Arya hesitated for a moment, torn between her instinct to stay and help me and the realization that she needed to flee. Her young face reflected her fear and concern for my safety. I didn't know if she heeded my words as I narrowly dodged the first swing of the sellsword's weapon, the blade slicing through the air where I had been standing just moments before. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the grimness of the situation. This was no longer a theoretical scenario, it was a life and death struggle. The man once more swung his weapon at me, and I relied on the moves I had learned from my training. I mainly focused on dodging his strikes while using my hammer to parry and counter his attacks. It was a dance of evasion and precision. It was complicated because of the environment and my lack of experience, and I nearly staggered in one of my dodges. However, the man I was facing seemed impetuous and uncontrolled, as if he was lacking some experience himself in how handling a fight. That made him both a dangerous opponent, but also one a calculating, cautious, and opportunistic person could strike down when given the chance. After a few exchanges, I saw an opening and struck with all my strength. The head of my hammer connected with the man's ribs, and he let out a pained cry as he staggered back. Without hesitation, I followed up with another strike to his chest, ensuring he wouldn't get up again. I didn't look on the man, not wanting to see the damage and feeling the knot tightening in my stomach. Breathing heavily, I turned to see where Arya was. I blanched as I saw her facing 2 unexpected opponents whom had cornered her against a tree. One was a stern and yet threatening sellsword, but it was the other that arose my concern. It was the Septon I had seen yesterday evening at the inn. But now, he was clad in black chainmail over his robes, a far cry from the peaceful figure he had portrayed before. A part of me wondered if he was waiting for us the previous night, making this ambush less a terrible and unexpected occurrence and more a nasty ploy. The sight of this woke a memory in my mind, but I couldn't place it, only that I knew it was something I have read or heard. I saw Arya's terrified face, even though she was holding Needle. And then came those horrible words as he approached her. "I generally prefer boys. But I'll make an exception with you. You're very boyish for a girl." For the first time since arriving in Westeros, I was legitimately pissed off. I thought of the scandals back home with some priests and bishops, and by connection, a name came in mind, Ut. The name and everything that was tied to unleashed within me a fury I never knew I had. In spite of the exhaustion, I moved towards the 2 men and said in a strong and venomous voice, anger blaring each of my words, "Not on my watch, sale pork galeur." The first sellsword, surprised by my sudden intervention, as well as my French words and the intensity in my voice, shifted his attention towards me. He sneered, raising his sword in a defensive position. Ut seemed momentarily surprised as well, his eyes narrowing as he assessed me. Arya, wide-eyed and still visibly shaken, stepped back, her grip on Needle tightening even further. I could see the mixture of fear and relief on her face, knowing that she wasn't alone in this dangerous situation. But on instinct, my presence snapped her out of her fear as she found her courage and stabbed Needle at Ut. I winced as I saw where her blade hit, straight in the pervert's privates. The Septon let out a squeal of pain and doubled over, clutching his injured groin. His cry distracted his companion as he turned his eyes on Arya and saw what happened to his accomplice. This distraction was all I needed as I rushed on him and delivered crushing blow at him. He turned his eyes on, but it was too late. It was like I was an American baseball player for a moment. The head of my hammer striking him in the cheek, teeth flying from his mouth, as his body flew into the air. His head striking a tree with the sound of bone breaking. Too high on adrenaline and anger, I didn't react to what I just did and moved on my hatred for rapists, pedophiles and any abusers of their kind erupting like a volcano. The man was struggling not to fall on his knees and holding his, probably lack of, balls while Arya stayed stunned by what she just did. The last thing the pervert would hear was, "How fitting a child took your weapon, canard." Without allowing the wounded creep to react or defend himself, I struck true with my hammer, first breaking his shoulder. Suddenly, I was like Robert Baratheon and Benjamin Martin, striking again and again. I did not intend for the man not to die but to suffer and to be as crippled. As I unleashed my fury upon the Septon, striking blow after blow with the hammer, the forest seemed to blur around me. The sounds of battle from the inn faded into the background as my focus narrowed solely on the man before me. Even his pleas for mercy fell deaf in my ears. Each strike was fueled by my anger and disgust at his words. A pool of blood began to spread. Unconsciously, the music of Rogue One from the scene where Vader slaughtered rebel soldiers started playing in the depths of my mind. But amidst the frenzy of my fury, I suddenly heard Arya shouting, and her voice cut through the red haze of my anger. "Mark, look out!" Her using my real name caused me to turn, but it was too late. I heard a small whizzing sound, and a knife flew through the air, lodging itself halfway into my thigh. I felt a sharp, searing pain, and a yell escaped my lips. My leg buckled beneath me, and I stumbled, my balance thrown off by the unexpected blow. As I struggled to regain my footing, I saw my assailant. It was the fool who had been in the inn the previous evening. My memory gave me a name for the man, Shagwell. I felt anger, disgust, and worry as I felt the pain in my thigh and the warm blood seeping onto my leg as I struggled to stand up to face my new foe. He wore a wicked smile on his face, relishing in my suffering. His eyes gleamed with malevolently. He took a step closer, his gaze shifting from me to Arya. Well, ain't this a jolly sight?" Shagwell taunted, his voice dripping with sadistic malice. "A stranger and a Stark lass, so defenseless and all on your lonesome. We've been paid good coin to handle scum like you, ya ken," he said with an insane giggle in his voice. My anger surged again, especially as an awful suspicion arose in my mind. But the pain in my leg was a constant reminder of my vulnerability. I knew I had to defend myself and Arya, but I was at a disadvantage, being wounded, unsteady and exhausted. I steadied myself in spite of the pain and somehow once again got between Arya and the threat to her. Shagwell wasted no time. He swung his triple morning star with a cruel grin on his face, taking advantage of my injury and exhaustion. I tried to parry his strikes with my hammer, but with his quick movement, he forced me to my knees as the pain going through my leg was unbearable. As he raised his weapon for another strike, I braced myself for the impending blow, knowing that I couldn't escape it this time. But then, just as he was about to strike me down, Arya charged forward with needle in hand. With a swift and precise movement, she stabbed him in the side. Her eyes were full of fear, nervousness, and determination as she acted. Shagwell let out a pained cry and staggered to the side, his morning star falling from his grasp, holding his bleeding side. I winced in pain as I tried to stand back up, but my injured leg wouldn't fully support me. I could only watch as Arya faced this new threat with a resolve that belied her age. A part of me was saddened and torn apart by the fact she had been forced to experience this kind of violence like I just did, and yet I was grateful of her intervention. Arya stepped back, having pulled her sword out of the fool and realizing what she had just done. Shagwell gritted his teeth and looked with evil eyes at Arya, even though he was struggling with his wound. "You little whelp," he sneered through his teeth. "I'll make ya howl afore I'm through." Arya, wide-eyed and clearly shaken by the threat, raised needle defensively. I tried to stand up to protect her, but the pain and the exhaustion prevented me to do so. As Shagwell prepared to lunge at her, we all heard a sudden cacophony of howls and growls that seemed to come from all directions. The fool stopped in his tracks, his face morphing in uncertainty and fear, and turned his gaze to the right, as did I. There, emerging from the shadows of the woods, was a grey dire wolf, larger than Lady. My mind raced as I tried to process this unexpected arrival. I thought it was Lady at first, but the features were different. This wolf had an air of danger about it that Lady lacked. Arya, for her part, seemed to recognize the wolf. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the creature. I could see the wheels turning in her mind as she processed the identity of the dire wolf. Shagwell, still bleeding and injured, turned his attention to the dire wolf as well. His wicked grin had vanished entirely, replaced by a look of fear and uncertainty. The wolf growled menacingly, its eyes fixed on the fool. In the midst of this tense standoff, I couldn't help but suspect the identity of this new dire wolf. Could it be Nymeria? The pieces were falling into place, but there was still a sense of uncertainty in the air. Though still gritting my teeth, I looked at Shagwell with a defiant look. Go ahead and you'll be wolf's meal. Flee and you'll die like the pig you are. Shagwell's eyes darted between the dire wolf and me, uncertainty and fear evident on his face. He seemed to weigh his options, realizing that his chances of survival were slim. The dire wolf growled again, its menacing presence intensifying the tension in the air. I then saw another shape moving behind the fool and Arya's eyes turned in a defiant glint. Another growl could be heard. Shagwell turned around and saw Lady Sansa's dire wolf seemed more threatening than usual and ready to strike. Shagwell's fear was palpable and as wounded and unarmed as he was, he couldn't do much. In spite of the pain, I let out a nasty grin, seeing the predator becoming the prey. I suddenly heard a roar behind us. I turned around with difficulty and saw a sellsword charging at Arya. He didn't manage to reach her as the great dire wolf lunged at him. A violent struggle ensued on the ground where the man tried to force the animal to let him go, while the dire wolf bit and mauled him. I heard footsteps moving away behind us. As I forced myself to turn around again, not allowing myself to look at the brutal sight, I saw Shagwell trying to move away, even though blood was spilling from his wound. Lady was observing him with vigilance, but not attacking him, probably considering him not to be a threat anymore. I scoffed at the man, as he had used the opportunity to take the French leave. While I did not know how deep his wound was, he would be weakened for the time being. I winced once and forced myself to sit down, clutching my wound. Lady approached me, seemingly concerned. I looked at the dire wolf and though I was suffering, I told her, "It's all right, lady." As the adrenaline faded away and exhaustion burdened me, I felt my arms and hands stiff and crispy while my breath was heavy and irregular. A part of me was seemingly trembling, though I didn't know if it was from the physical endeavor or the anxiety and fear that now overwhelmed me. Trying to handle the crushing sensations, I noticed that fighting sounds and cries were slowly dying down in the distance, while noises of flight could be heard. A part of me hoped that Harwin and his men survived, but I couldn't be so sure. I also observed Arya looking at the dire wolf that ended up killing the sellsword. They locked eyes with each other. While I couldn't see Arya's reaction, I could guess by her demeanor that it was overwhelming for her, even though I wondered if the trauma, fear, and relief didn't also play a part. Her voice quivered as she whispered, "Nymeria," confirming my earlier suspicions. Slowly and cautiously, she approached Nymeria, her eyes filled with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. She extended her hand toward the dire wolf, who had been absent for so long. Nymeria, in turn, approached Arya, her dark golden eyes reflecting recognition and a sense of longing. Nymeria nuzzled her mistress's hand, and Arya, despite her own emotional turmoil, managed a small smile through her tears. Seeing the reunion between Arya and Nymeria was a poignant instant. In spite of the pain and fatigue, I let out a little smile, glad that at least compared to the books and even more the show, Arya had been reunited with her dire wolf far earlier and would keep and nourish the bond between them. Lady approached both Arya and her litter mate. As Arya stepped aside after nuzzling her dire wolf, Lady approached Nymeria. Her demeanor was curious, cautious, and yet hopeful. I remembered that they didn't see each for a fortnight, perhaps a little more. They circled each other, sniffing cautiously before Lady let out a soft whine, seemingly acknowledging Nymeria as a fellow pack mate. I watched this interaction with a sense of wonder. The pack was slowly reuniting, even though Lady's mistress was probably in King's Landing by now and Jon and Ghost were at the wall. But seeing those two dire wolves interacting was marveling me, making me forget the pain I felt for a moment. Arya was observing them with a fond smile, her eyes teary. After a few moments, Arya turned her eyes away from the dire wolves and looked at me. Her gaze held a mixture of emotions, from concern for my well-being to gratitude for my protection. She approached me, her steps cautious, likely aware of the pain I was in. I forced a weak smile as she drew near, my body aching from the wounds and the exhaustion that had settled in. Arya didn't say anything, instead, she simply wrapped her arms around me in a tight, heartfelt hug. I winced at the pressure on my injured thigh, but the pain was secondary to the overwhelming relief of being alive. I returned her hug as best as I could, mindful of my injuries. In that moment, words weren't necessary. Our bond had deepened through this harrowing experience, and the simple act of embracing each other spoke volumes about the trust and friendship we had developed. "Thank you," I finally said, my voice filled with both pain and relief. "You saved me. My little shining warrior in armor." Arya pulled back slightly, her eyes glistening with tears and a soft smile playing on her lips. "You've saved me too," she replied, her voice filled with sincerity. "I couldn't let anything happen to you." I nodded, but winced in pain. I looked around us and saw the bodies of the sellswords we had hurt or killed when trying to flee. My eyes stopped at that and I winced in seeing the damage I did to the man. Broken, bloodied, he was nearly looking like battered meat in a butchery, surrounded by a growing pool of blood. My stomach couldn't hold anymore and I stumbled onto the ground, freeing contents of my body. Unlike before, I felt dread, guilt, disgust, and self-loathing. I felt weak, not only because of my wound, but because of what had just happened. Concern and despair clutched my heart as I coughed bile. Arya's expression turned from concern to alarm as she witnessed my sudden collapse and the distress that overcame me. She hurriedly knelt down beside me, her voice filled with worry. "Are you all right? What's happening?" I tried to catch my breath, my body trembling with a mix of physical pain and emotional turmoil, the image of the battered body of Ut now haunting me. I'm sorry," I managed to say between gasps. I never killed anyone before. I feel so tainted." I took a deep, shaky breath, attempting to calm my racing heart and clear my mind. Arya's hand gently rested on my back, her touch offering a small measure of comfort. Her eyes were solemn and understanding, probably thinking of the fact she hurt 2 men with her sword, even though it was for defending both her and me. My logical side reminded me of the fact that I did what I had to, but the lingering trace of fury I had in battering Ut was like a poison churning my stomach. Self-loathing and anger for myself was growing inside me. I berated myself for letting my anger blind me when I should have been more careful of my surroundings. Wincing in pain, I was reminded of the price I paid for letting my emotions rule me. I wasn't the oversensitive little boy I was anymore, for heaven's sake. We heard movement. I tried to get, but my wound prevented me. Arya looked at me. "Don't move," she told me. I nodded, frustrated by my situation and in understanding of her. She again needle raised as she was ready to defend me. It was so moving and adorable. Yet I was worried because she was still untrained and currently affected by what had happened. Looking in the direction of the inn and of the village, we saw people stopping in our direction. They looked like villagers and I wasn't certain of their reaction, though the presence of Lady and Nymeria must have made them wary. One of them turned back and shouted, "They're here." I saw movement and shortly after, I saw with some relief Harwin and 3 of his men arriving and approaching us. Behind them was the old man in rusted armor and his companion. They all seemed battered and bruised but alive. A part of me was concerned and wondered with wariness how many of the escort survived the fight or how many people died in the struggle. Harwin looked at Nymeria for a short moment as if to decipher her presence before his eyes widened a bit, probably guessing what she was. He turned to his men and the villagers, "Do not fret. These dire wolves are with us." Whispers of wonder and disbelief rose among the people. Harwin and his men approached us. I recognized Arak, Tor, and Jaller. They stopped by our side while Harwin knelt by my side, his expression filled with relief and concern as he looked at me and then at my leg. "You took quite a hit there," he remarked, his voice gruff. I nodded in response. I noticed Arya's attention was still on me. She knew that my injury, while painful, wasn't the only thing weighing on me. She had seen the darkness in my eyes as I had unleashed my fury on Ut, and she understood the toll it had taken on me. Harwin then turned to Arya, his concern shifting to her. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice softer this time. "I'm fine," she nodded, her tone tense. Roger protected me." Harwin looked at me before glancing back at Arya. "Did he?" "Good. Quite the bold feat, that was, safeguardin' the fair maiden, wouldn't you say?" "A task of great valor, it was, no doubt about it," a new and yet familiar voice remarked in a half-singing voice, full of admiration and amusement. I turned my gaze and saw Tom, the bard who had praised my singing skills the previous evening, standing nearby with a bloodied axe. His sharp features and wide smile contrasted with the grim aftermath of the battle. A part of me felt grateful, because the success we had was thanks to him and probably to other people in the inn or even in the village. I managed a weak smile in response to Tom's comment. "It was necessary," I replied, my voice still trembling. "I couldn't let harm come to the young lady." I stopped myself from saying Arya's name because I did not want her identity revealed to those whom were not friends. The bard looked at me before observing the bodies around us. "Well, if I didn't know nothing better, I'd reckon you're worth the likes of a knight, I would." "Ain't no denyin' that, my friend," he said with his singing voice. A part of me was amused and touched by such praise but I couldn't deny it, even though the image of the crushed body of Ut reminded me it wasn't the case. Even if I wanted to represent certain ideals, I wasn't a knight. Arya's expression softened as she listened to Tom's words of praise. She glanced at me, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pride and concern. "He's more than a knight to me," she said quietly, her voice filled with unwavering belief. Once again, her cheeks turned a cute shade of red. Her words touched me deeply, providing a glimmer of solace amidst the turmoil within me. I looked back at Arya, gratitude shining in my eyes. "Thank you," I whispered. "Your faith in me means more than you know." Despite the pain and guilt I felt, her unwavering support gave me strength to face the aftermath of the battle and confront the darkness that had surfaced within me. Harwin, who had been silently observing our interaction, spoke up. "We should tend to your wound," he suggested, his voice gruff but filled with concern. There's a healer in the village who can help. I nodded in agreement, realizing that I needed medical attention for my injury. The pain in my thigh was becoming more unbearable with each passing moment, and I knew that delaying treatment would only make matters worse. You are right, Harwin, I said with a wince, this wound needs to be cleaned. I was thinking of the tidbits I might hopefully give when I would be tending if the healer was ready to listen to me, of course. The old knight in the rusted armor and his companion gently helped me to my feet. I cast a final glance at the bodies of the fallen sellswords, a somber reminder of the consequences of the violence that had unfolded. The weight of their deaths would forever be a burden I would carry. How many of your men survived, Harwin? I asked with concern in spite of the pain. The man's eye turned somber. We lost 6 of them and 3 others have been wounded. If it has not been for some of the patrons, the villagers, and these 2 we would have been overwhelmed, he said gravely while showing the 2 newcomers that had joined the battle some respect. As followers of the 7, we did our duty, said the old knight, as his companion gave a respectful bow to Harwin. I nodded somberly, inwardly praying for the souls of the dead companions. I felt a deep pang in my heart as I thought upon the fact I wouldn't see a lot of them after this awful fight. It was a terrible and sobering thought, a stark reminder of this world's cruel and wicked ways. And yet, in spite of this reminder, in spite of the pain, in spite of the fact I was feeling sorry and tainted like never before, a part of me was still happy for staying true to myself. I might have fought, I might have killed, but I had the potential to thrive again and to learn from falls, failures, and mistakes. It was while having those thoughts that I was moved back to the inn, supported by the old knight and his companion, while Arya stood by my side. Their presence brought a shimmer of comfort to me. Lady and Nymeria were moving alongside and their presence gave my soul more hope. An. 1 Here we are. The new chapter and a very tense and suspenseful one I hope would thrill you. With the chapter depicting the confrontation with Jaime Lannister, it is one of my personal favorites, even though it has been a bit of a challenge. 2. The ambush idea was an idea I had for a long time, from the moment I considered how Cersei would react and might act after the very first chapter. I then perfected the idea thanks to the chapters of the confrontation with Jaime Lannister and of Jaime's interlude. One of the numerous setup/payoffs this story would have. 3. One of the main challenges of the chapter was to find a balance between action and believability, especially considering the fact that the SI is still green in matters of fights. Thanks to the help of my beta reader, I hope I had found this balance within this chapter. Same thing for the casualties or how the fight could have ended. 4. The setting was another challenge and finally this surprise attack was the choice made for this chapter, mainly because of the reputation of the brave companions in the books. 5. As you have noticed, many character references through the text and some new arrivals, either expected due to the canon, a certain wolfy companion, and 2 unexpected ones that are 2 characters that appeared in the later books and whose background is blank enough to justify their presence there. There is a personal homage to / inspiration from a certain Jurassic Park scene for a certain moment in the chapter in the way the scene was settled. And of course, so many little references to depict the C's mindset in this chapter. 6. I also wanted to show how the situation, the stress, and a certain spark could unleash the darkest part of the SI, and because I am somewhat a sadistic author who can be very harsh with himself, and how it affects him on physical and emotional level. And the reaction after the fight is to some extent how I would imagine myself reacting as I have a tendency for roller coaster reactions when I felt very emotional, going from strong reaction of anger or defensiveness to very deep regret and self-loathing and bitterness. And being someone who dislikes violence, I know, or at least believe, this is how I would feel. 7. When creating a story, I am of the middle ground approach and this applies to Arya's situation or the C's in this chapter. There are references and echoes to her personal trial by fire on witnessing the horrors while not exactly doing the same deed, mainly because I take into account her inexperience and the conditions of the scene as depicted. And concerning the SI, there is of course his fighting skills and chances, but also what befell on him during this chapter. 8. You might have noticed that I let the fate of one of the depicted characters unknown. It will be another potential setup. While I'm trying to be as realistic as possible, I am also aware I am creating a story, even one based from a canonical one, meaning it is like a journey with its steps and its moves. 9. Teaser, the next chapter will be an interlude on a somewhat canonical scene for a quiet wolf and yet very different as a bombshell is about to be set. 10. Have a good reading. 19/A Buried Reprieve. I lay on the bed of the inn I had been occupying since the ambush of the previous day. All I could do was sigh or grit my teeth in pain. Being immobilized from a wound was not a pleasant experience. The closest I had been in this position was being sick with flu and then bronchitis twice in my school years, and until now, those had been the worst experiences in life. But with what had happened yesterday, I had to wonder if the events didn't break a record as the pain was both physical and spiritual. I couldn't bear to look at my leg, even though it had been bandaged and covered by the bed sheet. It reminded me so much of what happened with the healer in the evening. It had been a woman called Melly, a rather elderly one, who came to take care of that wound inflicted by Shagwell. It had been painful, especially as she had needed to retrieve the metal parts that the knife had lodged within the wound. The memories of Melly's ministrations were still fresh in my mind, and the pain in my thigh served as a constant reminder. She had approached with a tray of implements, her hands steady and experienced. Her touch was surprisingly gentle despite the pain she was about to cause. "Easy, lad," she had said in a soothing tone as she saw the tension in my face. "This will sting a bit, but it's necessary." With a practiced hand, she began cleaning the wound. I couldn't help but flinch and bite my lip as she worked, retrieving the fragments that Chigwell's knife had left behind. The pain was excruciating, but I knew it had to be done. I had offered a few words of advice, drawing from my limited knowledge of medicine. "Boil some water," I had suggested. "We'll need to cleanse the wound thoroughly. And make sure to bandage it tightly to prevent infection." She nodded in acknowledgement and carried out my instructions, her movements swift and sure. It was evident that she was skilled in her craft, and her actions put me at ease, despite the pain. I couldn't help but appreciate her efforts, as every touch and gesture were aimed at healing me. I was grateful she had accepted my little tidbits and advice on taking care of my wound, even though I tried to be as diplomatic and humble as possible when making those suggestions, as I didn't want to assume I was questioning her skills. She made me drink a concoction of herbs to ease the pain, and while it was very bitter, it helped me a bit. This was probably not milk of the poppy, otherwise I would have been out of it. During the process, it was obvious that Melly had honed her skills through years of experience. While Westeros was similar to some extent to medieval Europe in the sense that medical knowledge was limited, though only in specific fields like microbes or how the body could work, I thought I remembered that GRRM had said he made Westeros more advanced in medicine than medieval Earth. Her remedies and treatments rooted in herbs, poultices, and incantations passed down through generations. While her methods might have seemed archaic to some, they were the only option available in a world devoid of modern Earth medicine. And the little knowledge I had in care, more theoretical ones I knew could work than the practical ones, was there to complete whatever her skills had brought. My thoughts drifted to Arya. I couldn't help but wonder if she had wanted to be present during the treatment. She had been concerned about my well-being ever since the ambush, and her presence had been a source of strength. I recalled a small smile that had graced her lips when she expressed her desire to be there, her cheeks turning a cute shade of red. However, Harwin, loyal protector he was, had gently moved her outside the room to shield her from the sight of the painful procedure. And I also wondered if it was to shield her eyes not only from any more horrors or to give me some privacy, especially since she was both a child and a lady. I chuckled as in my mind, I could hear Arya growl that she was not a lady. My mind wandered to Shagwell, the man who had caused this injury. I couldn't help but hope that he had met his end during the skirmish. The thought of him still lurking out there, potentially causing harm to Arya or anyone else, filled me with a mix of anger and anxiety. And then there was the fear of infection. As the healer continued her work, I couldn't help but pray that my wound wouldn't fester and develop a fever. The battlefield was a breeding ground for all sorts of filth, and the consequences of an infected wound would be dire. The night afterwards had been restless, haunted by nightmares. The gory remains that was the face of Ut, the man I had killed, had tormented my dreams. It was the first time I had truly used violence and taken a life, and the burden of that act had weighed heavily on my conscience. The vividness of the nightmare still lingered, and I shuddered at the memory. My strong imagination made it worse as I saw his face in different forms of damage, including the gruesome exploded one like Oberyn's face after the trial by combat against Gregor Clegane. I still remembered how my stomach churned through the nightmare as the corrupted Septon's face tormented me like a horrible ghost or an incarnation of the Arrhenias. The blood, the feelings I had felt when crushing his body with numerous strikes was vivid in my mind during this nightmare, and I awoke many times during the night. I thought back on the fact that I had prayed 3 times in this moment to find solace and comfort in God, as he was my first confidant and friend. Yet, amidst the darkness, there had been a glimmer of solace. The howls of Lady and Nymeria, the dire wolves, had assuaged my troubled sleep. Their presence had provided a sense of comfort and a reminder of the bond that had formed between me and these majestic creatures. My thoughts abruptly returned to the dire wolves as I lay on the inn's bed. The memory of Lady and Nymeria by my side brought a small smile to my face. The 2 dire wolves were a testament to the extraordinary world I now found myself in, and they had become an integral part of my life. And I was deeply glad that Arya and Nymeria were back together again. I wondered if that would affect her warging skills. Probably, since she wasn't separated from her dire wolf anymore and hopefully wouldn't know isolation, fear, and survival for a while or even forever, even though in such a place, it was a fool's hope. I didn't know why, but Arya's struggles in the books reminded me to some extent those of Lady Alianaz in The Pillars of the Earth, as I had played a video game version of Ken Follett's books. Trying to chase away those different thoughts, I turned my gaze toward the small window of my room. I knew that outside, they were burying the fallen from the fight. The weight of their deaths was a burden I would forever carry, a stark reminder of the brutal and unforgiving nature of this world. As I lay there, in pain and contemplation, I couldn't help but reflect on the events of the past days and the uncertain future that lay ahead. I signed myself again, praying to God for the moment, my heart clenching hard in my chest as I prayed again. Seigneur, Veil sur les hommes et femmes qui sont tombés dans la journée d'hier. Accueil les dans ta miséricorde et ta clémence. Apport leur la paix tu ilsnont recevoir ncejour. Apport à leurs prox et à leurs families le réconfort tu ils recherchent en cet instant et apais leurs cours lards de pain. Accompagne les dans leur triste et souciance les dans leur désarroi pour tu ils poussent retrouvre l'éclat de lumière dans ce brouillard d'alarmes. Seigneur. Apaisement curse affront. Libri de ce fardeau et tefant qui écrase et le met à terre. Éclairement aim pour que je puisse la voir dans tout sa complexite, pour déceler ses files, ses fibles et ses fragilites pour les circonscrire, les domestiquer et les atténuer, pour que je puisse repérer mes forces et mes qualités pour les faire épanouir et croître. My prayers were interrupted when the door to my room suddenly opened. Sighing to myself again, I turned my body, a twinge of discomfort shooting through my injured leg as I shifted. It was Melly, the elderly healer who had tended to my wound the previous evening. I greeted her with a kind voice, "Melly, how well do you fare?" Her wrinkled face displayed a mixture of relief and concern as she answered, "I'm fine, lad." She then asked me, "How's your leg, lad? Is it giving you much trouble?" I winced slightly, not wanting to admit to the full extent of the pain, and replied, "It could have been better." The memories of her ministrations were still vivid in my mind, and I felt gratitude for her expertise. Melly went about her usual business, moving closer to inspect my wound. She gently prodded the bandages and the area around the injury. "Let's see how well it's healing," she muttered to herself. After a moment, she looked up and met my gaze. "It seems to be mending nicely. The bandages are clean, and there are no signs of infection." I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that my wound was not showing any ominous signs. "Thank you," I said, my voice filled with genuine appreciation. "Your care has been a great comfort." The old healer smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "You're a strong lad, and it's a pleasure to see you on the road to recovery." Just as I was about to continue the conversation, Melly's expression shifted, and she informed me, "Someone is here to speak with you." I furrowed my brow, wondering who might be seeking me out at this hour. "Is he or she here now?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Melly turned her head to the door and called out, "Harwin." Harwin's tall and imposing figure filled the doorway as he appeared in my room, his face reflecting concern. Melly, the elderly healer, excused herself and left us to our privacy. I shifted in my bed, wincing slightly at the discomfort in my injured leg as I regarded Harwin with a questioning look. "What brings you here, Harwin?" I asked. It was the first time we had an opportunity for a private conversation without Arya or his fellow men around. His eyes were filled with a mixture of worry and empathy as he answered, "I came to check on you, lad. After what happened yesterday, I wanted to ensure you were well." I offered a small, appreciative nod and replied, "I am well, at least for what my situation presents." I paused for a moment, my gaze drifting to the window, before continuing in a more somber tone, "But on the matter of the heart, I am not certain. I felt sick for what I have done and felt dirty and tainted." Harwin's expression softened, understanding the weight of my words. He moved closer, his voice calm and reassuring, "It's not an easy thing, lad. The first time you take a life, it lingers in your thoughts. But you must remember that you did what was necessary to protect yourself and Arya. In times of violence, there is no room for hesitation. You did what you had to do." His words brought me comfort, and I nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Harwin," I said, sincerity in my voice. "But I fear that Arya needs it more than me. She is still a child, and she shouldn't have to be confronted with such things." His eyes softened even further, reflecting his understanding. He answered with a reassuring tone, "I've been with her through the night, lad. I'll do my best to help her overcome what she has witnessed. She's a strong one, Lady Arya. We'll see her through this." I nodded, grateful for Harwin's presence and his commitment to caring for Arya. I knew he was the right person to guide her through these troubled times. There was a reason he had earned the right to be part of the Stark household. While I knew Arya and I had a growing bond, I wasn't certain I was fit enough to handle such matters, especially when I needed to solve my own inner issues. A part of me wondered if I was wrong to downplay and to decline any help from him, but I wasn't certain he would understand how impactful yesterday's events had been for me. I felt like Superman in Man of Steel after killing Zod. It was an excruciating pain I had to handle and I wondered how long it would take to mend it. Taking a moment to shift the conversation, I inquired about the other wounded men of our escort. "How are Darren, Tor, and Moors?" I asked, wanting to ensure the well-being of the Stark guards who had been injured during the ambush. His expression brightened as he looked at me thankful before answering, "They're all on the mend, thanks to Melly's care. The wounds were painful, but none of them seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. They'll recover." A sigh of relief escaped my lips. It was comforting to know that the wounded members of our escort were in the same capable hands that had helped me. The worried concern began to relax as I took in Harwin's reassuring words. We both shared a brief moment of silence, allowing the events of the previous day to settle between us. After a while, Harwin looked at me with a more serious expression, and I couldn't help but regard him with wary eyes. It was evident that he had something on his mind. There's something I need to speak to you about, he began, his tone measured. I looked at him with wary eyes, wondering what had prompted this conversation. He continued, I couldn't help but notice what you did during the fight at the inn. You took Lady Arya and fled into the woods. I want to understand why you made that choice. I took a deep breath, my mind revisiting the events of the previous day. Guilt and self-doubt washed over me. I had put Arya in danger by taking her away from the inn, and now, I feared Harwin's disappointment and dejection. I was afraid that she would be cornered and trapped when they attacked, I explained, my voice faltering with the weight of my confession. My concern was that Arya was too close to the fight. Even with the training I received to use my hammer, I was far from being a fighter. I wanted her to take refuge in the woods, waiting for the end of the fight. I know what enemies like to do with captive women. One of them was open about it. And his partner would have joined in. I closed my eyes for a moment. I dared not stay in that inn. The only other option was to have Arya grab Needle and join the fight. But that would have been the stupidest thing I could have done. You do not bring a child to the front of a battle. I didn't know what else I could have done. My voice trembled as I admitted my oversight. My mistake was to overlook the fact they could have men to watch if anyone would try to flee. I locked eyes with Harwin, the regret evident in my voice. But I would have given my life to prevent anyone from harming her in any way. Harwin nodded understandingly, his features softening with empathy. Lady Arya told me what happened. She told me how you protected and saved her. She also saved you, he remarked, a touch of pride in his voice for the young Stark girl. I nodded in agreement. Yes, she did. Without her, I might not be here right now. I couldn't help but feel proud of Arya's bravery in protecting me, even if a part of me was sad that she had been confronted by the horrors of Westeros violence in a slightly similar way as in the canonical events. At least she didn't see her entire household slaughtered this time around. Harwin's expression grew more serious again as he continued, you and Lady Arya share a bond, and that's clear to all of us who have been traveling together. It was already obvious she regarded you with high esteem after what you did in Derry Castle, and now, it is stronger. But remember, there are boundaries, especially considering her age and her noble upbringing. You must tread carefully. I know, Harwin. And I understand the trouble it could bring. I won't overstep any boundaries, I assured him, understanding very well the blurred lines of such relations, especially for someone in my position. Harwin gave me a reassuring nod, acknowledging my commitment to Arya's well-being. The tension that had been building in the room seemed to ease, and a more relaxed atmosphere settled between us. I broke the brief silence by asking, is there anything else on your mind, Harwin? He cleared his throat and leaned in slightly, his voice lowered, I've been helping the villagers look out for any signs of the sellswords. And? I raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. And? I inquired. Harwin's expression grew grimmer as he spoke, no trace of them. We found some horse tracks. It seems they've left the area. I nodded, though a sense of unease lingered. It's good that they're gone, but something about all this doesn't sit right with me. Letting my last words trail, I was thinking about Chigwell's words during our fight and had a huge suspicion on the reason behind the brave companion's attack. But I wanted to check it out with Harwin before expressing my thoughts. Is there any survivor among the sellswords who fell during the skirmish? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Harwin's expression grew somber as he replied, yes, there were around 5 men that were only wounded in the fight, but 3 of them were killed by the villagers before my men and I managed to settle down the situation. I nodded, understanding the villagers' fear and anger at the sellswords with how the latters attacked their village. Were the remaining survivors questioned? I asked, hoping to gather more information on their motives and to see if my suspicions were right or wrong. Harwin nodded in response, and his gaze grew more intense. Yes, we questioned them. It turns out they were hired to pursue us for a task that only their leaders were aware of. They claimed to know nothing about the specifics of their mission, just that they were to find us and to kill us. I nodded and felt my suspicions grew stronger but also shivered in hearing the answer. Even though the response wasn't obvious and considering the possibility that Harwin didn't torture the prisoners for different reasons, it was for me enough as it echoed what came to my mind in regards of who was the mastermind behind the sellswords. Taking a deep breath, I added, Harwin, I may have an inkling of who have sent them, I admitted, choosing my words carefully. His eyes met mine, and he listened attentively. During the fight, I continued, there was a man I had fought. He claimed they were here because they've been paid to take care of Arya and me. And considering what happened in Derry Castle, I can't help but think that there is only a member of a certain family who could have orchestrated this. Harwin's face tightened in thought. His brows furrowed as he processed the information. The gravity of the situation was evident in his expression. You think the Lannisters are behind this? He asked, his voice filled with concern. I can't say for certain, I replied, my tone serious. All I have is what I've heard of them and what happened in Derry Castle. They seem to be the kind of people who would burn down a village because an elder spat in their direction. I know the Queen was irate by how my intervention prevented whatever she expected for Arya or even the dire wolves. And her son, the prince, was no better. I paused, my voice filled with reservation, and forgive me if I sound pretentious, but I have the feeling many lords tend to have a strong sense of resentment and revenge against those they believe have slighted them. And someone like the Queen or Prince would likely ask someone to do the dirty work, even if it means threatening the peace. Harwin nodded, his expression tightening and reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. He however voiced his reservations, saying, I understand your concerns and I do not like the Lannisters. That would be something they could do. But it's a dangerous accusation to make without proof, especially against a member of the royal family. I nodded in acknowledgement but couldn't shake my unease. I know we have no concrete evidence, but the coincidences are too great to be easily dismissed. Silence settled over us as we contemplated the potential threats that loomed. After a moment, I asked, what will happen to the prisoners? I inquired. Harwin sighed, his expression heavy with the weight of his next words. If it has been the North, I would have brought them back to Winterfell to let Lord Stark or his son to make judgment on them. But we are in the Riverlands and this matter is tied to the lord who ruled the land where the village is. They will remain here for the time being. I gravely nodded, understanding the man's reasoning and reluctance. A part of me was glad, because having two of the men being behind the attack along us once we left the village wasn't something I was eager to have, not to mention the practical issues as it would slow us. My cautious self was also wary of the possibility the sellswords could come back, meaning that any prisoner we would take could remain a threat for us. But I wasn't fond of the idea of letting these two men in the village that had been attacked. They would be a stark reminder of what just happened, and considering how easy it would be to lash out on people that contributed to a wrong, it would mean the moment Harwin and our group left, the villagers might be tempted to deal with them without their lord's justice. Did the villagers send someone to warn whoever rules over them about this attack and those men? I asked Harwin. His gaze remained serious as he replied, they did, but it'll be some time before we hear back from them. I nodded, knowing that we were still in a precarious situation. I hesitated to express my personal thoughts because I wasn't certain if it would right, but I decided otherwise as I couldn't let Harwin ignorant of how I felt about staying in the place longer than expected. We can't wait here too long. I do not want to impose on these kind and brave people. Not when they also have to handle the impacts of this attack. Harwin nodded in agreement. We can't overstay our welcome. But we need to give my men some time to recover from their wounds before we can think of leaving the village and resuming our journey to Winterfell. I nodded again, acknowledging the need for our men to regain their strength. You're right. We all need to be in the best shape possible, considering the dangers that may lie ahead. Harwin looked at me with concern. You need to take some time to heal as well, Roger. That wound on your thigh is no small matter. I winced slightly, feeling the discomfort in my leg. You're right. I'll take some time to rest to allow the wound to heal properly. Harwin then shifted the conversation. By the way, I've interacted with those two hedge knights who helped us yesterday. Leaning in, I asked, do you know who they are? Harwin nodded as he explained, Sir Illifer the Penniless and Sir Creighton Longbow, they call themselves. They've been looking for lords who would accept their service. They helped Lord Leslin Hay discard some bandits that had raided his lands a few moons ago. As he mentioned their names, I couldn't help but remember them from the last books. A part of me wondered where they were in the context of the very first books. I could only guess it was a wide interpretation, one that allowed a fan to imagine. It was like one of those fanfictions where Earth and Westeros had a portal linking the two worlds, found by the two knights. Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton. They seem like honorable men, I commented. Harwin nodded in agreement. They do. It's not often you find hedge knights with such dedication and principles. But I am grateful for their arrival, as I do not know if we would have managed to chase away those sellswords. I couldn't help but be curious about their motives. Did they tell you why they were here? Harwin considered for a moment before answering. They're looking for a lord to pledge their service to, someone who upholds the ideals of knighthood. I nodded, pondering their quest. That's an admirable goal. I hope they find what they're looking for. Harwin offered a small smile in response to my words. They seem like good men. In fact, Sir Illifer came to see me, asking if we needed their services. He said they were aware of how you and our men protected Lady Arya. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their knowledge of Arya. Did you tell them her name? Harwin shook his head. Not yet, but they guessed she must be a highborn one, even with her peculiar manners and ways. I couldn't help but snort at his description, knowing Arya's strong-willed and independent nature. Peculiar is one way to put it. Harwin chuckled softly before continuing, well, they offered their help because they knew we lost a lot of men in that ambush, and they believe we'll need all the necessary help we can get. As he mentioned their concern for our situation, all I could feel was a gratefulness for their offer. It's good to know we have new allies in this journey, especially considering the danger we have just faced. Harwin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Roger. They have been helpful in handling the peace in the village after the attack on the matter of the prisoners. He then added, they were also curious about you and how well you fare after the ambush. I couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie with our newfound companions. I appreciate their concern. We'll have to get to know them better as we continue our journey. Harwin continued our conversation, Roger, it seems we have more potential companions joining our journey. Tom the Bard has expressed his desire to accompany us. I raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the Bard to want to venture further north with us. Tom the Bard? He's not exactly a seasoned fighter, is he? Harwin nodded, acknowledging the Bard's lack of combat skills. That's true, but he expressed his curiosity for the north, though I think he is more intrigued by you with your performance the other night. The fact you are a foreigner and one that knows songs but also displayed bravery in the face of danger to defend ladies intrigued him a lot. Tom of the Seven Streams, he prefers to be called. I nodded, both amused and surprised by the situation. I also suspected the man of wanting to create a song of the journey as it became more adventurous and dangerous than expected. Remembering a bit of who he was, I was impressed he decided to accompany us to the place where the sister of Edmure Tully lived. Especially since she would not see his presence in a good eye with how he mocked her little brother. Fropping fish indeed. I also realized that two members of the Brotherhood without banners were now traveling together. How much my presence and actions had already changed events so far. The voice of the innkeeper suddenly called out to Harwin from outside, interrupting our conversation. Harwin, there's a matter that needs your attention. We're waiting for you to assist in burying the fallen. I turned to Harwin, slightly surprised. I thought they were already buried. Harwin shook his head. The villagers wanted to prepare their fallen themselves. The mention of the fallen villagers made me wince, a pang of sadness coursing through me. Are your fallen men being buried here too? Harwin nodded, acknowledging the practical reasons. For practicality's sake, they'll be laid to rest here. I couldn't help but feel my heart clutch at the thought, knowing that traditionally, fallen Stark men were sent back to Winterfell to be buried in their ancestral home. May I attend the burials? I asked Harwin, my voice reflecting the somberness of the occasion. Harwin's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, and he answered, I understand your sentiment, Roger. However, we would need the healer's consent, given your wound. I nodded, understanding the need for caution. Harwin then called for Melly, and the healer entered the room, her face concerned. Harwin quickly informed Melly of my desire to attend the burials and asked if it was possible. Melly answered, only if I checked his wound. If it's still clean and the damage is not too severe, I'll allow it. She carefully examined my injury and, after a brief pause, she finally spoke. You can attend, but you must be cautious, and keep the pressure on your leg as much as possible. I nodded, appreciating and understanding her words. I won't overuse my leg, my dear lady. I give you my word. Melly smiled warmly, her eyes reflecting her kind nature. Thank you for your understanding. With Melly's approval in place, I slowly stood up, wincing a bit from the discomfort in my leg. Harwin, who had been quietly observing our interaction, immediately came to my side to offer support. His strong arm helped me maintain my balance as we made our way out of the room. We navigated down the stairs with caution, and once outside, we moved through the village. Villagers watched with curiosity as they also made their way toward the same destination. Some of them recognized Harwin and me, offering nods and murmured words of acknowledgement. As we approached the outskirts of the village, we found ourselves in a field where villagers and others had gathered. People turned to see us arriving, and the air was heavy with the somberness of the occasion. I felt a lump in my throat. It wasn't the first time I attended a funeral or something similar, but it was the very first time it was deeply emotional for me. I couldn't help but smile fondly as Lady and Nymeria rushed toward us, their tails wagging excitedly. Despite the pain in my leg, I gently stroked their furs, appreciating their presence. How are you girls? I asked with a little smile as I stroked them. I felt people looking at me and I knew that Harwin was observing me with probably a fond glance but also perhaps some exasperation. Perhaps I was wrong but I didn't mind this little momentary distraction. Then, a familiar voice filled with emotion called out to me. Roger. The dire wolf stepped away as Arya rushed to me and hugged me strongly. I winced slightly as she did, but I returned the hug just as tightly, feeling her warmth and affection. Harwin, standing beside us, reacted swiftly. Easy there, Lady Arya. Roger is still healing. The young girl pulled away slightly, concern in her eyes. Are you all right, Roger? I reassured her with a kind smile, I am all right, Arya. It's nothing I can't handle. I then shifted my focus to her. And you? Are you well? Arya sent a grateful smile Harwin's way before answering, I'm better, Roger. Harwin helped me with the nightmares. The Stark guard nodded, appreciating the mention, then looked around the field, his expression growing more serious. I thank you for your words, my lady. But it seems like we've gathered quite the audience. I followed Harwin's gaze, noticing the villagers who had gathered to pay their respects, as well as the other members of our escort. Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton, along with Tom of the Seven Streams, were also present. Feeling a bit sheepish about openly displaying my emotions, I offered a small, apologetic smile to Harwin, knowing that he was right about maintaining a sense of composure. Arya, ever the straightforward one, scoffed playfully. Don't be so serious, Harwin. We've been through enough already. Let them watch. I chuckled at her words, appreciating her spirit and inwardly agreeing with her. While my heart was heavy, I knew letting myself down wouldn't do any good. Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton then approached us, the rounded knight having some difficulties to move, giving me the impression that he had some eye issues. Sir Illifer saluted Arya and Harwin. Both his companion and he looked warily at Nymeria and Lady before looking at me. The old knight noted my condition and commented, You seem all right, Roger. I met his inquiry with gratitude. Thank you, my good sir. I wanted to be here to pay a last homage to the men that gave their lives to protect us. I added, and I thank you for your concern, my good sir. Harwin has told me what you and your companion asked him, I replied with a kind smile. Sir Illifer nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with a mix of respect and sorrow. It was the least we could do, Roger. Your bravery as well as the sacrifices made by the men accompanying you and the young lady will not be forgotten. I held up a snort as Arya reacted, I'm not a lady, while Harwin kindly hushed her. Sir Creighton, standing beside Sir Illifer, chimed in with a gruff but sincere tone. That we do. I nodded, acknowledging their words with a humble expression. Thank you, both. Your presence and support mean a great deal to me. We fought together, and we mourned together. Tom approached us with a somber melody. I shall raise me voice high, singing of their valor and mettle, so their names be etched in songs and tales. They shan't ever fade from memory, they won't. He then turned to me, mayhaps ye could lend em a song, me dear fellow. You sang well the previous night. I hesitated for a moment. His suggestion was touching, as I was still a stranger. While I wanted to give something to honor Will and his fellow guards, I knew that the cultural differences were there and I didn't want to make people ill at ease or confused. I would be honored to sing in their memory, I replied to Tom. However, many of the songs I know carry the marks of my homeland, and I'm not sure how they would be received here. My faith is different from yours, old or new gods. Sir Illifer the Penniless and Sir Creighton Longbow exchanged glances at my words, their upbringing in the faith of the Seven making them curious about my different faith and a bit wary, for which I couldn't blame them. It was the very first time I commented on my personal religious faith since I had arrived in Westeros. Tom, with a thoughtful nod, acknowledged my concerns, but he still seemed eager to hear what I could offer. I see where ye're comin' from, but even if ye know a single song that ye reckon would pay homage to the departed, 'twould still be a lovely tribute. I thought for a moment and then nodded. In that case, I may, Tom. I noticed the looks of Harwin, Sir Illifer, Sir Creighton, Arya, and of the bard. Arya looked at me with curiosity, her grey eyes reflecting a blend of emotions as she awaited my decision. Harwin, standing beside her, had a thoughtful expression, his gaze shifting from Tom to me. Sir Illifer and Sir Creighton exchanged another glance, their interest piqued by the idea of my song. Lady and Nymeria, the dire wolves, remained close by, their watchful eyes trained on our group. Tom smiled warmly, his gratitude evident. That's the spirit, Roger. Whenever ye be ready, we'll be right ere, eager to lend our ears. I felt a reassuring squeeze on my shoulder from Harwin, and I nodded at Tom. Thank you, Tom. I'll do my best to offer a fitting tribute to our fallen comrades. Harwin then noticed that the innkeeper and the remaining villagers were joining the gathering. It is time, he said. Sir Illifer nodded while I straightened up, preparing myself for the solemn instant while thinking of the potential song I might sing to honor Will, his companions, and the fallen villagers. We all moved towards the group. As we all joined the rest of the group, I noticed familiar faces among the mourners. Jallard, Joanric, and Tor, the villagers and the patrons who had offered us their hospitality at the inn, stood with somber expressions. They had witnessed the events of the previous day, and I could sense the weight of the tragedy on their shoulders. Harwin stepped forward, his voice carrying across the field. We have come together today to pay our respects to those who have lost their lives. Let us remember their bravery, their sacrifices, and the impact they had on each of us. As Harwin spoke, the crowd grew quiet, their attention focused on his words. He continued, his voice steady and filled with conviction. Today, we stand united in our grief, but also in our determination to carry forward their legacy. We will remember them, honor them, and ensure that their memories live on. Arya stood beside me, her expression a mix of sadness and determination. She reached out and took my hand, offering her silent support. I squeezed her hand gently, grateful for her presence. Sir Ilifer and Sir Creighton, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Harwin's words. They understood all too well the significance of the moment and the importance of honoring the fallen. The ceremony began with a moment of silence, a collective pause to remember and reflect. The air was heavy with emotion as each person paid their respects in their own way. Some closed their eyes, while others whispered prayers or shared quiet words of remembrance. My throat thickened as I thought of Will and of his fellow guards who had fallen in the fight yesterday. Their sacrifices weighed heavily on my heart. Arya noticed my reaction and reacted. Her grey eyes, filled with sympathy, met mine. She gently squeezed my hand, offering silent support in the face of our shared grief. I smiled at her with gratefulness for her unspoken comfort, and she returned it with a small, reassuring nod. Nymeria and Lady stood by our side, their presence a comforting reminder of our journey and the bonds we had forged. The dire wolves had become our silent protectors and companions, and their loyalty was unwavering. As the villagers and the remaining guards gathered around, we turned our attention to the solemn ceremony. The graves of the fallen were marked with rough-hewn stones, a stark reminder of the sacrifices made to protect the Stark household. I closed my eyes for a moment and silently offered a prayer to God for the souls of the departed, seeking solace and strength. Beside me, the villagers began their own prayers to the Seven, and Harwin, his men, and Arya bowed their heads in reverence to the old gods. Amidst the quiet contemplation, Tom of Seven Streams stepped forward and began to sing, his mournful melody filling the air. The haunting strains of Six Sorrows echoed through the field, capturing the collective grief and loss we all felt. I felt my heart clenching as I heard his voice, grave and sorrowful. I was also touched by the song, perhaps because I loved these kinds of emotional ones, but also because it was one I never heard even though it was probably one that existed in one way or another in Westeros. The lyrics of the song depicted tales of sorrow and sacrifice, evoking memories of the fallen guards and the villagers who had lost their lives. I stood among the onlookers, my own heart heavy with the weight of the tragedy. Though the song was unfamiliar to me, it touched a chord deep within, perhaps because it was the embodiment of the emotions I felt or because it was reminiscent of the emotional songs from my homeland. I glanced at Arya, who stood beside me, her grey eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she listened to the song. Her face displayed a mix of sadness, determination, and a longing for payback. She had known these men, and their deaths had affected her deeply. Harwin, standing beside Arya, shared a thoughtful look with me. His gaze shifted from Tom, who was now in the final verses of the song, to me, his eyes silently asking if I was ready to contribute my own tribute. As the last notes of the song faded into the still air, Tom turned his eyes in my direction. I could see a look of expectation in his gaze. Some of the villagers and guards also turned their eyes towards me, curious about what I might offer. The innkeeper, who had seen me perform the previous evening before the ambush, spotted me among the crowd. Recognition dawned on his face, and he nodded with a hint of encouragement, remembering my song from the evening before the fight. He must have guessed that I might give a personal homage to the fallen people of his village and of the Stark men. The moment was filled with an expectant and uncertain silence. I felt overwhelmed by the situation. The eyes of those around me seemed to carry the weight of their grief, and I was uncertain if my contribution could provide the solace they sought. Arya, sensing my hesitation, gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. Her silent support offered me the strength to step forward, even as my throat constricted with emotion. I looked down at her and smiled gratefully before straightening up. Taking a deep breath, I made a step forward towards the burial place, where the rough-hewn stones marked the final resting places of the fallen guards and villagers. While wincing a bit due to the pain of my wound, I knew it was time to offer my own tribute, a song that had deep personal significance and that would fit the moment. Or at least, I hoped it would. With a lump in my throat, I began to sing. My voice, though filled with sadness, carried a sense of reverence and hope. Nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee. E'en though it be a cross that raiseth me. Still all my song shall be nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee. Though like the wanderer, the sun gone down. Darkness be over me, my rest a stone. Yet in my dreams I'd be nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee. Or if on joyful wing, cleaving the sky, sun, moon, and stars forgot, upwards I fly. Still all my song shall be nearer, my God, to thee. Nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee. Nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee. While I wavered a bit at the start, I kept on singing, remembering the rhythm of the song as it had been played in the movie Titanic. Each time I took a breath, I closed my eyes to feel the emotion and to focus solely on the song. It was as if the music and lyrics provided a channel for the grief and hope that filled my heart. The villagers, deeply rooted in their Westerosi traditions and customs, listened with a mixture of curiosity and reverence. The unfamiliarity of my song didn't deter them from appreciating the sentiment behind it. The lyrics struck a chord with them, speaking to the pain and loss they had experienced. Tom watched with a solemn expression. His voice had been the initial catalyst for this tribute, and he seemed to recognize the sincerity in my performance. Sir Illifer the Penniless and Sir Creighton Longbow observed the ceremony with a thoughtful demeanor. Their interest in my cultural differences had grown, and this moment provided them with another glimpse into the depth of my background. Harwin and his men stood with heads bowed, listening to the song. Harwin's eyes conveyed a sense of approval, a silent acknowledgement of my contribution. Arya watched me with a look of deep appreciation. Her grey eyes shimmered with emotions, and I could see that the song had touched her heart. The emotion in her eyes made my heart melt, and I could feel some tears in the corners of my eyes. Nymeria and Lady stood by her side, whining softly as if knowing that howling would have disturbed the moment. As I reached the final verse of the song, I raised my voice, letting it soar in tribute to the fallen. The last notes faded into the still air, leaving a lingering sense of reverence. The villagers and guards remained silent for a moment, absorbing the emotions that the music had stirred. The solemn ceremony had been a collective expression of grief, a tribute to the fallen guards and villagers who had given their lives in defense of the Stark household. As I stepped back, I felt a sense of connection with the people around me, despite our differences. It was a moment of unity in the face of tragedy, and I hoped that my contribution had provided some solace to those who had gathered to pay their respects. I thought upon the fact that as emotional and painful it was like a welcoming reprieve after the terrible events of the previous day. Wincing from my thigh, I thought upon the fact that I had made my true trial by fire in Westeros, but that the path remained very long and full of unknown, especially with the ripples that had already been settled through my presence, my actions and words, and those that would come in one way and another. An. 1 Here we are. The new chapter, albeit not the one initially expected. Due to a comment and because I felt it could be relevant and interesting, I created this chapter to tackle some of the aftermath of the ambush of the previous chapter and to develop some interactions I felt would be interesting to see. That kind of chapters of last minute would be the exception because I had planned ahead the story and there are already a dozen chapters that have been created and awaiting the publication. Creating new ones in the current thread before some of those that are already written would disrupt the plotline I have in mind if I am not careful. 2. Concerning the chapter itself, I wanted to tackle the care around the wound, the situation after the ambush, the newcomers in the group, and show the state of mind of the SI, and finally the burials. The trauma dimension for the SI will be further explored in another chapter that had been created for a while, as it played a role in the bonding process with one certain character. In the context of this chapter, it serves for the interactions with Harwin, as I felt one big discussion with this character would be relevant and interesting. The others' interactions were of course important and hopefully good, but I thought that showing the SI handling the aftermath of the ambush and speaking with one person he is now close and yet in a more formal way would be good. 3. Concerning the mentioned prisoners, it will be one case where their fate is let for open interpretation, even though I am sure most of you would agree the likeliest end. It is one of those cases where the SI doesn't need to know or see what happened, but only guess. And of course, it is more plausible and realistic as a situation. 4. There are now 3 new known characters of A Song of Ice and Fire joining the story and creating new ripples in the way the events would evolve. I hope the justifications of their presence in future chapters are good enough. 5. The burial scene was something I consider would work well as an end for the chapter, notably for the emotional dimension and to create some kind of conclusion for this mini-arc around the ambush before the resuming of the journey. The song's references is IMO and obvious, the first is part of the universe of ASOIF and HTE, second because of its nature, but what would be funerals/burials without a sad song, at least when you have a singer/bard to do the job, of course? The last lines are my way to tease in a subtle way the core of the next chapter, one that I had already created and one that have been approved by my beta reader, which I am glad because of the bombshell that would be there. 6. Teaser. The Quiet Wolf chapter will be there with a certain canonical trend and yet the bombshell that would prepare the path for a big game changer in the song and in the Game of Thrones. 7. Have a good reading. 20. The Wolf's Entrance, Eddard. As I wearily trod the stone corridors of the Red Keep, a mix of fatigue, irritation, and frustration clawed at my very soul. I yearned for respite after the last fortnight of journey, yet destiny had other designs in mind. It came in the form King's Steward, coming to me as I arrived in the courtyard, informing me that the Grand Maester was gathering the small council. A part of me had yearned to decline it, but my sense of honor and duty, deeply ingrained into my very being, prevailed. The council was a test, a challenge to my commitment to justice for the realm. As I navigated my way towards the council chambers in borrowed attire, slightly exhausted still from the journey, my thoughts were fixated on the information that my mysterious informer had relayed to me, prior to his departure for Winterfell. It provided me with a rare sense of purpose in the treacherous maze of King's Landing's politics. While a part of me was wary of the foreigner's knowledge and claimed origins, his demeanor and his deeds in Derry Castle tempered my worries. I reminded myself of the fact that he knew about my promise to Lyanna and Jon's parentage, something that couldn't be faked. The weight of those secrets bore down on me, a burden I carried not just as Eddard Stark but as the hand of the king. My hand started reaching into a pocket that was inside my cape. For in there were the notes of Mark's advice, one of the means that helped me as a stark reminder of my utmost priority safeguarding Sansa and my household while aiding me in facing the intrigues of the Red Keep. I stopped myself from taking them out. Now was not the time, especially as someone might be watching and grow curious. The mantle of the hand weighed heavily on me, an isolating responsibility further compounded should Stannis's departure be confirmed by anyone within the keep. Given the modest size of my household compared to the sprawling Lannister establishment, our vulnerability loomed large, particularly if circumstances were to take an unfortunate turn. I prayed that I wouldn't face whatever fate was depicted in these stories that the Enigma, Mark, read back in his home. But such claims were very hard to grasp, especially as I wondered what it meant in the matter of my existence. Were the gods only illusions? Was the man who had created the tales back in Mark's world the true deity of my world? I regretted that I didn't ask him about those terrible implications, but time was against us. I found myself grateful that neither he or my youngest daughter were with us in King's Landing. Especially as I had heard of the foul mood of the Queen, Robert having complained of her recent tendencies, after our departure from Derry Castle. The end of the journey to King's Landing had been tense, and I had heard of a confrontation between Mark, the Kingslayer, and the Hound, before my informant had left Derry Castle with Arya. I prayed that my daughter was all right and would arrive at Winterfell safe and sound. My thoughts shifted momentarily to my son Robb, pondering on how he would adapt to the newcomer's presence and if he would trust him. There was also caution concerning bringing a stranger into my service, particularly in relation to my son. However, Mark's assistance and demeanor provided a good level of trust. I believed that he would extend his support to Robb with utmost sincerity and refrain from exploiting any vulnerabilities. As I hurried through the dimly lit throne room, the resonance of my steps echoed inside the chamber of power. It was there, in the shadows of that imposing room, that I unexpectedly confronted the man who brought out conflicting emotions within me. Here was a man I had grown to resent more deeply than any other player in this treacherous Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister, the one as was the first to call the Kingslayer. My muscles involuntarily tensed as I looked at him, standing tall and unapologetic before the Iron Throne. The disdain I harbored for him ran far deeper than the simple moniker of Kingslayer suggested. It was a resentment fueled by his heinous act of regicide, his relentless taunting, and his blatant disregard for honor. And that he caused a scene in front of my daughter. Jaime had a knack for targeting the very essence of everything and everyone I stood for. This encounter was one I loathed, but it was one I couldn't avoid, especially considering his audacity to confront Mark, in a way that put my youngest daughter in harm's way. For a moment, I pictured Arya slapping him across his arrogant face. This image brought a brief half-smile to my face. But now was not the time for fantasies. He noticed my presence and, in typical Lannister fashion, adorned himself with that smug grin that runs in his family. But his eyes shone with a resentment and a scorn stronger than when we spoke during the Feast of Winterfell. A part of me wondered what made him resent me even more than before, but I didn't care about the man's opinion, distrustful and dishonorable as he was. "Thank the gods you're here, Stark," he drawled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. About time we had some stern northern leadership. My irritation simmered just below the surface at his insolence. "Glad to see you're dutifully guarding the throne," I replied with a wry edge. Jaime's laughter cut through the tension like a dagger. "Sturdy old thing, isn't it? How many kings' posteriors have polished it, I wonder? What's that saying? The king shits, and the hand wipes." My gaze drifted to his impeccable armor, untouched by the rigors of battle. "Impressive armor you have there. Not a scratch on it." "I know," Jaime responded, his arrogance oozing from every word. "People have been swinging at me for years, but they always seem to miss." "You've certainly chosen your opponents wisely," I retorted, matching his icy demeanor with my own. Jaime's tone then took a sudden change, his voice growing somber. "It must be strange for you, coming into this room. I was standing right here when it happened." The mention of my brother and father's deaths by this man, the very man who had watched and done nothing, ignited a smoldering anger within me. My sense of honor bristled, and I could barely contain my rage. "But you just stood there and watched." 500 men just stood there and watched," Jaime replied bitterly. "All the great knights of the Seven Kingdoms. You think anyone said a word, lifted a finger? No, Lord Stark. 500 men, and this room was silent as a crypt. Except for the screams, of course, and the Mad King laughing. And later, when I watched the Mad King die, I remembered him laughing as your father burned. It felt like justice." The audacity of his words left me seething with fury. Yet, as Jaime continued to speak, a flicker of hope danced in my mind. Mark had whispered about the wildfire plot and how to possibly make the Kingslayer tell the truth. "Is that what you tell yourself at night? You're a servant of justice? That you were avenging my father when you shoved your sword in Aerys Targaryen's back? Or that it helped you forget about him shouting 'burn them all'? I retorted, my voice firm and unwavering. Jaime Lannister's smug demeanor was suddenly replaced with a widened look of surprise and discomfort as my words hit home. He looked away, his expression troubled. It was obvious he didn't expect it, and the advice Mark had given me on how confronting him seemed to work. It was obvious the words spoken had rattled him to the core. Now to try and get the truth out of him. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air between us. The weight of the history and animosity between our families bore down on the room. The Kingslayer's usual arrogance seemed to waver, replaced by a more vulnerable and conflicted demeanor. He seemed to struggle on how to answer me. Seeing this demeanor, I narrowed my eyes, realizing that beneath the armor of pride, there was a hint of humanity trying to break through. As he continued to grapple with my words, it was clear that he was not going to easily divulge the truth about the Mad King's death, especially not to me. His initial surprise at my question quickly gave way to a renewed sense of defiance, and his demeanor shifted back to that of the confident and enigmatic Kingslayer I had come to know. Still, he seemed more defensive than before. Always the paragon of honor, aren't you? But I won't indulge in your accusations or assumptions. You weren't there, you don't know the whole story, he finally replied, his tone scathing and somber. I clenched my fists, frustrated by his evasion. No, I wasn't there. But I know what I saw when I found you on the Iron Throne, with the corpse of Ares at your feet while your father was sacking the city. That day, I didn't just see a man breaking his oaths to protect his king. I also a man that didn't do anything to protect the children his father ordered to be butchered, I retorted, remembering the moment Tywin Lannister displayed bloodied cloaks that contained the bodies of Elia Martell and her children. Jaime's face hardened at the mention of the innocent lives lost during the sack of King's Landing. The pain and guilt that flickered on his facial expressions betrayed the conflict within him. He seemed to struggle with himself before he looked back at me with bitter eyes. You speak of oaths and honor, Stark, but do you truly believe that everything is as black and white as you make it out to be? The world is not so simple. Sometimes, in order to protect the greater good of others, sacrifices must be made, he retorted with steely bitterness. I shook my head, refusing to accept his justifications. Sacrifices? Is that what you call it? What about the lives of the innocent? The children who had nothing to do with the madness of their grandfather or their father's folly. Your actions were not those of a noble knight. They were those of a man who chose his family's interests over the lives of others. Jaime's gaze hardened, and his voice grew colder. You judge me without understanding the full weight of my choices. You think you know what happened that day, but you don't. You don't know the true horrors I witnessed, the impossible decisions I had to make. I took a step closer, my voice laced with assertiveness, sensing that the truth might be disclosed as Mark's advice echoed in my mind about the fact that the Kingslayer had specific reasons for killing Ares. Then tell me the whole story. Tell me why you killed him. Jaime's eyes met mine, and for a moment, there was a glint of something deeper in his gaze. But he quickly masked it with a cold, aloof expression. Why should I? What would it change, Stark? You've already judged me. I held his gaze, refusing to back down. I've judged you because of what I saw that day. But if there's more to the story, if you broke your oaths for reasons beyond personal gain, then it would change everything. Jaime's face remained stoic, but I sensed a crack in his armor. His eyes flickered with a mix of emotions: pain, regret, and a hint of longing for absolution. He seemed torn between the weight of his past and the possibility of redemption. A war waged within him, between upholding his reputation as the Kingslayer and the desire to unburden himself of the weight he had carried for so long. There was a palpable tension in the room as he hesitated, his gaze shifting between me and the Iron Throne. The weight of his past deeds and the judgment of others seemed to bear down on him. I wasn't certain he would accept, as his pride would prevent him from telling the truth, or he would dismiss my question with his usual arrogance. And yet, there was something else in his demeanor, as if he was conflicted and tormented, even though he was trying to hide it. The arrogance and smugness seemed to have vanished. For a moment, it seemed as if he might refuse to answer, but then he let out a long sigh and spoke, his voice filled with a mix of resignation and defiance, his eyes somber and conflicted. All right, Stark. If you truly want to know, I'll tell you. I nodded, signaling my readiness to listen. A part of me couldn't help but hope that what Jaime was about to reveal wouldn't confirm the dreadful information Mark had given me back in Derry Castle. You know that Ares was obsessed with wildfire, he began, his voice tinged with the bitterness. Every execution he ordered was carried out by burning people alive. But when news of the defeat at the Trident and the death of his son reached him, he gave a new command. He ordered his pyromancer to place caches of wildfire beneath the very heart of King's Landing. His intention was to reduce the entire city to cinders, leaving nothing but ashes for your beloved friend to rule over. As the sole King's guard there, I knew of his plans, but I tried to fulfill my oaths. But so many vows to swear and to respect. When the king you're supposed to protect is planning to exterminate the innocent people of an entire city, which vows do you hold first? His words hung heavily in the air, a horrifying revelation that painted a grim picture of a deranged king's plan to destroy the city and all within it. The implications were staggering, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread as I processed the enormity of the revelation. Even in regards of what Mark had told me, it was beyond what I could imagine. His words about the conflicting oaths struck a chord with me. I thought of my promise, remembering that I, too, had forsaken my honor to protect my nephew. But Jaime, now unburdening himself of a secret he had carried for years, continued to speak, revealing the grim extent of the tragedy. When my father's army arrived at the gates of the city, he confessed, his voice still heavy, the king was deceived into believing my father to be his loyal ally. He graciously opened those gates. You are well aware of what transpired thereafter. When he found out about my father's betrayal, Ares ordered the pyromancer to ignite the wildfire, and he demanded that I bring him my father's head. My reaction was a blend of shock, anger, and a deep understanding of the terrible choice that had been forced upon Jaime that day. Forcing his king's guard to commit kinslaying, one of the greatest sins of the Seven Kingdoms, was something I couldn't fathom, even with a man like the Mad King. What kind of man could enforce such monstrous commands on those who stayed loyal to him? It was a sick way to use oaths and vows. A part of me remembered the day Jonaran called the banners in response to the Mad King's demand to him to bring the heads of Robert and me, even though we were his wards. Jaime's voice quivered slightly as he pressed on, his words laden with anguish. You speak of honor and duty, Lord Stark. So many vows. They make you swear and swear. Defend the king, obey your father, protect the innocent, defend the weak. But what if your father despises the king? What if the king massacres the innocent? It's too much. No matter what you do, you're forsaking one vow or another. I nodded, my demeanor reflecting a somber readiness to listen. Jaime's question hung in the air, echoing moral dilemmas and the torment he had endured. His eyes betrayed his inner struggles, and I could see the burden of the choices he had been compelled to make, inviting me to confront my own inner turmoil. So tell me, Jaime sulkily implored, his gaze unwavering and seeking understanding. What would you have done if the king asked you to deliver him your son's head? Meeting Jaime's gaze with a heavy heart, I was filled with sorrow. I thought of my promise to Lina, but I also considered what I would have done if my own children were in peril and I had to choose between them and duty. I hesitated, but my response was filled with unwavering conviction. I would have refused, I replied, my voice steady but firm. No matter the consequences, I would not forsake my son. Duty and honor must serve the realm and protect the innocent, not be used as tools of cruelty. It is the duty of every true knight to uphold justice, even when faced with the most agonizing choices. In that moment, I grasped the depth of Jaime's torment and the tremendous burden he had carried for years. I thought of Mark and wondered how he viewed the man before me, since he may have known his motives to kill Ares. Jaime's eyes remained locked onto mine, and it felt as if the fate of the entire world rested upon his shoulders. His voice held a mixture of vulnerability and defiance as he broke the heavy silence. You speak of refusing, Stark, he began, his gaze unwavering, and yet that was what I did that day, when Ares told me to kill my father. And you called me Kingslayer before trying to understand why I did it. Jaime's words sent a shiver down my spine, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow and pity for the man before me. Despite my stern demeanor, conflicting emotions surged within me. This was the Kingslayer, a man whose actions had earned my contempt, but now I was faced with the harsh reality of the choices he had been forced to make. A part of me reminded me that it wasn't just the fact he broke his oaths in killing the Mad King that irked me. The weight of my own judgment and my past perception of Jaime as a dishonorable oath-breaker were now slapping me in the face. I had called him Kingslayer without truly comprehending the torment that had led him to that fateful moment. It was a moment of reckoning, a stark reminder that our world was not always as black and white as I had once believed. Your father's actions biased me against you when I entered this room and saw you seated on the Iron Throne, I said, even though it pained me to tell Jaime this. His gaze remained fixed on mine, and I could see a glimmer of something resembling gratitude in his eyes, a flicker of understanding that I was willing to listen and reconsider my judgment. And yet, he didn't relent. I was surprised, as I expected him to gloat about my admittance, but it seemed my words fortified his current attitude. I wondered if there was something else that he knew but didn't tell me. But the man might not tell anything if I pressed him too much. What did you do then? I asked, no doubt still sounding stunned from today's revelations. Jaime's response was tinged with bitterness and resignation. You saw what I did, he retorted, a hint of defiance in his voice. Suppressing a biting retort, I pressed him further, needing to hear the full account of those crucial moments. Tell me everything that happened that night, I urged. With a slight tremor, Jaime recounted the harrowing final moments within the throne room. The people of King's Landing would have perished if I didn't do anything. I dispatched the pyromancer first. He was the hand of the king then. Then I went for the king. When he found out what happened, he tried to flee, shrieking, "Burn them all!" I drove my blade into his back, halting him in his tracks. And to ensure that he would never awaken as a dragon, I slit his throat. As I gazed into Jaime's eyes, I couldn't help but see the haunting expression of a man who had been forced to make an unthinkable choice for the greater good. The knowledge that the city and its innocent inhabitants had been saved from a fiery death weighed heavily on my conscience. Jaime's actions, though morally complex, had a logic that was hard to deny. It didn't absolve his father's actions that day or the fact he broke his oaths, but the Mad King's intended atrocity was of a monstrous scale I couldn't fathom. Even after Mark had shared his knowledge with me, the reality of it all remained almost unbelievable and terribly grim. A shiver coursed through me as I realized just how close my men and I had come to a gruesome end that day. I owed my life, and the lives of those I had led, to Jaime Lannister's actions. Yet, Jaime himself seemed oblivious to this fact. I wondered how he would react if he ever found out, especially considering the Lannisters' reputation for exploiting any advantage to further their power. But in hearing his tale, I saw that Jaime was a complex figure. He wasn't a good man, but he had done good and had sacrificed his honor to save countless lives. What happened to those caches of wildfire? I inquired, my voice somber and concerned. Jaime's expression grew solemn. His voice, though tinged with uncertainty, conveyed a sense of responsibility. With the death of Ares and the pyromancer, I thought that the immediate threat had been thwarted, he explained. Its potency must have faded with time. His response, while logical, did little to ease my concerns. The mere existence of the caches of wildfire hidden beneath King's Landing was a danger that could not be ignored. And I couldn't solely rely on Jaime's word, not just because of his situation but also because he was a knight, not a maester or one of those damned pyromancers. I also thought of Mark's words and considered he wouldn't have revealed such information if he didn't believe it to be a threat for me and my household. I shivered as I thought of Sansa. My daughter was not only in a pit of vipers, but also one that could potentially go ablaze. We cannot afford to leave such a threat unchecked. What measures have been taken to locate and secure these caches? I inquired with a concerned voice, my eyes locked onto Jaime's, searching for any hint of deception or remorse. Jaime winced, bitterness etching deep lines on his face, and he let out a soft, scornful scoff. I didn't think to share the secret of those wildfire caches, he confessed, his words hanging heavily in the air. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The gravity of his admission weighed down on me, and it only exacerbated my frustration. Mark had warned me about Jaime being the sole keeper of this dangerous secret, but hearing it from the man himself was a different matter entirely. The fact that the Kingslayer had kept such a crucial secret, one that posed a significant threat to the lives of countless innocent people, was deeply troubling. It wasn't just about refusing to explain why he had killed the king, it was about withholding information that could prevent a potential catastrophe. The pride of the Lannisters knew no bounds, and Jaime's actions now only solidified my distrust of him. A surge of anger and frustration coursed through me, but I knew that succumbing to these emotions would serve no purpose. I took a deep breath, attempting to maintain composure even as I felt more distress from the situation. Have you considered the consequences of your silence on the safety of your own sister, the Queen, and her children? You must inform the King and the small council immediately to ensure that this threat is addressed. As I delivered my stern words, I studied Jaime's reaction closely. His expression shifted from bitterness to shock, revealing the inner turmoil he must have been grappling with. There was anger, but also concern and worry. The mention of his sister and her children clearly struck a chord with him. He let out a sigh, and his shoulders slumped in reluctant acceptance. You're right, Lord Stark, he admitted, his voice heavy with regret. Then, come with me. I have to meet with the small council. Hopefully, the king will be there to hear you, I urged Jaime, my voice firm and resolute. Jaime responded with a bitter scoff, a hint of that smug grin I had grown to despise playing on his lips. His eyes, however, revealed a deeper well of bitterness beneath the surface. Ah, Stark, he drawled, his tone laced with sarcasm. Your dear friend gracing his presence at the small council? Well, let's just say the chances are as slim as awaiting the return of dragons. I regarded Jaime with an unamused expression. His sarcastic response grated on my nerves, and I felt the urge to dismiss him outright. Yet, I couldn't ignore the troubling changes I had observed in Robert since his arrival in Winterfell. His apathy towards matters, even those concerning his own children, had grown evident. It was disheartening to think that it took a foreigner like Mark to reveal the truth about Arya and Prince Joffrey. And as much as I held contempt for the Kingslayer, there was no denying that he had been protecting my friend since Robert had been crowned. Sighing heavily, I relented, my voice carrying the weight of my concerns. Then, accompany me to the small council. They need to be informed, and after that, we will seek an audience with the king. Jaime's piercing gaze bore into me, his face revealing a look of exasperation. Unsettled by his look, he shifted his stance and released a sardonic laugh before speaking. I may not possess the same wit as my brother, but even I can discern the reaction awaiting us if you were to arrive with me and declare that we have just discussed a matter of the realm tied to the Mad King. Everyone knows you can't stand me. So, how do you intend to present this issue to the small council? He challenged, his tone bitter. I took a moment to collect my thoughts, resisting the urge to react to his taunts. He was right, and I had to acknowledge that. How could I possibly arrive at the small council chamber with Jaime Lannister in tow, announcing the danger to everyone, especially given the animosity between our houses? How could I fulfill my duty when I knew that doing so would make me a target for scorn and blame? Mark's advice echoed in my mind, urging me to find a practical solution, reminding me of the commander I had been during the rebellion and against the Ironborn. I needed to approach this situation with the same pragmatism I had employed in the past. As a potential idea formed in my mind, I turned to Jaime with a resolute expression. "You're right. Our presence together would raise more questions than answers," I admitted firmly. Jaime appeared somewhat appeased by my decision, though a hint of skepticism still lingered. He posed a valid question, as expected. "And what if they demand to know the source of this information?" he asked. "We'll cross that bridge when we get there," I replied, my tone unwavering. "But for now, let's focus on the immediate task at hand, ensuring the safety of the city. If we can convince the council of the threat, they'll be more willing to work with us, regardless of the source." Jaime couldn't help but comment with a wry smirk, "For the honorable man you are, you can be very cunning." Ignoring his remark, I concluded, I must go to meet the small council now. As I was about to leave, I added, "We may not see each other eye to eye, Sir Jaime, but the truth must be told. You have broken your oaths, but you saved lives. When the time comes, I'll make sure the king clears you of the Kingslayer name. You have my word." Jaime's expression softened slightly at my words, a mix of surprise and gratitude crossing his face. He nodded in acknowledgement, the weight of his past actions evident in his eyes. And yet there seemed to be something else there. "Thank you, Lord Stark," he said, his voice laden with a mix of bitterness and genuine appreciation. "I never expected such words from you." I offered him a curt nod, acknowledging his gratitude without further comment. Time was of the essence, and the urgency of the situation demanded immediate action. I turned to leave, my mind already racing with the next steps I needed to take to address the threat of the hidden wildfire caches. As I made my way towards the small council chamber, I couldn't help but reflect on the complexities of the situation. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, was a man burdened by his past actions, yet he had also carried out a tremendous act of sacrifice to save innocent lives. The truth of his choices and the revelation of the wildfire plot weighed heavily on me. I knew that navigating the political landscape of King's Landing would require delicate maneuvering, but the safety of the city and its inhabitants had to take precedence. A great sense of urgency was now in my mind. A part of me couldn't believe the situation I was now. The fact that Mark's claims on the wildfire was now confirmed was a dreading perspective and made the safety of the people of King's Landing very crucial. To think that I would need the Kingslayer of all people was something I couldn't have believed some weeks ago, even if it was not the first time I had to work with people I distrusted and disliked. But the lives of countless innocent people were at stake, and it was imperative that we acted swiftly and decisively. A part of me wondered if I could still call him Kingslayer. He was, and yet he saved so many lives. I couldn't fathom to dismiss his wrongs, even though they prevented a greater evil. My head pounding hard to the complicated thoughts I was having. The warnings Mark gave me about the members of the small council came back in mind and made me warier than I was. I felt tired, and yet I couldn't let such an urgent matter be left aside. As Hand of the King, it was my duty to ensure that the realm was safe. As I arrived at the council chambers, I pushed open the heavy doors and entered the room. Upon stepping into the council chambers, I bore the weight of Mark's counsel, the intricate insights, and the weighty decisions that lay ahead. Even more than before, I felt his words of advice and information might play a greater role in spite of my reservations. As I moved inside the chamber, the small council room contained 4 members awaiting my arrival. The room's opulence struck me, Myrish carpets gracing the floor, tapestries adorning the walls, and Valyrian sphinxes standing sentinel by the entrance. Yet, there was scant time to marvel at this grandeur. The council's matters beckoned urgently, especially with what Jaime Lannister had told me. The Spider was the first to extend a greeting laden with feigned concern. "Lord Stark, news of your travails on the King's Road grieved me deeply. We've all frequented the September to light candles for Prince Joffrey. May his health be restored through our prayers." His words pricked at me, conjuring memories of the incident involving Micah, the butcher's boy. The prince's falsehood to implicate Arya lingered, and I silently acknowledged that without Mark's intervention at Derry Castle, the repercussions might have been graver. Yet, it also cast a shadow on the prince's character. Varys's words pricked me even more as I thought upon the information Mark gave me about his plans to bring the dragons back to power in the guise of a civil war. "Your supplications have reached the gods," I replied, my tone remaining cool. "Each day sees the prince's strength grow. My dear friend, it is not his strength that needs to grow back." The voice of Renly Baratheon voice resonated with a touch of amusement behind the eunuch. "No, no. My nephew requires the restoration of his pride. For you see, it is not an everyday occurrence that a little girl takes him down and a lowly peasant manages to knock him off his royal pedestal. without facing swift retribution. His words dripped with a mixture of condescension and sly mockery, his tone subtly emphasizing the absurdity of the situation. I furrowed my brows as I heard those words belittling Robert's eldest son. While Joffrey's behavior was something I was now wary of because of the obvious influence of his mother and of Mark's warnings about him, he was still the prince. Mocking Joffrey, even in what was supposed to be a private meeting, could have future consequences. I extracted myself from the spider's grasp to turn my eyes on the man who made this nonchalant taunt. Varys's hand left traces of powder on my sleeve, while the sickly sweet fragrance he exuded hung in the air like blooming flowers at a gravestone. I looked at Renly as he was approaching me to greet me, followed by a slim man being behind him that I suspected knew Littlefinger, the master of coins and the man Mark told me to beware. While Renly's striking resemblance to Robert struck me, Mark's words reminded me that he was also a visage not to be trusted on face value alone. "I see you've arrived unscathed, Lord Stark," Renly greeted me. "Likewise for you," I returned. "Pardon me, but at times, you bear a striking likeness to your brother, Robert." "A meager imitation," Renly shrugged. Though decidedly better dressed, Littlefinger interjected with his customary impertinence. Lord Renly's wardrobe expenditures could rival those of half the court's ladies. Renly's flamboyant attire was conspicuous, golden stags embroidered upon his doublet, and a cloth of gold half-cape draping his shoulder, secured by an emerald brooch. "There are graver offences," Renly countered with a laugh. "Yours included, I'm afraid." "Worse dressing habits, indeed," Littlefinger chipped in, his irreverence a persistent undercurrent. I held little patience for their exchange, yet Littlefinger persisted, his smile teetering on the edge of insolence as he approached me. "It's been some years since I anticipated this meeting, Lord Stark. Undoubtedly, Lady Catelyn has shared thoughts of me with you." His familiarity with my wife, Catelyn, set off a disquieting chord within me. While I was now aware he was a slippery character to beware, he was even more oily and insinuating than I had imagined. His eyes were constantly darting around, as if he was always looking for something to exploit. I knew that I needed to be careful around him. He was the kind of man who could twist words and turn situations to his advantage. And with what Mark tells about his part in Jon's death, I had no doubt that he was already scheming to use me and my family for his own ends. The determination to find the proofs of his guilt was strong, but I knew I had to play along, as much as I disliked those games. "Indeed," I replied, a frosty edge creeping into my voice. "She has." The master of coins seemed unfazed by my tone. "I gather you knew my association with your brother Brandon as well," Littlefinger remarked, a trace of amusement threading through his words. "Rather too intimately, I dare say. I still carry a memento of his regard." "Did Brandon ever happen to speak of me?" "Often, and usually with fervor," I retorted, a subtle bid to discourage further exploration. My patience waned, and interacting with the man was grating. One would assume such fervor sits uneasily with Starks. Littlefinger's insolent tone persisted, his words dancing on the precipice of provocation. "Down here in the south, they claim your kind to be forged from ice, and that you thaw, you cross the neck." "Rest assured, Lord Baelish, melting isn't in my immediate plans," I retorted in an unwavering manner before breaking away from the conversation to find solace beside Grand Maester Pycelle at the council table. As I approached him, the Grand Maester offered me a benevolent smile. In other circumstances, it would have offered me some comfort, but I remembered that his loyalty was entwined with the Lannisters and the Queen. Even more than Renly, I had to tread carefully with him. His feeble and benevolent appearance was likely to hide a cunning and treacherous mind, if Mark's words were to be confirmed. A part of me wondered how I would handle those challenges with this necessity to tread cautiously even amidst the confidences of the small council. "Maester Pycelle, I trust your well-being," I greeted with a formal nod. "As well as a man my age can be, my lord," he responded, fingers intertwined atop his ample abdomen. "Though I find myself growing exhausted with each passing day." The maester's collar, adorned with an assortment of metals and precious stones, symbolized his wisdom, yet equally emphasized the connections he wielded. "Very well," I concurred, taking the king's seat that bore the embossed stag of House Baratheon in gilded thread upon its cushions. The absence of Robert cast a somber shadow, causing a void feeling to be in the room. Nonetheless, as the hand of the king, I had a duty to uphold. "My esteemed lords," I addressed the small council with formal gravity, "I extend my apologies for the delay." "You are the king's hand," Varys said with an air of servitude. "We serve at your pleasure, Lord Stark." I knew better than to trust his words completely, and I kept a watchful eye on all present. Internally, I prepared to navigate the treacherous waters of the small council with the knowledge and advice that had given to me. Seated within the council chamber's lavish surroundings, an unsettling sensation gripped me. An uncanny feeling of displacement loomed, a stark awareness of my true place among these men of covert designs and artful stratagems. The recollection of Robert's warning, imparted to me amidst the crypts of Winterfell, reverberated. I was surrounded by sycophants and jesters. But Mark's warning also echoed in my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder to what extent I could rely on one or the other warning as I surveyed the council table before me. Complacency with the intelligence at my disposal was not a luxury I could afford, not when the safety of my household, especially of Sansa, could be at stake. "We stand 5 in number," I observed, acknowledging the conspicuous absence of Stannis and Sir Barry Stan. "Lord Stannis returned to Dragonstone shortly after the king's departure north," Varys interjected, a sliver of slyness threading his words. "And our noble Sir Barry Stan, I presume, rides alongside the king as his rightful place dictates, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard." I sobered at the answer of the eunuch as his words confirmed another information Mark gave me. Dear gods! How much did he know about what was going on in King's Landing and beyond? A part of me was grateful, but I couldn't help but to be concerned as such knowledge could be abused. And even if Mark had shown cautiousness, concern, and vigilance in something that told me he was honorable, I knew not much of him and regretted that I couldn't have enough time to fairly judge him on other deeds. Hopefully, messages from Winterfell would give me an answer to these uncertainties. Might we consider waiting for Sir Barry Stan in the king's presence? I ventured, the idea dissipating in the wake of Renly's boisterous laughter. His mirth-filled dismissal spoke of a cavalier attitude toward the king's obligations, embodying the cavalier nature of Robert's reign. It was also a reaction that inadvertently mirrored Mark's depiction of flamboyant yet ineffectual rule. Our illustrious King Robert shoulders numerous concerns, Varys chimed in, his words attempting to rationalize the council's involvement in the realm's governance. Certain minor matters he entrusts to us, lightening his load. Hearing those words aroused the disappointment, but also the wariness as it confirmed the Kingslayer's words on the matter. However, the matter at hand was far from trivial. Robert had decreed a grand tourney in celebration of my appointment as Hand of the King. The ostentation of the event, coupled with the staggering expenses it entailed, left me momentarily speechless. I scrutinized the missive adorned with the royal seal, its contents further fueling my astonishment and mounting frustration. I couldn't fathom the extravagance and the cost, especially with the fact I was now aware of the potential danger beneath our feet. An exorbitant 90,000 gold pieces, Littlefinger sighed, his tone carrying the weight of calculations. And let us not disregard the other expenditures. Robert's penchant for lavish feasts is well known. That entails a whole retinue of cooks, carpenters, serving girls, minstrels, acrobats, jesters. Fools, in abundance, Renly interjected, brushing aside the concern with a breezy jest. Yet, the reality of the crown's mounting debt bore heavily upon me. Littlefinger's revelation laid bare our staggering liability over 6 million gold pieces owed to sundry parties, the Lannisters, the Iron Bank of Bravos, and the Faith, to name but a few. I couldn't help but think that the realm was in a very bad place. This debt was as problematic as the wildfire caches, and I had to handle both. Irritation and annoyance were growing inside me. How did you let it come to this? I demanded of Littlefinger, my horror palpable at the financial quagmire the realm had sunk into. Aerys Targaryen left behind a treasury brimming with gold. I refused to believe Jonathan would permit Robert to squander the realm's wealth. Littlefinger's casual shrug was a spark that kindled my ire, his nonchalance fanning my frustration. The master of coin discovers the gold. The king in hand decide how to spend it, he replied, neatly deflecting accountability. How I wanted to reach out and throttle him. Renly, too, dismissed the weight of the matter, asserting that Robert's affection for tournaments and banquets vastly overshadowed his enthusiasm for financial prudence. I resolved to confront the king, to address the mass extravagance that the realm could ill afford. I shall have a word with his grace, I declared firmly. This tournament is an indulgence our realm cannot bear. Speak as you must, Lord Renly concurred, his demeanor casual. But it's prudent we chart our course nonetheless. We can't, I snapped with an edge, realizing my impatience and quickly adopting a more composed tone as I continued. Forgive my abruptness, my lords. Fatigue weighs heavily upon me. I must report that I have heard disturbing rumors about something the Mad King did before his death and that may still threaten the city and the royal family. All the members of the small council were looking at me with intrigued or calculating eyes. Disturbing rumors? Littlefinger asked, his interest piqued. What kind of rumors? I didn't know you were the kind of man that listens to rumors, Lord Stark, commented Renly with a jape. I held their gaze, each of the small council members awaiting my response. The weight of the information I was about to share hung heavily in the air. I chose my words carefully, aware of the gravity of the situation. I didn't seek out these rumors, Lord Renly, I replied evenly, but circumstances brought them to my attention. I paused for a moment, letting the tension build before continuing. It's said that before his death, Aerys Targaryen may have ordered the creation of caches of wildfire hidden beneath King's Landing. The room fell into a stunned silence. Pycelle's eyes widened in recognition, and Varys, ever watchful, showed no visible reaction, but his attention was rapt. Littlefinger broke the silence first, his curiosity piqued. Wildfire, you say? The Mad King's obsession? How intriguing. Renly leaned forward, his interest growing. And what's the significance of these caches, Lord Stark? I continued, my gaze shifting from one council member to the next. The significance, my lords, is that if this rumor is true, then we may face a great danger. I do not know how wildfire works and it may still pose a grave danger for the city and the royal family. A single spark could ignite the entire cache, leading to a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. The council chamber remained hushed as my words hung in the air. The gravity of the situation had settled upon them, and the weight of responsibility was palpable. Each member of the small council seemed lost in their thoughts, contemplating the potential consequences of such a revelation, some worried and other hiding their reactions behind calculating and pondering looks. Pycelle was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with concern. Wildfire is a highly volatile substance, my lords. Its destructive power is unparalleled. If these caches exist beneath King's Landing, the threat would be cataclysmic. Varys, ever the master of secrets, spoke next, his tone measured and calculated. This revelation, if true, sheds new light on the Mad King's madness and his intentions. It also underscores the importance of our vigilance in protecting the realm from such hidden dangers. Littlefinger, who had been observing the reactions of the others, finally chimed in. Indeed, it is a curious turn of events. But one must wonder, Lord Stark, how you came by this information. Is it purely based on rumors, or do you have some tangible evidence to support these claims? I met Littlefinger's inquisitive gaze with a steady one of my own. For now, it is based on rumors and whispers, but I intend to investigate further. The safety of the city and the realm is paramount, and we cannot afford to dismiss such a threat lightly. The small council members exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern and intrigue. It was clear that the revelation had struck a chord with them, and they recognized the gravity of the situation. Lord Renly was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with a newfound seriousness. We cannot afford to ignore this, Lord Stark, he said, his tone devoid of his earlier casual demeanor. The potential danger posed by these wildfire caches is too great. We must take immediate action to assess the validity of these rumors and, if necessary, neutralize the threat. I nodded in agreement, grateful that Robert's brother understood the urgency of the matter. I couldn't agree more, my lord. The safety of King's Landing and its people must be our utmost priority. I will do everything in my power to investigate these rumors further and ensure that appropriate measures are taken to mitigate the risk. Pycelle cleared his throat before adding his voice to the discussion. I concur with you, my lord. Wildfire is an incredibly dangerous substance, and if the Mad King indeed left caches of it hidden beneath the city, we must act swiftly and decisively. I will provide any knowledge and expertise I have on the matter to aid in our efforts. Littlefinger, always the opportunist, interjected with a sly smile on his face even though his eyes were calculating and wary. Rest assured, Lord Stark, I will assist you in whatever way I can. Uncovering the truth behind these rumors could have far-reaching implications, and I am not one to shy away from a good game. Varys, ever the pragmatist, offered his assistance. I can use my little birds to discreetly inquire about any unusual activities or knowledge regarding the wildfire. However, I must warn you, my lord, that anyone who might have known about the plot is likely dead or long gone. My thoughts turned to Jaime Lannister, reminding the discussion I had with him just before this small council meeting and the revelations he had made. Varys's words gave me the opportunity to give to the man the opportunity I had told him. I decided to use this opportunity to probe further. Speaking of those who might know, the Kingslayer was by the Mad King's side before the end. His insights into the matter could prove invaluable. The mention of Jaime Lannister's name caused a stir among the council members. They exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the suggestion. Littlefinger, always the one to seize upon opportunities, spoke first. Ah, the Kingslayer. Quite the enigmatic figure, isn't he? If he knows anything about these wildfire caches, he may hold the key to unraveling this mystery. But getting information out of him won't be easy. Renly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord Stark, the Kingslayer is not known for his cooperative nature. And you, more than anyone, know that he is no one to be trusted. Should we place our trust in his words when questioning him about the wildfire? I looked at Robert's brother with a grave glance, even though it pained me to say the next words, I do not trust the Kingslayer, Lord Renly. But if there is a thing I might trust in him, it is the loyalty he has for his family. And since he is the Queen's brother, he might tell us the truth if he thinks it can endanger her children and her. Varys, ever the pragmatist, chimed in with a thoughtful nod. It is a risky proposition, my lord, but it may be our best chance at uncovering the truth about these hidden caches of wildfire. Pycelle remained silent at first, but then he nodded gravely. Sir Jaime's inputs might be invaluable in uncovering the truth about these wildfire caches. But you must know that as a King's guard, he is held by his oath to keep his king's secrets. I furrowed my brows, not much because of the Grand Master's words but because Jaime Lannister confessed me the truth once I told him that I could amend my judgment. And a part of me doubted he would have kept all Aerys' secrets. But Pycelle's words revealed a potential challenge that fortunately could be settled. I looked at the Maester with a firm eye. Fortunately, the current king can bring Sir Jaime to reveal his mad predecessor's secret. All the members of the council pondered my words before finally nodding. A part of me was relieved I was able to tackle this issue, but I also felt deeply troubled by the whole issue and the fact I had to handle so many challenges when I had just arrived in King's Landing. I thank for your trust, my lords. I think we should adjourn for the day and reconvene when our minds are clearer, I finally said. Rising abruptly from my seat, I exchanged nods with the assembled council members and directed my steps toward the exit. An avalanche of contemplations and schemes awaited my attention, a labyrinthine network of intents and ambitions demanding careful decryption. Weariness plagued my mind as I contemplated what I had experienced in this first day in the Red Keep. The fact that much of the information that Mark gave me had been confirmed in one way or another was terrifying and made me even more worried of what awaited me in this pit of snakes. My concern was greater for Sansa as this place might be even more dangerous for her. I had spent as much time as I could during the journey with her and I knew I had to pursue this endeavor into this pit of vipers for her sake and to prevent her to be isolated with the schemers that were in the place. I thought on the fact I needed to contact Syrio Farrell for one of my daughters as well. As I exited the council chambers, I acknowledged that the path I had embarked upon as the Hand of the King teemed with pitfalls, an odyssey where relentlessness was mandatory, and vulnerability tantamount to recklessness. Emerging beyond the chamber's confines, the castle gates heralded a scene of chaos. Wagons and riders converged in a tumultuous array of mud, steeds, and clamorous voices. Having advanced ahead of the main column with my retinue, I sought to distance us from the Lannisters and the escalating tensions. King Robert Baratheon was conspicuously absent, rumored to be ensconced within his towering wheelhouse, ensnared by inebriation's embrace, and hopefully not more whores as well. A mingling of fatigue and apprehension shadowed me, vividly recalling the peculiar tension that had underscored our journey since Derry Castle. Mark's advices might have prepared me for the dangers of the court and I knew I could rely on Vayen Poole or Jory and hopefully on whoever Lord Manderley would send, but I felt something was amiss and I needed to prepare for the worst, if not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and children. An. 1 Here we are. The expected interlude I had announced as a bombshell the last 2 weeks. And one of those chapters I loved to imagine, even though it was also one of the most challenging and difficult. Some of you might have noticed, but some parts are like an echo to the canonical chapter or show scene depicting Ned's arrival in the Red Keep. It was intentional because I thought that would be interesting to show the similar and yet different nature of the situation, notably due to the knowledge he had been given. 3 This chapter had known different versions because I wanted to explore how Ned would have interacted and acted after the events of Derry Castle while also not stretching the chapter too far. Initially, it was closer to the book chapter structure, though with the divergences created by the initial chapters of this story and by the fact it is from Ned's POV. However, it was a bit cumbersome and twofolds in structure. Fortunately, as I considered mixing both books and shows when it can work, I remember Jaime and Ned's discussion from Season 1 in the episode of the arrival in King's Landing and I thought it was a golden opportunity, notably for the confrontation between the men in regards of the new information Ned had, especially as it could be easily tied later with the small council meeting. For the scene between Ned and Jaime was however a bit of a challenge because I didn't want a cliché scene in one extreme or another. Jaime easily confesses or Jaime totally stayed firm and refused to answer and on the other hand Ned being a total honor above all or should I say über alles caricature as he is sometimes depicted, mainly because of the complex relation between the two men or the fact that Jaime is also plagued by the deeds he has done to the Starks so far, the canonical fall of Bran, the canonical attempt to find Arya to kill her on Cersei's request after the incident on the Ruby Ford and finally the advice to call for the brave companions to murder Arya and the SI. I hope this middle ground approach works well, especially with how much complexity it would bring to the relation between the Starks and the Lannisters, not to mention different ironies. I hope it was a respectful tribute to the complexity of both characters while also allowing the plot-driven part of the story to thrive. With the show scene, I also made a reference/homage/Easter egg to the famous question of Jaime to Brienne in the start of Season 3 when he confessed the truth to her, but this time to the man who despised him and called him Kingslayer. And considering that Ned lied about Jon's true parentage and canonically lied on the steps of the Great September of Baelor to protect Sansa, one can guess how his answer would be. 5 Concerning the small council meeting, outside of the aftermath of Jaime's confession to Ned, it was obviously how the Northerner Lord would interact and handle the different members in regards of the informations he had received, but also how the events on the Ruby Ford and in Derry Castle influenced the reactions of the different characters, notably Renly as I had read how he dislikes Cersei and Joffrey. A mix of canonical and divergent events as I doubt Robert awaited the arrival to King's Landing to plan his project of tourney to celebrate his friend, though, with the incoming situation. 6 I truly hope to have given an interesting take that yet remains faithful/respectful in this new context to the mindset of the different characters depicted in this chapter, especially Ned with how he handles the intricate situation in the Red Keep, the fact that he has to handle the information he had been given and the concern he has for his family. While my beta reader had seen no issue or discrepancy with this huge point of divergence in the canon, that still remains a bold move from me to depict such a scene in regards of how two of the most famous characters of this universe interacted. 7 Teaser, for the next time, return to the SI who has resumed his journey to Winterfell with a halt with both comfort and training. 8 Have a good reading.